Yang had been forcibly conscripted by the Japanese into their Kwantung Army in Manchuria. A year later he was captured by the Red Army after the Battle of Khalkhin Gol and sent to a labor camp. The Soviet military authorities, at a moment of crisis in 1942, drafted him, along with thousands of other prisoners, into their forces. Then, early in 1943, he was taken prisoner by the German army at the Battle of Kharkov in Ukraine. In 1944, now in German uniform, he was sent to France to serve with an Ostbataillon, supposedly boosting the strength of the Atlantic Wall at the base of the Cotentin Peninsula, inland from Utah Beach. After time in a prison camp in Britain, he went to the United States, where he said nothing of his past. He settled there, and finally died in Illinois in 1992. In a war which killed over 60 million people and had stretched around the globe, this reluctant veteran of the Japanese, Soviet, and German armies had been comparatively fortunate. Yet Yang remains perhaps the most striking illustration of the helplessness of most ordinary mortals in the face of what appeared to be overwhelming historical forces. Europe did not stumble into war on the 1st of September 1939. Some historians talk of a 30 years war from 1914 to 1945, with the First World War as the original catastrophe. Others maintain that the long war, which began with the Bolshevik coup d'etat of 1917, continued as a European civil war until 1945, or even lasted until the fall of communism in 1989. History, however, is never tidy. Sir Michael Howard argues persuasively that Hitler's onslaught in the West against France and Britain in 1940 was in many ways an extension of the First World War. Gerhard Weinberg also insists that the war, which began with the invasion of Poland in 1939, was the start of Hitler's drive for Lebensraum, living space, in the East, his key objective. This is indeed true, yet the revolutions and civil wars between 1917 and 1939 are bound to complicate the pattern. For example, the left has always believed passionately that the Spanish Civil War marked the beginning of the Second World War, while the right claims that it represented the opening round of a Third World War between communism and Western civilization. At the same time, Western historians have usually overlooked the Sino-Japanese War from 1937 to 1945 and the way that it merged into the World War. Some Asian historians, on the other hand, argue that the Second World War began in 1931 with the Japanese invasion of Manchuria. Arguments on the subject can go round and round, but the Second World War was clearly an amalgamation of conflicts. Most consisted of nation against nation, yet the international civil war between left and right permeated and even dominated many of them. It is therefore important to look back at some of the circumstances which led to this, the cruelest and most destructive conflict which the world has ever known. The terrible effects of the First World War had left France and Britain, the principal European victors, exhausted and determined at any price not to repeat the experience. Americans, after their vital contribution to the defeat of Imperial Germany, wanted to wash their hands of what they saw as a corrupt and vicious old world. Central Europe, fragmented by new frontiers drawn at Versailles, faced the humiliation and penury of defeat. Their pride shattered, officers of the Kaiserlich and Königlich Austro-Hungarian army experienced a reversal of the Cinderella story, with their fairy tale uniforms replaced by the threadbare clothes of the unemployed. The bitterness of most German officers and soldiers at their defeat was intensified by the fact that until July 1918 their armies had been unbeaten, and that made the sudden collapse at home appear all the more inexplicable and sinister. In their view, the mutinies and revolts within Germany during the autumn of 1918, which precipitated the abdication of the Kaiser, had been caused entirely by Jewish Bolsheviks. Left-wing agitators had indeed played a part, and the most prominent German revolutionary leaders in 1918 and 19 had been Jewish, but the main causes behind the unrest had been war weariness and hunger. The German right's pernicious conspiracy theory, the stab-in-the-back legend, was part of its inherent compulsion to confuse cause and effect. The hyperinflation of 1923 and 24 undermined both the certainties and the rectitude of the German bourgeoisie. The bitterness of national and personal shame produced an incoherent anger. German nationalists dreamed of the day when the humiliation of the Versailles Diktat could be reversed. Life improved in Germany during the second half of the 1920s, mainly due to massive American loans. But the World Depression, which began after the Wall Street crash of 1929, hit Germany even harder once Britain and other countries left the gold standard in September 1931. Fear of another round of hyperinflation persuaded Chancellor Brüning's government to maintain the Reichsmark's link to the price of gold, making it overvalued. American loans had ceased, and protectionism cut off German export markets. This led to mass unemployment, which dramatically increased the opportunity for demagogues promising radical solutions. The crisis of capitalism had accelerated the crisis of liberal democracy, which was rendered ineffective in many European countries by the fragmentary effect of voting by proportional representation. Most of the parliamentary systems which had sprung up following the collapse of three continental empires in 1918 were swept away, unable to cope with civil strife. And ethnic minorities, which had existed in comparative peace under the old imperial regimes, were now threatened by doctrines of national purity. Recent memories of the Russian Revolution and the violent destruction of other civil wars in Hungary, Finland, the Baltic states, and indeed Germany itself, greatly increased the process of political polarization. The cycle of fear and hatred risked turning inflammatory rhetoric into a self-fulfilling prophecy, as events in Spain soon showed. Manichaean alternatives are bound to break up a democratic centrism based on compromise. In this new collectivist age, violent solutions appeared supremely heroic to intellectuals of both left and right, as well as to embittered ex-soldiers from the First World War. In the face of financial disaster, the authoritarian state suddenly seemed to be the natural modern order throughout most of Europe, and an answer to the chaos of factional strife. In September 1930, the National Socialist Party's share of the vote jumped from 2.5% to 18.3%. The conservative right in Germany, which had little respect for democracy, effectively destroyed the Weimar Republic and thus opened the door for Hitler. Gravely underestimating Hitler's ruthlessness, they thought that they could use him as a populist puppet to defend their idea of Germany. But he knew exactly what he wanted, while they did not. On the 30th of January 1933, Hitler became Chancellor and moved rapidly to eliminate all potential opposition. The tragedy for Germany's subsequent victims was that a critical mass of the population, desperate for order and respect, was eager to follow the most reckless criminal in history. Hitler managed to appeal to their worst instincts: resentment, intolerance, arrogance, and, most dangerous of all, a sense of racial superiority. Any remaining belief in a Rechtsstaat, a nation based on respect for the rule of law, crumpled in the face of Hitler's insistence that the judicial system must be the servant of the new order. Public institutions, the courts, the universities, the general staff, and the press kowtowed to the new regime. Opponents found themselves helplessly isolated and insulted as traitors to the new definition of the fatherland, not only by the regime itself, but also by all those who supported it. The Gestapo, unlike Stalin's own secret police, the NKVD, was surprisingly idle. Most of its arrests were purely in response to denunciations of people by their fellow Germans. The officer corps, which had prided itself on an apolitical tradition, also allowed itself to be wooed by the promise of increased forces and massive rearmament, even though it despised such a vulgar, ill-dressed suitor. Opportunism went hand in hand with cowardice in the face of authority. The 19th century Chancellor Otto von Bismarck himself once remarked that moral courage was a rare virtue in Germany, but it deserted a German completely the moment he put on a uniform. The Nazis, not surprisingly, wanted to get almost everyone into uniform, not least the children. Hitler's greatest talent lay in spotting and exploiting the weakness of his opponents. The left in Germany, bitterly divided between the German Communist Party and the Social Democrats, had presented no real threat. Hitler easily outmaneuvered the conservatives, who thought, with naive arrogance, that they could control him. As soon as he had consolidated his power at home with sweeping decrees and mass imprisonment, he turned his attention to breaking the Treaty of Versailles. Conscription was reintroduced in 1935. The British agreed to an increase in the German Navy, and the Luftwaffe was openly constituted. Britain and France made no serious protest at the accelerated program of rearmament. In March 1936, German troops reoccupied the Rhineland in the first overt breach of the Versailles and Locarno treaties. This slap in the face to the French, who had occupied the region over a decade earlier, ensured widespread adulation of the Führer in Germany, even among many who had not voted for him. Their support and the supine Anglo-French reaction gave Hitler the nerve to continue on his course. Single-handed he had restored German pride, while rearmament, far more than his vaunted public works program, halted the rise in unemployment. The brutality of the Nazis and the loss of freedom seemed to most Germans a small price to pay. Hitler's forceful seduction of the German people began to strip the country of human values step by step. Nowhere was the effect more evident than in the persecution of the Jews, which progressed in fits and starts. Yet, contrary to general belief, this was often driven more from within the Nazi Party than from above. Hitler's apocalyptic rants against Jews did not necessarily mean that he had already decided on a final solution of physical annihilation. He was content to allow SA Sturmabteilung stormtroopers to attack Jews and their businesses and steal their possessions to satisfy an incoherent mixture of greed, envy, and imagined resentment. At that stage, Nazi policy aimed at stripping Jews of civil rights and everything they owned, and then, through humiliation and harassment, to force them to leave Germany. The Jews must get out of Germany, yes, out of the whole of Europe, Hitler told his propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels on the 30th of November 1937. That will take some time yet, but will and must happen. Hitler's program to make Germany the dominant power in Europe had been made quite clear in Mein Kampf, a combination of autobiography and political manifesto, first published in 1925. First, he would unite Germany and Austria. Then he would bring Germans outside the borders of the Reich back under its control. People of the same blood should be in the same Reich, he declared. Only when this had been achieved would the German people have the moral right to acquire foreign territory. The plough is then the sword, and the tears of war will produce the daily bread for the generations to come. His policy of aggression was stated clearly on the very first page. Yet even though every German couple had to purchase a copy on marriage, few seemed to have taken his bellicose predictions seriously. They preferred to believe his more recent and oft-repeated assertions that he did not desire war, and Hitler's daring coups in the face of British and French weakness confirmed them in their hopes that he could achieve all he wanted without a major conflict. They did not see that the overheated German economy and Hitler's determination to make use of the country's head start in armaments made the invasion of neighboring countries a virtual certainty. Hitler was not interested merely in reoccupying the territory lost by Germany after the Versailles Treaty. He despised such a half-hearted step. He seethed with impatience, convinced that he would not live long enough to achieve his dream of Germanic supremacy. He wanted the whole of Central Europe and all of Russia up to the Volga for German Lebensraum, to secure Germany's self-sufficiency and status as a great power. His dream of subjugated eastern territories had been greatly encouraged by the brief German occupation in 1918 of the Baltic states, part of Belorussia, Ukraine and southern Russia as far as Rostov-on-the-Don. This followed the 1918 Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, Germany's own diktat to the nascent Soviet regime. The breadbasket of Ukraine especially attracted German interest after the near starvation caused largely by the British blockade during the First World War. Hitler was determined to avoid the demoralization suffered by Germans in 1918, which had led to revolution and collapse. This time, others would be made to starve. But one of the main purposes of his Lebensraum plan was to seize oil production in the east. Some 85% of the Reich's oil supplies, even in peacetime, had to be imported, and that would be Germany's Achilles heel in war. Eastern colonies appeared the best means to establish self-sufficiency, yet Hitler's ambition was far greater than that of other nationalists. In line with his social Darwinist belief that the life of nations was a struggle for racial mastery, he wanted to reduce the Slav population dramatically in numbers through deliberate starvation and to enslave the survivors as a helot class. His decision to intervene in the Spanish Civil War in the summer of 1936 was not as opportunistic as has often been portrayed. He was convinced that a Bolshevik Spain, combined with a left-wing government in France, presented a strategic threat to Germany from the west at a time when he faced Stalin's Soviet Union in the east. Once again, he was able to exploit the democracy's abhorrence of war. The British feared that the conflict in Spain might provoke another European conflict, while the new Popular Front government in France was afraid to act alone. This allowed Germany's flagrant military support of Generalissimo Francisco Franco's nationalists to ensure their ultimate victory, while Hermann Göring's Luftwaffe experimented with new aircraft and tactics. The Spanish Civil War also brought Hitler and Benito Mussolini closer together, with the Italian fascist government sending a corps of volunteers to fight alongside the nationalists. But Mussolini, for all his bombast and ambitions in the Mediterranean, was nervous about Hitler's determination to overturn the status quo. The Italian people were not ready, either militarily or psychologically, for a European war. Eager to obtain another ally in the coming war with the Soviet Union, Hitler established the Anti-Comintern Pact with Japan in November 1936. Japan had begun its colonial expansion in the Far East during the last decade of the 19th century. Profiting from the decay of the Chinese imperial regime, Japan established a presence in Manchuria, seized Formosa, Taiwan, and occupied Korea. Its defeat of Tsarist Russia in the War of 1904-5 made it the major military power in the region. Anti-Western feeling grew in Japan with the effects of the Wall Street crash and the worldwide depression, and an increasingly nationalistic officer class viewed Manchuria and China in a similar way to the Nazis' designs on the Soviet Union, as a land mass and a population to be subjugated to feed the home islands of Japan. The Sino-Japanese conflict has long been like a missing section in the jigsaw of the Second World War. Having begun well before the outbreak of fighting in Europe, the conflict in China has often been treated as a completely separate affair, even though it saw the largest deployment of Japanese ground forces in the Far East, as well as the involvement of both the Americans and the Soviet Union. In September 1931, the Japanese military created the Mukden incident, in which they blew up a railway to justify their seizure of the whole of Manchuria. They hoped to turn the region into a major food-producing region, as their own domestic agriculture had declined disastrously. They called it Manchukuo, and set up a puppet regime with the deposed emperor Henry Puyi as figurehead. The civilian government in Tokyo, although despised by officers, felt obliged to support the army, and the League of Nations in Geneva refused Chinese calls for sanctions against Japan. Japanese colonists, mainly peasants, poured in to seize land for themselves with the government's encouragement. It wanted 1 million households established as colonial farmers over the next 20 years. Japan's actions left it isolated diplomatically, but the country exulted in its triumph. This marked the start of a fateful progression, both in foreign expansion and in military influence over the government in Tokyo. A more hawkish administration took over, and the Kwantung Army in Manchuria extended its control almost to the gates of Peking. Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang government in Nanking was forced to withdraw its forces. Chiang claimed to be the heir of Sun Yat-sen, who had wanted to introduce a Western-style democracy, but he was really a generalissimo of warlords. The Japanese military began to eye their Soviet neighbor to the north, and cast glances south into the Pacific. Their targets were the far eastern colonies of Britain, France, and the Netherlands, with the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies. The uneasy standoff in China was then suddenly broken on the 7th of July 1937 by a Japanese provocation at the Marco Polo Bridge outside the former capital of Peking. The Imperial Army in Tokyo assured Emperor Hirohito that China could be defeated in a few months. Reinforcements were sent across to the mainland, and a horrific campaign ensued, fired partly by a Chinese massacre of Japanese civilians. The Imperial Army was unleashed. But the Sino-Japanese War did not end in a rapid triumph, as the generals in Tokyo had predicted. The appalling violence of the attacker stimulated a bitter resistance. Hitler failed to recognize the lesson for his own onslaught against the Soviet Union 4 years later. Some Westerners began to see the Sino-Japanese War as a counterpart to the Spanish Civil War. Robert Capa, Ernest Hemingway, W. H. Auden, and Christopher Isherwood, the filmmaker Joris Ivins, and many journalists all visited and expressed their sympathy and support for the Chinese in general. Left-wingers, a few of whom visited the Chinese Communist headquarters in Yan'an, supported Mao Zedong, even though Stalin backed Chiang Kai-shek and his party, the Kuomintang. But neither the British nor the American government was prepared to take any practical steps. Neville Chamberlain's government, like most of the British population, was still prepared to live with a rearmed and revived Germany. Many conservatives saw the Nazis as a bulwark against Bolshevism. Chamberlain, a former Lord Mayor of Birmingham of old-fashioned rectitude, made the great mistake of expecting other statesmen to share similar values and a horror of war. He had been a highly skilled minister and a very effective Chancellor of the Exchequer, but he knew nothing of foreign policy or defence matters. With his wing collar, Edwardian moustache, and rolled umbrella, he proved to be totally out of his depth when confronted by the gleaming ruthlessness of the Nazi regime. Others, even those of left-wing sympathies, were also reluctant to confront Hitler's regime, for they were still convinced that Germany had been treated most unfairly at the Versailles Conference. They also found it hard to object to Hitler's professed desire to bring adjacent German minorities, such as those in Czechoslovakia's Sudetenland, within the Reich. Above all, the British and French were horrified by the idea of another European war. To allow Nazi Germany to annex Austria in March 1938 appeared a small price to pay for world peace, especially when the majority of Austrians had voted in 1918 for Anschluss, or union, with Germany, and 20 years later welcomed the Nazi takeover. Austrian claims at the end of the war to have been Hitler's first victim were completely bogus. Hitler then decided that he wanted to invade Czechoslovakia in October. This was timed to be well after German farmers had brought in the harvest, because Nazi ministers were afraid of a crisis in the national food supply. But to Hitler's exasperation, Chamberlain and his French counterpart, Édouard Daladier, during the Munich negotiations in September, offered him the Sudetenland in the hope of preserving peace. This deprived Hitler of his war, but allowed him eventually to take over the whole country without a fight. Chamberlain also made a fundamental error in refusing to consult Stalin. This influenced the Soviet dictator's decision the following August to agree to a pact with Nazi Germany. Chamberlain, rather like Franklin D. Roosevelt later with Stalin, believed with misplaced complacency that he alone could convince Hitler that good relations with the Western Allies were in his own interest. Some historians have argued that if Britain and France had been prepared to fight in the autumn of 1938, events might have turned out very differently. That is certainly possible from a German point of view. The fact remains that neither the British nor the French people were psychologically prepared for war, mainly because they had been misinformed by politicians, diplomats, and the press. Anyone who had tried to warn of Hitler's plans, such as Winston Churchill, was simply regarded as a warmonger. Only in November were eyes opened to the real nature of Hitler's regime. Following the assassination of a German embassy official in Paris by a young Polish Jew, Nazi stormtroopers unleashed the German pogrom known as Kristallnacht from all the broken shop windows. With the war clouds over Czechoslovakia that autumn, a violent energy had brewed up within the Nazi Party. The SA stormtroopers burned synagogues, attacked and murdered Jews, and smashed their shop windows, prompting Goering to complain about the cost in foreign exchange of replacing all the plate glass which came from Belgium. Many ordinary Germans were shocked, but the Nazis' policy of isolating the Jews soon succeeded in persuading the vast majority of their fellow citizens to be indifferent to their fate. And all too many were later tempted by the easy pickings of looted possessions, expropriated apartments, and the Aryanization of Jewish businesses. The Nazis were exceptionally clever in the way they drew more and more fellow citizens into their circle of crime. Hitler's seizure of the rest of Czechoslovakia in March 1939, a flagrant contravention of the Munich Agreement, finally proved that his claim of bringing ethnic Germans back into the Reich was little more than a pretext to increase his territory. British outrage forced Chamberlain to offer guarantees to Poland as a warning to Hitler against further expansion. Hitler complained later that he had been thwarted from having a war in 1938 because the British and French accepted all my demands at Munich. In the spring of 1939, he explained his impatience to the Romanian foreign minister. "I am now 50, he said. "I would rather have the war now than when I am 55 or 60. Hitler thus revealed that he intended to achieve his goal of European domination during a single lifetime, which he expected to be short. With his manic vanity, he could not trust anyone else to carry on his mission. He regarded himself as literally irreplaceable, and told his generals that the fate of the Reich depended on him alone. The Nazi Party and his whole chaotic form of governance were never designed to produce stability and continuity. And Hitler's rhetoric of the 1,000-year Reich revealed a significant psychological contradiction, coming as it did from a determined bachelor who took a perverse pride in being a genetic dead end while harboring an unhealthy fascination with suicide. On the 30th of January 1939, the 6th anniversary of his taking power, Hitler made an important speech to the parliamentary deputies of the Reichstag. In it he included his fatal prophecy, one to which he and his followers in the final solution would compulsively hark back. He claimed that the Jews had laughed at his predictions that he would lead Germany and also bring the Jewish problem to its solution. He then declaimed, "I want today to be a prophet again. If international Jewry inside and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into a world war, the result will be not the Bolshevization of the earth, and therefore the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe." This breathtaking confusion of cause and effect lay at the heart of Hitler's obsessive network of lies and self-deception. Although Hitler had prepared for war and had wanted war with Czechoslovakia, he still could not understand why the British attitude should now switch so suddenly from appeasement to resistance. He still intended to attack France and Britain later, but that was to be at a time of his own choosing. The Nazi plan, following the bitter lesson of the First World War, was designed to compartmentalize conflicts to avoid fighting on more than one front at the same moment. Hitler's surprise at the British reaction revealed this autodidact's very imperfect grasp of world history. The pattern of Britain's involvement in almost every European crisis since the 18th century should have explained the Chamberlain government's new policy. The change had nothing to do with ideology or idealism. Britain was not setting out to make a stand against fascism or anti-Semitism, even if the moral aspect later became useful for national propaganda. Its motives lay in a traditional strategy. Germany's hostile occupation of Czechoslovakia clearly revealed Hitler's determination to dominate Europe. That was a threat to the status quo which even a weakened and unbellicose Britain could never countenance. Hitler also underestimated Chamberlain's anger at having been so comprehensively deceived at Munich. Duff Cooper, who had resigned as First Lord of the Admiralty over the betrayal of the Czechs, wrote that Chamberlain had never met anyone in Birmingham who in the least resembled Adolf Hitler. Nobody in Birmingham had ever broken his promise to the mayor. Hitler's intentions were now chillingly clear, and the shock of his pact with Stalin in August 1939 confirmed that Poland would be his next victim. "State boundaries," he had written in Mein Kampf, "are made by man and are changed by man." In retrospect, the cycle of resentment since the Treaty of Versailles may appear to have made the outbreak of another world war inevitable, but nothing in history is predestined. The aftermath of the First World War had certainly created unstable frontiers and tensions across much of Europe, but there can be no doubt that Adolf Hitler was the chief architect of this new and far more terrible conflagration, which spread across the world to consume millions, including eventually himself. And yet, in an intriguing paradox, the first clash of the Second World War, the one in which Yang Kyung-jong was first captured, began in the Far East. Chapter 1. The Outbreak of War, June to August 1939. On the 1st of June 1939, Georgy Zhukov, a short and sturdy cavalry commander, received an urgent summons to Moscow. Stalin's purge of the Red Army, begun in 1937, still continued, so Zhukov, who had been accused once already, presumed that he had been denounced as an enemy of the people. The next stage would see him fed into Lavrenti Beria's meat grinder, as the NKVD's interrogation system was known. In the paranoia of the Great Terror, senior officers had been among the first to be shot as Trotskyite fascist spies. Around 30,000 were arrested. Many of the most senior had been executed, and the majority tortured into making ludicrous confessions. Zhukov, who had been close to a number of the victims, had kept a bag packed ready for prison since the purge began 2 years before. Having long expected this moment, he wrote a farewell letter to his wife. "For you I have this request," it began. "Do not give in to snivelling, keep steady, and try with dignity to endure the unpleasant separation honestly." But when Zhukov reached Moscow by train the next day, he was not arrested or taken to the Lubyanka prison. He was told to report to the Kremlin to see Stalin's old crony from the 1st Cavalry Army in the Civil War, Marshal Kliment Voroshilov, now the People's Commissar of Defense. During the purge, this mediocre, faceless, intellectually dim soldier had strengthened his position by zealously eliminating talented commanders. Nikita Khrushchev, with earthy directness, later called him the biggest bag of shit in the army. Zhukov heard that he was to fly out to the Soviet satellite state of Outer Mongolia. There he was to take command of the 57th Special Corps, including both Red Army and Mongolian forces, to inflict a decisive reverse on the Imperial Japanese Army. Stalin was angry that the local commander seemed to have achieved little. With the threat of war from Hitler in the West, he wanted to put an end to Japanese provocations from the puppet state of Manchukuo. Rivalry between Russia and Japan dated from Tsarist times, and Russia's humiliating defeat in 1905 had certainly not been forgotten by the Soviet regime. Under Stalin, its forces in the Far East had been greatly strengthened. The Japanese military were obsessed by the threat of Bolshevism, and ever since the signature in November 1936 of the Anti-Comintern Pact between Germany and Japan, tensions on the Mongolian frontier had increased between Red Army frontier units and the Japanese Kwantung Army. The temperature had been raised considerably by a succession of border clashes in 1937, and the major one in 1938, the Changku-Fang incident at Lake Khasan, 110 kilometers southwest of Vladivostok. The Japanese were also angry that the Soviet Union was supporting their Chinese enemy, not just economically, but also with T-26 tanks, a large staff of military advisors, and volunteer air squadrons. The leaders of the Kwantung Army became increasingly frustrated with the Emperor Hirohito's reluctance in August 1938 to allow them to respond to the Soviets in massive force. Their arrogance was based on the mistaken assumption that the Soviet Union would not strike back. They demanded carte blanche to act as they saw fit in any future border incidents. Their motives were self-interested. A low-level conflict with the Soviet Union would force Tokyo to increase the Kwantung Army, not reduce it. They feared that some of their formations might otherwise be diverted south to the war against the Chinese nationalist armies of Chiang Kai-shek. There was some support for the aggressive views of the Kwantung leadership within the Imperial General Staff in Tokyo, but the Navy and the civilian politicians were deeply concerned. Pressure from Nazi Germany on Japan to regard the Soviet Union as the main enemy made them most uneasy. They did not want to become involved in a northern war along the Mongolian and Siberian borders. This split brought down the government of Prince Konoe Fumimaru. But the argument in senior government and military circles did not abate as the approach of war in Europe became self-evident. The army and extreme right-wing groups publicized and often exaggerated the growing number of clashes on the northern frontiers. And the Kwantung Army, without informing Tokyo, issued an order allowing the commander on the spot to act as he thought fit to punish the perpetrators. This was passed off under the so-called prerogative of field initiative, which allowed armies to move troops for reasons of security within their own theater without consulting the Imperial General Staff. The Nomonhan incident, which the Soviet Union later referred to as the Battle of Khalkhin Gol after the river, began on the 12th of May 1939. A Mongolian cavalry regiment crossed the Khalkhin Gol to graze their shaggy little mounts on the wide, undulating steppe. They then advanced some 20 kilometers from the river, which the Japanese regarded as the border, to the large village of Nomonhan, which the Mongolian People's Republic claimed lay on the frontier line. Manchurian forces from the Kwantung Army pushed them back to the Khalkhin Gol. Then the Mongolians counterattacked. Skirmishing back and forth continued for about 2 weeks. The Red Army brought up reinforcements. On the 28th of May, the Soviet and Mongolian forces destroyed a Japanese force of 200 men and some antiquated armored cars. In mid-June, Red Army aviation bombers raided a number of targets, while their ground forces pushed forward into Nomonhan. Escalation rapidly followed. Red Army units in the area were reinforced by troops from the Transbaikal military district, as Zhukov had demanded after his arrival on the 5th of June. The main problem facing the Soviet forces was that they were operating over 650 kilometers from the nearest railhead, which meant a huge logistic effort with trucks over dirt roads that were so bad that the round trip took 5 days. This formidable difficulty at least lulled the Japanese into underestimating the fighting power of the forces Zhukov was assembling. They sent forward to Nomonhan the 23rd Division of Lieutenant General Komotsubaro Michitaro and part of the 7th Division. The Kwantung Army demanded a greatly increased air presence to support its troops. This caused concern in Tokyo. The Imperial General Staff sent an order forbidding retaliatory strikes and announced that one of their officers was coming over to report back on the situation. This news prompted the Kwantung commanders to complete the operation before they were restrained. On the morning of the 27th of June, they sent their air squadrons in a strike against Soviet bases in Outer Mongolia. The General Staff in Tokyo were furious and dispatched a series of orders forbidding any further air activity. On the night of the 1st of July, the Japanese stormed across the Khalkhin Gol and seized a strategic hill threatening the Soviet flank. In 3 days of heavy fighting, however, Zhukov eventually forced them back across the river in a counterattack with his tanks. He then occupied part of the east bank and began his great deception, what the Red Army termed maskirovka. While Zhukov was secretly preparing a major offensive, his troops gave the impression of creating a static defensive line. Badly encoded messages were sent demanding more and more materials for bunkers. Loudspeakers broadcast the noise of pile drivers. Pamphlets entitled "What the Soviet Soldier Must Know in Defense" were distributed in prodigal quantities so that some fell into enemy hands. Zhukov, meanwhile, was bringing in tank reinforcements under cover of darkness and concealing them. His truck drivers became exhausted from ferrying up sufficient reserves of ammunition for the offensive over the terrible roads from the railhead. On the 23rd of July, the Japanese attacked again head-on, but they failed to break the Soviet line. Their own supply problems meant that they again had to wait some time before they were ready to launch a third assault. But they were unaware that Zhukov's force had by now increased to 58,000 men, with nearly 500 tanks and 250 aircraft. At 05:45 hours on Sunday the 20th of August, Zhukov launched his surprise attack, first with a 3-hour artillery bombardment, then with tanks and aircraft, as well as infantry and cavalry. The heat was terrible. With temperatures over 40 degrees centigrade, machine guns and cannon are said to have jammed, and the dust and smoke from explosions obscured the battlefield. While the Soviet infantry, which included 3 rifle divisions and a paratroop brigade, held hard in the center, tying down the bulk of the Japanese forces, Zhukov sent his 3 armored brigades and a Mongolian cavalry division from behind in encircling movements. His tanks, which forded a tributary of the Khalkhin Gol at speed, included T-26s, which had been used in the Spanish Civil War to support the Republicans, and much faster prototypes of what later became the T-34, the most effective medium tank of the Second World War. The obsolete Japanese tanks did not stand a chance. Their guns lacked armor-piercing shells. Japanese infantry, despite having no effective anti-tank guns, fought desperately. Lieutenant Sadakaji was seen to charge a tank wielding his samurai sword until he was cut down. Japanese soldiers fought on from their earth bunkers, inflicting heavy casualties on their attackers, who in some cases brought up flame-throwing tanks to deal with them. Zhukov was undismayed by his own losses. When the commander-in-chief of the Trans-Baikal Front, who had come to observe the battle, suggested that he should halt the offensive for the moment, Zhukov gave his superior short shrift. If he stopped the attack and started it again, he argued, Soviet losses would be 10 times greater because of our indecisiveness. Despite the Japanese determination never to surrender, the Kwantung Army's antiquated tactics and armament produced a humiliating defeat. Komotsubara's forces were surrounded and almost completely destroyed in a protracted massacre, inflicting 61,000 casualties. The Red Army lost 7,974 killed and 15,251 wounded. By the morning of the 31st of August, the battle was over. During its course, the Nazi-Soviet pact had been signed in Moscow, and as it ended, German troops massed on the Polish frontiers, ready to begin the war in Europe. Isolated clashes continued until the middle of September, but Stalin decided, in the light of the world situation, that it would be prudent to agree to Japanese requests for a ceasefire. Zhukov, who had come to Moscow fearing arrest, now returned there to receive from Stalin's hands the Gold Star of Hero of the Soviet Union. His first victory, a bright moment in a terrible period for the Red Army, had far-reaching results. The Japanese had been shaken to the core by this unexpected defeat, while their Chinese enemies, both nationalist and communist, were encouraged. In Tokyo, the Strike North faction, which wanted war against the Soviet Union, received a major setback. The Strike South party, led by the Navy, was henceforth in the ascendant. In April 1941, to Berlin's dismay, a Soviet-Japanese non-aggression pact would be signed, just a few weeks before Operation Barbarossa, Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union. The Battle of Khalkhin Gol thus represented a major influence on the subsequent Japanese decision to move against the colonies of France, the Netherlands, and Britain in Southeast Asia, and even take on the United States Navy in the Pacific. The consequent refusal by Tokyo to attack the Soviet Union in the winter of 1941 would thus play a critical role in the geopolitical turning point of the war, both in the Far East and in Hitler's life-and-death struggle with the Soviet Union. Hitler's strategy in the pre-war period had not been consistent. At times he had hoped to make an alliance with Britain in advance of his eventual intention to attack the Soviet Union, but then planned to knock it out of a continental role by a preemptive strike against France. To protect his eastern flank, in case he did strike west first, Hitler had pushed his foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, into making overtures to Poland, offering an alliance. The Poles, well aware of the dangers of provoking Stalin, and rightly suspecting that Hitler wanted their country as a satellite, proved exceedingly cautious. Yet the Polish government had made a serious mistake out of sheer opportunism. When Germany moved into the Sudetenland in 1938, Polish forces occupied the Czechoslovak province of Teschen, which Warsaw had claimed since 1920 to be ethnically Polish, and also pushed forward the frontier in the Carpathian Mountains. This move antagonized the Soviets and dismayed the British and French governments. Polish overconfidence played into Hitler's hands. The Poles' idea of creating a Central European bloc against German expansion, a Third Europe, as they called it, proved to be a delusion. On the 8th of March 1939, shortly before his troops occupied Prague and the rest of Czechoslovakia, Hitler told his generals that he intended to crush Poland. He argued that Germany would then be able to profit from Polish resources and dominate Central Europe to the south. He had decided to secure Poland's quiescence by conquest, not by diplomacy, before attacking westwards. He also told them that he intended to destroy the Jewish democracy of the United States. On the 23rd of March, Hitler seized the district of Memel from Lithuania to add to East Prussia. His program for war was accelerated because he feared that British and French rearmament would soon catch up. Yet he still did not take seriously Chamberlain's guarantee to Poland, announced in the House of Commons on the 31st of March. On the 3rd of April, he ordered his generals to prepare plans for Operation White, an invasion of Poland, which was to be ready by the end of August. Chamberlain, reluctant to deal with Stalin out of a visceral anti-communism and overestimating the strength of the Poles, was slow to create a defensive bloc against Hitler across Central Europe and the Balkans. In fact, the British guarantee to Poland implicitly excluded the Soviet Union. Chamberlain's government began to react to this glaring omission only when reports came of German-Soviet trade talks. Stalin, who loathed the Poles, was deeply alarmed by the failure of the British and French governments to stand up to Hitler. Their omission the previous year to include him in the discussions over the fate of Czechoslovakia had only increased his resentment. He also suspected that the British and French wanted to maneuver him into a conflict with Germany to avoid fighting themselves. He naturally preferred to see the capitalist states engage in their own war of attrition. On the 18th of April, Stalin put the British and French governments to the test by offering an alliance with a pact promising assistance to any Central European country threatened by an aggressor. The British were uncertain how to react. The first instinct of both Lord Halifax, the Foreign Secretary, and Sir Alexander Cadogan, his permanent Under-Secretary, was to consider the Soviet démarche to be mischievous in intent. Chamberlain feared that to agree to such a move would simply provoke Hitler. In fact, it spurred the Führer to seek his own accord with the Soviet dictator. In any case, the Poles and the Romanians were suspicious. They rightly feared that the Soviet Union would demand access for Red Army troops across their territory. The French, on the other hand, having seen Russia as their natural ally against Germany since before the First World War, were much keener on the idea of a Soviet alliance. They felt that they could not move without Britain, and so applied pressure on London to agree to joint military talks with the Soviet regime. Stalin was unimpressed by the hesitant British reaction, but he also had his own secret agenda of pushing the Soviet frontiers further west. He already had his eye on Romanian Bessarabia, Finland, the Baltic states, and eastern Poland, especially the parts of Belorussia and Ukraine ceded to Poland after its victory in 1920. The British, finally accepting the necessity of a pact with the Soviet Union, only began to negotiate towards the end of May. But Stalin suspected, with a good deal of justification, that the British government was playing for time. He was even less impressed by the Franco-British military delegation, which departed on the 5th of August aboard a slow steamer to Leningrad. General Aimé Dumont and Admiral Sir Reginald Plunkett Ernle Earl Drax lacked any power of decision. They could only report back to Paris and London. Their mission was in any case doomed to failure for other reasons. Dumont and Drax faced an insuperable problem with Stalin's insistence on the right of transit for Red Army troops across Polish and Romanian territory. It was a demand which neither country would countenance. Both were viscerally suspicious of communists in general, and of Stalin above all. Time was slipping away as the fruitless talks continued into the second half of August, yet even the French, who were desperate for a deal, could not persuade the government in Warsaw to concede on this point. The Polish commander-in-chief, Marshal Edward Śmigłowicz, said that With the Germans we risk the loss of our liberty, but with the Russians we lose our soul. Hitler, provoked by the British and French attempts to include Romania in a defensive pact against further German aggression, decided that it was time to consider the ideologically unthinkable step of a Nazi-Soviet pact. On the 2nd of August, Ribbentrop first broached the idea of a new relationship with the Soviet chargé d'affaires in Berlin. "There is no problem from the Baltic to the Black Sea," Ribbentrop said to him, "that could not be solved between the two of us." Ribbentrop did not hide Germany's aggressive intentions towards Poland and hinted at a division of the spoils. 2 days later, the German ambassador in Moscow indicated that Germany would consider the Baltic states as part of the Soviet sphere of influence. On the 14th of August, Ribbentrop suggested that he should visit Moscow for talks. Vyacheslav Molotov, the new Soviet foreign minister, expressed concern at German support for the Japanese, whose forces were still locked in combat with the Red Army either side of the Khalkhin Gol, but he nevertheless indicated a Soviet willingness to continue discussions, especially about the Baltic states. For Stalin, the benefits became increasingly obvious. In fact, he had been considering an accommodation with Hitler ever since the Munich Agreement. Preparations were taken a step further in the spring of 1939. On the 3rd of May, NKVD troops surrounded the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs. "Purge the Ministry of Jews," Stalin had ordered. "Clean out the synagogue." The veteran Soviet diplomat, Maxim Litvinov, was replaced as foreign minister by Molotov, and a number of other Jews were arrested. An agreement with Hitler would allow Stalin to seize the Baltic states and Bessarabia, to say nothing of eastern Poland, in the event of a German invasion from the west. And knowing that Hitler's next step would be against France and Britain, he hoped to see German power weakened in what he expected would be a bloody war with the capitalist West. This would give him time to build up the Red Army, weakened and demoralized by his purge. For Hitler, an agreement with Stalin would enable him to launch his war, first against Poland and then against France and Britain, even without allies of his own. The so-called Pact of Steel with Italy, signed on the 22nd of May, amounted to very little, since Mussolini did not believe his country would be ready for war until 1943. Hitler, however, still gambled on his hunch that Britain and France would shrink from war when he invaded Poland, despite their guarantees. Nazi Germany's propaganda war against Poland intensified. The Poles were to be blamed for the invasion being prepared against them, and Hitler took every precaution to avoid negotiations because he did not want to be deprived of a war this time by last-minute concessions. To carry the German people with him, he exploited their deep resentment against Poland because it had received West Prussia and part of Silesia in the hated Versailles settlement. The Free City of Danzig and the Polish Corridor, which, created to give Poland access to the Baltic, separated East Prussia from the rest of the Reich, were brandished as two of the Versailles Treaty's greatest injustices. Yet on the 23rd of May, the Führer had declared that the coming war was not about the Free City of Danzig, but about a war for Lebensraum in the East. Reports of the oppression against the 1 million ethnic Germans in Poland were grossly manipulated. Not surprisingly, Hitler's threats to Poland had provoked discriminatory measures against them, and some 70,000 fled to the Reich in late August. Polish claims that ethnic Germans were involved in acts of subversion before the conflict began were almost certainly false. In any case, allegations in the Nazi press of persecution of ethnic Germans in Poland were portrayed in dramatic terms. On the 17th of August, when the German army was carrying out maneuvers on the River Elbe, 2 British captains from the embassy who had been invited as observers found that the younger German officers were very self-confident and sure that the German army could take on everyone. Their generals and senior foreign ministry officials, however, were nervous that the invasion of Poland would bring about a European war. Hitler remained convinced that the British would not fight. In any case, he reasoned, his forthcoming pact with the Soviet Union would reassure those generals who feared a war on 2 fronts. But on the 19th of August, just in case the British and French declared war, Großadmiral Erich Raeder ordered the pocket battleships Deutschland and Graf Spee, as well as 16 U-boats, to put to sea and head for the Atlantic. On the 21st of August, at 11:30 hours, the German Foreign Ministry on the Wilhelmstrasse announced that a Soviet-German non-aggression pact was being proposed. When news of Stalin's agreement to talks reached Hitler at the Berghof, his Alpine retreat at Berchtesgaden, he is supposed to have clenched his fists in victory and banged the table, declaring to his entourage, "I've got them! I've got them!" Germans in cafes were thrilled, as they thought it would mean peace, observed a member of the British Embassy staff. And the ambassador, Sir Neville Henderson, reported to London soon afterwards that the first impression in Berlin was one of immense relief. Once more the faith of the German people in the ability of Herr Hitler to obtain his objective without war was reaffirmed. The British were shaken by the news, but for the French, who had counted far more on a pact with their traditional ally Russia, it was a bombshell. Ironically, Franco in Spain and the Japanese leadership were the most appalled. They felt betrayed, having received no warning that the instigator of the anti-Comintern pact was now seeking an alliance with Moscow. The government in Tokyo collapsed under the shock, but the news also represented a grave blow to Chiang Kai-shek and the Chinese nationalists. On the 23rd of August, Ribbentrop made his historic flight to the Soviet capital. There were few sticking points in the negotiations, as the two totalitarian regimes divided Central Europe between them in a secret protocol. Stalin demanded all of Latvia, which Ribbentrop conceded, after receiving Hitler's prompt approval by telephone. Once both the public non-aggression pact and the secret protocols had been signed, Stalin proposed a toast to Hitler. He said to Ribbentrop that he knew how much the German nation loves its Führer. That same day, Sir Neville Henderson had flown down to Berchtesgaden with a letter from Chamberlain in a last-ditch attempt to avoid war. But Hitler simply blamed the British for having encouraged the Poles to adopt an anti-German stance. Henderson, although an arch-appeaser, was finally convinced that the corporal of the last war was even more anxious to prove what he could do as a conquering generalissimo in the next. That same night, Hitler issued orders for the army to prepare to invade Poland 3 days later. At 0300 hours on the 24th of August, the British Embassy in Berlin received a telegram from London with the code word Raja. Diplomats, some of them still in their pyjamas, began to burn secret papers. At midday, a warning was issued to all British subjects to leave the country. The ambassador, although short of sleep from his journey to Berchtesgaden, still played bridge that evening with members of his staff. The following day, Henderson again saw Hitler, who had come up to Berlin. The Führer offered a pact with Britain once he had occupied Poland, but he was exasperated when Henderson said that to reach any agreement he would have to desist in his aggression and evacuate Czechoslovakia as well. Once again, Hitler made his declaration that if there was to be war, it should come now, and not when he was 55 or 60. That evening, to Hitler's genuine surprise and shock, the Anglo-Polish Pact was formally signed. In Berlin, British diplomats assumed the worst. "We had moved all our personal luggage into the embassy ballroom," one of them wrote, which was now beginning to look like Victoria Station after the arrival of a boat train. German embassies and consulates in Britain, France and Poland were told to order German nationals to return to the Reich or move to a neutral country. On Saturday the 26th of August, the German government cancelled the commemoration of the 25th anniversary of the Battle of Tannenberg. But in fact, this ceremony had been used to camouflage a massive concentration of troops in East Prussia. The old battleship Schleswig-Holstein had arrived off Danzig the day before, supposedly on a goodwill visit, but without any notification to the Polish government. Its magazines were filled with shells, ready to bombard the Polish positions on the Westerplatte Peninsula near the estuary of the Vistula. In Berlin that weekend, the population revelled in the glorious weather. The beaches along the Grunewald shore of the Wannsee were packed with sunbathers and swimmers. They seemed oblivious to the threat of war, despite the announcement that rationing would be introduced. At the British Embassy, the staff began drinking up the stocks of champagne in the cellar. They had noted the greatly increased number of troops on the streets, many of them wearing the newly issued yellow jackboots, whose leather had not yet been blackened with polish. The start of the invasion had been planned for that day, but Hitler, taken off balance by Britain and France's resolution to support Poland, had postponed it the evening before. He was still hoping for signs of British vacillation. Embarrassingly, a unit of Brandenburger commandos who did not receive the cancellation order in time had advanced into Poland to seize a key bridge. Hitler, still hoping to put the blame on Poland for the invasion, pretended to agree to negotiations with Britain and France and also with Poland. But a black farce ensued. He refused to present any terms for the Polish government to discuss. He would not invite an emissary from Warsaw, and he set a time limit of midnight on the 30th of August. He also rejected an offer from Mussolini's government to mediate. On the 28th of August, he again ordered the army to be ready to invade on the morning of the 1st of September. Ribbentrop, meanwhile, made himself unavailable to both the Polish and British ambassadors. It accorded with his habitual posture of gazing in an aloof manner into the middle distance, ignoring those around him as if they were not worthy to share his thoughts. He finally agreed to see Henderson at midnight on the 30th of August, just as the uncommunicated peace terms expired. Henderson demanded to know what these terms were. Ribbentrop produced a lengthy document, Henderson reported, which he read out to me in German, or rather gabbled through to me as fast as he could, in a tone of the utmost annoyance. When he had finished, I accordingly asked him to let me see it. Herr von Ribbentrop refused categorically, threw the document with a contemptuous gesture on the table, and said that it was now out of date, since no Polish emissary had arrived in Berlin by midnight. The next day, Hitler issued Directive No. 1 for Operation White, the invasion of Poland, which had been prepared over the previous 5 months. In Paris, there was a grim resignation, with the memory of more than 1 million dead in the previous conflict. In Britain, the mass evacuation of children from London had been announced for the 1st of September, but the majority of the population still believed that the Nazi leader was bluffing. The Poles had no such illusions. Yet there were no signs of panic in Warsaw, only determination. The Nazis' final attempt to manufacture a casus belli was truly representative of their methods. This act of black propaganda had been planned and organized by Reinhard Heydrich, deputy to Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler. Heydrich had carefully selected a group of his most trusted SS men. They would fake an attack both on a German customs post and on the radio station near the border town of Gleiwitz, then put out a message in Polish. The SS would shoot some drugged prisoners from Sachsenhausen concentration camp dressed in Polish uniforms and leave their bodies as evidence. On the afternoon of the 31st of August, Heydrich telephoned the officer he had put in charge of the project to give the coded phrase to launch the operation. "Grandmother dead." It was chillingly symbolic that the first victims of the Second World War in Europe should have been concentration camp prisoners, murdered for a lie. Chapter 2. The Wholesale Destruction of Poland. September to December 1939. In the early hours of the 1st of September 1939, German forces stood ready to cross the Polish frontier. For all except veterans of the First World War, it would be their first experience of battle. Like most soldiers, they pondered in the isolation of darkness on their chances of survival and whether they would disgrace themselves. As they waited to start their engines, a panzer commander on the border of Silesia described his ghostly surroundings. The dark forest, full moon, and a light ground mist provide a fantastical scene. At 04:45 hours, the first shells fired came from the sea near Danzig. The Schleswig-Holstein a veteran of the 1916 Battle of Jutland, had moved during the pre-dawn darkness into position off the Westerplatte Peninsula. It opened fire on the Polish fortress with its 280mm main armament. A company of Kriegsmarine assault troops who had been hidden aboard the Schleswig-Holstein later stormed ashore but were bloodily repelled. In Danzig itself, Polish volunteers rushed to defend the central post office on the Heveliusplatz, but they stood little chance against the Nazi stormtroopers, SS and regular forces smuggled into the city. Almost all the Polish survivors were executed after the battle. Nazi banners appeared on public buildings, and church bells rang, while priests, teachers, and other prominent Poles in the city were rounded up, as well as Jews. Work on the nearby Stutthof concentration camp was to be speeded up to accommodate the influx of new prisoners. Later in the war, Stutthof would supply the bodies for the experiments in the Danzig Anatomical Medical Institute to process human corpses for leather and soap. Hitler's postponement of the invasion by 6 days had given the Wehrmacht the opportunity to mobilize and deploy 21 more infantry divisions and 2 extra motorized divisions. Altogether, the German army now mustered almost 3 million men, 400,000 horses, and 200,000 vehicles. 1.5 million troops had moved to the Polish frontier, many with blank cartridges on the pretext that they were on maneuvers. There was no further uncertainty about their mission once they were instructed to load ball ammunition instead. Poland's forces, in stark contrast, were not fully deployed because the British and French governments had warned Warsaw that a premature call-up might give Hitler the excuse to attack. The Poles had delayed the order for general mobilization until the 28th of August, but then cancelled it again the next day when the British and French ambassadors urged them to hold back in the last-minute hope of negotiations. It was finally issued once more on the 30th of August. These changes caused chaos. Only about a third of Poland's front-line troops were in position on the 1st of September. Their only hope was to resist until the French could launch their promised offensive in the west. General Maurice Gamelin, the commander-in-chief, had guaranteed on the 19th of May that the French army would come with the bulk of its forces no later than the 15th day after his government ordered mobilization. But time, as well as geography, was against the Poles. It would not take the Germans long to reach their heartland from East Prussia in the north, Pomerania and Silesia in the west, and German-dominated Slovakia in the south. Having no knowledge of the secret protocol to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Polish government did not attempt to defend its eastern frontier in strength. The idea of a double invasion coordinated between the Nazi and Soviet governments still seemed to represent a political paradox too far. At 0450 hours on the 1st of September, as German troops waited for the moment of attack, they heard the roar of aircraft coming from behind, and as the waves of Stukas, Messerschmitts and Heinkels passed over their heads, they cheered in the knowledge that the Luftwaffe was about to hit Polish airfields in a preemptive strike. German soldiers had been told by their officers that the Poles would fight back with underhand tactics, using civilian francs-tireurs and sabotage. Polish Jews were said to be friendly to the Bolsheviks and German haters. The Wehrmacht's plan was to invade Poland simultaneously from the north, west and east. Its advance was to be swift and ruthless, using both armoured columns and the Luftwaffe to catch the Poles before they could establish proper lines of defence. Army Group North's formations attacked from Pomerania and East Prussia. Its priorities were to link up across the Danzig corridor and advance southeastwards on Warsaw. Army Group South, commanded by General Oberst Gerd von Rundstedt, was to advance rapidly from southern Silesia towards Warsaw on a broader front. The intention was for the 2 army groups to cut off the bulk of the Polish army west of the Vistula. The 10th Army, forming the centre of the southern sickle, had the greatest number of motorized formations. To its right, the 14th Army would advance towards Kraków, while 3 mountain divisions, a panzer division, a motorized division, and 3 Slovak divisions attacked north from the German puppet state of Slovakia. In central Berlin on the morning of the invasion, SS guards lined the Wilhelmstrasse and the Pariser Platz as Hitler made his way from the Reichschancellery to the Kroll Opera House. This is where the Reichstag sat after the notorious fire which had burned out the Parliament building less than a month after the Nazis came to power in 1933. He claimed that his reasonable demands on Poland, those which he had been careful never to present to Warsaw, had been rejected. This 16-point peace plan was published that day in a cynical attempt to demonstrate that the Warsaw government was responsible for the conflict. To great cheers, he announced the return of Danzig to the Reich. Dr. Karl Jakob Burckhardt, the League of Nations High Commissioner in the Free City, was forced to leave. In London, once certain clarifications had been obtained on the facts of the invasion, Chamberlain issued the order for general mobilization. In the course of the previous 10 days, Britain had been taking initial steps to prepare for war. Chamberlain had not wanted full mobilization because that might provoke a chain reaction in Europe, as had happened in 1914. Anti-aircraft and coastal defences had been the first priority. Attitudes had changed dramatically as soon as news of the German invasion arrived. Nobody now could believe that Hitler was bluffing. The mood in the country and in the House of Commons was much more determined than before the Munich crisis of the previous year. The Cabinet and the Foreign Office nevertheless took most of the day to draft an ultimatum to Hitler, demanding that he withdraw his troops from Poland. Yet even when finished, it did not read like a full ultimatum, because it lacked a cut-off point. After the French Council of Ministers had received a report from their ambassador, Robert Colondre, in Berlin, Daladier gave the order for full mobilization the next day. The actual word for war is not uttered in the course of the meeting, one of those present noted. It was referred to only by euphemisms. Instructions for the evacuation of children from both capitals were also issued. There was a widespread expectation that hostilities would commence with massive bombing raids. A blackout was imposed from that evening in both capitals. In Paris, news of the invasion came as a shock, since hopes had risen over previous days that a European conflict could be avoided. Georges Bonnet, the foreign minister and most extreme appeaser of all, blamed the Poles for their stupid and obstinate attitude. He still wanted to bring in Mussolini as mediator for another Munich-style agreement. But the mobilisation générale continued, with trains full of reservists pulling out of the Gare de l'Est in Paris towards Metz and Strasbourg. Not surprisingly, the Polish government in Warsaw began to fear that the Allies had once again lost their nerve. Even politicians in London suspected from the imprecise note and the lack of time limit that Chamberlain might yet try to evade the commitment to Poland. But Britain and France were following the conventional diplomatic route, almost as if to emphasize their difference to the proponent of undeclared blitzkrieg. In Berlin, the night of the 1st of September remained unusually hot. Moonlight illuminated the darkened streets of the Reich capital, now under blackout in case of Polish air raids. Another form of blackout was also imposed. Goebbels introduced a law making it a serious crime to listen to a foreign radio station. Ribbentrop refused to see the British and French ambassadors together, so at 21:20 hours, Henderson delivered his note demanding an immediate withdrawal of German forces from Poland. Coulondre delivered the French version half an hour later. Hitler, perhaps encouraged by the unrobust phrasing of the notes, remained convinced that both their governments would still back off at the last moment. The next day, staff at the British Embassy bade farewell to their German servants before moving into the Adlon Hotel, just round the corner. A certain diplomatic limbo seemed to ensue in all three capitals. Suspicions of renewed appeasement resurfaced again in London, but the delay was due to a request from the French, who said they needed more time to mobilize their reservists and evacuate civilians. Both governments were convinced of the need to act together, but Georges Bonnet and his allies still struggled to put off the fateful moment. Unfortunately, the famously indecisive Daladier allowed Bonnet to continue to foster notions of an international conference with the fascist government in Rome. Bonnet rang London to urge British support, but both Lord Halifax, the Foreign Secretary, and Chamberlain insisted that no discussions could take place while German troops remained on Polish territory. Halifax also rang the Italian Foreign Minister, Count Ciano, to remove any doubt on the matter. The failure to impose a time limit on the vague ultimatum had brought on a cabinet crisis in London towards the end of that afternoon. Chamberlain and Halifax explained the need to stay alongside the French, which meant that the final decision lay with them. But the sceptics, backed up by the chiefs of staff who were present, rejected this logic. They feared that, without a firm British initiative, the French would not move. A time limit had to be imposed. Chamberlain was even more shaken by his reception in the House of Commons less than 3 hours later. His explanation for the delay in declaring war was heard in a hostile silence. Then, when Arthur Greenwood, acting as the Labour Party's leader, rose to reply, even staunch Conservatives were heard to call out, "Speak for England!" Greenwood made it quite clear that Chamberlain should answer to the House the very next morning. That night, as a thunderstorm raged outside, Chamberlain and Halifax summoned the French ambassador, Charles Corbin, to Downing Street. They rang Paris to speak to Daladier and Bonnet. The French government still did not wish to be hurried, even though Daladier had received full support for war credits in the Chambre des Députés a few hours earlier. The very word war was still superstitiously avoided in French official circles. Instead, euphemisms such as the obligation de la situation internationale had been used throughout the debate in the Palais Bourbon. Since Chamberlain was now convinced that his government would be brought down the next morning if a precise ultimatum was not presented, Daladier finally accepted that France could not delay any longer. He promised that his country's ultimatum would also be delivered the following day. Chamberlain then summoned the British cabinet. Shortly before midnight, a final ultimatum was drafted and agreed. It would be delivered at 0900 hours the next day by Sir Neville Henderson in Berlin, and would expire 2 hours later. On the morning of Sunday the 3rd of September, Sir Neville Henderson carried out his instructions to the letter. Hitler, who had been reassured constantly by Ribbentrop that the British would back down, was clearly stunned. After the text had been read out to him, there was a long silence. Finally he turned angrily to Ribbentrop and demanded, "What now?" Ribbentrop, an arrogant poseur whose own mother-in-law had described him as an extremely dangerous fool, had long assured Hitler that he knew exactly how the British would react. Now he was left without an answer. After Coulondre had delivered France's ultimatum later, Goering said to Hitler's interpreter, "If we lose this war, may heaven have mercy on us." After the thunderstorm of the night before, the morning in London was clear and sunny. There was no reply from Berlin to the ultimatum by the time Big Ben rang 11 times. Henderson in Berlin confirmed in a telephone call that he had also heard nothing. In the Chancery, a third secretary on his staff stopped the clock at 11 and pasted a note to its glass front saying that it would not be restarted until Hitler had been defeated. At 11:15 hours, Chamberlain made his broadcast to the nation from the Cabinet Room in 10 Downing Street. All over the country, people stood up when the national anthem was played at the end. A number were in tears. The Prime Minister had spoken both simply and eloquently, but many remarked on how sad and tired he sounded. Just after his brief talk had finished, air raid sirens began their howling. People trooped down into cellars and shelters, expecting waves of black aircraft overhead. But it was a false alarm, and the all clear soon sounded. A widespread and very British reaction was to put on the kettle for a cup of tea. And yet the reaction was far from universally phlegmatic, as a report by the research organization Mass Observation showed. Nearly every town of any importance was rumored to have been bombed to ruins during the early days of the war, it stated. Planes had been seen by hundreds of eyewitnesses falling in flames. Troops in 3-ton army trucks crossing the city were heard to be singing "It's a Long Way to Tipperary," which, despite its jolly tune, reminded people of the horrors of the First World War. London was putting on its war apparel. In Hyde Park, opposite Knightsbridge Barracks, steam shovels began digging truckloads of earth to be poured into the sandbags which would shield government buildings. The King's Guard at Buckingham Palace had changed from bearskins and scarlet tunics. They now wore steel helmets and battle dress with knife-edge creases. Silver barrage balloons floated over the city, completely changing the skyline. Red pillar boxes had yellow patches of detector paint sensitive to poison gas. Windows were crisscrossed with strips of sticky paper to reduce the threat of flying glass. The crowds changed, too, with many more uniforms and civilians carrying their gas masks in cardboard cartons. Railway stations were packed with evacuee children, a luggage label tied to their clothes indicating their names and addresses, clutching rag dolls and teddy bears. At night, with the blackout imposed, nothing was recognizable. Only a few drivers ventured forth, very cautiously with their car headlights semi-masked. Many simply sat at home listening to the BBC on the wireless behind blackout blinds. Australia and New Zealand also declared war on Germany in the course of the day. The British-controlled government of India did likewise, but without consulting any Indian political leaders. South Africa declared war 3 days later after a change of government, and Canada officially entered the war the following week. That night, the British liner Athenia was sunk by the German submarine U-30. Of the 112 lives lost, 28 were North Americans. Overlooked that day was Chamberlain's less than enthusiastic decision to bring his greatest critic into the government. Churchill's return to the Admiralty, over which he had presided at the start of the last war, prompted the First Sea Lord to signal all ships in the Royal Navy, "Winston is back." There was little celebration in Berlin when the news of Britain's declaration of war was announced. Most Germans were dazed and dejected by the news. They had counted on Hitler's run of brazen luck, believing that it would give him victory over Poland without a European conflict. Then, despite all of Bonnet's attempts to prevaricate, the French ultimatum, whose text still avoided the dreaded word war, expired at 1700 hours. Although the prevailing attitude in France was the resigned shrug of "il faut en finir," it must be got over with, the anti-militarist left seemed to agree with defeatists on the right that they did not want to die for Danzig. Even more alarmingly, some senior French officers began to convince themselves that the British had pushed them into the war. "It's to present us with a fait accompli," wrote General Paul de Villaume, the chief liaison officer with the government, "because the English fear we might go soft." 9 months later, he was to bring a strongly defeatist influence to bear on the next Prime Minister, Paul Reynaud. News of the double declaration of war nevertheless produced scenes of fierce joy in Warsaw. Unaware of French doubts, cheering Poles gathered in front of the two embassies. The national anthems of the three allies were played on the wireless. A wild optimism convinced many Poles that the promised French offensive would rapidly turn the course of the war in their favor. There were, however, uglier scenes in other areas. Some Poles turned on ethnic German neighbors to exact revenge for the invasion. In the fear, anger, and chaos caused by the sudden war, ethnic Germans were attacked in a number of places. On the 3rd of September at Bydgoszcz, Bromberg, random firing against Poles in the streets led to a massacre in which 223 ethnic Germans died, although the official German history puts the figure at 1,000. Estimates of the total number of ethnic Germans killed throughout Poland vary from 2,000 to 13,000, but the most likely figure is around 6,000. Goebbels later inflated the total to 58,000 in an attempt to justify the German program of ethnic cleansing against the Poles. On that first day of European war, the German Fourth Army, attacking from Pomerania, finally secured the Danzig corridor at its broadest point. East Prussia was physically rejoined with the rest of the Reich. Leading elements of the Fourth Army also seized a bridgehead across the lower Vistula. The Third Army, attacking from East Prussia, pushed southeast towards the river Narew in its move to outflank Modlin and Warsaw. The army group south, meanwhile, forced back the Łódź and Kraków armies, inflicting heavy casualties. The Luftwaffe, having eliminated the bulk of the Polish air force, now concentrated on flying in close support to the Wehrmacht ground forces and smashing cities behind the Polish lines to block communications. German soldiers soon expressed horror and contempt for the state of the poor Polish villages they passed through. Many seemed empty of Poles, but full of Jews. Soldiers described the villages as appallingly dirty and very backward. The reactions of German soldiers were even more intense when they saw Eastern Jews with beards and kaftans. Their physical appearance, their evasive eyes, and their ingratiatingly friendly manner as they respectfully took off their hats seemed to correspond much more closely to the caricatures of Nazi propaganda in the viciously anti-Semitic newspaper Der Stürmer than the integrated Jewish neighbors they had come across back in the Reich. Every person, wrote a Gefreiter, Lance Corporal, who was not already a ruthless enemy of the Jews, must become one here. Ordinary German soldiers, not just members of the SS, took to maltreating Jews with gusto by beatings, cutting off the beards of elders, humiliating and even raping young women, despite the Nuremberg laws against miscegenation, and setting fire to synagogues. Above all, soldiers remembered the warnings they had received about the dangers of sabotage and being shot in the back by franc-tireurs. If an isolated shot was heard, suspicion often fell on any Jews around, even though partisan attacks were far more likely to have come from Poles. A number of massacres appear to have been carried out after a nervous sentry opened fire and everyone else joined in, with German troops sometimes shooting at each other. Officers were appalled by the lack of fire discipline, but seemed powerless to stop what they called this Freischärler-Psychose, an obsessive fear of being shot at by armed civilians. They sometimes called it a Heckenschützenpsychose, literally an obsession with being shot at from hedgerows. But few officers did much to stop the blind revenge exacted afterwards. Grenades would be lobbed into cellars, which was where families, rather than partisans, sheltered. Soldiers regarded this as legitimate self-defense, not a war crime. The German army's long-standing obsession with franc-tireurs produced a pattern of summary executions and burned down villages. Very few units bothered to waste time with legal procedures. In their view, Poles and Jews simply did not deserve such niceties. Some formations murdered civilians more than others. Hitler's bodyguard, the SS Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, appears to have been the worst. Much of the killing, however, was carried out behind the lines by the SS Einsatzgruppen, the security police, and the Volksdeutsche Selbstschutzmilitia, ethnic German self-defense, who longed for revenge. German sources state that more than 16,000 civilians were executed during the 5-week campaign. The true figure may be much higher, as it came close to 65,000 by the end of the year. Some 10,000 Poles and Jews were massacred in gravel pits near Mniszek by ethnic German militia, and another 8,000 in a wood near Karlshof. Houses and occasionally entire villages would also be torched as collective reprisals. Altogether, over 500 villages and towns were burned to the ground. In some places, the line of German advance was marked at night by the red glow on the horizon from blazing villages and farms. Soon Jews as well as Poles hid themselves when German troops arrived. This made the soldiers even more nervous, since they became convinced not only that they were being watched from cellar windows and skylights, but that unseen weapons were pointed at them. At times it seems almost as if many soldiers longed to destroy what they saw as these insalubrious and hostile villages, so that the infection they represented in their minds could not spread to neighboring Germany. This did not, however, stop them from looting at every opportunity: money, clothes, jewelry, food, and bedding. In yet another confusion of cause and effect, the hatred they encountered during their invasion somehow seemed to justify the invasion itself. The Polish army, although fighting often with desperate bravery, was severely handicapped not just by its obsolete weaponry, but above all by its lack of radios. The withdrawal of one formation could not be communicated to those on its flanks, with disastrous results. Marshal Śmigłowicz, the commander-in-chief, was already convinced that the war was lost. Even if the French were to launch their promised offensive, it would come too late. On the 4th of September, an increasingly confident Hitler told Goebbels that he did not fear an attack from the west. He foresaw a Kartoffelkrieg there, a stationary potato war. The ancient university city of Krakow was taken on the 6th of September by the 14th Army, and the advance of Rundstedt's Army Group South continued apace as the Polish defenders stumbled in retreat. But 3 days later the Army High Command, the OKH, or Oberkommando des Heeres, became concerned that the Polish armies might be evading the planned encirclement west of the Vistula. 2 corps from Army Group North were therefore ordered to push further east, if necessary to the line of the River Bug and beyond, to trap them on a second line. Near Danzig, the heroic Polish defenders of the Westerplatte positions, having run out of ammunition, were finally battered into submission on the 7th of September by Stukas and the heavy guns of the Schleswig-Holstein. The old battleship then turned north to help in the attack on the port of Gdynia, which held out until the 19th of September. In central Poland, resistance had hardened as the Germans came closer to the capital. A column from the 4th Panzer Division reached the edges of the city on the 10th of September, but was forced to make a rapid retreat. The Poles' determination to fight for Warsaw was shown by the concentration of their artillery on the east bank of the Vistula, ready to fire into their own city. On the 11th of September, the Soviet Union withdrew its ambassador and diplomatic personnel from Warsaw, but the Poles still had little idea of the stab in the back being prepared from the east. Elsewhere, German encirclements of Polish troops, using their mechanized forces, had already started to produce large numbers of prisoners. On the 16th of September, the Germans began a massive encirclement battle 80 kilometers east of Warsaw, having trapped 2 Polish armies in the fork of the rivers Bzura and Vistula. Polish resistance was finally broken by massive Luftwaffe strikes on troop concentrations. Altogether, around 120,000 prisoners were taken. The brave Polish Air Force, with just 159 old-fashioned fighters, the P-11, which looked rather like a Lysander, did not stand a chance against the sleek Messerschmitts. Any remaining Polish illusions of being saved by an Allied offensive in the west were soon dashed. General Gamelin, with the support of the French Prime Minister Daladier, refused to consider any move until the British Expeditionary Force had deployed and all his reservists were mobilized. He also argued that France needed to purchase military equipment from the United States. In any case, French army doctrine was fundamentally defensive. Gamelin, despite his promise to Poland, shied away from the idea of a major offensive, believing that the Rhine Valley and the Germans' Westphal line of defense could not be breached. The British were scarcely more aggressive. They called the Westphal the Siegfried Line, the one on which, according to their cheerful phony war song, they wanted to hang out their washing. The British felt that time was on their side, with the curious logic that a blockade of Germany was their best strategy, despite the obvious flaw that the Soviet Union could help Hitler procure whatever his war industries needed. Many British people felt ashamed at the lack of aggression shown to help the Poles. The RAF began flying over Germany, dropping propaganda leaflets, which led to jokes about Mein Kampf and the Confetti War. A bombing raid on the German naval base at Wilhelmshaven on the 4th of September had proved humiliatingly ineffective. Advance parties of the British Expeditionary Force landed in France the same day, and over the next 5 weeks a total of 158,000 men crossed the Channel. But there were no clashes with German forces until December. The French did little more than advance a few kilometers onto German territory near Saarbrücken. At first the Germans feared a major attack. Hitler was particularly concerned with the bulk of his army in Poland, but the very limited nature of the offensive showed that this was no more than a token gesture. The Armed Forces High Command, the OKW, or Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, soon relaxed again. No troops had to be transferred. The French and British had failed in their obligations shamefully, especially since the Poles in July had already handed over to Britain and France their reconstructions of the German Enigma enciphering machine. On the 17th of September, Poland's martyrdom was sealed when Soviet forces crossed its long eastern frontier in line with the secret protocol signed in Moscow less than a month before. The Germans were surprised that they had not moved before, but Stalin had calculated that if he attacked too soon, the Western Allies might feel obliged to declare war on the Soviet Union as well. The Soviets claimed, with perhaps predictable cynicism, that Polish provocations had forced them to intervene to protect ethnic Belarusians and Ukrainians. In addition, the Kremlin argued that the Soviet Union was no longer bound by its non-aggression treaty with Poland because the Warsaw government had ceased to exist. The Polish government had indeed left Warsaw that very morning, but purely to escape before it was trapped by Soviet forces. Its ministers had to race for the Romanian frontier before their route was cut by Red Army units advancing from Kamenets-Podolsk in southwestern Ukraine. The traffic jams of military vehicles and civilian motorcars backed up from the border posts were immense, but eventually the defeated Poles were allowed through that night. Almost all had taken a handful of earth or a stone from the Polish side before they left. Many were in tears. Several committed suicide. The ordinary Romanian people were kind to the exiles, but the government was under pressure from Germany to hand the Poles back. Bribery saved the majority from arrest and internment, unless the officer in charge was a supporter of the fascist Iron Guard. Some Poles escaped in small groups. Larger parties, organized by the Polish authorities in Bucharest, shipped out of Constanza and other Black Sea ports to make their way to France. Others escaped through Hungary, Yugoslavia, and Greece, while a smaller number, who faced greater problems, made their way north into the Baltic states and then across to Sweden. On Hitler's instruction, the OKW rapidly issued orders to German formations beyond the Bug to prepare to pull back. Close cooperation between Berlin and Moscow ensured that German withdrawals from the areas allocated to the Soviet Union under the secret protocol were coordinated with the advancing Red Army formations. The first contact between the unlikely allies took place north of Brest-Litovsk, Brześć, and on the 22nd of September the great fortress of Brest-Litovsk was handed over to the Red Army during a ceremonial parade. Unfortunately for the Soviet officers involved, this contact with German officers later made them prime targets for arrest by Beria's NKVD. Polish resistance continued as surrounded formations still tried to break out, and isolated soldiers formed irregular groups to fight on in the less accessible areas of forest, marsh, and mountain. Roads to the east were choked with refugees, using farm carts, dilapidated vehicles, and even bicycles in their attempt to escape the fighting. "The enemy always came from the air," wrote a young Polish soldier, "and even when they flew very low, they were still beyond the range of our old Mausers." The spectacle of the war rapidly became monotonous. Day after day we saw the same scenes, civilians running to save themselves from air raids, convoys dispersing, trucks or carts on fire. The smell along the road was unchanging too. It was the smell of dead horses that no one had bothered to bury, and that stank to high heaven. We moved only at night, and we learned to sleep while marching. Smoking was forbidden out of fear that the glow of a cigarette could bring down on us the all-powerful Luftwaffe. Warsaw, meanwhile, remained the chief bastion of Polish defiance. Hitler was impatient for the subjugation of the Polish capital, so the Luftwaffe began intensive bombing raids. It faced little opposition in the air, and the city lacked effective anti-aircraft defences. On the 20th of September, the Luftwaffe attacked Warsaw and Modlin with 620 aircraft. And the next day, Göring ordered both the 1st Luftflotte and the 4th Luftflotte to mount massive attacks. The bombing continued at maximum strength. The Luftwaffe even brought in Junkers 52 transport planes to drop incendiaries, until Warsaw surrendered on the 1st of October. The stench from corpses buried by rubble and the bloated bodies of horses in the streets became overwhelming. Some 25,000 civilians and 6,000 soldiers had been killed in these raids. On the 28th of September, while Warsaw was under attack, Ribbentrop flew to Moscow again and signed an additional boundary and friendship treaty with Stalin, making various alterations to the demarcation line. This allowed the Soviet Union almost all of Lithuania in return for a slight increase in German-occupied Polish territory. Ethnic Germans in Soviet-occupied territories would be transferred to Nazi areas. Stalin's regime also handed over many German communists and other political opponents. Both governments then issued a call for an end to the European war now that the Polish question had been resolved. There can be little doubt about who gained most from the two agreements which formed the Nazi-Soviet pact. Germany, threatened with a naval blockade by Britain, was now able to obtain all it needed to prosecute the war. Apart from everything supplied by the Soviet Union, including grain, oil, and manganese, Stalin's government also acted as a conduit for other materials, especially rubber, which Germany could not purchase abroad. At the same time as the talks in Moscow, the Soviets began to apply pressure to the Baltic states. On the 28th of September, a treaty of mutual assistance was imposed on Estonia. Then, over the next 2 weeks, Latvia and Lithuania were forced to sign similar treaties. Despite Stalin's personal assurance that their sovereignty would be respected, all three states were incorporated into the Soviet Union early the following summer, and the NKVD proceeded to deport some 25,000 undesirables. While the Nazis accepted Stalin's takeover of the Baltic states and even his seizure of Bessarabia from Romania, they found his ambitions to control the Black Sea coast and the mouth of the Danube close to the Ploiești oil fields not merely provocative, but threatening. Isolated Polish resistance continued well into October, but the scale of the defeat was savage. The Polish armed forces fighting the Germans are estimated to have lost 70,000 killed, 133,000 wounded, and 700,000 captured. Total German casualties ran to 44,400, of whom 11,000 were fatal. The small Polish air force had been annihilated, but the Luftwaffe's losses of 560 aircraft during the campaign, mainly from crashes and ground fire, were surprisingly heavy. The available casualty estimates from the Soviet invasion are chilling. The Red Army is said to have lost 996 men killed and 2,002 wounded, while the Poles are said to have suffered 50,000 fatal casualties, without any figure for wounded. Such a disparity can perhaps only be explained by executions, and may well include the massacres perpetrated the following spring, including that of the Katyn forest. Hitler did not declare the death of the Polish state immediately. He hoped that October to encourage the British and the French to come to an agreement. The lack of an Allied offensive in the West to help the Poles made him think that the British, and especially the French, did not really want to continue the war. On the 5th of October, after taking the salute at a victory parade in Warsaw, with General-Major Erwin Rommel beside him, he spoke to foreign journalists. "Gentlemen," he said, "you have seen the ruins of Warsaw. Let that be a warning to those statesmen in London and Paris who still think of continuing the war." The next day, he announced a peace offer in the Reichstag. But when this was rejected by both Allied governments, and once it became clear that the Soviet Union was determined to eradicate any Polish identity in its zone, Hitler finally resolved to destroy Poland completely. Poland under German occupation was divided between its Generalgouvernement in the center and southwest, and those areas which were to be incorporated into the Reich: Danzig, West Prussia and East Prussia in the north, and Vaterland in the west and Upper Silesia in the south. A massive program of ethnic cleansing began to empty the latter Germanized areas. They were to be colonized by Volksdeutsche from the Baltic states, Romania, and elsewhere in the Balkans. Polish cities were renamed. Łódź was called Litzmannstadt, after a German general killed near there in the First World War. Poznan returned to its Prussian name of Posen and became the capital of the Warthegau. The Catholic Church in Poland, a symbol of the country's patriotism, was relentlessly persecuted through the arrest and deportation of priests. In an attempt to eliminate Polish culture and destroy a future leadership, schools and universities were closed. Only the most basic education would be permitted, sufficient only for a helot class. The professors and staff of Krakow University were deported in November to Sachsenhausen concentration camp. Polish political prisoners were sent to a former cavalry barracks at Oswiecim, which was renamed Auschwitz. Nazi Party officials began selecting large numbers of Poles for labor in Germany, as well as young women to work as domestic servants. Hitler told the army commander-in-chief, General Walter von Brauchitsch, they wanted cheap slaves and to clear the rabble out of the newly acquired German territory. Blonde children who corresponded to Aryan ideals were seized and sent back to Germany for adoption. Albert Förster, the Gauleiter of Danzig, West Prussia, however, outraged Nazi purists when he permitted a massive reclassification of Poles as ethnic Germans. For the Poles concerned, however humiliating and distasteful, this redesignation of their origins offered the only way to avoid deportation and the loss of their homes. The men, however, soon found themselves conscripted into the Wehrmacht. Hitler issued an amnesty order on the 4th of October to troops who had killed prisoners and civilians. They were presumed to have acted from bitterness over atrocities committed by Poles. Many officers were uneasy at what they saw as a loosening of military discipline. We have seen and witnessed wretched scenes in which German soldiers burn and plunder, murder and loot without thinking about it, an artillery battalion commander wrote. Grown men who, without being conscious of what they were doing, and without any scruples, contravene laws and instructions and the honor of the German soldier. Generalleutnant Johannes Blaskowitz, the commander-in-chief of the Eighth Army, protested vehemently at the killing of civilians by the SS and their auxiliaries, the Sicherheitspolizei, security police, and the Volksdeutscher Selbstschutz. Hitler, on hearing of his memorandum, said in a fury that "You can't run a war on Salvation Army lines." Any other objections from the army were also dealt with in scathing terms. Yet many German officers still believed that Poland did not deserve to exist. Hardly any had objected to the invasion on moral grounds. As former members of the Freikorps in the violent chaos which followed the First World War, some of the older officers had been involved in bitter fighting against the Poles in frontier battles, especially in Silesia. In a number of ways, the Polish campaign and its aftermath became a trial run for Hitler's subsequent Rassenkrieg, or race war, against the Soviet Union. Some 45,000 Polish and Jewish civilians were shot, mainly by ordinary German soldiers. The SS Einsatzgruppen machine-gunned the inmates of mental asylums. An Einsatzgruppe had been allocated to the rear area of each army under the code name Operation Tannenberg to capture and even kill aristocrats, judges, prominent journalists, professors, and any other person who might provide some form of leadership for a Polish resistance movement in the future. On the 19th of September, SS Obergruppenführer Heydrich told General der Artillerie Franz Halder, the Army Chief of Staff, quite openly that there would be a clear-out: Jews, intelligentsia, priesthood, aristocracy. At first, the terror was chaotic, especially that carried out by the ethnic German militia, but towards the end of the year it became more coherent and directed. Although Hitler never wavered in his hatred of the Jews, the industrial genocide which began in 1942 had not always been part of his plan. He exulted in his obsessive anti-Semitism and established the Nazi mindset that Europe had to be cleansed of all Jewish influence. But his plans before the war had not included a murderous annihilation. They had concentrated on creating an unbearable oppression which would force Jews to emigrate. Nazi policy on the Jewish question had fluctuated. In fact, the very term policy is misleading when one considers the institutional disorder of the Third Reich. Hitler's dismissive attitude towards administration permitted an extraordinary proliferation of competing departments and ministries. Their rivalries, especially those between the Gauleiters and other Nazi party officials, the SS and the army, produced an astonishingly wasteful lack of cohesion which was totally at variance with the regime's image of ruthless efficiency. Seizing on a random comment from the Führer, or trying to second-guess his wishes, competitors for his favor would initiate programs without consulting other interested organizations. On the 21st of September 1939, Heydrich issued an order laying down preliminary measures for dealing with Poland's Jewish population, which, at about 3.5 million before the invasion, had represented 10% of the population, the highest proportion in Europe. The Soviet zone held about 1.5 million, a figure which was increased by the 350,000 Jews who had fled eastwards in front of the German armies. Heydrich ordered that those who still remained on German territory were to be concentrated in larger cities with good rail links. A massive movement of population was envisaged. On the 30th of October, Himmler gave instructions that all Jews in the Warthegau were to be forcibly transported to the Generalgouvernement. Their houses would then be given to Volksdeutsche settlers who had never lived within the borders of the Reich and whose spoken German was often said to be incomprehensible. Hans Frank, the overbearing and corrupt Nazi bully who ran the Generalgouvernement for his own profit from the royal castle in Krakow, was angry when told to prepare for the reception of several 100,000 Jews as well as displaced Poles. No plan had been made to house or feed the victims of this forced migration, and nobody had thought what to do with them. In theory, those Jews fit enough would be used for forced labor. The rest would be confined in temporary ghettos in the larger cities until they could be resettled. Jews trapped in the ghettos, deprived of money and with little food, were in many cases left to die of starvation and disease. Although not yet a program of outright annihilation, it represented an important step in that direction. And as the difficulties of resettling Jews in an as yet undesignated colony proved greater than imagined, the idea soon began to grow that killing them might be easier than moving them around. While the looting, killing, and chaotic conditions in Nazi-occupied areas made life appalling, it was scarcely better for Poles on the Soviet side of the new internal frontier. Stalin's hatred of Poland went back to the Soviet-Polish War and the defeat of the Red Army at the Battle of Warsaw in 1920, which the Poles referred to as the miracle on the Vistula. Stalin had been strongly criticized for his part in the failure of the 1st Cavalry Army to support the forces of Marshal M.N. Tukhachevsky, whom he had executed on false charges in 1937 at the start of his purge of the Red Army. During the 1930s, the NKVD targeted as spies the large number of Poles in the Soviet Union, mostly communist. Nikolai Yezhov, the head of the NKVD during the Great Terror, became obsessed with imagined Polish conspiracies. Poles in the NKVD were purged, and in Order 00485 of the 11th of August, 1937, Poles were implicitly defined as enemies of the state. When Yezhov reported, after the first 20 days of arrests, torture, and executions, Stalin praised his work. "Very good. Keep on digging up and cleaning out this Polish filth. Eliminate it in the interest of the Soviet Union." In the anti-Polish drive during the Great Terror, 143,810 people were arrested for espionage and 111,091 executed. Poles were about 40 times more likely to be executed during this period than other Soviet citizens. Under the Treaty of Riga in 1921, which had ended the Soviet-Polish War, victorious Poland had incorporated western parts of Belorussia and Ukraine. It then settled them with many of Marshal Józef Piłsudski's legionaries. But following the Red Army's invasion in the autumn of 1939, more than 5 million Poles found themselves under Soviet rule, which treated Polish patriotism as counter-revolutionary by definition. The NKVD arrested 109,400 people, most of whom were sent to the labor camps of the Gulag, while 8,513 of them were executed. The Soviet authorities targeted all those who might play a role in keeping Polish nationalism alive, including landowners, lawyers, teachers, priests, journalists, and officers. It was a deliberate policy of class warfare and national decapitation. Eastern Poland, occupied by the Red Army, was to be split and incorporated into the Soviet Union, the northern region becoming part of Belorussia, and the southern joined to Ukraine. Mass deportations to Siberia or Central Asia began on the 10th of February 1940. The NKVD rifle regiments rounded up 139,794 Polish civilians in temperatures below -30 degrees centigrade. The first wave of families selected were roused by shouts and the banging of rifle butts on their door. Red Army soldiers or Ukrainian militia under the command of an NKVD officer would barge in and point their guns, yelling threats. Beds were overturned and cupboards searched, allegedly for hidden weapons. "You are Polish elite," the NKVD man told the Adamczyk family. "You are Polish lords and masters. You are enemies of the people." A more frequent formula of the NKVD was, "Once a Pole, always a kulak," the Soviet term of abuse for a rich and reactionary peasant. Families were given little time to prepare for the terrible journey, abandoning their homes and farms for good. Most felt paralyzed by the prospect. Fathers and sons were forced to kneel facing the wall, while the womenfolk were allowed to gather possessions, such as a sewing machine, to earn money wherever they were taken, cooking utensils, bedding, family photographs, a child's rag doll, and school books. Some Soviet soldiers were clearly embarrassed by their task and murmured apologies. A few families were allowed to milk their cow before they left, or to kill some chickens or a piglet as food for the 3-week journey in cattle wagons. Everything else had to be left behind. The Polish diaspora had begun. Chapter 3. From Phony War to Blitzkrieg. September 1939 to March 1940. Once it became evident that massed enemy bombers were not going to flatten London and Paris immediately, life returned almost to normal. The war had a strange, somnambulistic quality, wrote a commentator on daily life in London. Apart from the risk in the blackout of walking into a lamp-post, the greatest danger was being run down by a motor car. In London, over 2,000 pedestrians were killed in the last 4 months of 1939. The absolute darkness encouraged some young couples to have sexual intercourse standing up in shop doorways, a sport which soon became a subject for music hall jokes. Cinemas and theatres gradually reopened. In London, pubs were packed. In Paris, cafes and restaurants were full, as Maurice Chevalier sang the hit of the moment, "Paris sera toujours Paris." The fate of Poland had almost been forgotten. While the war on land and in the air languished, the war at sea intensified. For the British, it had begun with a tragedy. On the 10th of September 1939, the submarine HMS Triton sank another submarine, HMS Oxley, in the belief that it was a U-boat. The first German U-boat was sunk on the 14th of September by the escort destroyers to the carrier HMS Ark Royal. But on the 17th of September, the U-39 managed to sink the obsolete carrier HMS Courageous. Nearly a month later, the Royal Navy suffered a far greater blow when U-47 penetrated the defences of Scapa Flow in the Orkneys and sank the battleship HMS Royal Oak. Britain's confidence in the strength of its navy was deeply shaken. The two pocket battleships loose in the Atlantic, the Deutschland and the Admiral Graf Spee, had meanwhile been given permission to start the war in earnest. But the Kriegsmarine made a grave mistake on the 3rd of October when the Deutschland seized an American freighter as a prize of war. Following the brutal invasion of Poland, this helped to swing public opinion in the United States against the Neutrality Act, which forbade the sale of arms to a belligerent and in favor of the Allies who needed to purchase them. On the 6th of October, Hitler announced in the Reichstag his offer of peace to Britain and France, assuming that they would accede to his occupation of both Poland and Czechoslovakia. The very next day, without even waiting to hear their reply, Hitler began discussions with Commanders-in-Chief and General de Artillerie Halder on an offensive in the West. The Army High Command, the OKH, was instructed to draw up a plan, Case Yellow, for an attack in 5 weeks' time. But the arguments of his senior commanders about the difficulties of redeployment, provisioning, and the lateness of the season for such an operation exasperated him. He must also have been put out when, on the 10th of October, a wild rumour swept Berlin that the British were agreeing to peace terms. The spontaneous celebrations in street market and Gasthaus alike turned to dejection when Hitler's eagerly awaited speech on the radio showed that this was a wishful fantasy. Goebbels was furious, above all at the lack of enthusiasm for the war which had been revealed. On the 5th of November, Hitler agreed to see General Oberst von Brauchitsch, the army commander-in-chief. Brauchitsch, who had been urged by other senior officers to stand firm against an early invasion, warned Hitler not to underestimate the French. Because of ammunition and equipment shortages, the army needed more time. Hitler interrupted him to express his contempt for the French. Brauchitsch then tried to argue that the German army in the Polish campaign had shown itself to be ill-disciplined and badly trained. Hitler exploded, demanding examples. A very rattled Brauchitsch was unable to cite any off the top of his head. Hitler sent his commander-in-chief away, shaking and thoroughly humiliated, with the threatening remark that he knew the spirit of Zossen, OKH headquarters, and was determined to crush it. Halder, the army chief of staff, who had toyed with the idea of a military coup to remove Hitler, now feared that this remark of the Führer's indicated that the Gestapo knew of his plans. He destroyed anything which might be incriminating. Halder, who looked more like a 19th-century German professor with his hair en brosse and his pince-nez, would bear the brunt of Hitler's impatience with the conservatism of the General Staff. Stalin, during this period, had wasted little time in seizing the gains offered by the Molotov-Ribbentrop agreements. Immediately after the Soviet occupation of eastern Poland had been completed, the Kremlin had imposed its so-called Treaties of Mutual Assistance on the Baltic states. And on the 5th of October, the Finnish government was asked to send envoys to Moscow. A week later, Stalin presented them with a list of demands in another draft treaty. These included the leasing to the Soviet Union of the Hanko Peninsula and the transfer to the Soviet Union of several islands in the Gulf of Finland, as well as part of the Rubachu Peninsula near Murmansk and the port of Petsamo. Another demand insisted that the border on the Karelian Isthmus above Leningrad should be moved 35 kilometers to the north. In exchange, the Finns were offered a largely uninhabited part of Soviet northern Karelia. The negotiations in Moscow continued until the 13th of November, without a final agreement. Stalin, convinced that the Finns lacked international support and the will to fight, decided to invade. His unconvincing pretext was a puppet government in exile, composed of a handful of Finnish communists calling for fraternal aid from the Soviet Union. Soviet forces provoked a frontier incident near Mayanila in Karelia. The Finns turned to Germany for help, but the Nazi government refused any support and advised them to concede. On the 29th of November, the Soviet Union broke off diplomatic relations. The next day, troops of the Leningrad military district attacked Finnish positions and Red Army aviation bombers raided Helsinki. The Winter War had begun. Soviet leaders assumed that the campaign would be a walkover, like their occupation of eastern Poland. Voroshilov, the Commissar of Defense, wanted it to be finished in time for Stalin's 60th birthday on the 21st of December. Dmitry Shostakovich was ordered to compose a piece to celebrate the event. In Finland, Marshal Carl Gustaf Mannerheim, a former officer of the Tsar's Chevalier Guard and the hero of the War of Independence against the Bolsheviks, was called out of retirement as Commander-in-Chief. The Finns, with fewer than 150,000 men, many of whom were reservists and teenagers, faced Red Army forces over 1 million strong. Their defences across the Karelian Isthmus, southwest of Lake Ladoga, known as the Mannerheim Line, consisted mainly of trenches, log-lined bunkers, and some concrete strongpoints. The Finns were also aided by the forests and small lakes, which funneled any lines of advance towards their carefully laid minefields. Despite heavy artillery support, the Soviet 7th Army received a nasty shock. Its infantry divisions were at first delayed by screening forces and snipers close to the border. Lacking mine detectors and under orders to push forward without delay, Soviet commanders simply marched their men forward through the snow-covered minefields in front of the Mannerheim Line. For Red Army soldiers, who had been told that the Finns would welcome them as brothers and liberators from their capitalist oppressors, the reality of the fighting sapped their morale as they struggled through the snowfields towards the birch woods which concealed parts of the Mannerheim Line. The Finns, masters of winter camouflage, mowed them down with machine guns. In the far north of Finland, Soviet troops from Murmansk attacked the mining area and the port of Petsamo, but their attempts further south to slice through the middle of Finland from the east to the Gulf of Bothnia proved the most spectacularly disastrous. Stalin, astonished that the Finns had not immediately given in, ordered Voroshilov to crush them with the Red Army's numerically superior forces. Red Army commanders, terrified by the purges and hamstrung by the stifling military orthodoxy which ensued, could only send more and more men to their deaths. In temperatures of -40 degrees centigrade, Soviet soldiers, ill-equipped and untrained for this sort of winter warfare, stood out in their brown greatcoats as they stumbled through the deep snow. Amid the frozen lakes and forests of central and northern Finland, the Soviet columns could only follow the few roads through the woods. There they were ambushed in lightning attacks by Finnish ski troops, armed with Suomi submachine guns, grenades, and hunting knives to finish off their victims. The Finns adopted what they called log-cutting tactics, slicing enemy columns into sections and cutting off their supply routes so that they starved. Appearing silently out of a freezing fog, their ski troops would hurl grenades or Molotov cocktails at the Soviet tanks and artillery, then disappear just as swiftly. It was a form of semi-guerrilla warfare, for which the Red Army was totally unprepared. Farms, byres, and barns were burned down by the Finns to deny the Red Army columns any shelter as they advanced. Roads were mined and booby traps prepared. Anyone wounded in these attacks froze to death rapidly. Soviet soldiers had started to refer to the camouflaged Finnish ski troops as Bielja Smert, or White Death. The 163rd Rifle Division was surrounded near Suomussalmi. Then the 44th Rifle Division, advancing to its relief, was split up in a series of attacks and also fell victim to the white ghosts flitting between the trees. For 4 miles, wrote the American journalist Virginia Cowles when visiting the battlefield later, the road and forests were strewn with the bodies of men and horses, with wrecked tanks, field kitchens, trucks, gun carriages, maps, books, and articles of clothing. The corpses were frozen as hard as petrified wood, and the color of the skin was mahogany. Some of the bodies were piled on top of each other like a heap of rubbish, covered only by a merciful blanket of snow. Others were sprawled against the trees in grotesque attitudes. All were frozen in the positions in which they had died. I saw one with his hands clasped to a wound in his stomach, another struggling to open the collar of his coat. A similar fate had met the 122nd Rifle Division, advancing southwestwards from the Kola Peninsula towards Kemijärvi, where they were surprised and massacred by the forces of General K.M. Wallenius. "How strange were these bodies on this road," wrote the first foreign journalist to see the effectiveness of the Finns' brave resistance. The cold had frozen them into the positions in which they fell. It had, too, slightly shrunken their bodies and features, giving them an artificial, waxen appearance. The whole road was like some huge waxwork representation of a battle scene, carefully staged. One man leant against a wagon wheel with a length of wire in his hands. Another was fitting a clip of cartridges into his rifle. International condemnation of the invasion led to the Soviet Union's expulsion from the League of Nations, its final act. Popular feeling in London and Paris was almost more outraged by this incursion than by the attack on Poland. Stalin's German ally also found itself in a difficult position. While receiving an increased volume of supplies from the Soviet Union, it now feared damaging its relations and trade with Scandinavian countries, especially Sweden. Above all, the Nazi leadership was disturbed by the calls in Britain and France for military aid to be sent to Finland. An Allied presence in Scandinavia risked disrupting Swedish iron ore deliveries to Germany, whose high quality was vital for its war industries. Hitler, however, was serenely confident at this time. He had been confirmed in his belief that Providence was on his side, preserving him for the accomplishment of his great task. On the 8th of November, he had made his annual speech in the Bürgerbräukeller in Munich, from where the Nazis' failed 1923 putsch had been launched. Georg Elser, a cabinet maker, had secretly filled a pillar with explosives close to the platform. But for once, Hitler had cut his visit short to return to Berlin, and 12 minutes after his departure, a huge explosion had wrecked the place, killing a number of his Nazi old fighters. According to one commentator, the reaction in London to the news was summed up in a calm British bad luck, as though someone had missed a pheasant. With misplaced optimism, the British comforted themselves with the idea that it was simply a matter of time before the Germans would get rid of their own ghastly regime. Elsa was arrested that evening trying to cross into Switzerland. Even though he had clearly worked entirely alone, Nazi propaganda immediately blamed the British Secret Intelligence Service for the attempt on the Führer's life. Himmler had the perfect opportunity to exploit this fictitious link. Walter Schellenberg, an SS intelligence expert, was already in contact with 2 British SIS officers, having convinced them that he was part of an anti-Hitler conspiracy in the Wehrmacht. The next day, he persuaded them to meet him again at Venlo on the Dutch frontier. He promised to bring an anti-Nazi German general with him. But the 2 British officers instead found themselves surrounded and seized by an SS snatch party. It was led by Sturmbannführer Alfred Naujoks, who had commanded the fake attack on the Gleiwitz transmitter at the end of August. It would not be the only British secret operation to go horribly wrong in the Netherlands. This debacle was concealed from the British public, who at least had their pride restored in the Royal Navy later that month. On the 23rd of November, the armed merchant cruiser HMS Rawalpindi fought back against the German battlecruisers Gneisenau and Scharnhorst. In a hopeless engagement of great bravery, which was inevitably compared to Sir Richard Grenville in The Revenge, taking on vast Spanish galleons, gun crews fought on until they were killed. The Rawalpindi, blazing from bow to stern, went down with her battle ensign still flying. Then on the 13th of December, off the coast of Uruguay, Commodore Henry Harwood's squadron, with the cruisers HMS Ajax, Achilles, and Exeter, sighted the pocket battleship Admiral Graf Spee, which had already sunk 9 ships. Captain Hans Langsdorff, her commander, was highly respected because of his good treatment of the crews of his victims. But Langsdorff mistakenly thought that the British ships were only destroyers, and so did not avoid battle as he should have done, even though he outgunned his adversaries with his 11-inch main armament. The Exeter, drawing the Graf Spee's fire, suffered heavy damage, while the Ajax and the New Zealand-crewed Achilles attempted to close within range to fire torpedoes. Although the British squadron was badly battered, the Graf Spee, which had also been hit, broke off the action under a smokescreen and headed for Montevideo Harbour. Over the following days, the British bluffed Langsdorff into believing that their squadron had been heavily reinforced. And on the 17th of December, having first disembarked his prisoners and most of the crew, Langsdorff took the Graf Spee out into the estuary of the River Plate and scuttled her. He committed suicide soon afterwards. The British celebrated this victory at a time when morale needed a boost. Hitler, afraid that the Deutschland might suffer the same fate, ordered that her name should be changed to Lützow. He did not want headlines round the world proclaiming that a ship called Germany had been sunk. Symbols were of paramount importance to him, as would become even more evident when the war turned against him. Having been told by Goebbels' propaganda ministry that the Battle of the River Plate had been a victory, Germans were then shaken to hear that the Graf Spee had been scuttled. The Nazi authorities tried to make sure that the news did not spoil their war Christmas. Rationing was eased for the festivities, and the population was encouraged to contemplate the devastating victory over Poland. Most convinced themselves that peace would soon come, since both the Soviet Union and Germany had called on the Allies to accept the reality of Poland's destruction. With newsreel films showing children round Christmas trees, the propaganda ministry produced a sickly feast of German sentimentality. But many families were haunted by a terrible disquiet. Although officially informed that a disabled child or elderly relative had died from pneumonia in some institution, suspicions had started to grow that they were in fact being gassed in a program run by the SS and members of the medical profession. Hitler's order on euthanasia had been signed in October, but was backdated to the outbreak of war on the 1st of September to cover the first SS massacres of around 2,000 Polish asylum inmates, some of them shot in their straitjackets. The Nazis' covert assault on degenerates, useless mouths, and lives unworthy of life represented their first step in the deliberate annihilation of those they categorized as subhuman. Hitler had waited for the start of the war to cover this extreme program of eugenics. More than 100,000 mentally and physically disabled Germans would be killed in this way by August 1941. In Poland, the killings continued, mainly by shooting in the back of the head, but sometimes in sealed trucks with the exhaust fumes piped in, and also, for the first time, in an improvised gas chamber in Posen, a process which Himmler himself came to observe. As well as the disabled, a number of prostitutes and gypsies were also murdered. Hitler, who had forsworn his passion for the cinema for the duration of the war, also gave up Christmas. Over the holiday period, he paid a number of highly publicized surprise visits to Wehrmacht and SS units, including the Großdeutschland Regiment, Luftwaffe airfields and flak batteries, and also the SS Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, now relaxing after its murderous campaign in Poland. On New Year's Eve, he addressed the nation over the radio. Proclaiming a new order in Europe, he said, "We shall only talk of peace when we have won the war. The Jewish capitalistic world will not survive the 20th century." He made no reference to Jewish Bolshevism, having so recently sent 60th birthday greetings to Stalin, a message which also offered best wishes for the prosperous future of the peoples of the friendly Soviet Union. Stalin replied that the friendship of the peoples of Germany and the Soviet Union, cemented by blood, has every reason to be lasting and firm. Even under the hypocritical requirements of their unnatural relationship, the phrase "cemented by blood," in reference to their dual attack on Poland, constituted a pinnacle of shamelessness, as well as an ill omen for the future. Stalin can hardly have been in a good mood as the year came to an end. Finnish forces had now advanced onto Soviet territory. He was forced to accept that the disastrous performance of the Red Army in the Winter War had been partly the fault of his incompetent crony, Marshal Voroshilov. The humiliation of the Red Army in the eyes of the world had to be stopped, especially since he had been alarmed by the devastating effectiveness of German blitzkrieg tactics in the Polish campaign. He therefore decided to bring in Army Commander S.K. Timoshenko to head up a northwestern front. Like Voroshilov, Timoshenko was another veteran of the 1st Cavalry Army, in which Stalin had served as commissar in the Russian Civil War. but he was at least slightly more imaginative. New weapons and equipment were issued, including the latest rifles, motorized sledges, and heavy KV tanks. Instead of massed infantry attacks, the Soviet forces would rely on smashing Finnish defenses with artillery. A new Soviet offensive began against the Mannerheim Line on the 1st of February 1940. The Finnish forces buckled under the onslaught. 4 days later, their foreign minister made an initial contact with Madame Alexandra Kollontai, the Soviet ambassador in Stockholm. The British, and especially the French, hoped to maintain Finland's resistance. They accordingly made approaches to the Norwegian and Swedish governments to obtain transit rights for an expeditionary force to help the Finns. The Germans were alarmed and began to study the possibility of sending troops to Scandinavia to preempt an Allied landing. Both the British and French governments also considered the possibility of occupying Narvik in Norway and the mining areas of northern Sweden to cut off iron ore supplies to Germany. But the Swedish and Norwegian governments were afraid of being drawn into the war. They refused the British and French requests to cross their territory to aid the Finns. On the 29th of February, the Finns, with no hope of foreign help, decided to seek terms on the basis of the Soviet Union's original demands, and on the 13th of March a treaty was signed in Moscow. The terms were harsh, but they could have been far worse. The Finns had shown how resolutely they were prepared to defend their independence, but most importantly, Stalin did not want to continue a war which might yet drag in the Western Allies. He was also forced to accept that Comintern propaganda had been ludicrously self-deluding, so he dropped his puppet government of Finnish communists. The Red Army had suffered 84,994 killed and missing, with 248,090 wounded and sick. The Finns had lost 25,000 killed. Stalin, however, continued to take his revenge upon Poland. On the 5th of March 1940, he and the Politburo approved Beria's plan to murder Polish officers and other potential leaders who had refused all attempts at communist re-education. This was part of Stalin's policy to destroy an independent Poland in the future. The 21,892 victims were taken in trucks from prisons for execution at 5 sites. The most notorious was in the forest of Katyn near Smolensk in Belorussia. The NKVD had noted the addresses of its victims' families when they had been allowed to write home. They too were rounded up, and 60,667 were deported to Kazakhstan. Soon afterwards, more than 65,000 Polish Jews who had fled the SS but refused to accept Soviet passports were also deported to Kazakhstan and Siberia. The French government, meanwhile, wanted to pursue the war as far from its own territory as possible. Daladier, exasperated by French communist support for the Nazi-Soviet pact, thought that the Allies could weaken Germany by attacking Hitler's ally. He advocated a bombing raid on Soviet oil installations at Baku and in the Caucasus, but the British persuaded the French to abandon the idea because it risked bringing the Soviet Union into the war on the German side. Daladier later resigned and was replaced by Paul Reynaud on the 20th of March. The French army, which had borne the brunt of the Allied effort in the First World War, was widely considered to be the strongest in Europe and certainly capable of defending its own territory. More perceptive observers were less convinced. As early as March 1935, Marshal Tukhachevsky had predicted that it would not be able to stand up to a German onslaught. Its fatal flaw, in his view, was that it was too slow to react to an attack. This came not just from a rigidly defensive mentality, but also from an almost complete lack of radio communications. In any case, the Germans had broken the antiquated French codes in 1938. President Roosevelt, who had paid close attention to dispatches from his embassy in Paris, was also well aware of French weaknesses. The Air Force was only starting to replace its obsolete aircraft. The army, although one of the largest in the world, was cumbersome, old-fashioned, and excessively reliant on its Maginot Line of defense along the German border, which imbued it with an immobile frame of mind. Its huge losses in the First World War, with 400,000 casualties in the battle for Verdun alone, lay at the root of this bunker mentality. And, as many journalists, military attachés, and commentators observed, the country's political and social malaise, after so many scandals and fallen governments, had sapped any hope for unity and determination in a crisis. Roosevelt, with admirable far-sightedness, saw that the only hope for democracy and the long-term interests of the United States was to support Britain and France against Nazi Germany. Finally, on the 4th of November 1939, the Cash and Carry Bill, passed by Congress, was ratified. This first defeat for the isolationists allowed the two Allied powers to purchase arms. In France, the air of unreality persisted. A Reuters correspondent visiting the inert front asked French soldiers why they did not shoot at the German troops wandering about in clear view. They looked shocked. "Ils ne sont pas méchants," replied one, "and if we fire, they will fire back." German patrols, probing along the line, soon discovered the ineptitude and lack of aggressive instinct of most French formations. And German propaganda continued to encourage the idea that the British were getting the French to bear the brunt of the war. Apart from some work on defensive positions, the French army undertook little training. Their troops just waited. Inactivity led to bad morale and depression, le cafard. Politicians started to hear of drunkenness, absence without leave, and the slovenly appearance of troops in public. "One can't spend one's whole time playing cards, drinking, and writing home to one's wife," wrote one soldier. "We lie stretched out on the straw, yawning, and even get a taste for doing nothing. We wash less and less, we don't bother to shave any more, we can't raise the effort to sweep the place or clear the table after eating. Along with boredom, filth dominates in the base." Jean-Paul Sartre, in his army meteorological station, found the time to write the first volume of Chemin de la Liberté and part of L'Être et le Néant. That winter, he wrote, it was a question only of sleeping, eating, and not being cold. That was all. General Edouard Rouby observed, "Every exercise was considered a vexation, all work a fatigue. After several months of stagnation, nobody believed any more in the war." Not every officer was complacent. The outspoken Colonel Charles de Gaulle, a fervent advocate of creating armoured divisions, as in the German army, warned that to be inert is to be beaten. But his calls were dismissed by irritated generals. All the French High Command did to maintain morale was to organize frontline entertainment, with visits from famous actors and singers such as Edith Piaf, Josephine Baker, Maurice Chevalier, and Charles Trenet. Back in Paris, where the restaurants and cabarets were full, the favorite song was "J'attendrai," I'll wait. But more alarming for the Allied cause were those right-wingers in influential positions who said, "Better Hitler than Blum," a reference to the socialist leader of the 1936 Popular Front, Léon Blum, who was also Jewish. Georges Bonnet, the arch-appeaser of the Quai d'Orsay, had a nephew who, before the war, had served as a conduit for Nazi money to subsidize anti-British and anti-Semitic propaganda in France. The foreign minister's friend, Otto Abetz, later the Nazi ambassador in Paris during the occupation, had been deeply implicated and expelled from the country. Even the new Prime Minister, Paul Reynaud, a stalwart believer in the war against Nazism, had a dangerous weakness. His mistress, Comtesse Hélène de Porte, a woman whose somewhat coarsened features exuded an extraordinary vitality and confidence, believed that France should never have honored its guarantee to Poland. Poland, in the form of a government in exile, had arrived in France, with General Władysław Sikorski as Prime Minister and Commander-in-Chief. Based in Angers, Sikorski set about reorganizing the Polish armed forces from the 84,000 who had escaped, mainly through Romania, after the fall of their country. A Polish resistance movement had meanwhile begun to develop back in the homeland. In fact, it was the most rapidly organized of any occupied country. By the middle of 1940, the Polish underground army numbered some 100,000 members in the General Gouvernement alone. Poland was one of the very few countries in the Nazi Empire where collaboration with the conqueror was virtually unknown. The French were determined not to share the fate of Poland. Yet most of their leaders and the bulk of the population had totally failed to recognize that this war would not be like earlier conflicts. The Nazis would never be satisfied with reparations and the surrender of a province or two. They intended to reorder Europe in their own brutal image. Chapter 4. The Dragon and the Rising Sun, 1937 to 1940. Suffering was not a new experience for the impoverished mass of Chinese peasantry. They knew all too well the starvation which followed flood, drought, deforestation, soil erosion, and the depredations of warlord armies. They lived in crumbling mud houses, and their lives were handicapped by disease, ignorance, superstition, and the exploitation of landowners who exacted between a half and 2/3 of their crop in rent. City dwellers, including even many left-wing intellectuals, tended to see the rural masses as little more than faceless beasts of burden. Sympathy with the people is utterly useless, a communist interpreter said to the intrepid American journalist and activist Agnes Smedley. There are too many of them. Smedley herself compared their lives to those of peasant serfs of the Middle Ages. They existed off tiny portions of rice, millet, or squash, cooked in an iron cauldron, their most valuable possession. Many went barefoot even in winter, and wore reed hats when working in the summer, bent over in the fields. Life was short, so old peasant women, wrinkled with age and hobbling still on bound feet, were comparatively rare. Many had never seen a motor car, or an aeroplane, or even electric lighting. In much of the countryside, warlords and landlords still ruled with feudal powers. Life in the cities was no better for the poor, even for those with jobs. In Shanghai, wrote an American journalist out there, collecting the lifeless bodies of child laborers at factory gates in the morning is a routine affair. The poor were also oppressed by greedy tax collectors and bureaucrats. In Harbin, the traditional beggar cry was, "Give, give, may you become rich, may you become an official." Sometimes the cry changed to, "May you become rich, may you become a general." Their fatalism was so inherent that real social change was beyond imagination. The revolution of 1911, which marked the collapse of the Qing dynasty and brought in Dr. Sun Yat-sen's republic, was middle-class and urban. So at first was Chinese nationalism, aroused by the flagrant designs of Japan to exploit the country's weakness. Wang Jingwei, who briefly became leader of the Kuomintang after the death of Sun Yat-sen in 1924, was the chief rival of the rising general Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek, proud and slightly paranoid, was deeply ambitious and determined to become the great Chinese leader. A slim, bald man with a neat little military moustache, he was a highly skilled political operator, but he was not always a good commander-in-chief. He had been commandant of the Whampoa Military Academy, and his favored students were appointed to key commands. Yet, because of rivalries and factional infighting within the National Revolutionary Army and between allied warlords, Chiang tried to control his formations from afar, often provoking confusion and delay as a result. In 1932, the year after the Mukden incident and the Japanese seizure of Manchuria, the Japanese moved marine detachments into their concession in Shanghai with conspicuous belligerence. Chiang foresaw a far worse onslaught to come and began to prepare. General Hans von Zicht, the former commander-in-chief of the Reichswehr during the Weimar Republic, who arrived in May 1933, advised on how to modernize and professionalize the nationalist armies. Zicht and his successor, General Alexander von Falkenhausen, advocated a drawn-out war of attrition as the only hope against the better-trained Imperial Japanese Army. With little foreign exchange available, Chiang decided to trade Chinese tungsten for German weapons. Chiang Kai-shek was a tireless modernizer and, at this time, inspired by genuine idealism. During what was known as the Nanking Decade, 1928 to 37, He presided over a rapid program of industrialization, road building, military modernization, and improvements to agriculture. He also sought to end the psychological and diplomatic isolation of China. Yet, being well aware of China's military weakness, he was determined to avoid a war with Japan for as long as possible. In 1935, Stalin, through the Comintern, instructed the Chinese communists to create a common front with the nationalists against the Japanese threat. It was a policy which Mao Zedong in particular hardly welcomed after Chiang's attacks on communist forces, which had forced him to embark in October 1934 on the Long March to avoid the destruction of his Red Army. In fact, Mao, a large man with a curiously high-pitched voice, was viewed as a dissident by the Kremlin because he saw that the interests of Stalin and those of the Chinese Communist Party were not the same. He believed along Leninist lines that war prepared the ground for a revolutionary seizure of power. Moscow, on the other hand, did not want a war in the Far East. The interests of the Soviet Union were seen as far more important than a long-term victory for the Chinese Communists. The Comintern, therefore, accused Mao of lacking an internationalist perspective, and Mao came close to heresy by arguing that Marxist-Leninist principles of the primacy of the urban proletariat were unsuitable in China, where the peasantry must form the vanguard of the revolution. He advocated independent guerrilla warfare and the development of networks behind the Japanese lines. Chiang sent representatives to meet the communists. He wanted them to incorporate their forces within the Kuomintang army. In return, they would have their own region in the north, and he would cease attacking them. Mao suspected that Chiang's policy was to push them into an area where they would be destroyed by the Japanese attacking from Manchuria. Chiang, however, knew that the communists would never compromise or work with any other party in the long term. Their only interest was in achieving total power for themselves. "The communists are a disease of the heart," he once said. "The Japanese a disease of the skin." While trying to deal with the communists in southern and central China, Chiang could do little to stem Japanese incursions and provocations in the northeast. The Kwantung army of Manchu Kuo argued with Tokyo, claiming that this was no time to compromise with China. Its chief of staff, Lieutenant General Tojo Hideki, the future prime minister, stated that preparing for war with the Soviet Union without destroying the menace to our rear in the form of the Nanking government was asking for trouble. At the same time, Chiang Kai-shek's policy of caution toward Japanese aggression produced widespread popular anger and student demonstrations in the capital. In late 1936, Japanese forces advanced into Suiyang province on the Mongolian border, intent on seizing the coal mines and iron ore deposits in the region. Nationalist forces counterattacked and forced them out. This strengthened Chiang's position, and his conditions for a united front with the Communists became tougher. The Communists, with the Northwestern Alliance of warlords, attacked nationalist units in the rear. Chiang wanted to suppress the Communists completely, while negotiations with them still continued. But at the beginning of December, he flew to Xi'an for discussions with two nationalist army commanders who wanted a strong line against Japan and an end to the civil war with the Communists. They seized him and detained him for 2 weeks, until he agreed to their terms. The Communists demanded that Chiang Kai-shek should be arraigned before a people's tribunal. Chiang was released and returned to Nanking, having been forced to change his policy. There was genuine national rejoicing at the prospect of anti-Japanese unity. And on the 16th of December, Stalin, deeply alarmed by the anti-Comintern pact between Nazi Germany and Japan, put pressure on Mao and Zhou Enlai, his subtle and more diplomatic colleague, to join a united front with the nationalists. The Soviet leader feared that if the Chinese Communists made trouble in the north, then Chiang Kai-shek might form an alliance with the Japanese against them. And if Chiang was removed, then Wang Qingwei, who did not want to fight the Japanese, might take over leadership of the Kuomintang. Stalin encouraged the nationalists to believe that he might well side with them in a war against Japan, purely to make sure that they resisted. And he continued to dangle that carrot without any intention of committing the Soviet Union to war. An agreement between the Kuomintang and the Communists had still not been signed when the clash between Chinese and Japanese troops took place at the Marco Polo Bridge southwest of Peking on the 7th of July 1937. This incident marked the start of the main phase of the Sino-Japanese War. The whole incident was a black farce, which demonstrates the terrifying unpredictability of events at a time of tension. A single Japanese soldier had become lost during a night exercise. His company commander demanded entry to the town of Wanping to search for him. When this was refused, he attacked it, and the Chinese troops fought back, while the lost soldier found his own way back to barracks. An added irony was that the general staff in Tokyo were at last attempting to control their fanatical officers in China who were responsible for the provocations, while Chiang was now under strong pressure from his side not to compromise any more. The Generalissimo was uncertain about Japanese intentions and called a conference of Chinese leaders. At first, the Japanese military were themselves divided. Their Kwantung Army in Manchuria wanted to widen the conflict, while the general staff in Tokyo feared a reaction by the Red Army along the northern frontiers. There had been a clash on the Amur River just over a week before. Soon afterwards, however, the Japanese chiefs of staff decided on an all-out war. They believed that China could be knocked out rapidly before a wider conflict developed, either with the Soviet Union or with the Western powers. Like Hitler with the Soviet Union later, Japanese generals made a grave error in grossly underestimating outrage among Chinese and their determination to resist, and it did not occur to them that China's answering strategy would be to wage a drawn-out war of attrition. Chiang Kai-shek, well aware of his own army's deficiencies and the unpredictability of his allies in the north, knew the immense risks that war with Japan entailed. But he had little choice. The Japanese issued and repeated an ultimatum, which the Nanking government rejected, and on the 26th of July their army attacked. Peking fell 3 days later. Nationalist forces and their allies fell back, offering only sporadic resistance as the Japanese advanced southwards. "Suddenly the war was upon us," wrote Agnes Smedley, who landed by junk on the north bank of the Yellow River at the rambling mud town of Fanling To Kau. This little town, in which we hoped to find lodgings for the night, was a mass of soldiers, civilians, carts, mules, horses, and street vendors. As we walked up the mud paths towards the town, we saw on either side long rows of wounded soldiers lying on the earth. There were hundreds of them, swathed in dirty, bloody bandages, and some were unconscious. There were no doctors, nurses, or attendants with them. Despite all of Chiang's efforts to modernize nationalist forces, they, like those of his warlord allies, were not nearly as well trained or as well equipped as the Japanese divisions they faced. The infantry wore blue-gray cotton uniforms in summer, and in winter the luckier ones had padded quilt cotton jackets or the sheepskin coats of Mongolian troops. Their footwear consisted of cloth shoes or straw sandals. Although silent in their shuffling run, they provided no protection against the sharp bamboo pungi stakes tipped with excrement to cause blood poisoning, which the Japanese used to defend their positions. Chinese soldiers wore rounded peaked caps with ear flaps tied over the top. They had no steel helmets, except those they took from dead Japanese soldiers and wore with pride. Many also wore tunics taken from enemy soldiers, which became confusing at times of crisis. The most prized trophy was a Japanese pistol. In fact, it was often easier for Chinese soldiers to get more ammunition for captured Japanese weapons than for their issued rifles, which came from a wide variety of countries and manufacturers. Their greatest deficiencies were in medical services, artillery, and aircraft. In and out of battle, Chinese troops were directed by bugle calls. Wireless communications existed only between major headquarters, and even they were unreliable. The Japanese were also able to break their codes with ease, and thus knew their dispositions and intentions. Chinese military transport consisted of some trucks, but most units in the field relied on mules beaten on with traditional curses, Mongolian ponies, and bullock-drawn carts with solid wooden wheels. There were never enough, and this meant that soldiers often received no food. And since their pay was almost always months in arrears, and sometimes embezzled by their officers, morale suffered badly. But there can be no doubt about the bravery and determination of Chinese troops in the Battle of Shanghai that summer. The origins and motives which led to this great clash are still debated. The classic explanation is that Chiang, by opening up a new front at Shanghai while continuing to fight in the north and center, wanted to split Japanese forces to prevent their concentration for a quick victory. This would be his war of attrition, as advised by General von Falkenhausen. An attack on Shanghai would also force the Communists and other Allied armies to commit themselves to the war of resistance, even if there was always the danger that they would withdraw rather than risk their forces and power base. It also ensured a declaration of Soviet support with the dispatch of military advisors and the supply of fighters, tanks, artillery, machine guns, and vehicles. This would be paid for with raw materials exported to the Soviet Union. The other explanation is certainly compelling. Stalin, deeply alarmed by Japanese successes in northern China, was the one who really wanted to move the fighting down to the south and away from his far eastern borders. This he was able to do through the regional nationalist commander General Chiang Ching-chong, who was secretly a Soviet sleeper. On several occasions, Chiang tried to persuade the Generalissimo to launch a preemptive strike on the Japanese garrison of 3,000 Marines in Shanghai. Chiang told him to make no move without specific orders. An attack on Shanghai also carried huge risks. It was only 290 kilometers from Nanking, and defeat there, close to the mouth of the Yangtze, might lead to a rapid Japanese advance on the capital and into the center of China. On the 9th of August, Chiang sent a picked group of soldiers to Shanghai airfield, where they shot down a Japanese Marine lieutenant and a soldier with him. On Chiang's own account, they then shot a Chinese prisoner condemned to death to pretend that the Japanese had fired first. The Japanese, also reluctant to start a battle round Shanghai, did not at first react, except to call for reinforcements. Chiang Kai-shek again told Chiang not to attack. On the 13th of August, Japanese warships began to bombard the Chinese quarters of Shanghai. Next morning, 2 nationalist divisions began their assault on the city. An air attack was also launched against the flagship of the Japanese Third Fleet, the old cruiser Izumo, anchored off the Bund, in the center of the city. It was an inauspicious start. The warship's fire drove off the obsolete aircraft. Some rounds hit the bomb racks of one of them, and as it flew over the international settlement, its load dropped on the Palace Hotel on Nanking Road and on other places crowded with refugees. Some 1,300 civilians were thus killed or injured by their own plane. Forces on both sides began to build up in a rapid escalation which turned the battle into the largest engagement of the Sino-Japanese War. On the 23rd of August, the Japanese, having reinforced their troops in Shanghai, made landings on the coast to the north to outflank nationalist positions. Their armored landing craft put tanks ashore, and Japanese naval gunfire was all the more effective when nationalist divisions had almost no artillery. Nationalist attempts to blockade the Yangtze also failed, and their tiny air force stood little chance against Japanese air supremacy. From the 11th of September, nationalist forces, directed by Falkenhausen, fought with great bravery despite terrible losses. Most divisions, especially Chiang's elite formations, lost more than half their strength, including 10,000 junior officers. Chiang, unable to make up his mind whether to fight on or withdraw, then sent in even more divisions. He hoped to draw international attention to China's fight just before a meeting of the League of Nations. Altogether, the Japanese fielded nearly 200,000 men on the Shanghai front, more than they deployed in northern China. In the 3rd week of September, they began to achieve breaches in the nationalist defenses, forcing them in October to retreat to the line of the Suqiao Creek, an effective water obstacle despite its name. 1 battalion was left behind to defend a godown or warehouse to give the impression that the nationalists still had a foothold in Shanghai. This lone battalion became a great propaganda myth for the Chinese cause. At the beginning of November, after more desperate fighting, the Japanese crossed the Suchao Creek using small metal assault boats and established bridgeheads in several places. Then, with another amphibious landing on the coast to the south, they forced the nationalists to retreat. Discipline and morale, which had held up well during the savage fighting and heavy losses, now collapsed. Soldiers threw away their rifles, and refugees were trampled underfoot in the panic caused by Japanese bombers and fighters. During the 3 months of fighting round Shanghai, the Japanese had suffered more than 40,000 casualties. The Chinese figure was just over 187,000, at least 4.5 times more. In a headlong advance, torching villages along the way, Japanese divisions raced each other towards Nanking. The Imperial Japanese Navy sent minesweepers and gunboats up the Yangtze to bombard the city. The nationalist government began to depart up the Yangtze, mainly by river steamer and junk for Hankow, which was to be the temporary capital. Chongqing on the upper Yangtze in Sichuan would take over the role later. Chiang Kai-shek could not decide whether to defend Nanking or abandon it without a fight. The city was indefensible, and yet to abandon such an important symbol would be a humiliation. His generals could not agree. In the event, the worst of both worlds was achieved, with an incomplete defense which simply angered the attackers. Japanese commanders were in fact planning to use mustard gas and incendiaries on the capital if the fighting was likely to approach the intensity of what they had experienced at Shanghai. The Chinese certainly had an idea of their enemy's ruthlessness, but even they could not imagine the degree of cruelty to come. On the 13th of December, Chinese forces evacuated Nanking, only to be trapped outside in a sudden encirclement. Japanese troops entered the city with orders to kill all prisoners. A single unit in the 16th Division killed 15,000 Chinese prisoners, and just one company slaughtered 1,300. A German diplomat reported to Berlin that, besides mass executions by machine gun fire, other more individual methods of killing were employed as well, such as pouring gasoline over a victim and setting him afire. Buildings in the city were looted and set alight. To escape the murder, rape, and destruction, civilians tried to shelter in the designated International Safety Zone. The Furia Japonica shocked the world with its appalling massacres and mass rapes in revenge for the bitter fighting at Shanghai, which the Japanese army had never expected from the Chinese they despised. Accounts of civilian casualties vary widely. Some Chinese sources put them as high as 300,000, but a more likely figure is closer to 200,000. The Japanese military authorities, in a series of inept lies, claimed that they were killing only Chinese soldiers who had put on civilian clothes, and that the death toll was little more than 1,000. The scenes of massacre were hellish, with corpses rotting on every street and in every open space, many of them chewed by semi-feral dogs. Every pond, stream and river was polluted with decomposing bodies. Japanese soldiers had been brought up in a militaristic society. The whole village or neighborhood, paying homage to these martial values, would usually turn out to bid farewell to a conscript departing to join the army. Soldiers thus tended to fight for the honor of their family and local community, not for the emperor, as Westerners tended to believe. Basic training was designed to destroy their individuality. Recruits were constantly insulted and beaten by their NCOs to toughen them up and to provoke them, in what might be called the knock-on theory of oppression, to take their anger out in turn on the soldiers and civilians of a defeated enemy. All of them had also been indoctrinated since elementary school to believe that the Chinese were totally inferior to the divine race of Japanese and were below pigs. In a typical case history of post-war confessions, one soldier admitted that although he had been horrified by the gratuitous torture of a Chinese prisoner, he had asked to be allowed to take over to make up for a perceived insult. At Nanking, wounded Chinese soldiers were bayoneted where they lay. Officers made prisoners kneel in rows, then practiced beheading them one by one with their samurai swords. Their soldiers were also ordered to carry out bayonet practice on thousands of Chinese prisoners bound or tied to trees. Any who refused were beaten severely by their NCOs. The Imperial Japanese Army's process of dehumanizing its troops was stepped up as soon as they arrived in China from the home islands. A Corporal Nakamura, who had himself been conscripted as a soldier against his will, described in his diary how he and his comrades made some new Japanese recruits watch as they tortured 5 Chinese civilians to death. The newcomers were horrified, but Nakamura wrote, "All new recruits are like this, but soon they will be doing the same things themselves." Shimada Toshio, a private second class, recounted his baptism of blood on reaching the 226th Regiment in China later. A Chinese prisoner had been tied by his hands and ankles to a pole on each side of him. Nearly 50 new recruits were lined up to bayonet him. My emotion must have been paralyzed. I felt no mercy on him. He eventually started asking us, "Come on, hurry up." We couldn't stick the right spot, so he said, "Hurry up," which meant that he wanted to die quickly. Shimada claimed that it was difficult because the bayonet stuck in him like in tofu. John Rabe, a German businessman from Siemens, who organized the International Safety Zone in Nanking and showed both courage and humanity, wrote in his diary, "I am totally puzzled by the conduct of the Japanese. On the one hand, they want to be recognized and treated as a great power on a par with European powers. On the other, they are currently displaying a crudity, brutality, and bestiality that bears no comparison except with the hordes of Genghis Khan." 12 days later he wrote, "You can't breathe for sheer revulsion when you keep finding the bodies of women with bamboo poles thrust up their vaginas. Even old women over 70 are constantly being raped." The group ethos of the Imperial Japanese Army, instilled by collective punishment in training, also produced a pecking order between experienced troops and newcomers. Senior soldiers organized the gang rapes, with up to 30 men per woman, whom they usually killed when they had finished with her. Recently arrived soldiers were not permitted to take part. Only when they had been accepted as part of the group would they be invited to join in. New soldiers were also not permitted to visit comfort women in the military brothels. These were girls and young married women seized off the street or designated by village headmen under orders from the feared Kempeitai military police to provide a fixed quota. Following the Nanking massacre and rape, the Japanese military authorities demanded another 3,000 women for the use of the army. More than 2,000 had already been seized from the city of Suzhou alone after its capture in November. As well as local women carried off against their will, the Japanese imported large numbers of young women from their colony of Korea. A battalion commander in the 37th Division even took 3 Chinese women slaves along with his headquarters for his personal use. To make them look like men, their heads were shaved in an attempt to disguise their role. The idea of the military authorities was to reduce cases of venereal disease and to restrict the number of rapes publicly carried out by their own men, which might provoke the population into resistance. They preferred that women slaves should be raped perpetually in the secrecy of comfort houses. But the notion that the provision of comfort women would somehow stop Japanese soldiers from raping at will proved to be utterly false. Soldiers clearly preferred random acts of rape to queuing up at the comfort house, and their officers felt that rape contributed to their martial spirit. On the rare occasions that the Japanese were forced to abandon a town, they would slaughter the comfort women out of anti-Chinese vengeance. For example, when the town of Suincheng, not far from Nanking, was temporarily retaken, Chinese troops entered a building in which the nude bodies of a dozen Chinese civilian women had been found after the Japanese were driven out. The sign on the door frame facing the street still read, "Consolation, Comfort House of the Great Imperial Army." In northern China, the Japanese experienced some setbacks, almost entirely at the hands of nationalist troops. Communist forces from the 8th Route Army, who claimed to be able to march more than 100 kilometers in a day, were kept out of the worst of the fighting on Mao's strict orders. But by the end of the year, the Kwantung Army controlled the towns of Chaha and Suiyuan provinces and the northern part of Shanxi. South of Peking, they seized the province of Shantung and its capital with ease, largely due to the cowardice of the regional commander, General Han Fu-chu. General Han, who had fled in an aeroplane, taking with him the contents of the local treasury and a silver coffin, was arrested by the nationalists and sentenced to death. He was made to kneel, and then a fellow general shot him through the head. This warning to commanders was widely acclaimed by all parties and contributed greatly to Chinese unity. The Japanese were increasingly dismayed to find how determined the Chinese were to fight on, even after losing their capital and almost all their air force. And they were exasperated by the way the Chinese managed, after the Battle of Shanghai, to avoid any sort of decisive engagement which would destroy them. In January 1938, the Japanese began to advance north up the railway line from Nanking towards Suzhou, a major communication center and of great strategic value, since it was linked to a port on the east coast and lay astride the railway line to the west. If Suzhou fell, then the great industrial agglomeration of Wuchang and Hankow, today's Wuhan, would be vulnerable. As in the Russian Civil War, railway lines in China were of immense importance for the movement and supply of armies. Chiang Kai-shek, who had long known that Suzhou would represent a key objective in a Japanese invasion, assembled some 400,000 troops in the region, a mixture of nationalist divisions and those of warlord allies. The Generalissimo was well aware of the importance of the coming battles. The conflict in China had attracted many foreign journalists and was seen as a counterpart to the Spanish Civil War. Some of the same writers, photographers, and filmmakers who had been in Spain, Robert Capa, Joris Ivans, W. H. Auden, and Christopher Isherwood, arrived to witness and record Chinese resistance to the Japanese onslaught. The forthcoming defense of Wuchang was compared to the Republican defense of Madrid against Franco's Army of Africa in the autumn of 1936. Doctors who had treated Spanish Republican wounded soon began to arrive to help nationalist and communist forces in China. The most notable was the Canadian surgeon Dr. Norman Bethune, who died in China from blood poisoning. Stalin also saw certain parallels with the Spanish Civil War, but Chiang was misled by his representative in Moscow, who was far too optimistic in his belief that the Soviet Union would enter the war against Japan. While the fighting continued, Chiang opened indirect negotiations with the Japanese through the German ambassador, partly in a bid to force Stalin's hand, but their terms were too harsh. Stalin, presumably well briefed by one of his agents, knew that the nationalists could not possibly accept them. In February, Japanese divisions of the Second Army, coming from the north, crossed the Yellow River to encircle the Chinese formations. By the end of March, the Japanese had entered the city of Suzhou, where furious fighting continued for several days. The Chinese had few weapons to deal with Japanese tanks, but Soviet armament had begun to arrive, and counterattacks were made 60 kilometers to the east at Taichuan, where the nationalists claimed a great victory. The Japanese rushed in reinforcements from Japan and Manchuria. On the 17th of May, they believed that they had trapped the bulk of the Chinese divisions, but splitting into small groups, 200,000 nationalist troops escaped the encirclement. Suzhou was finally lost on the 21st of May, and 30,000 prisoners taken. In July, the first major border clash between the Japanese and the Red Army took place at Lake Khasan. Again, the nationalists hoped that the Soviet Union would enter the war, but their expectations were dashed. Stalin even tacitly recognized Japanese control of Manchuria. With Hitler's designs on Czechoslovakia, he was deeply concerned about the German threat in the West. But Stalin did begin to send military advisers to the nationalists. The first had arrived in June, just before the departure of General von Falkenhausen and his team, who had been ordered back to Germany by Goering. The Japanese then planned to attack Wuchang and Hankow, as Chiang had feared. They also decided to set up their own Chinese puppet government. To slow the enemy advance, Chiang Kai-shek gave orders for the Yellow River dikes to be breached, or, in the words of the High Command decision, to use water as a substitute for soldiers. This drowned earth policy delayed the Japanese by about 5 months, but the destruction and civilian deaths that it caused, over 70,000 square kilometers, were horrific. There was no high ground on which people could seek shelter. The official death toll from drowning, starvation, and illness reached 800,000, while more than 6 million people became refugees. Once the ground was finally dry enough to take their vehicles, the Japanese resumed their advance on Wuchang and Hankow, with Imperial Navy forces operating on the Yangtze, and the 11th Army either side following both the north and the south bank. The Yangtze became a vital supply line for their forces, immune to guerrilla attack. The Nationalists had by then received some 500 Soviet aircraft and 150 volunteer Red Army pilots. But since they served for only a 3-month tour, they were gone as soon as they had gained vital experience. Between 150 and 200 served at a time, and altogether 2,000 of them flew in China. They had mounted a successful ambush on the 29th of April, 1938, when they correctly guessed that the Japanese would launch a large raid on Wuchang for the Emperor Hirohito's birthday. But overall, the Imperial Japanese Navy pilots imposed their superiority in central and southern China. Chinese pilots, despite flying unsuitable aircraft, tended to go for spectacular attacks on warships, which led to their own destruction. In July, the Japanese bombed the river port of Kukyang, almost certainly using chemical weapons, which they euphemistically called special smoke. On the 26th of July, when the town fell, the Namita detachment carried out another terrible massacre of civilians. But in the intense heat, the 11th Army advance slowed, due to the bitter resistance of Chinese forces and large numbers of Japanese soldiers succumbing to malaria and cholera. This gave the Chinese time to dismantle factories and ship them up the Yangtze towards Chongqing. On the 21st of October, the Japanese 21st Army captured the great port of Canton on the south coast in an amphibious operation. 4 days later, the 6th Division of the 11th Army entered Wuchang as the Chinese forces withdrew. Chiang Kai-shek railed at the deficiency in staff work, liaison, intelligence, and communications. Divisional headquarters tried to avoid orders from higher command to attack. There was never any defense in depth, just a single line of trenches which could easily be broken, and reserves were seldom deployed in the right place. But the next disaster was largely the fault of Chiang himself. After the fall of Wuchang, the city of Changsha appeared vulnerable. Japanese aircraft bombed it on the 8th of November. The next day, Chiang ordered that the town should be prepared for demolition by fire in case the Japanese broke through. He gave the example of the Russians destroying Moscow in 1812. 3 days later, completely mistaken rumors spread that the Japanese were about to arrive, and in the early hours of the 13th of November, the city was set ablaze. Changsha burned for 3 days. 2/3 of the city, including the warehouses filled with rice and grain, were utterly destroyed. 20,000 people died, including all the wounded soldiers, and 200,000 were made homeless. In spite of its victories, the Imperial Japanese Army was far from complacent. Its commanders knew that they had failed to deliver a knockout blow. Their supply lines were overextended and vulnerable, and they were only too conscious of Soviet military support for the Nationalists, with Red Army pilots now shooting down many of their planes. The Japanese wondered uneasily what Stalin might be planning. These concerns prompted them in November to propose a general withdrawal of their forces to behind the Great Wall in the north, providing that the Nationalists changed their government, conceded Japan's right to Manchuria, allowed the Japanese exploitation of their resources, and agreed to form a joint front against the Communists. Chiang's rival, Wang Jingwei, left for Indochina in December and made contact with the Japanese authorities in Shanghai. He felt that, as the leader of the peace faction within the Kuomintang, he was their obvious candidate to replace Chiang. But few politicians followed him when he left to join the enemy. Chiang's powerful appeal to national redemption won out. The Japanese, having abandoned a strategy of shock attack to obtain a rapid victory, now followed a more cautious path. With war in Europe approaching, they suspected that they would soon have to redeploy part of their vast forces in China on other fronts. They also believed, rather obtusely after the atrocities their troops had committed, that they could win over the Chinese population. So, although the nationalist forces and Chinese civilians continued to suffer huge casualties, some 20 million Chinese would die before the war ended in 1945, the Japanese turned to smaller-scale operations, mainly suppressing guerrilla groups in their rear. The Communists recruited large numbers of local civilians into their guerrilla militias, such as the new Fourth Army along the valley of the central Yangtze. Many of these peasant partisans were armed with little more than farm implements or bamboo spears. But following the Central Committee plenum in October 1938, Mao's policy was strict. Communist forces were not to fight the Japanese unless attacked. They were to conserve their strength for seizing territory from the nationalists. Mao made clear that Chiang Kai-shek was their ultimate opponent, their enemy number one. Japanese raids into the countryside used massacre and mass rape as a weapon of terror. Japanese soldiers began by killing any young men in a village. They roped them together and then split their heads open with swords. Then they turned their attention to the women. Corporal Nakamura wrote in his diary in September 1938 of a raid on Lukuo Chen, south of Nanking. "We seized the village and searched every house. We tried to capture the most interesting girls. The chase lasted for 2 hours. Nyura shot one to death because it was her first time and she was ugly and was despised by the rest of us." Both the rape of Nanking and countless local atrocities provoked a patriotic anger among the peasantry unimaginable before the war, when they had had little idea of Japan or even China as a nation. The next major battle did not take place until March 1939, when the Japanese moved large forces into Jiangxi province to attack its capital of Nanchang. Chinese resistance was fierce, despite the Japanese using poison gas again. On the 27th of March, the city fell after house-to-house fighting. Hundreds of thousands more refugees moved westwards, bent under the heavy bundles on their backs or pushing wooden wheelbarrows with their worldly possessions, quilts, tools, and rice bowls. The hair of their womenfolk was matted with dust, and the old ones had to hobble painfully on their bound feet. The Generalissimo ordered a counterattack to recapture Nanchang. This took the Japanese by surprise, and the nationalists fought their way into the town in late April, but the effort was too much. Chiang Kai-shek, having threatened commanders with death if the city was not taken, then had to agree to a withdrawal. Soon after the Soviet-Japanese clashes in May on the Khalkhin Gol, which prompted Stalin to send Zhukov there as commander, the chief Soviet military advisor with Chiang Kai-shek urged him to launch a major counteroffensive to retake the city of Wuchang. Stalin misled Chiang with the idea that he was about to conclude an agreement with the British, when in fact he was already moving towards an arrangement with Nazi Germany. But Chiang stalled, suspecting rightly that Stalin simply wanted pressure to be taken off the Soviet border regions. The nationalists were alarmed by communist expansion and by Stalin's increasing support for Mao. Yet Chiang calculated that Stalin's main aim was to keep the Kuomintang in the war against Japan, so he felt he could resist the encroachment of communist forces. This led to many murderous engagements, in which, according to Chinese communist figures, over 11,000 people were killed. Although Changsha had been half destroyed by the tragic fire, the Japanese were still determined to capture the town because of its strategic position. Changsha was an obvious target, as it lay on the railway line between Canton and Wuchang, both of which were now occupied by strong Japanese forces. Its capture would seal off the nationalists in their western stronghold of Sichuan. The Japanese launched their attack in August, at the same time as their comrades in the Kwantung Army were fighting General Zhukov's forces far to the north. On the 13th of September, while German forces advanced deep into Poland, The Japanese advanced on Changsha with 120,000 men in 6 divisions. The nationalist plan was to withdraw slowly at first in a fighting retreat, then to allow the Japanese to advance rapidly to the city before striking with an unexpected counterattack on their flanks. Chiang Kai-shek had already noted the Japanese tendency to overextend themselves. Rival generals, keen to gain glory, pushed on without taking account of neighboring formations. His program of training since the loss of Wuchang had had an effect, and the ambush worked. The Chinese claimed to have inflicted 40,000 casualties on the Japanese. Stalin's main priority that August, while Zhukov was winning the Battle of Khalkhin-Gol, was to avoid broadening the conflict with Japan while he began secret negotiations with Germany. Yet the announcement of the Nazi-Soviet pact shook the Japanese leadership to the core. They found it almost impossible to believe that their German ally could come to an agreement with the communist devil. At the same time, Stalin's refusal to fight the Japanese after Zhukov's victory was naturally a major blow to the nationalists. The ceasefire agreement on the Mongolian and Siberian borders allowed the Japanese to concentrate on fighting the Chinese without having to look over their shoulder to the Soviet north. Chiang Kai-shek feared that the Soviet Union and Japan might come to a secret agreement to carve up China, like the Nazi-Soviet partition of Poland in September. Mao, on the other hand, welcomed the possibility, as it would greatly increase his power at the expense of the nationalists. Chiang was also alarmed when Stalin reduced the amount of military aid he supplied to the nationalists. And the start of the war in Europe in September meant that there was even less chance of assistance from the British and French. For the nationalists, the lack of outside help became increasingly grave, especially as they had lost their major industrial bases and tax revenues. The Japanese invasion had not just created a military threat. Harvests and food supplies had been destroyed. Banditry became even more widespread, with deserters and stragglers roaming as gangs. Tens of millions of refugees were trying to escape westwards, if only to save wives and daughters from the cruelty of Japanese troops. Unsanitary overcrowding in cities led to outbreaks of cholera. Malaria had spread to new regions with the mass movement of population. And typhus, the lice-borne curse of fleeing troops and refugees, became endemic. Although great efforts were made to improve Chinese medical services, both military and civilian, the few doctors could do little to help refugees who suffered from ringworm, scabies, trachoma, and all the other burdens of poverty exacerbated by severe malnutrition. Yet, greatly encouraged by their success at Changsha, the nationalists launched a series of counterattacks in a winter offensive right down the length of central China. They intended to cut the supply lines of exposed Japanese garrisons by impeding river traffic on the Yangtze and severing railway communications. But as soon as the nationalist attacks began in November, the Japanese invaded the southwestern province of Guangxi with an amphibious landing. On the 24th of November, they took the city of Nanning and threatened the railway line to French Indochina. The few nationalist troops in the area were taken by surprise and retreated quickly. Chiang Kai-shek rushed in reinforcements, and the fighting, which lasted for 2 months, was savage. The Japanese claimed to have killed 25,000 Chinese in one battle alone. Other Japanese offensives further north seized regions important to the nationalists for grain supplies and recruitment. They also built up their bomber force in China to raid deep into the nationalists' rear areas and batter their new capital of Chongqing. The Communists, meanwhile, secretly negotiated a deal with the Japanese in central China, under which they would not attack the railways, providing the Japanese would leave alone their new Fourth Army in the countryside. The world situation was very unfavorable to the nationalists, since Stalin was in an alliance with Germany and warned Chiang Kai-shek off any dealings with Britain and France. The Soviet leader feared that the British, as well as the Chinese, wanted to maneuver him into a war with Japan. In December 1939, during the Winter War against Finland, the nationalists faced a terrible dilemma when the Soviet Union was faced with expulsion from the League of Nations for its invasion. They did not want to provoke Stalin, yet could not use their veto to save him, as that would anger the Western powers. In the end, their representative abstained. This angered Moscow without satisfying the British and French. Soviet deliveries of military material dropped significantly and were not restored to their previous level for a year. To put pressure on Stalin to relent, Chiang Kai-shek made noises about pursuing peace talks with the Japanese. Even so, the nationalists' main hope for the future now lay increasingly with the United States, which had started to condemn Japanese aggression and to reinforce its own bases in the Pacific. But Chiang Kai-shek also faced two internal challenges. The Chinese Communist Party under Mao was becoming much more assertive, increasing its hold on territory behind Japanese lines and claiming that it would defeat the Kuomintang at the end of the Sino-Japanese War. And on the 30th of March 1940, the Japanese established Wang Qingwei's national government of what was called the Reformed Kuomintang in Nanking. The real nationalists referred to him simply as the criminal traitor. They were concerned that his regime might be recognized not only by Germany and Italy, Japan's only European allies, but by other foreign powers as well. Chapter 5. Norway and Denmark. January to May 1940. Hitler had originally wanted his attack on the Low Countries and France to begin in November 1939, as soon as German divisions could be transferred from Poland. Above all, he wanted to seize Channel ports and airfields to strike against Britain, which he regarded as his most dangerous enemy. He was in a desperate hurry to achieve a decisive victory in the West before the United States was in a position to intervene. German generals were uneasy. They believed that the size of the French army might lead to another stalemate, as in the First World War. Germany possessed neither the fuel nor the raw materials for an extended campaign. Some were also reluctant to attack neutral Holland and Belgium, but such moralistic qualms, like the few protests over the killing of Polish civilians by the SS, were furiously dismissed by Hitler. He was even angrier when told that the Wehrmacht was dangerously short of munitions, especially bombs, and of tanks. Even the brief Polish campaign had exhausted their stocks and emphasized the inadequacy of the Mark I and Mark II tanks. Hitler blamed the army's procurement system for the failure and soon brought in Dr. Fritz Todt, his construction chief, to run it. And in a characteristic decision, Hitler decided to use up all raw material reserves without regard to the future and at the expense of later war years. They could be replenished, he argued, as soon as the Wehrmacht captured the coal and steel areas of the Netherlands, Belgium, France, and Luxembourg. Mists and fogs in the late autumn of 1939 had, in any case, forced Hitler to accept that the Luftwaffe could not provide the vital support needed for his November target date. It is tantalizing to speculate how differently things might have turned out if Hitler had launched his attack then, rather than 6 months later. Hitler then ordered plans to be drawn up for an assault on neutral Holland in mid-January 1940. Astonishingly, both the Dutch and Belgians received warnings of this from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Rome. This was because many Italians, especially Mussolini's foreign minister Count Ciano, had been made both nervous and angry by Germany's rush to war in September. They feared that they would be attacked first in the Mediterranean by the British. In addition, Oberst Hans Oster, an anti-Nazi in the Abwehr, German military intelligence, tipped off the Dutch military attaché in Berlin. Then, on the 10th of January 1940, a German liaison plane, which had become lost in thick cloud, crash-landed on Belgian territory. The Luftwaffe staff officer on board, who had a copy of the plans to attack Holland, tried to burn the papers, but Belgian soldiers arrived before they were all destroyed. Paradoxically, this turn of events would prove to be most unfortunate for the Allies. Assuming that a German invasion was imminent, their formations in northeastern France, destined to defend Belgium, were immediately moved to the frontier, thus giving away their own plan. Hitler and the OKW felt obliged to rethink their strategy. The replacement plan would be Generalleutnant Erich von Manstein's brilliant project of attacking with panzer divisions through the Ardennes, then striking for the Channel behind the backs of the British and French armies due to advance into Belgium. All the postponements lulled the Allied forces languishing on the French frontiers into a false sense of security. Many soldiers, and even planners in the War Office, began to believe that Hitler would never summon up the courage to invade France. Großadmiral Raeder, unlike the senior army commanders, was in complete agreement with Hitler's aggressive strategy. He went even further and urged the Führer to include the invasion of Norway in his plans to give the German Navy a flank from which to operate against British shipping. He also used the argument that the northern Norwegian port of Narvik should be seized to secure the supply of Swedish iron ore, so vital for Germany's war industries. He had brought Vidkun Quisling, the pro-Nazi leader in Norway, to meet Hitler, and Quisling helped persuade the Führer that a German occupation of Norway was essential. The threat of British and French intervention in Norway as part of a plan to support the Finns had disturbed him. And if the British established a naval presence in southern Norway, they might cut off the Baltic. Himmler also had his eye on Scandinavia, but as a recruiting ground for his Waffen-SS military formations. Yet Nazi attempts to infiltrate the Scandinavian countries had not been as successful as they had hoped. The Nazis did not know that Churchill had originally wanted to go much further than just seal off the Baltic. The pugnacious First Lord of the Admiralty had originally wanted to take the war right into the Baltic by sending a surface fleet there, but fortunately for the Royal Navy, Operation Catherine was thwarted. Churchill also wanted to halt the supply of Swedish ore transported to Germany from the port of Narvik, but Chamberlain and the War Cabinet were firmly against the violation of Norwegian neutrality. Churchill then took a calculated risk. On the 16th of February, HMS Cossack, a British tribal-class destroyer, intercepted the Graf Spee's supply ship, the Altmark, in Norwegian waters to release some British merchant navy prisoners held on board. The famous cry of the blue-jacket boarding party to the prisoners below, "The Navy's here!" thrilled a British public who had been suffering the inconvenience of war with little of its drama. In response, the Kriegsmarine increased its presence at sea. But on the 22nd of February, 2 German destroyers were attacked by Heinkel 111s because the Luftwaffe had not been informed in time that they were in the area. The destroyers were hit and struck mines. Both sank. German warships were then called back to harbour, although for another reason. Hitler issued orders on the 1st of March to prepare for the invasion of Denmark and Norway, an operation which would require all available surface ships. His decision to attack the 2 countries alarmed both the German army and the Luftwaffe. They believed that they faced a hard enough problem already with the invasion of France. A diversion in Norway just beforehand might prove disastrous. Goering especially was furious, but mainly out of pique. He felt that he had not been properly consulted first. On the 7th of March, Hitler signed the directive. It then seemed to take on a greater urgency because air reconnaissance reported that the Royal Navy was concentrating its forces at Scapa Flow. This was presumed to be in preparation for a landing on the Norwegian coast. Yet the news a few days later of the Soviet-Finnish accord to end their conflict produced mixed feelings in the German High Command. Even Kriegsmarine planners, who had been pressing all along for intervention in Norway, now thought that the pressure was off, since the British and French had no further excuse to land in Scandinavia. But Hitler and others, including Großadmiral Raeder, felt that preparations were so far advanced that the invasion had to go ahead. A German occupation would also be a very effective way of maintaining pressure on Sweden to maintain its deliveries of iron ore. And Hitler liked the idea of Germany having bases which faced the eastern coastline of Britain and offered access to the northern Atlantic. The simultaneous invasion of Norway, Weser-Übung North, with 6 divisions, and Denmark, Weser-Übung South, with 2 divisions and a motorized rifle brigade, was fixed for the 9th of April. Transport ships, escorted by the Kriegsmarine, would land their forces at several points, including Narvik, Trondheim and Bergen. The Luftwaffe's 10 Flieger Corps would fly paratroopers and air landing units to other places, especially Oslo. Copenhagen and several other key towns in Denmark would be attacked by land and from the sea. The OKW suspected that they were in a race for Norway against the British, but they were in fact comfortably ahead. Chamberlain, unaware of German plans, had stood down the Anglo-French Expeditionary Force for Norway and Finland after the Soviet-Finnish Pact was signed. This was against the advice of the Chief of the Imperial General Staff, General Sir Edmund Ironside. Chamberlain, who dreaded extending the war to neutral Scandinavia, just hoped that Germany and the Soviet Union would now drift apart. But Allied inaction and pious hopes that they could conduct the war according to League of Nations rules were unlikely to impress anyone. Daladier, when still French Prime Minister, advocated a much more forceful strategy, providing it kept any fighting away from France. As well as bombing the Baku and mid-Caucasian oil fields, an idea which horrified Chamberlain, Daladier also wanted to occupy the mining area of Petsamo in northern Finland, near the Soviet naval base of Murmansk. In addition, he argued strongly for landings on the Norwegian coast and complete control of the North Sea to prevent Swedish iron ore from reaching Germany. The British, however, suspected that he wanted to divert the war to Scandinavia to reduce the chances of a German attack on France. They believed this partly because Daladier obstinately opposed the British plan to block shipping on the Rhine by dropping mines. In any case, Daladier was forced to resign as Prime Minister on the 20th of March. Paul Reynaud took over, and in the reshuffle Daladier became Minister for War. Haggling between the Allies over their rival operations wasted precious time. Daladier forced Reynaud to continue to oppose the mining of the Rhine. The British agreed to the French plan to mine the waters off Narvik, which was carried out on the 8th of April. Churchill wanted to have a landing force ready, as he was certain that the Germans would react, but Chamberlain remained too cautious. Unknown to the British, a large German naval force with infantry on board had already set sail from Wilhelmshaven on the 7th of April for Trondheim and Narvik in northern Norway. The battle-cruisers Gneisenau and Scharnhorst were accompanied by the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper and 14 destroyers. Another 4 groups headed for ports in southern Norway. A British aircraft sighted the main task force under Vice Admiral Günther Lütjens. RAF bombers launched an attack, but failed to score a single hit. The British Home Fleet, under Admiral of the Fleet Sir Charles Forbes, put to sea from Scapa Flow, but it was well behind. The only naval force in a position to intercept was the battle-cruiser HMS Renown and its escorting destroyers acting in support of the mining operation off Narvik. One of these destroyers, HMS Glowworm, sighted a German destroyer and gave chase, but Lütjens sent in the Hipper, which sank the Glowworm as she attempted to ram her. The Royal Navy, determined to concentrate its forces for a major naval battle, ordered the disembarkation of troops on other warships ready to sail to Narvik and Trondheim. Yet the Home Fleet was having little success in intercepting the main German task force. This gave Lütjens time to send his destroyers into Narvik, but his battle squadron then sighted the Renown at dawn on the 9th of April. The Renown, with impressively accurate fire in the heavy seas, battered the Gneisenau and damaged the Scharnhorst, forcing Lütjens to withdraw while his ships carried out emergency repairs. The German destroyers, having sunk 2 small Norwegian warships, landed their troops and seized Narvik. Also on the 9th of April, the Hipper and her destroyers landed troops in Trondheim, and another force entered Bergen. Stavanger was also taken by paratroops and 2 air-landed infantry battalions. Oslo proved a much harder task, even though the Kriegsmarine had sent the new heavy cruiser Blücher and the pocket battleship Lützow, the former Deutschland. Norwegian shore batteries and torpedoes sank the Blücher. The Lützow had to withdraw after also suffering damage. At Narvik the following morning, 5 British destroyers managed to enter the fjords unseen. A heavy snowfall had hidden them from the offshore screen of U-boats. As a result, they surprised 5 German destroyers in the process of refueling. They sank 2 of them, but were then attacked by other German destroyers from side fjords. 2 Royal Navy destroyers were sunk and a third badly damaged. Unable to break out, the surviving ships had to wait until the 13th of April, when the battleship HMS Warspite and 9 destroyers came to their rescue and finished off every German warship remaining. In other actions down the coast, 2 German cruisers, the Königsberg and the Karlsruhe, were sunk, the former by bombs from carrier-launched skewers, and the latter torpedoed by a submarine. The Lützow was so badly damaged that it had to be towed back to Kiel. But the Royal Navy's partial success did nothing to stop the transport of over 100,000 German troops to Norway in the course of the month. The occupation of Denmark proved even easier for the Germans. They managed to land troops in Copenhagen before the shore batteries could be alerted. Denmark's government felt obliged to accept the terms dictated by Berlin. The Norwegians, however, rejected any notion of a peaceful occupation. The king, withdrawing with the government from Oslo on the 9th of April, ordered mobilization. Although German forces seized many bases in their coup de main, they found themselves isolated until reinforcements arrived in strength. Because of the Royal Navy's decision to disembark troops on the 9th of April, the first Allied troops did not put to sea until 2 days later. The situation was not helped by an impatient Churchill changing his mind and interfering constantly in operational decisions, to the exasperation of General Ironside and the Royal Navy. Norwegian troops meanwhile attacked the German 3rd Mountain Division with great bravery. But with German forces already established in Narvik and Trondheim, the Anglo-French landings had to be made on their flanks. A direct assault on the harbours was considered too dangerous. Only on the 28th of April did British troops and 2 battalions of the French Foreign Legion begin to land, reinforced by a Polish brigade. They captured Narvik and were able to destroy the port, but the Luftwaffe's air supremacy ensured that the Allied operation was doomed. In the course of the next month, the German onslaught on the Low Countries and France would force an evacuation of Allied troops from the northern flank, and thus the surrender of Norwegian troops. The Norwegian royal family and the government sailed to England to continue the war. Raeder's obsession with Norway, with which he had infected Hitler, was however to prove a very mixed blessing for Nazi Germany. The army continued to complain throughout the war that the occupation of Norway tied down far too many troops who would be of much greater use on other fronts. From an Allied point of view, the Norway campaign was far more disastrous. Although the Royal Navy managed to sink half the Kriegsmarine's destroyers, the combined operation was the worst example of inter-service cooperation. Many senior officers also suspected that Churchill's misdirected enthusiasm had been influenced by a secret desire to blot out the memory of his ill-fated Dardanelles expedition in the First World War. Responsibility for the Norway debacle, as Churchill privately acknowledged later, rested much more with him than with Neville Chamberlain. Yet, with the cruel irony of politics, the reverse would bring him to replace Chamberlain as Prime Minister. Along the French frontier, the Phoney War, or Drôle de Guerre, or Sitzkrieg, as the Germans called it, lasted far longer than Hitler had planned. He despised the French army, and he was certain that Dutch resistance would collapse immediately. All he needed was the right plan to replace the one passed to the Allies by the Belgians. The most senior army officers did not like General von Manstein's daring project and tried to suppress it. But Manstein, when finally given access to Hitler, argued that a German invasion of Holland and Belgium would draw the British and French forces forward from the Franco-Belgian frontier. They could then be cut off by a thrust through the Ardennes and across the River Meuse towards the Somme estuary and Boulogne. Hitler grabbed at the plan because he needed a knockout blow. Characteristically, he later claimed that it had been his idea all along. The British Expeditionary Force, with 4 divisions, had taken up positions along the Belgian frontier the previous October. By May 1940, it had been increased to 1 armoured and 10 infantry divisions under General Lord Gort, V.C. Gort, despite the considerable size of his command, had to take orders from the French commander in the northeast, General Alphonse Georges, and the strangely diffident French commander-in-chief, General Maurice Gamelin. There was no joint Allied command, as in the First World War. The greatest problem both Gort and Georges faced was the obstinate refusal of the Brussels government to compromise Belgium's neutrality, even though it knew that the Germans planned to attack. Gort and his neighbouring French formations would thus have to wait for the German invasion before they could move forward. The Dutch, who had managed to stay neutral in the First World War, were even more determined not to provoke the Germans by making joint plans with the French or the Belgians. Yet they still hoped that Allied forces would come to support their small and under-equipped army when the fighting started. The Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, although sympathetic to the Allies, knew that it could do no more than close its border and point out to the German invaders that they were violating its neutrality. There was another fatal flaw in French planning. The Maginot Line stretched only from the Swiss border to the southernmost point of the Belgian frontier, opposite the Ardennes. Neither the French nor British staffs imagined the Germans attempting a thrust through this heavily wooded region. The Belgians warned the French that this was a danger, but the supercilious Gamelin dismissed the possibility. Reynaud, who called Gamelin the nerveless philosopher, wanted to sack him, but Daladier, as Minister of War, insisted on keeping him. The paralysis of decision extended right to the top. The lack of support in France for the war was barely concealed. German claims that Britain had forced the French into the war and then would leave them to face the bulk of the fighting were effectively corrosive. Even the French General Staff, led by General Gamelin, showed little enthusiasm. The utterly inadequate gesture of a limited advance near Saarbrücken in September had represented almost an insult to the Poles. France's defensive mentality affected its military organization. The majority of its tank units, although not technically inferior to the German panzers, were insufficiently trained. Apart from 3 mechanized divisions, a 4th was hurriedly put together under the command of Colonel Charles de Gaulle. French tanks were split up among its infantry formations. Both French and British forces were short of effective anti-tank guns. The British 2-pounder was generally referred to as a pea-shooter, and their radio communications were primitive, to say the least. In a war of movement, field telephones and landlines would prove to be of little use. General Villemain had written to Daladier during the Czechoslovak crisis in 1938 to warn him that the Luftwaffe would rapidly destroy their squadrons. Only marginal improvements had been made since then. The French therefore expected the RAF to take on most of the burden, but Air Chief Marshal Sir Hugh Dowding, the head of Fighter Command, was deeply opposed to deploying aircraft to France. Fighter Command's primary role was the defence of the United Kingdom, and in any case French airfields lacked effective anti-aircraft protection. In addition, neither the RAF nor the French Air Force had trained to act in close support for their own ground forces. The Allies had failed to learn this lesson of the Polish campaign, as well as others, such as the Luftwaffe's skill at ruthless preemptive strikes against airfields, and the German army's ability with sudden armoured thrusts to disorientate the defenders. After several more postponements, partly due to the Norwegian campaign, and partly, in the last few days, to unfavourable weather forecasts, the German invasion in the west was finally set. Friday, the 10th of May, was to be X-Day. Hitler, with his customary lack of modesty, predicted the greatest victory in world history. Chapter 6. Onslaught in the West. May 1940. Thursday, the 9th of May 1940, was a beautiful spring day in most of northern Europe. A war correspondent observed Belgian soldiers planting pansies round their barracks. There had been rumours of a German attack, with reports of pontoon bridges being assembled close to the border, but those were discounted in Brussels. Many seemed to think that Hitler was about to attack south into the Balkans, not westwards. In any case, few imagined that he would invade 4 countries, Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg and France, all in one go. In Paris, life continued as usual. The capital had seldom looked so beautiful. Chestnut trees had burst into leaf. Cafes were full. Without any apparent irony, J'attendrai continued as the hit song. Race meetings went on at Auteuil, and smart women thronged the Ritz. Most striking of all were the many officers and soldiers in the streets. General Gamelin had just reinstated permission to go on leave. By a curious coincidence, Paul Reynaud, the Prime Minister, had offered his resignation that morning to President Albert Lebrun, because Daladier had again refused to sack the Commander-in-Chief. In Britain, the BBC News announced that the night before, 33 Conservatives had voted against Chamberlain's government in the House of Commons following a debate on the Norway fiasco. Leo Emery's speech attacking Chamberlain would prove fatal for the Prime Minister. He ended it with Cromwell's dismissal of the Long Parliament in 1653. "Depart, I say, and let us have done with you. In the name of God, go." Amid tumultuous scenes with chants of "Go! Go! Go!" a shaken Chamberlain left the chamber, trying to conceal his emotions. Throughout that sunny day, politicians in Westminster and the clubs of St. James's discussed the next step in either hushed or heated tones. Who would succeed Chamberlain, Churchill or Lord Halifax, the Foreign Secretary? For most Conservatives, Edward Halifax was the natural choice. Many still distrusted Churchill as a dangerous, even unscrupulous maverick. Yet Chamberlain still tried to hold on. He approached the Labour Party, suggesting a coalition, but was told brusquely that they were not prepared to serve under him as leader. That evening he was forced to face the fact that he had to resign. Thus Britain found itself in a political limbo on the very eve of the great German offensive in the West. In Berlin, Hitler dictated his proclamation for the morrow to the armies of the Western Front. "The battle beginning today will decide the fate of the German nation for the next 1,000 years," it concluded. As the moment approached, the Führer was increasingly optimistic, especially after the success of the Norwegian campaign. He predicted that France would surrender within 6 weeks. The audacious glider assault on the principal Belgian fortress of Eben-Emael, near the Dutch border, excited him the most. His special train, the Amerika, steamed off that afternoon to take him to a new Führer headquarters designated the Felsennest, or Cliff Nest, in the forested hills of the Eifel, close to the Ardennes. At 2100 hours, the code word Danzig was sent to all army groups. Meteorological reports had confirmed that the next day would provide perfect visibility for the Luftwaffe. Secrecy had been maintained so carefully that, after all the postponements of the attack date, some officers had been away from their regiments when the order to move out came through. In the north, astride the Rhine, the German 18th Army was ready to strike into Holland towards Amsterdam and Rotterdam. A third force would head north of Tilburg and Breda towards the sea. Just to their south was Generaloberst Walter von Reichenau's 6th Army. Its objectives were Antwerp and Brussels. Generaloberst von Rundstedt's Army Group A, with 44 divisions in all, contained the main panzer forces. Generaloberst Günther von Kluger's 4th Army would strike into Belgium towards Charleroi and Dinant. The thrust by all these armies into the Low Countries from the east would bring the British and French forces racing northwards to join up with the Belgians and Dutch. At this point, Manstein's Sickelschnitt, or sickle-cut, plan would come into play. Generaloberst Wilhelm List's 12th Army would advance across northern Luxembourg and the Belgian Ardennes to cross the River Meuse south of Givet and near Sedan, the scene of France's great disaster in 1870. Once over the Meuse, the Panzer Group, commanded by General de Cavalerie Ewald von Kleist, would head towards Amiens, Abbeville and the Somme estuary on the Channel. This would cut off the BEF, the British Expeditionary Force, and the French 7th, 1st and 9th Armies. The German 16th Army would meanwhile advance through southern Luxembourg to protect Kleist's exposed left flank. Generaloberst Ritter von Leeb's Army Group C, with 2 more armies, would maintain pressure on the Maginot Line to the south, so that the French would feel unable to send forces north to rescue their forces trapped in Flanders. Manstein's left hook Sichelschnitt was thus a reversal of the version of the right hook Schlieffen plan attempted in 1914, which the French now expected them to try a second time. Admiral Wilhelm Canaris of the Abwehr mounted a very effective disinformation campaign, spreading rumours in Belgium and elsewhere that this was precisely what the Germans were planning. Manstein was confident that Gamelin would send the bulk of his mobile forces into Belgium because they had promptly moved towards the border following the capture of the documents after the plane crash. Many senior Allied officers subsequently believed that the plane crash had been a clever plant by the Germans, when it had really been a genuine accident, as Hitler's fury at the time confirmed. In any case, Manstein's plan to draw the Allies into Belgium played to another French preoccupation. General Gamelin, like most of his countrymen, preferred to fight on Belgian territory rather than in French Flanders, which had suffered such destruction in the First World War. Hitler was also keen that airborne troops and special forces should play a part. He had summoned Generalleutnant Kurt Student to the Reichschancellery the previous October and ordered him to prepare groups to seize the fortress of Eben-Emal and key bridges on the Albert Canal, using assault groups in gliders. Brandenburger commandos in Dutch uniforms were to secure bridges, while others, disguised as tourists, would infiltrate Luxembourg just before the offensive began. But the main airborne coup de main would consist of an assault on 3 airfields round The Hague, with units from the 7th Fallschirmjäger Division and the 22nd Luftlandedivision Division under Generalmajor Hans Graf von Sponeck. Their objective was to seize the Dutch capital and take prisoner the government and members of the royal family. The Germans had produced a lot of diversionary noise, circulating rumours of a concentration on Holland and Belgium, attacks on the Maginot Line, and even the suggestion that they might circumvent its southern end by violating Swiss neutrality. Gamelin was certain that the Germans' onslaught on Holland and Belgium would be their main attack. He paid little attention to the sector facing the Ardennes, convinced that its thickly wooded hills were impenetrable. The roads and forest tracks were large enough for the German tanks, while the canopy of beech, fir and oak provided perfect concealment for Kleist's panzer group. Generaloberst von Rundstedt had been reassured by the photo-reconnaissance expert attached to his headquarters that the French defensive positions covering the Meuse were far from finished. Unlike the Luftwaffe, which mounted constant photo-reconnaissance flights over the Allied lines, the French Air Force refused to send aircraft over German territory. Yet Gamelin's own military intelligence, the Deuxième Bureau, possessed a remarkably accurate picture of the German order of battle. They had located the bulk of the panzer divisions in the Eifel, just beyond the Ardennes, and had also discovered that the Germans were interested in the routes from Sedan towards Abbeville. The French military attaché in Bern, tipped off by the very effective Swiss intelligence service, warned Gamelin's headquarters on the 30th of April that the Germans would attack between the 8th and 10th of May, with Sedan lying on the principal axis of advance. Gamelin and other senior French commandos nevertheless remained in a state of denial about the threat. France is not Poland, was their attitude. General Charles Hunziker, whose Second Army was responsible for the Sedan sector, had only 3 third-rate divisions on that part of the front. He knew how unprepared and unenthusiastic his reservists were for the fight. Hunziker begged Gamelin for 4 more divisions because his defences were not ready, but Gamelin refused. Some accounts, however, accuse Hunziker of complacency and say that General André Courap, commanding the neighbouring 9th Army, was more aware of the threat. In any case, the concrete positions overlooking the River Meuse, built by civilian contractors, did not even have embrasures facing in the right direction. Minefields and barbed wire entanglements were totally inadequate, and suggestions that trees should be felled across the forest tracks on the east bank of the river were rejected because the French cavalry might want to advance. In the early hours of Friday, the 10th of May, word of the impending attack reached Brussels. Telephones began ringing all over the city. Police rushed from hotel to hotel to tell night porters to wake any military personnel they had staying there. Officers, still struggling into their uniforms, ran to find taxis to rejoin their regiments or headquarters. As dawn broke, the Luftwaffe appeared. Belgian biplane fighters took off to intercept, but their antiquated machines stood no chance. Civilians in Brussels awoke to the sound of anti-aircraft fire. Reports of enemy movement had also reached Gamelin's headquarters in the very early hours, but they were dismissed as an overreaction after so many false alarms. The commander-in-chief was not woken until 0630 hours. His Grand Quartier Général in the medieval fortress of Vincennes on the eastern edge of Paris was far from the battlefield, but close to the centre of power. Gamelin was a politician's soldier, adept at maintaining his position in the Byzantine world of the Third Republic. Unlike the ferociously right-wing General Maxime Weygand, whom he had replaced in 1935, the Delphic Gamelin had avoided an anti-republican reputation. Gamelin, credited with planning the Battle of the Marne in 1914 as a brilliant young staff officer, was now a small, fastidious man of 68 in immaculately cut breeches. Many remarked on his surprisingly limp handshake. He enjoyed a rarefied atmosphere with his favourite staff officers who, sharing his intellectual interests, discussed art, philosophy and literature as if they were acting in a highbrow French play cut off from the real world. Since Gamelin did not believe in radio communications and possessed none, the orders to prepare to advance into Belgium were passed by telephone. The French commander-in-chief that morning exuded confidence that the Germans were playing into his hands. One staff officer watched him humming a martial tune as he strode up and down the corridors. Word of the attack had also reached London. A cabinet minister went to see Winston Churchill in the Admiralty at 0600 hours, only to find him smoking a cigar while eating eggs and bacon. Churchill was waiting to hear the outcome of Chamberlain's deliberations. Chamberlain, like the King and many Conservative grandees, wanted Lord Halifax to succeed him if he had to go. But Halifax, who had a profound sense of public service, guessed that Churchill would make a better war leader and refused the premiership. Churchill had also emphasized the point that Halifax, as a member of the House of Lords, could not effectively run the government from outside the Commons. In Britain that day, the drama of political change overshadowed the far more serious events across the Channel. Gamelin's plan was for General Henri Giraud's 7th Army on the extreme left to advance rapidly up the coast past Antwerp and join up with the Dutch army round Breda. This addition to his advance into the Low Countries would prove a major element in the disaster to follow, because the 7th Army was his only reserve in northeastern France. The Dutch had hoped for more assistance, but this was wildly over-optimistic after their refusal to coordinate plans, and given the distance to be covered from the French frontier. According to Gamelin's so-called Plan D, a Belgian force of 22 divisions would defend the River Dyle from Antwerp to Louvain. Court's BEF, with 9 infantry divisions and 1 armoured division, would join their right and defend the Dyle east of Brussels from Louvain to Wavre. On the BEF's southern flank, General Georges Blanchard's 1st French Army would hold the gap between Wavre and Namur, while General Corrap's 9th Army would line the River Meuse south from Namur to west of Sedan. The Germans were aware of every detail, having broken the French codes with great ease. Gamelin had assumed that the Belgian troops defending the Albert Canal from Antwerp to Maastricht would be able to hold off the Germans long enough for the Allies to advance to what they imagined would be previously prepared positions. On paper, the Dyle plan appeared to be a satisfactory compromise, but it utterly failed to predict the speed, ruthlessness and deception of the Wehrmacht's combined operations. The lessons of the Polish campaign had simply not been absorbed. Once again, the Luftwaffe sent in preemptive dawn attacks against airfields in Holland, Belgium and France. Messerschmitts managed to shoot up French aircraft lined up at dispersal. Polish pilots were horrified by the French insouciance and lack of enthusiasm to engage the enemy. RAF squadrons scrambled when ordered up, but once in the air they had little idea where to go. With no effective radar, ground control was of little help. Even so, on that first day, the RAF Hurricanes still managed to bring down over 30 German bombers, but they had not had to contend with German fighter escorts, and the Luftwaffe did not make that mistake again. The bravest pilots were those flying the obsolete Fairy Battle light bombers sent to attack a German column advancing through Luxembourg. Slow and inadequately armed, they were dangerously vulnerable to both enemy fighters and ground fire. 13 out of 32 were shot down, and all the others damaged. The French lost 56 aircraft destroyed on that day out of 879, and the RAF 49 out of 384. The Dutch Air Force lost half its strength in a morning. But the battle was far from one-sided. The Luftwaffe lost 126 machines destroyed, of which most were Junkers 52 transports. The bulk of the Luftwaffe effort was concentrated against Holland in the hope of knocking the country out of the fight rapidly, but also to reinforce the impression that the main attack was coming in the north. This was all part of what the military analyst Basil Liddell Hart later called the Matador's cloak tactic, to draw Gamelin's mobile forces into the trap. In a new development in warfare, Junkers 52 transport planes, escorted by Messerschmitts, began dropping the airborne assault troops. The main objective, to seize The Hague with units of the 7th Fallschirmjäger and the 22nd Luftlander divisions, was, however, a costly failure. Many of the slow transport planes were shot down en route to the target, and less than half the force reached the 3 airfields around the Dutch capital. Dutch units fought back, inflicting many casualties on the paratroopers, while both the royal family and the government made their escape. Other detachments from the same 2 divisions managed to seize the Walhaven airfield near Rotterdam, as well as key bridges. But to the east, Dutch troops had reacted very quickly and blown the bridges around Maastricht before the German commandos, dressed in Dutch uniforms, could seize them. Hitler, at the Felsen-Nest, is said to have wept with joy when he heard that the Allies were starting to march into the Belgian trap. He was also thrilled that the assault group of paratroopers in gliders had managed to drop exactly onto the glacis of the Eban-Emal fortress at the confluence of the Meuse and the Albert Canal. They trapped the large Belgian garrison beneath them until the 6th Army arrived the following evening. Other paratroop detachments seized bridges over the Albert Canal, and the Germans rapidly breached the first main lines of defence. Even if the principal airborne operation against The Hague had failed, the landing of paratroopers deep inside Holland created fearful panic and confusion. It started the wild rumours of paratroops coming down dressed as nuns, of poisoned sweets dropped for children, and of fifth columnists signalling from attic windows, a phenomenon which infected Belgium, France, and later Britain. In London, the War Cabinet met no fewer than 3 times during that day, the 10th of May. Chamberlain had at first wanted to stay on as Prime Minister, insisting that there should be no change of government while the battle across the Channel continued, but when the confirmation came through that the Labour Party refused to support him, he knew that he had to resign. Halifax again rejected the premiership, so Chamberlain was driven to Buckingham Palace to advise King George VI to send for Churchill. The King, depressed that his friend Halifax had turned down the post, had no alternative. Now that Churchill's position was confirmed, he wasted no time in turning his attention back to the war and the advance of the BEF into Belgium. The 12th Royal Lancers in their armoured cars had moved out first as a reconnaissance screen at 10:20 hours. Most other British units followed during the day. The 3rd Division's leading column was halted at the border by an uninformed Belgian official demanding a permit to enter Belgium. A truck simply smashed open the barrier. Almost every road into Belgium was filled with columns of military vehicles heading north to the line of the River Diehl, which the 12th Lancers reached at 1800 hours. The Luftwaffe's concentration, first on airfields and then on Holland, had at least meant that the Allied armies advancing into Belgium were spared from air attack. The French appear to have been slower off the mark. Many French formations did not start moving until the evening. This was a grave mistake, as the roads rapidly became clogged with refugees coming in the other direction. Their 7th Army, on the other hand, hurried forward along the Channel coast towards Antwerp, but soon suffered from concentrated Luftwaffe attacks when they reached southern Holland. Along the route on that hot day, Belgians emerged from cafes to offer mugs of beer to the red-faced marching soldiers, a generous gesture which was not universally welcomed by officers and NCOs. Other British units crossed through Brussels at dusk. "The Belgians stood cheering," wrote an observer, "and the men in the trucks and Bren carriers waved back. Every man was wearing lilac, purple on his steel helmet, in the barrel of his rifle, stuck in his web equipment. They smiled and saluted with thumbs up, a gesture which at first shocked the Belgians, to whom it had a very rude significance, but which they soon recognized as a sign of cheerful confidence. It was a great sight, one to bring tears to the eyes, as this military machine moved forward in all its strength, efficiently, quietly, with the British military police guiding it on at every crossroads, as if they were dealing with Russia or London. The great battle, however, was about to be decided well to the southeast, in the Ardennes, with Rundstedt's Army Group A. His huge columns of vehicles snaked through the forest, which hid them from Allied aircraft. Overhead, a screen of Messerschmitt fighters flew ready to attack enemy bombers or reconnaissance aircraft. Any vehicle or tank which broke down was pushed off the road. The march table was rigidly adhered to, and despite the fears of many staff officers, the system worked far better than expected. All the vehicles in Panzer Group Kleist had a small white K stenciled back and front to give them absolute priority. Marching infantry and all other transport had to get off the road as soon as they appeared. At 0430 hours, General der Panzertruppen Heinz Guderian, the commander of 19 Corps, had accompanied the 1st Panzer Division as it crossed the Luxembourg border. Brandenburger commandos had already seized some important crossroads and bridges. Luxembourg gendarmes could do little more than point out that the Wehrmacht was violating the country's neutrality before they were taken prisoner. The Grand Duke and his family just managed to escape in time, unrecognized by the Brandenburgers. To the north, 41 Panzer Corps advanced in the direction of the Meuse at Monthermé, and even further north, on their right, General der Panzertruppen Hermann Hoth's 15 Corps, led by General-Major Erwin Rommel's 7th Panzer Division, headed for Dinant. But several of the panzer divisions, to their dismay and Kleist's alarm, found themselves delayed by bridges blown by Belgian sappers attached to the Chasseurs d'Ardennes. At first light on the 11th of May, Rommel's 7th Panzer Division, with the 5th Panzer Division behind and to his right, pushed forward again and reached the river Ourthe. The French cavalry screen managed to blow the bridge just in time, but then retreated after a brisk exchange of fire. Divisional pioneers soon constructed a pontoon bridge, and the advance continued towards the Meuse. Rommel noted that in his division's clashes with the French, the Germans came off best if they immediately opened fire with everything they had. To the south, General-Lieutenant Georg Hans Reinhardt's 41 Panzer Corps, heading for Bastogne and then Monthermé, had been held up by part of Guderian's force crossing their front. Guderian's 19 Corps itself suffered confusion, partly due to a change in orders. But the French cavalry screen, consisting of mounted units and light tanks, was also in disarray. Although the strength of the German drive towards the Meuse was increasingly evident, the French Air Force mounted no sorties. The RAF sent in 8 more ferry battles. 7 were destroyed, mostly by ground fire. Allied aircraft attacking the Maastricht and Albert Canal bridges to the northwest also suffered heavily, but these attempts were too little and too late. The German 18th Army was by now deep into Dutch territory, where resistance was crumbling. Reichenau's 6th Army was across the Albert Canal, bypassing Liège, while another corps advanced on Antwerp. The BEF, now established along the pitifully narrow River Dyle, and the French formations advancing to their positions, received little attention from the Luftwaffe. This worried some of the more perceptive officers, who wondered whether they were being drawn into a trap. The most immediate concern, however, was the French First Army's slow progress, now made infinitely worse by the growing volume of Belgian refugees. There were many more waves to come, as scenes observed in Brussels indicated. They walked, they rode in cars and carts or on donkeys, were pushed in bath chairs, even wheelbarrows. There were youths on bicycles, old men, old women, babies, peasant women, kerchiefs covering their heads, riding on farm carts piled with mattresses, furniture, pots. A long line of nuns, their faces red with perspiration under their coifs, stirred the dust with their long grey robes. The stations were like drawings from those of Russia during the Revolution, with people sleeping on the floor, huddled against the walls, women with weeping babies, men pale and exhausted. On the 12th of May, both in Paris and in London, newspapers gave the impression that the German onslaught had been halted. The Sunday Chronicle announced, "Despair in Berlin." But German forces had crossed Holland to the sea, and the remnants of the Dutch army had pulled back into the triangle of Amsterdam, Utrecht, and Rotterdam. General Giraud's 7th Army, having now reached southern Holland, continued to suffer heavy attacks by the Luftwaffe. In Belgium, General René Priault's cavalry corps, the advance guard of the delayed First Army, managed to beat back the overextended German panzer units advancing on the Deal line. But again, Allied squadrons attempting to bomb bridges and columns were massacred by German light flak units with their quadruple 20mm guns. To the slight resentment of the German forces fighting to cross the Meuse, German news broadcasts emphasized only the battles in Holland and northern Belgium. Little was said about the main attack in the south. This was a deliberate part of the deception plan to distract the Allies' attention from the Sedan and Dinant sectors. Gamelin still refused to acknowledge the threat to the upper Meuse, despite several warnings, but General Alphonse Georges, the commander-in-chief of the northeastern front, a sad-faced old general, much admired by Churchill, intervened to give air priority to Hunziker's sector around Sedan. Georges, who was detested by Gamelin, had never quite recovered from serious wounds to the chest in 1934, inflicted by the assassin of King Alexander of Yugoslavia. Matters were not helped by the confusing chain of command in the French army, largely designed by Gamelin in his determination to undermine the position of his deputy. But even Georges had reacted to the threat too late. French units northeast of the Meuse were pulled back across the river, some in complete disorder. Guderian's 1st Panzer Division entered the town of Sedan against little opposition. The withdrawing French troops at least managed to blow the bridges at Sedan, but already German pioneer bridging companies had demonstrated their speed and skill. That afternoon, Rommel's 7th Panzer Division also reached the Meuse downstream near Dinant. Although the Belgian rearguard blew up the main bridge, grenadiers from the 5th Panzer Division had discovered an old weir at Hou. Concealed by a heavy river mist that night, several companies managed to cross and establish a bridgehead. Korap's 9th Army had failed to get troops forward in time to defend the sector. On the 13th of May, Rommel's troops began to force a crossing of the Meuse at 2 other points, but came under heavy fire from well-positioned French regulars. Rommel came to the crossings near Dinant in his 8-wheeled armoured car to assess the situation. Finding that his armoured vehicles had no smoke shells with them, he ordered his men to set some houses on fire upwind of the crossing point. Then, bringing in some heavier Mark IV panzers, he had them firing across the river at the French positions to cover the infantry in their heavy rubber assault boats. Hardly had the first boats been lowered into the water than all hell broke loose, wrote an officer with the 7th Panzer's reconnaissance battalion. Snipers and heavy artillery straddled the defenseless men in the boats. With our tanks and our own artillery, we tried to neutralize the enemy, but he was too well screened. The infantry attack came to a standstill. This day marked the start of the Rommel legend. To his officers it appeared as if he was almost everywhere, climbing onto tanks to direct the fire, accompanying the combat pioneers and crossing the river himself. His energy and bravery kept his men going when the attack might have flagged. At one stage he took command of an infantry battalion across the Meuse when French tanks appeared. Perhaps it is part of the myth, but Rommel is supposed to have ordered his men, who had no anti-tank weapons, to fire signal flares at them. The French tank crews, thinking they were armor-piercing shells, promptly withdrew. German losses were heavy, but by the evening Rommel had 2 bridgeheads established, the one at Hou and the other at the heavily contested crossing at Dinant. That night his pioneers built pontoon bridges to take the tanks across. Guderian, preparing his own crossings either side of Sedan, had been involved in a furious row with his superior, General Oberst von Kleist. Guderian took the risk of ignoring him and persuaded the Luftwaffe to support his plan with a massive concentration of aircraft from 2 and 8 Fliegerkorps. The latter was commanded by Generalmajor Wolfram Freiherr von Richthofen, a younger cousin of the First World War air ace, the Red Baron, and the former commander of the Condor Legion, responsible for the destruction of Guernica. Richthofen's Stukas, screaming down with their Jericho trumpets, would shake the morale of the French troops defending the Sedan sector. Astonishingly, the French artillery, which had a great concentration of German vehicles and men to aim at, had been ordered to limit their fire to save ammunition. The divisional commander had expected the Germans to take another 2 days to bring up their own field guns before crossing the river. He still had not realized that the Stukas were now the flying artillery of the panzer spearheads, and the Stukas attacked his gun positions with remarkable accuracy. As the town of Sedan burned furiously from heavy shelling and bombing, the Germans rushed the river in their heavy rubber assault boats, paddling furiously. They suffered many casualties, but eventually assault pioneers were across and attacking the concrete bunkers with flamethrowers and satchel charges. As dusk was falling, a wild rumor spread among the terrorized French reservists that enemy tanks were already across the river and that they were about to be cut off. Communications between units and commanders had virtually collapsed as a result of the bombs severing field telephone lines. First the French artillery, then the divisional commander himself, began to retreat. A spirit of sauve-qui-peut took hold. The ammunition stockpiles, which had been hoarded for another day, fell to the enemy without a fight. The older reservists, nicknamed crocodiles, had survived the First World War and did not wish to perish now in what they saw as an unfair fight. The anti-war tracts of the French Communist Party had influenced many, but German propaganda, claiming that the British had got them into this war, was the most effective. Renault's pledge in March to the government in London that France would never seek a separate peace with Germany had only increased their suspicions. French generals, with their mindset from the great victory of 1918, were completely overtaken by events. General Gamelin, during his visit that day to the headquarters of General Georges, still expected the main thrust to come through Belgium. Only in the evening did he discover that the Germans were across the Meuse. He ordered Hunziker's Second Army to mount a counter-offensive, but by the time the general had redeployed his formations, it was too late to launch anything more than local attacks. In any case, Hunziker had completely misunderstood Guderian's intentions. He assumed that the breakthrough was intended to strike south and roll up the Maginot Line from behind. As a result, he strengthened his forces on the right when Guderian was advancing through his far weaker left. The fall of Sedan, with all its echoes of Napoleon III's surrender in 1870, struck horror into the hearts of French commanders. In the early hours of the next morning, the 14th of May, Captain André Beaufre, accompanying General Dumont, entered the headquarters of General Georges. The atmosphere was that of a family in which there had been a death, Beaufre wrote later. "Our front has broken at Sedan," Georges told the new arrivals. "There has been a collapse." The exhausted general flung himself into a chair and burst into tears. With 3 German bridgeheads established round Sedan, Dinant, and a smaller one in between near Monthermé, where Reinhardt's 41 Panzer Corps was starting to catch up after a tough fight, A breach nearly 80 kilometers across was about to open in the French front. There would have been a good chance of crushing the German spearheads if French commanders had reacted more rapidly. On the Sedan sector, General Pierre Lafontaine of the 55th Division had already been given 2 extra infantry regiments and 2 battalions of light tanks, but he did not issue his orders for the counterattack for 9 hours. The tank battalions were also slowed by fleeing soldiers from the 51st Division blocking the roads and by poor communications. During the night, the Germans had wasted no time in getting more of their panzers across the Meuse. The French tanks finally went into action in the early morning, but the vast majority were knocked out. The collapse of the 51st Division had meanwhile triggered panic in neighboring formations. The Allied air forces sent in 152 bombers and 250 fighters that morning to attack the pontoon bridges over the Meuse. But the targets proved too small to hit. Luftwaffe Messerschmitt squadrons were out in force, and the German flak detachments put up a murderous fire. The RAF suffered its worst casualty rate ever, with 40 bombers out of 71 shot down. The French, in desperation, then sent in some of their most obsolete bombers, which were massacred. Georges ordered forward an untested armoured division and a motorized infantry division under General Jean Flavigny, but they were delayed by lack of fuel. Flavigny was directed to attack the Sedan bridgehead from the south because, like Hunziger, Georges thought that the main threat was on the right. Another counterattack was attempted to the north by the 1st Armoured Division against Rommel's bridgehead. But again delays proved fatal due to Belgian refugees blocking roads and petrol buzzers unable to get through. The next morning, the 15th of May, Rommel's spearhead surprised the division's heavy B-1 tanks as they were refueling. A confused battle began, with the French tank crews at a severe disadvantage. Rommel left the 5th Panzer Division to continue the battle, while he surged on ahead. If they had been ready, the French tanks could have scored a significant victory. In the event, although the French 1st Armoured Division managed to destroy nearly 100 German tanks, it was virtually annihilated by the end of the day, mainly by German anti-tank guns. The Allied forces in the Low Countries still had little idea of the threat to their rear. On the 13th of May, General Priault's cavalry corps fought a determined withdrawal to the line of the Dyle, where the rest of Blanchard's First Army was getting into position. Although Priault's Saumur tanks were well armoured, German gunnery and manoeuvre were far better, and the lack of radios in the French tanks proved a major handicap. Having lost nearly half its strength after a valiant battle, Priault's corps was withdrawn. It was in no state to attack southeast against the Ardennes breakthrough, as Gamelin wanted. The French 7th Army began to withdraw towards Antwerp after its fruitless advance to Breda to link up with the isolated Dutch forces. Although ill-trained and badly armed, the Dutch troops fought bravely against the 9th Panzer Division fighting its way towards Rotterdam. The German 18th Army commander was frustrated by their resistance, but finally that evening the panzers broke through. The next day the Dutch negotiated the surrender of Rotterdam, but the German commander had failed to inform the Luftwaffe. A major bombing raid was mounted on the city. Over 800 civilians were killed. The Dutch foreign minister claimed that evening that 30,000 had been killed, an announcement which caused horror in Paris and London. In any case, General Henri Winkelmann, the Dutch commander-in-chief, decided on a general surrender to avoid further loss of life. Hitler, on hearing the news, promptly ordered a triumphal march through Amsterdam with units from the SS Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler and the 9th Panzer Division. Hitler was both amused and exasperated when he received a telegram from the former Kaiser Wilhelm II, still in his Dutch exile at Apeldoorn. "My Führer," it read, "I congratulate you and hope that under your marvelous leadership the German monarchy will be restored completely." Hitler was amazed that the old Kaiser expected him to play Bismarck. "What an idiot," he said to his valet, Linger. The French counterattack planned against the eastern part of the Sedan salient for the 14th of May was first delayed and then called off by General Flavigny, the commander of 21 Corps. He made the disastrous decision to split up the 3rd Armoured Division simply to create a defensive line between Chêmery and Stonne. Hunziker was still convinced that the Germans were heading south behind the Maginot Line. He accordingly pivoted his army round to bar the route to the south. This succeeded only in opening up the route to the west. General von Kleist, when informed of the arrival of French reinforcements, ordered Guderian to halt until more forces came up to protect that flank. After another fierce row, Guderian managed to convince him that he could continue his advance with the 1st and 2nd Panzer Divisions, provided he sent the 10th Panzer Division and the Großdeutschland Infantry Regiment under the Graf von Schwerin against the village of Stonne high on a commanding hill. Early on the 15th of May, the Großdeutschland went straight into the attack without waiting for the 10th Panzer. Flavigny's tank crews fought back, and the village changed hands several times in the course of the day, with heavy casualties on both sides. In the narrow streets of the village, the Großdeutschland anti-tank guns finally knocked out the heavy B-1 tanks, and the exhausted German infantrymen were reinforced by Panzer Grenadiers from the 10th Panzer. The Großdeutschland had lost 103 men killed and 459 wounded. It was the heaviest German loss in the whole campaign. General Korab began to withdraw his 9th Army, but that sparked a rapid disintegration and further widened the gap. Reinhardt's Panzer Corps in the middle had not only caught up with the other two on the 15th of May, its 6th Panzer Division outpaced them dramatically with an advance of 60 kilometers to Montcornet, which split the hapless French 2nd Armoured Division in two. It was this deep strike into the French rear which convinced General Robert Touchon, who was trying to assemble a new 6th Army to plug the gap, that they were too late. He ordered his formations to fall back to south of the river Aisne. There were now very few French forces left between the German panzers and the Channel coast. Guderian had been instructed not to advance until sufficient infantry divisions had been brought across the Meuse. All his superiors, Kleist, Rundstedt and Halder, were deeply nervous about an overextended panzer spearhead exposed to a major French counterattack from the south. Even Hitler was fearful of the risks, but Guderian sensed that the French were in chaos. The opportunity was too good to miss. Thus, what has erroneously been described as a blitzkrieg strategy was to a large degree improvised on the ground. The German spearheads raced on, with their reconnaissance battalions out ahead in 8-wheeled armoured cars and motorcycles with sidecars. They seized bridges which the French had not had time to prepare for demolition. The black-uniformed panzer crews were filthy, unshaven and exhausted. Rommel allowed the 7th and 5th Panzer Divisions little time to rest or even to service their vehicles. Most men kept going on Pervitin tablets, a methamphetamine, and the intoxication of overwhelming victory. Any French troops they encountered were so stunned that they surrendered immediately. They were simply told to throw down their arms and keep marching ahead so that the German infantry coming along behind could deal with them. The second wave, closely following the panzer divisions, consisted of motorized infantry. Alexander Stahlberg, then a lieutenant with the 2nd Infantry Division, motorized, but later Manstein's aide-de-camp, gazed at the ruins of a defeated French army, bullet-ridden vehicles, battered and burned-out tanks, abandoned guns, an unending chain of destruction. They passed through empty villages, advancing with as little fear of a real enemy as they had on manoeuvres. Way behind came the infantry on foot, their jackboots burning, forced on by their officers to catch up. Marching, marching. Always further, always towards the west, wrote one in his diary. Even their horses were dead tired. If Hitler had had his way the previous autumn, the invasion of France would almost certainly have been a disaster. The success at Sedan was truly a miracle for the German army, which was short of ammunition. the Luftwaffe had enough bombs for only 14 days of combat. In addition, the motorized and panzer formations would have been in a very vulnerable position. The heavier tanks, the Mark IIIs and Mark IVs, which were capable of taking on the French and British tanks, had simply not been available then. And the need for training, especially of officers in an army which had expanded from 100,000 to 5.5 million, had also required those extra months. The 29 postponements of Operation Yellow had allowed the Wehrmacht to replenish its reserves sufficiently and prepare properly. In London, on the 14th of May, even the War Cabinet had little idea of the situation west of the Meuse. Purely by coincidence, Antony Eden, the Secretary of State for War, announced that day the creation of the Local Defence Volunteer Corps, soon renamed the Home Guard. Some 250,000 men put down their names in under a week. Yet Churchill's government started to appreciate the scale of the crisis only when Reynaud sent a signal from Paris late on that afternoon of the 14th. He requested 10 more fighter squadrons from Britain to protect his troops from Stuka attacks. He admitted that the Germans had broken through south of Sedan and said he believed that they were heading for Paris. General Ironside, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, gave orders to send a liaison officer to the headquarters of either Gamelin or Georges. Little information was forthcoming, so Ironside concluded that Reynaud was being a little hysterical. But Reynaud soon found that the situation was even more catastrophic than he had feared. Daladier, the Minister of War, had just heard from Gamelin, who had been shaken out of his complacency by a report on the disintegration of the Ninth Army. Information also came in that Reinhardt's Panzer Corps had reached Montcornet. Late that night, Reynaud called a meeting at the Ministry of the Interior with Daladier and the military governor of Paris. If the Germans were heading for Paris, they had to discuss how to avoid panic and maintain law and order. At 07:30 hours the next morning, Churchill was woken by a telephone call from Reynaud. "We have been defeated," Reynaud blurted out. Churchill, still half asleep, did not immediately respond. "We are beaten. We have lost the battle," Reynaud emphasized. "Surely it can't have happened so soon," Churchill said. "The front is broken near Sedan. They are pouring through in great numbers with tanks and armored cars." According to Roland de Margerie, Reynaud's foreign affairs advisor, he added, "The road to Paris is open. Send us all the planes and all the troops you can." Churchill decided to fly to Paris to stiffen Reynaud's resolve, but first he called a War Cabinet meeting to discuss the request for 10 more fighter squadrons. He was determined to do all in his power to help the French. But Air Chief Marshal Dowding, the head of Fighter Command, resolutely opposed the dispatch of any more aircraft. After a heated argument, he walked round the table and placed a paper in front of Churchill showing the likely rate of loss based on current casualties. Within 10 days, there would be no Hurricanes left, either in France or in Britain. The War Cabinet was impressed by his arguments, but still felt that another 4 squadrons should be sent to France. The War Cabinet came to another decision that day. Bomber Command should at last go on the offensive against German territory. It should mount a raid on the Ruhr in retaliation for the Luftwaffe attack on Rotterdam. Few of the aircraft found their targets, but this still marked the first step towards the strategic bombing campaign. Deeply disturbed by the possibility that France might collapse, Churchill sent a telegram to President Roosevelt in the hope of shocking him into action on behalf of the Allies. "As you are no doubt aware, the scene has darkened swiftly. If necessary, we shall continue the war alone, and we are not afraid of that. But I trust you realize, Mr. President, that the voice and the force of the United States may count for nothing if they are withheld too long. You may have a completely subjugated, Nazified Europe established with astonishing swiftness, and the weight may be more than we can bear." Roosevelt's reply was friendly, but he offered no commitment to intervene. Churchill composed another letter, emphasizing Britain's determination to persevere to the very end, whatever the result of the great battle raging in France may be, and again urged the need for rapid American help. Still feeling that Roosevelt did not appreciate the urgency, he wrote yet another message on the 21st of May, which he hesitated to send. Although he insisted that his government would never consent to surrender, he raised another danger. If members of the present administration were finished, and others came to parley amid the ruins, you must not be blind to the fact that the sole remaining bargaining counter with Germany would be the fleet, and if this country was left by the United States to its fate, no one would have the right to blame those then responsible if they made the best terms they could for the surviving inhabitants. Excuse me, Mr. President, putting this nightmare bluntly. Evidently I could not answer for my successors who, in utter despair and helplessness, might well have to accommodate themselves to the German will. Churchill did send this signal, but, as he later realized, his shock tactics, implying that the Germans might even obtain the Royal Navy's warships to challenge the United States, proved counterproductive. They were bound to weaken Roosevelt's confidence in Britain's determination to fight alone, and the President raised with his own advisers the possibility of the British fleet being moved to Canada. He even contacted William Mackenzie King, the Canadian Prime Minister, to discuss the matter. Churchill's mistake was to have a tragic influence some weeks later. On the 16th of May, in the afternoon, Churchill flew to Paris. He was unaware that Gamelin had rung Reynaud to tell him that the Germans might reach the capital that night. They were already approaching Laon, less than 120 kilometers away. The military government advised that the whole administration should leave as soon as possible. Ministries began to burn bonfires of files in their courtyards, with civil servants throwing armfuls of papers out of the windows. The wind, in eddies, wrote Roland de Margerie, blew away sparks and fragments of paper which soon covered the whole district. He noted that Reynaud's defeatist mistress, the Comtesse de Porte, made a caustic comment about the idiot who gave this order. The chef de service replied that it was Reynaud himself. C'est le président du conseil, madame. But at the last moment, Reynaud decided that the government should remain. This did little good, since word had spread. The population of Paris, kept in total ignorance of the disaster by strict press censorship, was soon seized by panic. La Grande Fuite had started. Motor cars with cases piled on the roof began to cross to the Porte d'Orléans and the Porte d'Italie. Churchill, accompanied by General Sir John Dill, the new Chief of the Imperial General Staff, and Major General Hastings Ismay, Secretary of the War Cabinet, landed in his Flamingo aircraft to find that the situation was incomparably worse than we had imagined. At the Quai d'Orsay, they had a meeting with Reynaud, Daladier, and Gamelin. The atmosphere was such that they did not even sit down. Utter dejection was written on every face, Churchill wrote later. Gamelin stood by a map on an easel on which a bulge at Sedan was shown, and tried to explain the position. "Where is the strategic reserve?" Churchill asked, and then repeated in his idiosyncratic French, "Où est la masse de manœuvre?" Gamelin turned to him and, with a shake of the head and a shrug, replied, "Aucune." Churchill then noticed smoke drifting up outside the building. From the window he saw Foreign Ministry officials carting piles of dossiers in wheelbarrows to dump them on the large bonfires. He was dumbfounded that Gamelin's plan had not allowed for a large reserve to counterattack a breakthrough. He was also shocked by his own ignorance of the danger and the lamentable state of inter-allied liaison. When he asked Gamelin about preparations for counterattacks, the commander-in-chief could only shrug hopelessly. The French army was bankrupt. They now expected the British to bail them out. Roland de Margerie quietly warned Churchill that the situation was even worse than Daladier or Gamelin had said. And when he added that they might have to withdraw to the river Loire, or even continue the war from Casablanca, Churchill looked at him avec stupeur. Renaud asked about the 10 fighter squadrons he had requested. Churchill, with Dowding's warning fresh in his ears, explained that to strip Britain of its defences would be disastrous. He reminded them of the terrible losses the RAF had suffered trying to bomb the Meuse crossings, and said that another 4 squadrons were coming, and that others based in Britain were in action over France. But his audience was far from satisfied. That evening, Churchill sent a message from the British Embassy to the War Cabinet, asking for the other 6 squadrons. For security purposes, on an open line, it was dictated in Hindustani by General Ismay and taken down by a fellow Indian Army officer in London. When their agreement was obtained shortly before midnight, Churchill went round to see Renaud and Daladier to restore their courage. Renaud received him wearing a dressing gown and slippers. In the event, the extra squadrons had to be based back in Britain and fly across to fight on a daily basis. With the German advance, there were insufficient airfields, and they all lacked repair facilities. Altogether, 120 Hurricanes based across the Channel, which had been damaged in combat, had to be abandoned in the headlong retreat. The pilots were totally exhausted. Most were flying up to 5 sorties a day, and because the French fighters stood little chance against the Messerschmitt 109, the Hurricane squadrons had to shoulder the brunt of a very unequal battle. More and more reports came in of disintegration in the French army and bad discipline. Attempts were made to force units to stand and fight by executing some officers accused of abandoning their commands. Spy mania took over. Numerous officers and soldiers were shot at random by frightened troops, convinced that they were Germans in Allied uniforms. Panics were set off by wild rumours of German secret weapons and invented fears of a 5th column. Treachery seemed the only way to explain such a bewildering defeat, with the angry cry of "Nous sommes trahis!" Chaos mounted with the growing volumes of refugees in northeast France. Including Dutch and Belgians, some 8 million refugees are said to have taken to the roads that summer, hungry, thirsty and exhausted, the rich in cars, the rest in farm carts, or pushing loaded bicycles, prams or hand carts with their pitiful possessions. "They are the most pathetic sight," wrote Lieutenant General Sir Alan Brooke, commander of the BEF's II Corps, in his diary, with lame women suffering from sore feet, small children worn out with travelling but hugging their dolls, and all the old and maimed struggling along. The fate of Rotterdam had struck fear into many. The vast majority of the population of Lille abandoned the city as the Germans advanced. Although there is no evidence that the Luftwaffe issued orders to its fighter pilots to strafe refugee columns, members of the Allied forces witnessed such incidents. The French army, which had relied on a static defence, was even less able to react to the unexpected, with the roads jammed by terrified civilians. Chapter 7. The Fall of France. May to June 1940. German morale could hardly have been higher. Tank crews in their black panzer uniforms cheered their commanders whenever they saw them as they charged on towards the Channel through deserted countryside, refuelling their tanks at abandoned petrol stations and from French army fuel dumps. Their own supply lines were completely unprotected. Delays to their headlong advance came mainly from roads blocked by broken-down French vehicles and refugee columns. As Kleist panzers raced towards the Channel coast, Hitler became increasingly alarmed that the French might attack their flank from the south. Usually the great gambler, he could not believe his luck. Memories of 1914, when the invasion of France had been thwarted by a counter-attack in their flank, also haunted the older generals. General Oberst von Rundstedt agreed with Hitler, and on the 16th of May he ordered Kleist to halt his panzer divisions to allow the infantry to catch up. But General Halder, a late convert to the audacity of Manstein's plan, urged him to keep going. Kleist and Guderian had another row the next day, with Kleist quoting Hitler's order. But a compromise was reached, allowing battle-worthy reconnaissance formations to probe towards the coast, while 19 Corps headquarters stayed where it was. This gave Guderian the chance he wanted. Unlike Hitler in his Filzen nest, he knew that the French were paralyzed by the audacity of the German strike. Only isolated pockets of resistance remained, with the remnants of some French divisions fighting on in the face of disaster. By coincidence, on the same day that the panzer divisions were halted and took a much-needed opportunity to rest and service their vehicles, a French counterattack took place from the south. Colonel Charles de Gaulle, the foremost proponent of armoured warfare in the French army, who had thus made himself very unpopular with the elderly, fixed-line generals, had just been given command of the so-called 4th Armoured Division. De Gaulle's passionate advocacy of mechanized warfare had led to his nickname of Colonel Motors, but the 4th Armoured was an ill-assorted collection of tank battalions with little infantry support and almost no artillery. General Georges briefed him and sent him on his way with the words, "Go on, de Gaulle. For you who have so long held the ideas which the enemy is putting into practice, here is the chance to act." De Gaulle was longing to attack, having heard of the insolence of German panzer crews. As they charged past French troops on the road, they simply told them to throw down their weapons and march eastward. Their casual parting cry, "We haven't got time to take you prisoner," outraged his patriotism. From Laon, de Gaulle decided to strike northeast towards Montcornet, an important road junction on Guderian's supply route. The 4th Armoured Division's sudden advance took the Germans by surprise and nearly overran the headquarters of the 1st Panzer Division. But the Germans reacted with great speed, using a few tanks which had just been repaired and some self-propelled guns. Air support from the Luftwaffe was called in, and de Gaulle's battered force, lacking any anti-aircraft guns and fighter cover, was obliged to withdraw. Guderian, needless to say, did not inform Rundstedt's Army Group headquarters about the action that day. The BEF, which had fought off German attacks on its sector of the Dyle, was astonished on the evening of the 15th of May when it heard by chance that General Gaston Bilotte, the 1st Army Group commander, was preparing to withdraw to the line of the river Escaut. This meant abandoning Brussels and Antwerp. Belgian generals only discovered the decision the following morning and were furious at the lack of warning. Bilotte's headquarters were in a state of psychological collapse, with many officers in tears. Gord's chief of staff was so horrified by what he had heard from the British liaison officer that he rang the War Office in London to warn them that the BEF might have to be evacuated at some point. For the British, the 16th of May marked the start of a fighting retreat. Just south of Brussels, on a ridge near Waterloo, Royal Artillery batteries with 25-pounders took up position. This time their guns were aimed towards Wavre, from where the Prussians had come to help their forebears in 1815. But by the following night, German troops were entering the Belgian capital. That day, Reynaud sent a signal to General Maxime Weygand in Syria, asking him to fly back to France to take over the supreme command. He had decided to get rid of Gamelin, whatever Daladier said. He also intended to change his ministers. Georges Mandel, who had been the former Prime Minister Georges Clemenceau's right-hand man and was determined to fight on to the end, would become Minister of the Interior. Reynaud himself took on the Ministry of War and planned to bring in Charles de Gaulle, now with the temporary rank of a junior general, as Under-Secretary of State. Reynaud was confirmed in his decision when he heard the next day from the writer André Mauroy, working as a liaison officer, that although the British were fighting well, they had lost all confidence in the French army, and especially its senior commanders. Yet Reynaud made a fatal mistake at the same time, probably influenced by his capitular mistress, Hélène de Porte. He sent a representative to Madrid to persuade Marshal Philippe Pétain, then France's ambassador to Franco, to become his deputy prime minister. Pétain's prestige as the victor of Verdun had given him heroic status. But the 84-year-old marshal, like Weygand, was more preoccupied by a fear of revolution and of the disintegration of the French army than by the prospect of defeat. He, like many on the right, believed that France had been unfairly pushed into this war by the British. On the morning of the 18th of May 1940, just 8 days after Churchill had become Prime Minister, and while the Germans were threatening to encircle the BEF in northern France, Randolph Churchill visited his father. The Prime Minister, who was shaving, told him to read the paper until he had finished. But then he suddenly said, "I think I see my way through," and returned to scraping away. His astounded son replied, "Do you mean that we can avoid defeat, or beat the bastards?" Churchill put down his razor and turned round. "Of course I mean we can beat them." "Well, I'm all for it, but I don't see how you can do it." His father dried his face before saying with great intensity, "I shall drag the United States in." By chance, it was also the day on which the government, at Halifax's urging, sent the austere socialist Sir Stafford Cripps to Moscow to seek better relations with the Soviet Union. Churchill felt that Cripps was a bad choice on the grounds that Stalin hated socialists almost more than he hated conservatives. He also thought that the high-minded Cripps was hardly the person to deal with a rough, suspicious, and calculating cynic like Stalin. Yet Cripps was a good deal more far-sighted than the Prime Minister in some directions. He had already predicted that the war would bring an end to the British Empire and introduce fundamental social change afterwards. On the 19th of May, the Panzer Corridor, as the German salient became known, now extended across the Canal du Nord. Both Guderian and Rommel needed to rest their crews, but Rommel persuaded his corps commander that he should push on that night towards Arras. The RAF contingent in France was now completely cut off from British forces on the ground, so the decision was taken to return the 66 remaining Hurricanes in France back to Britain. The French, of course, felt betrayed by this move, but the loss of airfields and the exhaustion of the pilots made it unavoidable. The RAF had already lost a quarter of its total fighter force in the Battle of France. Far to the south that day, General Erwin von Witzleben's First Army made the first breach in the Maginot Line. This was designed to prevent the French from sending troops up against the southern flank of the Panzer Corridor, even though that flank had begun to be protected by German infantry divisions arriving exhausted from forced marches. Colonel de Gaulle launched another attack that day northwards with 150 tanks towards Crécy-sur-Serre. He had been promised fighter cover by the French Air Force to ward off Stuka attacks, but bad communications meant that they arrived too late. De Gaulle had to pull his battered remnants back across the River Aisne. Bad liaison between the Allied armies continued, and this led to suspicions that the BEF was already preparing to evacuate. General Lord Gort was not ruling out the possibility, but no plans had been made at this stage. He could not obtain a straight answer from General Billotte on the true situation to their south and what reserves the French had at their disposal. Back in London, General Ironside spoke to the Admiralty to see what small ships they had available. Even though the British people had little idea of the true gravity of the situation, nervous rumours suddenly increased that the King and Queen were sending Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret Rose to Canada, that Italy had entered the war already and its army was marching into Switzerland, that German paratroopers had landed, and that Lord Haw-Haw, the pro-Nazi William Joyce, was sending secret messages to German agents in Britain through his broadcasts from Berlin. That Sunday, the last day of General Gamelin's command, the French government attended a service in Notre Dame to pray for divine intervention. The Francophile American ambassador, William Bullitt, was in tears during the ceremony. General Weygand, small, energetic, and with a wizened, foxy face, insisted on a good sleep after his long flight from Syria. In many ways, this monarchist was a surprising choice, since he loathed Reynaud, who had appointed him. But Reynaud, in desperation, was reaching for victorious symbols in the form of Pétain and Weygand, who was Marshal Ferdinand Foch's deputy, was associated with the final triumph of 1918. On Monday, the 20th of May, the first day of Weygand's command, the 1st Panzer Division reached Amiens, which had been heavily bombed the day before. A battalion of the Royal Sussex Regiment, the only Allied force in the city, was annihilated in a doomed defence. Guderian's force also seized a bridgehead over the River Somme, ready for a subsequent phase in the battle. Guderian then sent the Austrian 2nd Panzer Division on to Abbeville, which it reached that evening. And a few hours later, one of its panzer battalions reached the coast. Manstein's Sichelschnitt had been achieved. Hitler, beside himself with joy, could hardly believe the news. The surprise was so great that the Army High Command could not make up its mind what to do next. On the northern side of the corridor, Rommel's 7th Panzer Division had pushed forward to Arras, but was halted there by a battalion of the Welsh Guards. That evening, General Ironside reached Gort's headquarters with an order from Churchill to force his way through the corridor to join up with the French on the south side. But Gort pointed out that the bulk of his divisions were defending the line of the Scheldt and could not be withdrawn at this stage. He was, however, organizing a 2-division attack on Arras, but he had no idea what French plans were. Ironside then went to Bilot's headquarters. The huge Ironside, finding the French general in a state of total dejection, grabbed him by the tunic and shook him. Bilot finally agreed to launch a simultaneous counterattack with another 2 divisions. Gort was deeply skeptical that anything would happen. He was right. General René Altmaier, who commanded the French 5 Corps, ordered to support the British, was simply weeping on his bed, according to a French liaison officer. Only a small force from General Priault's fine cavalry corps came to assist. The British counterattack around Arras was designed to seize ground south of the city to cut off Rommel's panzer spearhead. The force consisted principally of 74 Matilda tanks from the 4th and 7th Royal Tank Regiment, 2 battalions of the Durham Light Infantry, part of the Northumberland Fusiliers, and the armoured cars of the 12th Lancers. Once again, the artillery support and air cover promised for the operation failed to materialize. Rommel himself witnessed his infantry and gunners run for their lives, and the newly arrived SS Totenkopf Mechanized Infantry Division was panic-stricken, but he rapidly brought some anti-tank and anti-aircraft guns into action against the lumbering Matilda tanks. He was nearly killed in the firefight, yet the risks he took, intervening like a junior officer, almost certainly saved the Germans from a setback. The other British column was more successful, even though most of their tanks broke down. The German anti-tank shells bounced off the heavy armour of the remaining Matildas, but many of them eventually succumbed to mechanical failure after inflicting considerable damage on German armoured and soft-skinned vehicles. The counterattack, although courageously carried out, simply did not have the strength or the support to achieve its goal. The failure of the French, with the honourable exception of Priault's cavalry, to join the battle, convinced British commanders that their army had lost the will to fight. The alliance, to Churchill's great distress, was now doomed to deteriorate into mutual suspicion and recrimination. In fact, the French launched another counterattack towards Cambrai, but this too had little lasting success. That morning, the main force of the BEF had been heavily attacked along the Escaut line and fought off the Germans with great determination. 2 Victoria Crosses were won during the action. The Germans, unprepared to lose so many men on another attempt, resorted to bombarding the British with artillery and mortars. The whole Allied position was about to collapse due to bad liaison and misunderstandings among the most senior commanders when Weygand called a conference in Ypres in the afternoon. He wanted the British to withdraw so as to launch a stronger attack across the German corridor towards the Somme. But Gort was out of touch and arrived far too late, and Weygand's agreement with King Leopold III of the Belgians to keep his troops on Belgian territory led to disaster. This was compounded by General Bilot's death, when his staff car ran into the back of a truck packed with refugees. General Weygand and some French commentators later suggested that Court had deliberately avoided the meeting at Ypres, as he was already planning secretly to evacuate the BEF, but there is no evidence of this. "The face of war is dreadful," a German soldier from the 269th Infantry Division wrote home on the 20th of May. "Towns and villages shot to pieces, plundered shops everywhere, values are trodden on with jackboots, cattle are drifting, abandoned, and dogs are slinking despondently along the houses. We live like gods in France. If we need meat, a cow is slaughtered, and only the best cuts are taken, and the rest is discarded. Asparagus, oranges, lettuces, nuts, cocoa, coffee, butter, ham, chocolate, sparkling wine, spirits, beer, tobacco, cigars and cigarettes, as well as complete sets of laundry, are there in abundance. Due to the long stretches that we have to march, we lose contact with our units. With our rifles in our hand, we then break open a house, and our hunger is sated. Terrible, isn't it? But one gets used to anything. Thank God that these conditions don't prevail at home." By the roads, shattered and burned-out French tanks and vehicles lie in immeasurable rows, an artillery corporal wrote to his wife. Of course there are a few German ones among them, but amazingly few. Some soldiers complained how little there was to do. "There are many, many divisions here who haven't fired a shot," a corporal in the 1st Infantry Division wrote. "And at the front the enemy are running away. French and English, equal adversaries in the World War, refuse to take us on now. In truth, our aircraft are in command of the skies. We haven't seen one enemy aircraft, only our own. Just imagine, positions like Amiens, Lens, Chemin des Dames are falling within hours. In 1418 they were fought over for years." The triumphant letters home did not mention the occasional massacres of British or French prisoners, and even civilians. Nor did they relate the more frequent massacres of captured French colonial troops, especially Senegalese tirailleurs, who fought bravely to the racist fury of German troops. They were shot, sometimes 50 or 100 at a time, by German formations which included the SS Totenkopf, the 10th Panzer Division, and the Großdeutschland Regiment. Altogether, it is estimated that up to 3,000 colonial soldiers were shot out of hand after capture during the Battle of France. In the rear of the British and French forces, Boulogne was in chaos, with some of the French naval garrison dead drunk and others destroying the coastal batteries. A battalion of Irish Guards and another of Welsh Guards were landed to defend the town. As the 2nd Panzer Division advanced north towards the port on the 22nd of May, it was ambushed by a detachment of the French 48th Regiment, mainly headquarters personnel manning unfamiliar anti-tank guns. It was a courageous defence, in stark contrast to the disgraceful scenes in Boulogne, but they were overwhelmed, and the 2nd Panzer Division continued on to attack the port. The two Guards battalions there had few anti-tank guns, and were soon forced to withdraw into the town and then to an inner perimeter around the port. As it became clear that they could not hold Boulogne, British rear echelon personnel began to be evacuated by Royal Navy destroyers on the 23rd of May. An extraordinary battle developed, with British warships entering the port and taking on German panzers with their main armament. But the French commander, who had been ordered to fight to the last man, was outraged. He accused the British of desertion, and this did much to embitter relations further between the Allies. It also made Churchill determined to defend Calais, come what may. Calais, although reinforced with 4 battalions and some tanks, stood little chance of holding out, despite the order that there would be no evacuation for the sake of Allied solidarity. The 10th Panzer Division called in Stuka's and Guderian's heavy artillery on the 25th of May and began to bombard the old town where the remnants of the defenders had withdrawn. The defence of Calais continued throughout the next day. The flames of the burning town could be seen from Dover. French troops fought until they ran out of ammunition. The French naval commander decided to surrender, and the British, who had suffered massive casualties, had no option but to do the same. The defence of Calais, although doomed, had at least slowed the 10th Panzer Division's advance along the coast towards Dunkirk. In Britain, civilian morale was steady, largely through ignorance of the true state of affairs across the Channel. But Renault's reported remark that only a miracle can save France caused great alarm on the 22nd of May. The country suddenly started to wake up. The Emergency Powers Act was widely welcomed, along with the arrest of Sir Oswald Mosley, the leader of the British Union of Fascists. Mass observation noted that in general the mood was more determined in villages and rural areas than in large towns, and that women were much less confident than men. The middle classes were also more nervous than the working class. The whiter the collar, the less the assurance, it was said. In fact, the greatest proportion of defeatists was among the rich and the upper classes. Many people became convinced that wild rumours, such as the notion that General Gamelin had been shot as a traitor or had committed suicide, were being spread deliberately by some fifth column. But mass observation reported to the Ministry of Information that the evidence before us at the moment suggests that most rumours are passed on by idle, frightened, suspicious people. On the 23rd of May, General Brooke, commander of 2 Corps, wrote in his diary, "Nothing but a miracle can save the BEF now, and the end cannot be very far off." But, fortunately for the British Expeditionary Force, the failed counter-attack at Arras had at least made the Germans rather more cautious. Rundstedt and Hitler insisted that the area had to be secured before the advance began again, and the delay to the 10th Panzer Division at Boulogne and Calais meant that Dunkirk had not been captured behind the backs of the BEF. On the evening of the 23rd of May, General Oberst von Kluge halted the 13 German divisions along what the British called the Canal Line, on the western side of what was becoming the Dunkirk pocket. This ran for just over 50 kilometres from the Channel along the River Aar and its canal via Saint-Omer, Béthune and La Bassée. Kleist's 2 Panzer Corps urgently needed maintenance work on their vehicles. His Panzer Group had already lost half its armoured strength. In 3 weeks, 600 tanks had been destroyed by enemy action or had suffered serious mechanical trouble, which represented just over a sixth of the entire German force on all fronts. Hitler approved this order the following day, but it was not his personal intervention, as has so often been believed. General Oberst von Brauchitsch, the commander-in-chief of the German army, backed by Halder, gave the order on the night of the 24th of May to continue the advance. But Rundstedt, with Hitler's support, insisted that the infantry should catch up first. They wanted to preserve their panzer forces for an offensive across the Somme and the Aisne before the main bulk of the French army had a chance to reorganize itself. An advance across the canals and the wetlands of Flanders seemed to them an unnecessary risk when Goering claimed that his Luftwaffe could deal with any British attempt at evacuation. Although they marched at a rapid tempo, the German infantry divisions had struggled to catch up with the panzer formations. It is a striking fact that the BEF and most of the French formations possessed far more motor transport than the German army, in which only 16 divisions out of 157 were fully motorized. All the rest had to rely on horses to pull their artillery and baggage. The British had another stroke of luck. A German staff car was captured containing documents which showed that the next attack would come in the east near Ypres, between the Belgian forces and the British left flank. Lord Gort was persuaded by General Brooke that he should move one of his divisions, which had been allocated for another counterattack, round to plug this gap. On hearing that the French could not mount an attack across the Somme, Antony Eden, as Secretary of State for War, instructed Gort on the night of the 25th of May that the safety of the BEF must be the predominant consideration. He should therefore withdraw towards the Channel coast for evacuation. The War Cabinet, now forced to face the fact that the French army could not recover from its collapse, had to consider the implications of Britain fighting on alone. Gort had already warned London that the BEF was likely to lose all of its equipment, and he doubted that more than a small proportion of its forces could be evacuated. Eden did not know that an increasingly harassed Reynaud had been ambushed by Marshal Pétain and General Weygand. Pétain had been in touch with Pierre Laval, a politician who loathed the British and was awaiting his chance to replace Reynaud. Laval had made contact with an Italian diplomat to sound out the possibility of negotiating with Hitler through Mussolini. Weygand, the commander-in-chief, blamed the politicians for a criminal lack of prudence in going to war in the first place. Supported by Pétain, he demanded that France's guarantee not to seek a separate peace should be withdrawn. Their priority was to preserve the army to maintain order. Reynaud agreed to fly to London the next day to consult with the British government. Weygand's hope that Mussolini could be persuaded to stay out of the war through the promise of more colonies and that he might negotiate a peace was completely misplaced. Hitler's claim that he had achieved victory provoked a hesitant Mussolini into telling the Germans and his own general staff that Italy would enter the war soon after the 5th of June. Both he and his generals knew that Italy was incapable of any effective offensive action. They did, however, consider an attack on Malta, but then decided that it was unnecessary, since they could take over the island as soon as Britain collapsed. During the following days, Mussolini is supposed to have said, "This time I'll declare war, but I won't wage it." The chief victims of this disastrous attempt at sleight of hand were to be his woefully under-equipped stage armies. Bismarck had once remarked, with one of his pithy comments, that Italy had a large appetite but poor teeth. It would prove disastrously true in the Second World War. On the morning of Sunday, the 26th of May, as British troops pulled back towards Dunkirk under a heavy storm, thunderclaps mingled with the booming of the artillery. The War Cabinet met in London, unaware of Mussolini's intentions. Lord Halifax raised the possibility that the government should consider approaching the Duce to find out what terms Hitler might be prepared to accept for peace. He had even met the Italian ambassador privately the previous afternoon to sound him out. Halifax was convinced that with no prospect of assistance from the United States in the near future, Britain was not strong enough to resist Hitler alone. Churchill replied that British liberty and independence were paramount. He had used a paper prepared by the Chiefs of Staff entitled British Strategy in a Certain Eventuality, a euphemism for French surrender. This discussion paper envisaged British options for fighting on alone. Some aspects were unduly pessimistic, as things turned out. The report assumed that most of the BEF would be lost in France. The Admiralty did not expect to get off more than 45,000 men, and the Chiefs of Staff feared that the Luftwaffe would destroy the aircraft factories in the Midlands. Other assumptions were over-optimistic. For example, the Chiefs of Staff predicted that Germany's war economy would be weakened by a shortage of raw materials, a strange assumption if Germany were to control most of Western and Central Europe. But the main conclusion was that Britain could probably hold out against invasion, providing the RAF and the Royal Navy remained intact. This was the vital point to support Churchill's argument against Halifax. Churchill went off to Admiralty House to have lunch with Reynaud, who had just flown over to London. It was clear from what Reynaud said that General Weygand's wildly favourable view of the situation just a couple of days previously had now swung to outright defeatism. The French were already contemplating the loss of Paris. Reynaud even said that, although he would never sign a separate peace, he might be replaced by somebody who would. He was already under pressure to persuade the British, in order to reduce proportionately our own contribution, to hand over Gibraltar and Suez to the Italians. When Churchill returned to the War Cabinet and reported this conversation, Halifax revived his suggestion of approaching the Italian government. Churchill had to play his cards carefully. He could not risk an open breach with Halifax, who commanded the loyalty of too many Conservatives, while his own position was unsecured. Fortunately, Chamberlain started to come round to support Churchill, who had treated him with great respect and magnanimity despite their previous antagonism. Churchill argued that Britain should not be linked to France if it sought terms. "We must not get entangled in a position of that kind before we had been involved in any serious fighting." No decision should be taken until it was clear how much of the BEF could be saved. In any case, Hitler's terms would certainly prevent Britain from completing our rearmament. Churchill rightly assumed that Hitler would offer far more lenient terms to France than he would to Britain, but the Foreign Secretary was determined not to give up the idea of negotiations. If we got to the point of discussing the terms which did not postulate the destruction of our independence, we should be foolish if we did not accept them. Again, Churchill had to imply that he acceded to the idea of an approach to Italy, but in fact he was playing for time. If the bulk of the BEF was saved, his own position, as well as the country's, would be immeasurably strengthened. That evening, Anthony Eden sent a signal to Gort confirming that he should fall back upon the coast in conjunction with French and Belgian armies. That same evening, Vice Admiral Bertram Ramsay in Dover was ordered to launch Operation Dynamo, the evacuation by sea of the BEF. Unfortunately, Churchill's message to Weygand confirming the retreat to the Channel ports did not spell out the evacuation plan. It was unwisely assumed that this was self-evident in the circumstances. The consequences for Britain's deteriorating relationship with the French would be grave. The halting of the panzer divisions had given Gort's staff the chance to prepare a new defensive perimeter based on a line of fortified villages while the bulk of the BEF retired. But the French commanders in Flanders were incensed when they discovered that the British were planning to evacuate. Gort had assumed that London had informed General Weygand at the same time as he had received his instructions to pull back to the coast. He also believed that the French had received instructions to embark too, and was horrified to find that this was not the case. From the 27th of May, the 2nd Battalion of the Gloucestershire Regiment and a battalion of the Oxford and Buckinghamshire Light Infantry defended Cassel to the south of Dunkirk. Platoons occupied outlying farms, in some cases for 3 days, against vastly superior forces. To their south, the British 2nd Division, which had been moved to defend the canal line from La Bassée up to Aire, suffered very heavy attacks. Having run out of anti-tank ammunition, soldiers of the exhausted and badly depleted 2nd Royal Norfolk Regiment were reduced to dashing out with hand grenades to drop them into the tracks of the panzers. The remnants of the battalion were surrounded by the SS Totenkopf and taken prisoner. That night, the SS massacred 97 of them. On the Belgian sector that day, the German 255th Division avenged their losses near the village of Vinct by executing 78 civilians, falsely claiming that some of them had been armed. The next day, a group of the SS Leibstandarte, commanded by Hauptsturmführer Wilhelm Mohnke at Wormhout, killed nearly 90 British prisoners, mainly from the Royal Warwicks, who were also acting as rearguard. Thus the murderous war against Poland produced a few echoes on the supposedly civilized Western Front. South of the Somme, the British 1st Armoured Division mounted a counterattack against a German bridgehead. Once again, French artillery and air support did not materialize, and the 10th Hussars and the Queen's Bays lost 65 tanks, mainly to German anti-tank guns. A more effective counterattack was launched by de Gaulle's 4th Armoured Division against the German bridgehead near Abbeville, but this too was repulsed. In London on the 27th of May, the War Cabinet met again 3 times. The second meeting, in the afternoon, perhaps encapsulated the most critical moment of the war, when Nazi Germany might have won. This was when the developing clash between Halifax and Churchill came out into the open. Halifax was even more determined to use Mussolini as a mediator to discover what terms Hitler might offer to France and Britain. He believed that if they delayed, the terms offered would be even worse. Churchill argued strongly against such weakening, and insisted that they should fight on. "Even if we were beaten," he said, "we should be no worse off than we should be if we were now to abandon the struggle. Let us therefore avoid being dragged down the slippery slope with France." He understood that once they started to negotiate, they would be unable to turn back and revive a spirit of defiance in the population. Churchill at least had the implicit support of Clement Attlee and Arthur Greenwood, the two Labour leaders, and also of Sir Archibald Sinclair, the Liberal leader. Chamberlain, too, was convinced by Churchill's key argument. During this stormy meeting, Halifax made it clear to Churchill that he would resign if his views were ignored, but Churchill afterwards managed to calm him. Another blow fell that evening. After the Belgian line on the River Lys had been breached, King Leopold decided to capitulate. The following day he surrendered unconditionally to the Sixth Army. General Oberst von Reichenau and his Chief of Staff, General-Lieutenant Friedrich Paulus, dictated the terms at their headquarters. The next surrender which Paulus would conduct would be his own at Stalingrad 2 years and 8 months later. The French government was outwardly scathing about the betrayal of King Leopold, yet in private rejoiced. One of the capitulars expressed the mood when he said, "Finally, we have a scapegoat." The British, however, were hardly surprised by the Belgian collapse. Gort, on General Brooke's advice, had wisely taken precautions by moving his own troops in behind the Belgian lines to prevent a German breakthrough between Ypres and Comines on the eastern flank. General Weygand, now officially informed that the British had decided to pull out, was furious at the lack of frankness. Unfortunately, he did not give the order to his own units to evacuate until the following day, and as a result French troops reached the beaches well after the British. Marshal Pétain argued that the lack of British support should lead to the revision of Reynaud's agreement signed in March not to seek a separate peace. On the afternoon of the 28th of May, the War Cabinet met again, but this time at the House of Commons at the Prime Minister's request. The battle between Halifax and Churchill broke out anew, with Churchill taking an even more resolute line against any form of negotiation. Even if the British were to get up and leave the conference table, he argued, we should find that all the forces of resolution which were now at our disposal would have vanished. As soon as the War Cabinet meeting ended, Churchill called a meeting of the whole Cabinet. He told them that he had considered negotiations with Hitler, but he was convinced that Hitler's terms would reduce Britain to a slave state ruled by a puppet government. Their support could hardly have been more emphatic. Halifax had been decisively outmaneuvered. Britain would fight on to the end. Hitler, not wanting to use up his depleted panzer forces, limited them in their new advance towards Dunkirk. They were to halt as soon as their artillery regiments were within range of the port. The shelling and bombing of the town began in earnest, but it was insufficient to prevent Operation Dynamo, the evacuation. Luftwaffe bombers, often still flying from bases back in Germany, lacked effective fighter support and were frequently intercepted by Spitfire squadrons taking off from much closer airfields in Kent. The hapless British troops crowding the sand dunes and town as they waited their turn for embarkation cursed the RAF, not realizing that its fighters were engaging the German bombers inland. The Luftwaffe, despite Goering's boast that he would eliminate the British, inflicted comparatively few casualties. The lethal effect of the bombs and shells was reduced greatly by the soft sand dunes. More Allied soldiers were killed on the beaches by strafing attacks than by bombs. By the time the German advance had resumed with infantry, the strong defence by both British and French troops had prevented a German breakthrough. The few who escaped from the defended villages were exhausted, hungry, thirsty, and in many cases injured. The more severely wounded had had to be left behind. With Germans all around them, it was a nerve-wracking retreat, never knowing when they were going to bump into an enemy force. The evacuation had started on the 19th of May, when wounded and rear troops were taken off, but the main effort began only on the night of the 26th of May. Following an appeal over the BBC, the Admiralty contacted the volunteer owners of small vessels, such as yachts, river launches, and cabin cruisers. They were told to rendezvous, first off Sheerness, then off Ramsgate. Some 600 were used in the course of Operation Dynamo, almost all crewed by weekend sailors, to augment the force of over 200 Royal Navy vessels. Dunkirk was easy to identify at a great distance, both from the sea and from the landward side. Columns of smoke rose into the sky from the burning town attacked by German bombers. Oil tanks blazed fiercely with thick, black, billowing clouds. Every road leading into the town was jammed with abandoned and destroyed army vehicles. Relations between senior British and French officers, especially the staff of Admiral Jean Abrial, commander of Northern Naval Forces, became increasingly acrimonious. The situation was not helped by both British and French troops looting in Dunkirk, with each side blaming the other. Many were drunk, having tried to quench their thirst with wine, beer, and spirits, as the mains water was no longer working. The beaches and the port were packed with troops queuing for embarkation. Each time a Luftwaffe attack came in, with Stuka sirens screaming as they dived, like a flock of huge infernal seagulls, men scattered for their lives. The noise was deafening, with all the anti-aircraft pom-poms of the destroyers off the mole firing flat out. Then, once it was over, the soldiers dashed back, afraid to lose their place in the queue. Some cracked up under the strain. There was little that could be done for casualties of combat fatigue. At night, soldiers waited in the sea with water up to their shoulders as lifeboats and small boats edged in to pick them up. Most were so tired and helpless in their sodden battle dress and boots that the cursing sailors had to haul them up over the gunwales, grasping them by their webbing equipment. The Royal Navy suffered just as much as the troops they were rescuing. On the 29th of May, when Goering, under pressure from Hitler, launched a major effort against the evacuation, 10 destroyers were sunk or seriously damaged, as well as many other vessels. This prompted the Admiralty to withdraw the larger fleet destroyers, which would be vital for the defence of southern England. But they were brought back a day later as the evacuation flagged, for each destroyer could take off up to 1,000 soldiers at a time. That day also saw a furious defence of the inner perimeter by the Grenadier Guards, the Coldstream Guards, and the Royal Berkshires from the 3rd Infantry Division. They just managed to hold off the German attacks which, if successful, would have put paid to any further evacuation. French troops from the 68th Division continued to hold the western and southwestern part of the Dunkirk perimeter, but the strains in the Franco-British alliance became acute. The French were certain that the British would give priority to their own men, and, in fact, contradictory instructions were sent from London on this point. French troops often turned up at British embarkation points and were refused permission to pass, which naturally led to furious scenes. British soldiers, irritated that the French were bringing packs when they had been told to abandon their own possessions, pushed them off the harbour wall into the sea. In another case, British troops rushed a ship which had been allocated for the French, while a number of French soldiers, trying to climb aboard a British ship, were thrown back into the sea. Even the famous charm of Major General Harold Alexander, commander of the 1st Division, was unable to deflect the anger of General Robert Fagard, commanding 16 Corps, and Admiral Abrial, when he told them that his orders were to embark as many British troops as possible. They produced a letter from Lord Gort, assuring them that 3 British divisions would be left behind to hold the perimeter. Admiral Abrial even threatened to close the port of Dunkirk to British troops. The dispute was referred to London and to Paris, where Churchill was meeting Reynaud, Weygand, and Admiral François Darlan, the head of the French Navy. Weygand accepted that Dunkirk could not expect to hold out indefinitely. Churchill insisted that the evacuation should continue on equal terms, but his hope of maintaining the spirit of the alliance was not shared in London. There, the unspoken assumption was that, since France was likely to give up the battle, the British had better look out for themselves. Alliances are complicated enough in victory, but in defeat they are bound to produce the worst recriminations imaginable. On the 30th of May, it looked as if half of the BEF would be left behind, but the following day the Royal Navy and the little ships arrived in strength. Destroyers, mine-layers, yachts, paddle steamers, tugs, lifeboats, fishing boats, and pleasure craft. Many of the smaller vessels ferried soldiers out from the beaches to the larger ships. One of the yachts, the Sundowner, was owned by Commander C.H. Lightoller, who had been the senior surviving officer of the Titanic. The miracle of Dunkirk lay in the generally calm sea during the vital days and nights. On board the destroyers, Royal Navy ratings handed out mugs of cocoa, tins of bully beef, and bread to the exhausted and famished soldiers. But with the Luftwaffe stepping up their attacks whenever there were breaks in the RAF's fighter cover, reaching a ship did not guarantee a safe haven. The description of the terrible injuries inflicted by air attack, of those drowning as ships sank, and of the unanswered cries for help are hard to forget. Conditions for the wounded left behind within the Dunkirk perimeter were far worse, with medical orderlies and doctors able to do little to comfort the dying. Even those evacuated found little relief to their suffering on reaching Dover. The mass evacuation had overwhelmed the system. Hospital trains distributed them far and wide. One wounded soldier, back from the horror of Dunkirk, could hardly believe his eyes when he saw out of the train window white-flannelled teams playing cricket as if Britain were still at peace. Many men, when eventually treated, were found to have maggots in their wounds under field dressings, or were suffering from gangrene and had to have a limb amputated. On the morning of the 1st of June, the rear guard at Dunkirk, which included the 1st Guards Brigade, was overwhelmed by a determined German offensive across the Berg-Frun Canal. Some men, and even platoons, collapsed, but the bravery shown that day led to the award of a Victoria Cross and several other medals. Evacuation in daylight now had to be cancelled because of the Royal Navy's heavy losses and that of 2 hospital ships, one sunk and the other damaged. The last ships arrived off Dunkirk during the night of the 3rd of June. Major General Alexander, in a motorboat, made a final tour up and down the beaches and harbour, calling for any soldiers left to show themselves. Shortly before midnight, Captain Bill Tennant, the naval officer with him, felt able to signal to Admiral Ramsay in Dover that their mission had been completed. Instead of the 45,000 troops which the Admiralty had hoped to save, the warships of the Royal Navy and the assorted civilian craft had taken off some 338,000 Allied troops, of whom 193,000 were British and the rest French. Some 80,000 soldiers, mostly French, were left behind due to confusion and the slowness of their commanders to withdraw them. During the campaign in Belgium and northeastern France, the British had lost 68,000 men. Almost all their remaining tanks and motor transport, most of their artillery, and the vast majority of their stores had to be destroyed. The Polish forces in France also made their way to Britain, prompting Goebbels to refer to them contemptuously as the Sikorski tourists. The reaction in Britain was strangely mixed, with some exaggerated fears, but also emotional relief that the BEF had been saved. The Ministry of Information was concerned that popular morale was almost too good, and yet the possibility of invasion had really begun to sink in. Rumours of German parachutists dressed as nuns circulated. Some people apparently even believed that in Germany mentally defective patients were being recruited for a suicide corps, and that the Germans dug through under Switzerland and came up in Toulouse. The threat of invasion inevitably produced an incoherent fear of aliens in their midst. Mass observation also noted, in the wake of the evacuation from Dunkirk, that French troops were warmly welcomed, while Dutch and Belgian refugees were shunned. The Germans wasted little time in launching the next phase of their campaign. On the 6th of June, they attacked the line of the River Somme and the Aisne, enjoying a considerable superiority in numbers and air supremacy. French divisions, having got over the initial shock of the disaster, now fought with great bravery, but it was too late. Churchill, warned by Dowding that he did not have sufficient fighters to defend Britain, refused French requests to send more squadrons across the Channel. There were still over 100,000 British troops south of the Somme, including the 51st Highland Division, which was soon cut off at Saint-Valery with the French 41st Division. In an attempt to keep France in the war, Churchill sent another expeditionary force under General Sir Alan Brooke across the Channel. Before leaving, Brooke warned Eden that, while he understood the diplomatic requirement of his mission, the government must recognize that it offered no chance of military success. Although some French troops were fighting well, many others had started to slink away and join the columns of refugees fleeing towards the southwest of France. Panic spread with rumors of poison gas and German atrocities. Motor cars streamed forth, led by the rich, who seemed well prepared. Their head start enabled them to corner the diminishing petrol supplies along the way. The middle class followed in their more modest vehicles, with mattresses strapped to the roof, the inside filled with their most prized possessions, including a dog or a cat or a canary in a cage. Poorer families set out on foot, using bicycles, handcarts, horses and perambulators to carry their effects. With the jams extending for hundreds of kilometers, they were often no slower than those in motor cars, whose engines boiled over in the heat, advancing just a few paces at a time. As these rivers of frightened humanity, some 8 million strong, poured towards the southwest, they soon found that not only petrol was unobtainable, but also food. The sheer numbers of city dwellers buying every baguette and grocery available soon produced a growing resistance to compassion and a resentment of what came to be seen as a plague of locusts. And this was in spite of the numbers who had been wounded by German aircraft strafing and bombing the packed roads. Once again it was the women who bore the brunt of the disaster, and who rose to the occasion with self-sacrifice and calm. The men were the ones in tears of despair. On the 10th of June, Mussolini declared war on France and Britain, although well aware of his country's military and material weakness. He was determined not to miss his chance to profit territorially before peace came. But the Italian offensive in the Alps, of which the Germans had not been informed, proved disastrous. The French lost just over 200 men. The Italians suffered 6,000 casualties, including more than 2,000 cases of severe frostbite. In a decision which only increased the confusion, the French government had moved to the Loire Valley, with different ministries and headquarters established in various chateaux. On the 11th of June, Churchill flew to Briare on the Loire for a meeting with the French leaders. Escorted by a squadron of Hurricanes, he and his team landed at a deserted airfield nearby. Churchill was accompanied by General Sir John Dill, now Chief of General Staff, Major General Hastings Ismay, the Secretary of the War Cabinet, and Major General Edward Spears, his personal representative to the French government. They were driven to the Château du Muguet, which was the temporary headquarters of General Weygand. In the gloomy dining room, they were awaited by Paul Reynaud, a small man with high arching eyebrows and a face which was puffy with fatigue. Reynaud was close to a state of nervous exhaustion. He was accompanied by an ill-tempered Weygand and Marshal Pétain. In the background stood Brigadier General Charles de Gaulle, now Reynaud's Under-Secretary of War, who had been Pétain's protégé until they fell out before the war. Spears noted that, in spite of Reynaud's polite welcome, the British delegation were made to feel like poor relations at a funeral reception. Weygand described the catastrophe in the bleakest terms. Churchill, although wearing a heavy black suit on this hot day, did his best to sound genial and enthusiastic in his inimitable mixture of English and French. Not knowing that Weygand had already given orders to abandon Paris to the Germans, he advocated a house-by-house defense of the city and guerrilla warfare. Such ideas horrified Weygand and also Pétain, who, emerging from his silence, said, "That would be the destruction of the country." Their main concern was to preserve enough troops to crush revolutionary disorder. They were obsessed with the idea that the communists might seize power in an abandoned Paris. Weygand, trying to shift responsibility for the collapse of French resistance, demanded more RAF fighter squadrons, knowing that the British must refuse. Just a few days before, he had blamed France's defeat not on the generals, but on the Popular Front and schoolteachers, who have refused to develop in the children a sense of patriotism and sacrifice. Pétain's attitude was similar. "This country," he said to Spears, "has been rotted by politics." Perhaps more to the point, France had become so bitterly divided that accusations of treason were bound to fly. Churchill and his companions flew back to London with no illusions left, although they had extracted a promise that they would be consulted before an armistice. The key issues, from a British point of view, were the future of the French fleet and whether Reynaud's government would continue the war from French North Africa. But Weygand and Pétain were resolutely opposed to the idea, since they were convinced that in the absence of government, France would descend into chaos. The following evening, the 12th of June, Weygand openly demanded an armistice at a meeting of the Council of Ministers, of which he was not a member. Reynaud tried to remind him that Hitler was not an old gentleman like Wilhelm I in 1871, but a new Genghis Khan. This, however, was Reynaud's last attempt to control his commander-in-chief. Paris was an almost deserted city. A huge column of black smoke arose from the Standard Oil refinery, which had been set on fire at the request of the French General Staff and the American Embassy to deny petrol to the Germans. Franco-American relations were extremely cordial in 1940. The United States ambassador, William Bullitt, was so trusted by the French administration that he was temporarily made mayor and asked to negotiate the surrender of the capital to the Germans. After German officers, under a flag of truce, had been shot at near the Porte Saint-Denis on the northern edge of Paris, Generaloberst Georg von Küchler, the commander-in-chief of the German 10th Army, ordered that Paris should be bombarded. Bullitt intervened and managed to save the city from destruction. On the 13th of June, as the Germans were poised to enter Paris, Churchill flew to Tours for another meeting. His worst fears were confirmed. At Weygand's prompting, Reynaud asked whether Britain would release France from its engagement not to ask for a separate peace. Only a handful, including Georges Mandel, the Minister of the Interior, and the very junior General de Gaulle, were resolved to fight on whatever the cost. Reynaud, although in agreement with them, appeared, in Spears's words, to have been wrapped up in bandages by the defeatists and become a paralyzed mummy. When faced with the French demand for a separate peace, Churchill indicated that he understood their position. The defeatists twisted his words to imply assent, which he hotly denied. He was not prepared to release the French from their commitment until the British were certain that the Germans could never get hold of the French fleet. In enemy hands, it would make an invasion of Britain much more likely to succeed. He demanded that Reynaud should approach President Roosevelt to see whether the United States might be prepared to assist France in extremis. Every day that France continued to resist would give Britain a better chance to prepare for a German onslaught. That evening, a council of ministers was held at the Château de Congé. Weygand, insisting on an armistice, claimed that the communists had seized power in Paris and that their leader, Maurice Thoré, had taken over the Palais d'Élysée. This was a grotesque delusion. Mandel promptly rang the prefect of police in the capital, who confirmed that it was totally untrue. Although Weygand was silenced, Marshal Pétain brought out a paper from his pocket and began to read. Not only did he insist on an armistice, he rejected any idea of the government leaving the country. "I will remain with the French people to share their pain and suffering." Pétain, now emerging from his silence, had revealed his intention to lead France in its servitude. Reynaud, although he had the support of sufficient ministers, as well as the presidents of the Chambre des Députés and the Sénat, lacked the courage to sack him. A fatal compromise was agreed. They would await the reply of President Roosevelt before making a final decision on an armistice. Next day, the government left for Bordeaux in the last act of the tragedy. General Brooke's worst fears had been confirmed soon after he landed at Cherbourg. He reached Weygand's headquarters near Briare on the evening of the 13th of June, but Weygand had been at the Château de Congé for the Council of Ministers. Brooke saw him next day. Weygand was less concerned by the collapse of the army than by the fact that his military career had not ended on a high note. Brooke rang London to say that he did not agree with his orders for the 2nd BEF to defend a redoubt in Brittany, a project close to the heart of de Gaulle and Churchill. General Dill understood immediately. He would stop any further reinforcements from being sent to France. They agreed that all British troops remaining in northwest France should pull back to ports in Normandy and Brittany for evacuation. Churchill, having returned to London, was horrified. An exasperated Brooke had to spend half an hour on the telephone to him, spelling out the situation. The Prime Minister insisted that Brooke had been sent to France to make the French feel that the British were supporting them. Brooke replied that it was impossible to make a corpse feel, and that the French army was, to all intents and purposes, dead. To carry on would only result in throwing away good troops to no avail. Brooke was riled by the implication that he had cold feet, and he refused to back down. Eventually, Churchill accepted that it was the only course. German troops were still bemused by the readiness of most French troops to surrender. "We were the first to enter one particular town," wrote a soldier with the 62nd Infantry Division, "and the French soldiers had been sitting in the bars for 2 days, waiting to be taken prisoner. So that's how it was in France. That was the celebrated Grande Nation." On the 16th of June, Marshal Pétain declared that he would resign unless the government sought an immediate armistice. He was persuaded to wait until a reply had been received from London. President Roosevelt's answer to Reynaud's earlier appeal was full of sympathy, but promised nothing. From London, General de Gaulle read out a proposal by telephone, apparently first suggested by Jean Monnet, later regarded as the founding father of the European ideal, but then in charge of arms purchases. Britain and France should form a united state with a single war cabinet. Churchill was enthusiastic about this plan to keep France in the war, and Reynaud too was filled with hope, but the moment he put it to the Council of Ministers, most reacted with savage disdain. Pétain described it as marriage with a corpse, while others feared that perfidious Albion was attempting a takeover of their country and colonies at their moment of greatest weakness. A totally dejected Reynaud saw President Lebrun and tendered his resignation. He was on the edge of a nervous breakdown. Lebrun tried to persuade him to stay on, but Reynaud had lost all hope of resisting the demands for an armistice. He even recommended that Marshal Pétain should be called on to form a government to arrange an armistice. Lebrun, although basically on Reynaud's side, felt obliged to do as he suggested. At 2300 hours, Pétain presided over a new Council of Ministers. The Third Republic was effectively dead. Some historians have argued, with a degree of justification, that the Third Republic had already been killed off by an internal military coup mounted by Pétain, Weygand, and Admiral Darlan, who had been won over on the 11th of June at Briare. Darlan's role was to ensure that the French fleet could not be used to evacuate the government and troops to North Africa to continue the fight. That night, de Gaulle had flown back to Bordeaux in an aircraft provided on Churchill's orders. On arrival, he found that his patron had resigned and that he himself was no longer part of the government. At any moment he might receive orders from Weygand, which as a serving soldier he would find hard to refuse. Keeping a low profile, which was not easy with his height and memorable face, he went to see Reynaud and told him that he intended to return to England to resume the struggle. Reynaud provided him with 100,000 francs from secret funds. Spears tried to persuade Georges Mandel to leave with them, but he refused. As a Jew, he did not want to be seen as a deserter, but he underestimated the anti-Semitism which was resurgent in his country. It would eventually cost him his life. De Gaulle, his aide-de-camp, and Spears took off from the aerodrome amid wrecked aircraft. As they flew to London via the Channel Islands, Pétain broadcast to France the news that he was seeking an armistice. The French had suffered 92,000 killed and 200,000 wounded. Nearly 2 million men were rounded up as prisoners of war. The French army, divided against itself, partly through communist and extreme right-wing propaganda, had handed Germany an easy victory, to say nothing of large quantities of motor transport, which would be used the following year in the invasion of the Soviet Union. In Britain, people were shocked into silence by the news of France's surrender. The implications were underlined by the government announcing that henceforth church bells should not be rung except to warn of invasion. Official pamphlets distributed by postmen to every house warned that, in the event of a German landing, people should stay at home. If they fled, packing the roads, they would be machine-gunned by the Luftwaffe. General Brooke had wasted no time in organizing the evacuation of the remaining British troops from France. This was fortunate, since Pétain's announcement placed his men in an invidious position. By the morning of the 17th of June, 57,000 of the 124,000 Army and RAF personnel still in France had got away. A massive seaborne effort was mounted to take as many of the rest as possible from Saint-Nazaire in Brittany. It is thought that over 6,000 servicemen and British civilians boarded the Cunard liner Lancastria that day. German aircraft bombed the ship, and probably over 3,500 drowned, including many trapped below. It was the worst maritime disaster in British history. In spite of this appalling tragedy, another 191,000 Allied troops returned to England in this second evacuation. Churchill welcomed de Gaulle to London, hiding his disappointment that neither Reynaud nor Mandel had come. On the 18th of June, the day after his arrival, de Gaulle made his broadcast to France from the BBC, a date which would be celebrated for years to come. He appears to have been unaware that that day also happened to be the 125th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo. Duff Cooper, the Francophile Minister of Information, found that the Foreign Office was firmly opposed to de Gaulle speaking. It was afraid of provoking Pétain's administration at this moment when the future of the French fleet was unclear. But Cooper, backed by Churchill and the Cabinet, told the BBC to go ahead. In this famous address, admittedly heard by very few people at the time, de Gaulle used the wireless to hoist the colours of the Free French, or La France combattante. Although unable to attack the Pétain administration directly, it was a stirring call to arms, albeit improved in the rewriting later. La France a perdu une bataille, mais la France n'a pas perdu la guerre. In any case, he revealed a remarkable perception of the future development of the war. While acknowledging that France had been defeated by a new form of modern and mechanized warfare, he predicted that the industrial power of the United States would turn the tide of what was becoming a world war. He thus implicitly rejected the belief of the capitulaires that Britain would be defeated in 3 weeks and that Hitler would dictate a European peace. Churchill, in his finest hour speech, delivered the same day in the House of Commons, also made reference to the need of the United States to enter the war on the side of freedom. The Battle of France was indeed over, and the Battle of Britain was about to begin. Chapter 8. Operation Sea Lion and the Battle of Britain. June to November 1940. On the 18th of June 1940, Hitler met Mussolini in Munich to inform him of the armistice terms with France. He did not want to impose punitive conditions, so he would not allow Italy to take over the French fleet or any of the French colonies, as Mussolini had hoped. There would not even be an Italian presence at the armistice ceremony. Japan, meanwhile, wasted little time in exploiting the defeat of France. The government in Tokyo warned Pétain's administration that supplies to Chinese nationalist forces through Indochina must be halted immediately. An invasion of the French colony was expected at any moment. The French Governor-General buckled under pressure from the Japanese, and allowed them to station troops and aircraft in Tonkin. On the 21st of June, preparations for the armistice were complete. Hitler, who had long dreamed of this moment, had ordered that Marshal Foch's railway carriage, in which German representatives had signed the surrender in 1918, should be brought back from its museum to the forest of Compiègne. The humiliation which had haunted his life was about to be reversed. Hitler seated himself in the carriage as he, Ribbentrop, the Deputy Führer Rudolf Hess, Göring, Raeder, Brauchitsch, and Generaloberst Wilhelm Keitel, chief of the OKW, awaited General Hunziker's delegation. Hitler's SS orderly, Otto Günsche, had brought a pistol with him in case any of the French delegates tried to harm the Führer. While Keitel read out the armistice terms, Hitler remained silent. He then left, and later rang Goebbels. "The disgrace is now extinguished," Goebbels noted in his diary. "It is a feeling of being born again." Hunziker was informed that the Wehrmacht would occupy the northern half of France and the Atlantic coast. Marshal Pétain's administration would be left with the remaining 2/5 of the country and be allowed an army of 100,000 men. France would have to pay the costs of the German occupation, and the Reichsmark was fixed at a grotesquely advantageous rate against the French franc. On the other hand, Germany would not touch France's fleet or its colonies. As Hitler had guessed, these were the 2 points which even Pétain and Weygand would not concede. He wanted to divide the French from the British and simply ensure that they would not hand over their fleet to their former ally. The Kriegsmarine, which had longed to get its hands on the French navy for continuing the war against Britain, was sorely disappointed. After signing the terms on Weygand's instruction, General Hunziker was deeply uneasy. "If Great Britain is not forced to its knees in 3 months," he is supposed to have said, "then we are the greatest criminals in history." The armistice officially came into effect in the early hours of the 25th of June. Hitler issued a proclamation hailing the most glorious victory of all time. Bells were to be rung in Germany for a week in celebration, and flags flown for 10 days. Hitler then toured Paris in the early morning of the 28th of June, accompanied by the sculptor Arno Breker and the architects Albert Speer and Hermann Giesler. Ironically, they were escorted by General-Major Hans Speidel, who was to be the chief conspirator against him in France 4 years later. Hitler was not impressed by Paris. He felt that his planned new capital of Germania would be infinitely more grand. He returned to Germany, where he planned his triumphal return to Berlin, and considered an appeal to Britain to come to terms, which would be delivered to the Reichstag. Hitler was, however, disturbed by the Soviet Union's seizure of Bessarabia and the northern Bukovina from Romania on the 28th of June. Stalin's ambitions in the region might threaten the Danube Delta and the oil fields of Ploiești, which were vital to German interests. 3 days later, the Romanian government renounced the Anglo-French guarantee of its frontiers and sent emissaries to Berlin. The Axis was about to gain another ally. Churchill, as determined as ever to fight on, had meanwhile come to a harsh decision. He evidently regretted his telegram to Roosevelt of the 21st of May, in which he had raised the prospect of British defeat and the loss of the Royal Navy. Now he needed a gesture to the United States and the world at large, which demonstrated a ruthless intention to resist. And since the risk of the French fleet falling into German hands still preoccupied him greatly, he decided to force the issue. His messages to the new French administration, urging it to send its warships to British ports, had not been answered. Admiral Darlan's previous assurances no longer convinced him after he had secretly joined the Capitulars, and Hitler's guarantee in the armistice conditions could easily be discarded, like all his previous promises. The French fleet would be of inestimable value to the Germans in an invasion of Britain, especially after the Kriegsmarine's losses off Norway. And with Italy's entry into the war, the Royal Navy's mastery of the Mediterranean could be challenged. The neutralizing of the most powerful French naval force was bound to be an almost impossible mission. "You are charged with one of the most disagreeable and difficult tasks that a British admiral has ever been faced with, Churchill had signalled to Admiral Sir James Somerville as his Force H left Gibraltar the night before. Somerville, like most Royal Navy officers, was deeply opposed to the use of force against an Allied navy with which he had worked closely and amicably. He questioned his orders for Operation Catapult in a signal to the Admiralty, only to receive in return very specific instructions. The French could either join the British to continue the war against Germany and Italy, sail to a British port, sail to a French port in the West Indies, such as Martinique, or to the United States, or scuttle their ships themselves within 6 hours. If they refused all of these options, then he had the orders of His Majesty's government to use whatever force may be necessary to prevent their ships falling into German or Italian hands. Shortly before dawn on Wednesday, the 3rd of July, the British made their move. French warships, concentrated in southern British ports, were taken over by armed boarding parties with only a few casualties. In Alexandria, a more gentlemanly system, blockading the French squadron in the harbour, was arranged by Admiral Sir Andrew Cunningham. The great tragedy was to take place at the French North African port of Mers el-Kebir near Oran, the old base of the Barbary Coast pirates. The destroyer HMS Foxhound appeared off the harbour at dawn, and, once the morning mist had risen, Captain Cedric Holland, Somerville's emissary, signalled that he wished to confer. Admiral Marcel Jonsoul, in his flagship Dunkirk, also commanded the battle-cruisers Strasbourg, Bretagne, and Provence, as well as a small flotilla of fast fleet destroyers. Jonsoul refused to receive him, so Holland had to carry out a very unsatisfactory attempt at negotiations through the gunnery officer of the Dunkirk, whom he knew well. Jonsoul insisted that the French Navy would never allow its ships to be taken by the Germans or the Italians. If the British persisted in their threat, his squadron would meet force with force. Since Jonsoul still refused to receive Holland, he passed on the written ultimatum with the different options available. The possibility of sailing to Martinique or the United States, which even Admiral Darlan had considered an option, has seldom been mentioned in French accounts of this incident. Perhaps this is because Jonsoul never mentioned it in his signal to Darlan. As the day became hotter and hotter, Holland kept trying, but Jonsoul refused to change his original reply. As the deadline of 1500 hours approached, Somerville ordered Swordfish aircraft from the Ark Royal to drop magnetic mines across the harbour entrance. He hoped that this would convince Jonsoul that he was not bluffing. Jonsoul finally agreed to meet Holland face to face, and the deadline was extended to 1730 hours. The French were playing for time, but Somerville, revolted by his task, was prepared to take that risk. As Holland climbed aboard the Dunkirk, no doubt reflecting on the unfortunate coincidence of its name, he noted that the French ships were now at battle stations, with tugs ready to pull the 4 battleships clear from the jetty. Jonsoul warned Holland that it would be tantamount to a declaration of war if the British opened fire. He would scuttle his ships only if the Germans tried to take them over. But Somerville had come under pressure from the Admiralty to settle matters quickly, because wireless intercepts indicated that a French cruiser squadron was on its way from Algiers. He sent a signal to Jonsoul, insisting that if he did not agree to one of the options immediately, he would have to open fire at 1730 hours as stipulated. Holland had to leave rapidly. Somerville waited nearly another half an hour beyond even the delayed deadline in the hope of a change of heart. At 1754 hours, the battlecruiser HMS Hood and the battleships Valiant and Resolution opened fire with their 15-inch main armament. They soon found their range. The Dunkirk and the Provence were badly damaged, while the Bretagne blew up and capsized. Other ships remained miraculously untouched, but Somerville ceased fire to give Jonsoul another chance. He did not see that the Strasbourg and 2 of the 3 fleet destroyers, hidden by the thick smoke, had managed to reach the open sea. When a spotter plane warned the flagship of their escape, Somerville did not believe it because he had assumed that the mines would have prevented it. Eventually the Hood gave chase, and swordfish and skewers were launched from the Ark Royal, but their attacks failed when intercepted by French fighters scrambled from Oran airfield. By then, night was falling swiftly over the North African coast. The carnage aboard the stricken ships in Mers el-Kébir was appalling, especially for those trapped below in engine rooms. Many suffocated from the smoke. Altogether, 1,297 French sailors were killed and another 350 wounded. Most of the dead were from the Bretagne. The Royal Navy, quite rightly, regarded Operation Catapult as the most shameful task it had ever been called upon to perform. And yet this one-sided battle had an extraordinary effect around the world in its demonstration that Britain was prepared to fight on as ruthlessly as it needed. Roosevelt in particular was convinced that the British would not now surrender. And in the House of Commons, Churchill was cheered for similar reasons, and not because of any hatred of the French for seeking an armistice. The rampant Anglophobia of Pétain's administration, which had shaken American diplomats, turned to a visceral loathing after Mers el-Kébir. But even Pétain and Weygand realized that a declaration of war would achieve no benefit. They simply broke off diplomatic relations. For Charles de Gaulle, it was naturally a terrible period. Very few French sailors and soldiers in Britain were prepared to join his nascent forces, which at first numbered just a few hundred men. The homesick majority asked for repatriation instead. Hitler, too, was forced to reflect on these events as his great triumphal entry into Berlin was prepared. He had been about to make a peace offer to Britain after his return, but now he felt less certain. Most Germans, having feared another bloodbath in Flanders and Champagne, were overjoyed by the astonishing victory. This time they were certain that the war would come to an end. Like the French capitulaires, they were convinced that Britain could never hold out alone. Churchill would be deposed by a peace party. On Saturday, the 6th of July, girls in the uniform of the Bund Deutscher Mädel, the female equivalent of the Hitler Youth, strewed flowers along the road from the Anhalter Bahnhof, the station where the Führer's train would arrive, all the way to the Reichschancellery. Vast crowds had begun to gather 6 hours before his appearance. The fever of excitement was extraordinary, especially after the strikingly muted reaction in Berlin to the news of German forces occupying Paris. It far surpassed the fervor following the Anschluss, the annexation of Austria. Even opponents of the regime were caught up in the frenzied rejoicing of victory. This time it was galvanized by a hatred of Britain, the only remaining obstacle to a Pax Germanica across Europe. Hitler's Roman triumph lacked only the captives in chains and the slave murmuring in his ear that he was still immortal. The afternoon was sunny for his arrival, which again seemed to confirm the miracle of Führer weather for the great occasions of the Third Reich. The route was packed with cheering thousands who shouted and wept themselves into a frantic hysteria. After Hitler's convoy of 6-wheeled Mercedes reached the Reichschancellery, the ear-piercing cries of adulation from the girls of the BDM mixed with the roar of the crowds as they called for their Führer to appear on the balcony. A few days later, Hitler came to a decision. Having mulled over possible strategies against Britain and discussed an invasion with his commanders-in-chief, he issued Directive No. 16 for preparations of a landing operation against England. The first contingency plans for an invasion of Britain, Studie Nordwest, had been finalized the previous December. But even before the Kriegsmarine's losses during the Norwegian campaign, Großadmiral Raeder had insisted that an invasion could be attempted only after the Luftwaffe had achieved air superiority. Halder, for the army, urged that an invasion should be a last resort. The Kriegsmarine faced the almost impossible task of assembling enough ships and craft to transport the first wave of 100,000 men with tanks, motor transport and equipment across the Channel. It also had to consider its decided inferiority in warships against the Royal Navy. The OKH initially allocated the 6th, 9th and 16th Armies, positioned along the Channel coast between the Cherbourg Peninsula and Ostend, to the invasion force. Later this was reduced to just the 9th and 16th Armies, landing between Worthing and Folkestone. Wrangling between the armed forces over the insuperable problems made any operation look increasingly unlikely before the unsettled weather of the autumn. The only part of the Nazi administration which seemed to take the invasion of Britain seriously was Himmler's RSHA, Reichssicherheitshauptamt, the Reich Security Head Administration, which included the Gestapo and the SD, Sicherheitsdienst. Its counter-espionage department, led by Walter Schellenberg, produced an extraordinarily detailed and at times amusingly inaccurate briefing on Great Britain with a special search list of 2,820 people whom the Gestapo intended to arrest after the invasion. Hitler was cautious on other grounds. He was concerned that the disintegration of the British Empire might lead to the United States, Japan, and the Soviet Union grabbing its colonies. He decided that Operation Sea Lion should go ahead only if Goering, now promoted to the new rank of Reichsmarschall, could bring Britain to its knees with his Luftwaffe. As a result, the invasion of Britain was never treated with urgency at the highest levels. The Luftwaffe was not ready. Goering had assumed that the British were bound to sue for peace after the defeat of France, and his Luftflotten needed time to re-equip their squadrons. German losses in the Low Countries and France had been far higher than expected. Altogether, 1,284 of its aircraft had been destroyed, while the RAF had lost 931. Also, redeploying fighter and bomber units to airfields in northern France took longer than expected. During the first part of July, the Luftwaffe simply concentrated on shipping in the Channel, the Thames Estuary and the North Sea. This they called the Kanalkampf. Attacks, mainly by Stuka dive bombers and by fast S-Boote, motor torpedo boats, which the British called E-boats, virtually closed the Channel to British convoys. On the 19th of July, Hitler made a lengthy speech to members of the Reichstag and his generals assembled with great pomp in the Kroll Opera House. After hailing his commanders and exulting in Germany's military achievements, he turned to England, attacking Churchill as a warmonger and making an appeal to reason, which was immediately rejected by the British government. He had completely failed to understand that Churchill's position had now become unassailable as the epitome of dogged determination. Hitler's frustration was all the greater after his triumph in the railway carriage in the Forêt de Compiègne and the huge increase in German power. The Wehrmacht occupation of northern and western France provided overland access to the raw materials of Spain and naval bases along the Atlantic coast. Alsace, Lorraine, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, and Eupen-Malmedy in eastern Belgium were all incorporated in the Reich. The Italians controlled part of southeastern France, while the rest of south-central France, the unoccupied zone, was left to Marshal Pétain's French state, based in the spa town of Vichy. On the 10th of July, a week after Mers el-Kébir, the Assemblée Nationale gathered in Vichy's Grand Casino. They voted full powers to Marshal Pétain, with only 80 members out of 649 opposing. The Third Republic had ceased to exist. The État français, supposedly incarnating the traditional values of travail, famille, patrie, created a moral and political asphyxiation which was xenophobic and repressive. It never acknowledged that it was assisting Nazi Germany by policing unoccupied France in the German interest. France had to pay not only for the cost of its own occupation, but also a fifth of the costs of Germany's war so far. The inflated calculations and the exchange rate for the Reichsmark fixed by Berlin could not be questioned. This was an enormous bonus for the army of occupation. "Now there's a lot to be bought for our money," wrote one soldier, "and many a pfennig is being spent. We are stationed in a large village, and the shops are almost empty now." Those in Paris were stripped bare, especially by officers on leave. In addition, the Nazi government was able to seize what raw material stocks it needed for its own war industries, and the military booty taken in weapons, vehicles and horses would furnish a considerable part of the Wehrmacht's needs for the invasion of the Soviet Union a year later. French industry, meanwhile, reorganized itself to serve the needs of the conqueror, and French agriculture helped the Germans live better than they had since before the First World War. The French daily ration of meat, fats, and sugar had to be reduced to around half that of the German. Germans regarded this as a just revenge for the hunger years they had endured after the First World War. The French, on the other hand, were encouraged to console themselves with the idea that as soon as Britain came to terms, a general peace settlement would improve conditions for everyone. After Dunkirk and the French capitulation, the British were in a state of shock, similar to a wounded soldier who feels no pain. They knew that the situation was desperate, if not catastrophic, with almost all the army's weapons and vehicles abandoned on the other side of the Channel. And yet, helped by Churchill's words, they almost welcomed the stark clarity of their fate. A self-comforting belief developed that although the British always did badly at the beginning of a war, they would win the last battle, even if nobody had the remotest idea how. Many, including the King, professed a relief that the French were no longer their allies. Air Chief Marshal Dowding later claimed that, on hearing of the French surrender, he had gone down on his knees and thanked God that no more fighters needed to be risked across the Channel. The British expected the Germans to follow up their conquest of France with a rapid invasion. General Sir Alan Brooke, now responsible for the defence of the south coast, was most concerned about the lack of weapons, armoured vehicles, and trained units. The chiefs of staff were still deeply worried by the threat to aircraft factories, on which the RAF would depend for replacements for the aircraft lost in France. But the time the Luftwaffe took to get ready for its onslaught on Britain provided a vital period of preparation. The British may have had only 700 fighters at the time, but the Germans failed to appreciate that their enemy was capable of producing 470 a month, double the rate of their own armaments industry. The Luftwaffe was also confident that its pilots and aircraft were manifestly superior. The RAF had lost 136 pilots, killed or captured, in France. Even when reinforced by other nationalities, they were still short. Flight training schools were pushing through as many as they could, but freshly qualified pilots were almost always the first to be shot down. The Poles formed the largest foreign contingent, with over 8,000 Air Force personnel. They were the only ones with combat experience, but their integration into the RAF was slow. Negotiations with General Sikorski, who wanted an independent Polish Air Force, had been complicated. But once the first groups of pilots were brought into the RAF Volunteer Reserve, they rapidly proved their skill. British pilots often referred to the crazy Poles because of their bravery and disdain for authority. Their new comrades soon showed their exasperation with the bureaucracy of the RAF, and yet they acknowledged that it was far better run than the French Air Force. Discipline was often a problem, partly because the Polish pilots were still angry with their own commanders for the state of their Air Force at the time of the German invasion the previous September. They had faced the prospect of fighting the Luftwaffe with fierce joy, convinced that although their P-11 machines were slow and badly armed, they would win by skill and courage. Instead, they had been overwhelmed by the numerical and technical superiority of the German air fleets. That bitter experience, to say nothing of the dreadful treatment of their country by Hitler and Stalin, had created a burning desire for revenge now that they had modern fighters. Senior RAF officers could not have been more wrong when they arrogantly assumed that the Poles had been demoralized by their defeat and wanted to train them for bomber squadrons. The difference in British attitudes, manners, and food had been a shock to the Poles. Few got over the memory of the fish paste sandwiches offered them on arrival in England, and they were made even more homesick by the horrors of British cuisine, from overcooked mutton and cabbage to the ubiquitous custard, which also appalled the Free French. But the warmth of their reception by most Britons, greeting them with cries of "Long live Poland!" astonished them. Polish pilots, seen as dashing and heroic, found themselves mobbed and propositioned to an extraordinary degree by young British women achieving a degree of freedom for the first time. Language proved less of a problem on the dance floor than in the air. The Polish pilots' reputation for reckless bravery was misleading. In fact, their casualty rates were lower than those of RAF pilots, partly because of their experience, but also because they were better at constantly searching the sky for ambushes by German fighters. They were certainly individualistic and showed contempt for the RAF's outdated tactics of flying in tight formations of V-shaped Vics of 3. It took time and many unnecessary casualties before the RAF began to copy the German system learned in the Spanish Civil War of flying in double pairs known as Finger 4. By the 10th of July, there were 40 Polish pilots in RAF Fighter Command squadrons, and the number mounted steadily as more and more of their men from France became qualified. By the time the Battle of Britain reached its climax, over 10% of the fighter pilots in the southeast were Polish. On the 13th of July, the first Polish squadron was formed. Within a month, the British government relented and agreed to Sikorsky's request for a Polish air force, with its own fighter and bomber squadrons, but under RAF command. On the 31st of July, Hitler summoned his generals to the Berghof above Berchtesgaden. He was still perplexed by Britain's refusal to come to terms. Since there was little prospect of the United States entering the war for the foreseeable future, he sensed that Churchill was counting on the Soviet Union. This played a major part in his decision to go ahead with his greatest project of all, the destruction of Jewish Bolshevism in the East. Only the defeat of Soviet power by a massive invasion would force Britain to concede, he reasoned. Thus Churchill's determination in late May to fight on alone had far wider consequences than just deciding the fate of the British Isles. With Russia smashed, Hitler told his commanders-in-chief, Britain's last hope would be shattered. Germany would then be master of Europe and the Balkans. This time, unlike the nervousness shown before the invasion of France, his generals showed remarkable resolution when faced with the prospect of attacking the Soviet Union. Without even a direct order from Hitler, Halder had ordered staff officers to examine outline plans. In the euphoria of victory over France and the total reversal of the humiliation of Versailles, the Wehrmacht commanders-in-chief hailed the Führer as the first soldier of the Reich, who would secure Germany's future for all time. 2 weeks later, Hitler, privately cynical about the ease with which he could bribe his leading commanders with honors, medals, and money, made a presentation of 12 field marshals' batons to the conquerors of France. But before turning against the Soviet Union, which Hitler had said would be child's play after the defeat of France, he still felt obliged to deal with Britain to avoid war on two fronts. The OKW directive had instructed the Luftwaffe to concentrate on the destruction of the RAF, its ground support organization, and the British armaments industry, as well as ports and warships. Goering predicted that it would take less than a month. His pilots' morale was high, due to the victory over France and their numerical superiority. The Luftwaffe in France had 656 Messerschmitt 109 fighters, 168 Me-110 twin-engine fighters, 769 Dornier, Heinkel, and Junkers 88 bombers, and 316 Ju-87 Stuka dive bombers. Dowding had only 504 Hurricanes and Spitfires. Before the main onslaught took place in early August, the two Flieger Corps in northern France concentrated on reconnaissance of RAF airfields. They mounted probing raids to provoke the British fighters into the sky and wear them down before the battle started, and attacked the coastal radar stations. The radar stations, combined with the Observer Corps and good communications from command centers, meant that the RAF did not have to waste flying time on air patrols over the Channel. At least in theory, squadrons could be scrambled with enough time to achieve altitude, yet late enough to save fuel and keep them in the air for the maximum amount of time. Fortunately for the British, the radar towers proved hard to hit, and even when damaged, they were soon back in service. Dowding had held back the Spitfire squadrons during the fighting over France, except during the evacuation from Dunkirk. He now husbanded his forces, guessing what the German tactics signified. Dowding may have appeared aloof and sad after the death of his wife in 1920, but he was quietly passionate about his dear fighter boys and inspired great loyalty in return. He had a good idea of what they were about to face. He also made sure that he had the right man commanding 11 Group, which defended London and the southeast of England. Air Marshal Keith Park was a New Zealander who had shot down 20 German aeroplanes in the previous war. Like Dowding, he was prepared to listen to his pilots and allow them to ignore the hidebound tactics of pre-war doctrine and develop their own. In that momentous summer, Fighter Command took on the character of an international air force. Out of the 2,917 aircrew who served during the Battle of Britain, just 2,334 were British. The rest included 145 Poles, 126 New Zealanders, 98 Canadians, 88 Czechs, 33 Australians, 29 Belgians, 25 South Africans, 13 Frenchmen, 11 Americans, 10 Irishmen, and several other nationalities. The first major clash took place before the official start of the German air offensive. On the 24th of July, Adolf Galland led a force of 40 Me-109s and 18 Dornier 17 bombers to attack a convoy in the Thames estuary. Spitfires from 3 squadrons rose to attack them, and although they shot down only 2 German aircraft instead of the 16 claimed, Galland was shaken by the determination of the outnumbered British pilots. He berated his own pilots after they returned for their reluctance to attack the Spitfires and began to suspect that the battle ahead would not be as easy as the Reichsmarschall had supposed. With typical Nazi bombast, the German offensive was codenamed Adlerangriff, Eagle Attack, and Adlertag, Eagle Day, was set, after several postponements, for the 13th of August. After some confusion over weather forecasts, formations of German bombers and fighters took off. The largest group was to attack the naval base of Portsmouth, while others raided RAF airfields. Despite all their reconnaissance, Luftwaffe intelligence was faulty. They mostly attacked satellite fields or bases which did not belong to Fighter Command. As the sky cleared in the afternoon, radar posts on the south coast picked out a force of some 300 aircraft heading towards Southampton. 80 fighters were scrambled, an unimaginable number in previous weeks. 609 Squadron managed to get in among a group of Stukas and shot down 6 of them. In total, the RAF fighters had shot down 47 aircraft, losing 13 themselves and 3 pilots killed. But the German loss of aircrew was far greater, with 89 killed or taken prisoner. The Channel now worked in the RAF's favour. During the battle for France, the pilots of damaged aircraft, returning home, had dreaded having to ditch or crash land in the sea. Now the Germans faced this greater danger, as well as the certainty of being taken prisoner if they had to bail out over England. Goering, smarting from the disappointing result of Adlertag, launched an even bigger assault on the 15th of August with 1,790 fighters and bombers attacking from Norway and Denmark as well as from northern France. The formations from the 5th Luftflotte in Scandinavia lost nearly 20% of their number, and they were not brought back into the battle. The Luftwaffe referred to that day as Black Thursday, but the RAF could hardly afford to be jubilant. Its own losses had not been light, and through sheer numerical superiority, the Luftwaffe would continue to smash through. The constant attacks on airfields also killed and wounded fitters, riggers, batmen, and even the drivers and plotters of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. On the 18th of August, 43 Squadron achieved a satisfactory revenge when its fighters swooped onto a force of Stukas dive-bombing a radar station. They accounted for 18 of these vulnerable predators before their escorting Me-109s joined the fray. Fresh pilot officers arriving as reinforcements eagerly questioned those who had been in action. They were thrown into the routine. Woken before dawn with a cup of tea by their batman, they were driven out to the dispersal where they had breakfast, and then they waited around as the sun came up. Unfortunately for Fighter Command, the weather during most of that August and September was perfect for the Luftwaffe, with clear blue skies. The waiting was the worst part. That was when pilots suffered from dry mouths and the metallic taste of fear. Then they would hear the dreaded sound of the field telephone's cranking ring and the cry of "Squadron scramble!" They would run out to their aircraft, their parachutes thumping against their back. The ground crew would help them clamber into the cockpit, where they ran through the safety checks. When their Merlin engines had roared into life, chocks were hauled away, and the pilots taxied their fighters into position for takeoff. They had too much to think about to be scared, at least for the moment. Once airborne, with the engines straining as they gained altitude, the newcomers had to remember to keep looking all around. They soon realized that the more experienced pilots did not wear silk scarves just for affectation. With a constantly swiveling head, necks were rubbed raw by regulation collars and ties. It had been drummed into them to keep their eyes skinned at all times. Assuming they survived their first action, and a number did not, they returned to base to wait once more, eating bully beef sandwiches washed down with mugs of tea, while their planes were refueled and rearmed. Most fell asleep immediately from exhaustion on the ground or in deck chairs. When back in the air again, the sector controllers would direct them towards a formation of bandits. A cry of "Tally-ho!" over the radio signified that a formation of black dots had been spotted. The pilot would switch on the reflector sight, and the tension mounted. The vital discipline was to keep fear under control, otherwise it would lead rapidly to your death. The priority was to break up the bombers before the umbrella of Me-109s could intervene. If several squadrons had been vectored onto the enemy force, the faster Spitfires would take on the enemy fighters, while the Hurricanes tried to deal with the bombers. Within seconds, the sky was a scene of chaos, with twisting, diving aircraft jockeying for position to squeeze off a rapid burst of gunfire, while trying to remember to watch out behind. Obsessive concentration on your target gave an enemy fighter the chance to come in behind you without being spotted. Some new pilots, when fired on for the first time, felt paralyzed. If they did not break out of their frozen state, they were done for. If the engine was hit, glycol or oil streamed back and covered the windscreen. The greatest fear was a fire spreading back. The heat might make the cockpit hood jam. But once the pilot had forced it open and released his harness straps, he needed to roll his machine upside down so that he fell clear. Many were so dazed by the disorientating experience that they had to make a conscious effort to remember to pull the ripcord. If they had a chance to look around on the way down, they often found that the sky, which had seemed so full of aircraft, was now suddenly deserted, and they were all alone. Providing that they were not out over the channel, RAF pilots at least knew that they were dropping onto home territory. The Poles and Czechs understood that, despite their uniforms, they might be mistaken for Germans by over-enthusiastic locals or members of the Home Guard. The parachute of one Polish pilot, Czesław Tarkowski, caught in an oak tree. "People with pitchforks and staves ran up," he recorded. One of them, armed with a shotgun, was screaming, "Hände hoch!" "Fuck off!" I answered in my very best English. The lowering faces immediately brightened up. "He's one of ours!" they shouted in unison. Another Pole landed one afternoon in the grounds of a very respectable lawn tennis club. He was signed in as a guest, given a racket, lent some white flannels, and invited to take part in a match. His opponents were thrashed and left totally exhausted by the time an RAF vehicle came to collect him. The honest pilot would admit to a savage, primitive exultation when he saw the enemy plane he had hit going down. Polish pilots, told by the British that it was not done to shoot German pilots who bailed out, resorted in some cases to flying over their parachute canopy instead, so that it collapsed in the slipstream and their enemy plummeted to his death. Others felt a moment of compassion when reminded that they were killing or maiming a human being, rather than just destroying an aeroplane. The combination of exhaustion and fear built up dangerous levels of stress. Many suffered from terrible dreams each night. Inevitably, some cracked under the strain. Almost everyone had an attack of the jitters at some stage, but pushed themselves to continue. A number, however, turned away from combat, pretending they had engine trouble. After a couple of occurrences, this was noted. In official RAF parlance, it was attributed to lack of moral fibre, and the pilot concerned transferred to menial duties. The vast majority of British fighter pilots were aged under 22. They had no option but to grow up rapidly, even while the nicknames and public school boisterousness in the mess continued, to the astonishment of fellow pilots from other countries. But as Luftwaffe attacks on Britain mounted, with increasing civilian casualties, a mood of angry indignation developed. German fighter pilots were also suffering from stress and exhaustion. Operating from improvised and uneven airfields in the Pas-de-Calais, they suffered many accidents. The Me-109 was an excellent aircraft for experienced pilots, but for those rushed forward from flying school, it proved a tough beast to master. Unlike Dowding, who circulated his squadrons to make sure that they had a rest in a quiet area, Goering was pitiless towards his air crews, whose morale began to suffer from mounting losses. The bomber squadrons complained that the Me-109s were turning back, leaving them exposed, but this was because the fighters simply did not have the fuel reserves to remain over England for more than 30 minutes, and even less if involved in heavy dogfights. Pilots of the Me-110 twin-engined fighters were meanwhile depressed by their losses and wanted Me-109s to escort them. British pilots with steel nerves had discovered that a head-on attack was the best way to deal with them, and even a furious Goering was forced to withdraw the Stuka dive bombers from major operations after the massacre on the 18th of August. Yet the Reichsmarschall, spurred on by hopelessly optimistic assessments from his chief intelligence officer, was certain that the RAF was about to collapse. He ordered an intensification of attacks on airfields. His own pilots, however, became dejected at being told constantly that the RAF was at its last gasp when they met as furious a response on every sortie. Dowding had foreseen this battle of attrition, and the mounting damage to airfields was a major concern. Although the RAF downed more German planes than it lost on almost every single day, it was operating from a much smaller base. An impressive increase in fighter production had removed one worry, but pilot losses remained Dowding's greatest anxiety. His men were so tired that they were falling asleep at meals and even in the middle of a conversation. To reduce casualties, fighter squadrons were ordered not to pursue German raiders over the Channel and not to react to strafing attacks by small groups of Messerschmitts. Fighter command was also affected by a dispute over tactics. Air Marshal Trafford Leigh-Mallory, the commander of 10 Group, north of London, favoured the big wing approach, concentrating numerous squadrons. This had first been advocated by Wing Commander Douglas Bader, a courageous but obstinate officer, famous for having made his way back as a fighter pilot after losing both his legs in a pre-war crash. But both Keith Park and Dowding were deeply unhappy about the big wing innovation. By the time 10 Group had assembled one of these formations in the air, the German raiders had usually left. On the night of the 24th of August, a force of more than 100 German bombers overflew their targets and bombed eastern and central London by mistake. This provoked Churchill into ordering a string of retaliatory bombing raids on Germany. The consequences were to be grave for Londoners, but they also contributed to Goering's fatal decision later to switch targets away from airfields. This saved RAF Fighter Command at a crucial stage of the battle. Under pressure from Goering, German attacks intensified even more at the end of August and during the first week of September. On one day alone, Fighter Command lost 40 aircraft, with 9 pilots dead and 18 seriously wounded. Everyone was under intense strain, but the knowledge that the battle was literally a fight to the finish and that Fighter Command was inflicting heavier losses on the Luftwaffe steeled the pilots' resolve. On the afternoon of the 7th of September, with Goering watching from the cliffs of the Pas-de-Calais, the Luftwaffe sent over 1,000 aircraft in a massive attack. Fighter Command scrambled 11 squadrons of fighters. All over Kent, farm workers, land girls and villagers strained their eyes watching the vapour trails as the battle developed. It was impossible to distinguish which side fighters belonged to, but every time a bomber came down belching smoke, there was a cheer. Most of the bomber squadrons were headed for the docks in London. This was Hitler's retaliation for Bomber Command's attacks on Germany. The smoke from the fierce fires caused by incendiaries guided the following waves of bombers to the target area. London, with over 300 civilians dead and 1,300 injured, suffered the first of many heavy blows. But Goering's belief that Fighter Command was spent, and the decision to attack cities instead, mostly at night, meant that the Luftwaffe had failed to win the battle. The British, however, still expected at any moment the ringing of church bells to announce the invasion. Bomber Command continued to attack the barges assembled in Channel ports. Nobody knew Hitler's own doubts. If the RAF were not destroyed by mid-September, then Operation Sea Lion would be postponed. Goering, well aware that he would be blamed for the failure to crush the RAF, as he had boasted he would do, ordered another major assault on Sunday the 15th of September. That day, Churchill had decided to visit the headquarters of 11 Group at Uxbridge, where he stood in the control room alongside Park. He watched avidly as the information from the radar stations and the observer corps was converted into German radars on the plotting board below. By midday, Park, following his instinct that this was an all-out effort, had scrambled 23 squadrons of fighters. This time, the Spitfire and Hurricane squadrons had received plenty of warning to gain altitude. And once the escorting Me-109s had to turn back when short of fuel, the bombers found themselves overwhelmed by the fighters of an air force they had been told was finished. The pattern repeated itself during the afternoon, with Park calling in more reinforcements from 10 Group and 12 Group in the west of England. By the end of the day, the RAF had destroyed 56 aircraft for the loss of 29 fighters and 12 pilots killed. There were more attacks a few days later, but nothing on the same scale. And yet, on the 16th of September, Goering was convinced by his ever-optimistic chief intelligence officer that Fighter Command was down to 177 aircraft. A fear of invasion remained, but Hitler decided on the 19th of September to postpone Sea Lion until further notice. The Kriegsmarine and the OKH were even less keen to invade now that the Luftwaffe's failure to crush Fighter Command had become clear. With the war in the West approaching a stalemate, indications of it turning into a global conflict began to appear. The Japanese had recently been taken aback by communist forces in northern China launching a series of attacks. The Sino-Japanese War was flaring up again in another round of brutal fighting. On the 27th of September, the Japanese signed a tripartite pact in Berlin. This was clearly aimed at the United States. President Roosevelt promptly summoned his military advisers to discuss the implications, and 2 days later Britain reopened the Burma Road for the transport of war materials to the Chinese nationalists. The Battle of Britain was deemed to have ended at the end of October, when the Luftwaffe concentrated on the night bombing of London and of industrial targets in the Midlands. If one takes the figures for August and September, the core of the battle, the RAF lost 723 aircraft, while the Luftwaffe lost over 2,000. A strikingly high proportion came not from enemy action, but from special circumstances, which mainly meant accidents. In October, the RAF shot down 206 German fighters and bombers, yet the total Luftwaffe loss for that month was 375. The so-called Blitz on London and other cities continued throughout the winter. On the 13th of November, RAF Bomber Command hit back at Berlin on Churchill's orders. This was because the Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov had arrived the day before for talks. Stalin was uneasy about the presence of German troops in Finland and about Nazi influence in the Balkans. He also wanted a German guarantee of Soviet shipping rights from the Black Sea through the Dardanelles to the Mediterranean. Many found it strange to hear a Wehrmacht band playing the Internationale on Molotov's arrival at the Anhalter Bahnhof, which was festooned with red Soviet banners. The meetings were not a success, producing only mutual irritation. Molotov demanded answers to specific questions. He asked whether the Nazi-Soviet pact of the year before was still valid. When Hitler replied that of course it was, Molotov pointed out that the Germans were establishing close relations with their enemies, the Finns. Ribbentrop urged the Soviets to attack south towards India and the Persian Gulf and share in the spoils of the British Empire. The suggestion that the Soviet Union should join the tripartite pact with Italy and Japan for this purpose was not one Molotov took seriously. Nor was he inclined to agree when Hitler, in a characteristic monologue, lectured him on how the British were as good as beaten, as did Ribbentrop. So when the air raid sirens sounded and Molotov was led downstairs into the Wilhelmstrasse bunker, he could not resist remarking to the Nazi foreign minister, "You say that England is defeated, so why are we sitting here now in this air raid shelter?" The Luftwaffe attacked Coventry the next night, but this had been planned in advance and was not a reprisal. The heavy raid hit 12 armaments factories and destroyed the ancient cathedral, as well as killing 380 civilians. But the night bombing campaign failed to break the will of the British people, even though 23,000 civilians were killed and 32,000 seriously injured by the end of the year. Many complained of the sirens whose prolonged banshee howlings, as Churchill called them, were soon reduced to give people a chance to sleep. The sirens go off at approximately the same time every evening, and in the poorer districts, queues of people carrying blankets, thermos flasks, and babies begin to form quite early outside the air raid shelters. Boarded-up shop windows, smashed by bomb blast, carried stickers announcing "business as usual," and the inhabitants of houses destroyed in the East End of London placed paper Union Jacks on the piles of rubble which had been their homes. "Worse than the tedium of our days," wrote Peter Quesnel, working in the Ministry of Information, "was the squalor of our restless nights. Very often we were required to work in shifts, so many hours in a stifling subterranean dormitory under hairy, much-used blankets, so many above ground, crouched at our usual desks, or, during a lull, asleep upon the floor, ready to be woken up by an elderly office messenger who brought some hideous piece of news, say a direct hit on a crowded bomb shelter, from which we had to draw the sting. Yet it is odd how quickly a habit forms, how easily we adapt ourselves to an unfamiliar way of life, and how often supposed necessities are revealed as superfluities. Although Londoners faced up far better than expected to the hardships, displaying the spirit of the Blitz in underground stations, a fear of German paratroopers continued, especially among women outside London. Rumours of an invasion spread from week to week. Yet on the 2nd of October, Operation Sea Lion had been effectively postponed until the next spring. Sea Lion had played a double role. The menace of a German invasion had helped Churchill unify the country and steel it for a long war. But Hitler was canny in the way he maintained the psychological threat for long after he had discarded the idea. This persuaded the British to maintain far larger defence forces in the United Kingdom than were necessary. In Berlin, Nazi leaders were resigned to the fact that even the bombing campaign was unlikely to bring Britain to its knees. "The view now prevails," wrote Ernst von Weizsäcker, the State Secretary of the German Foreign Office, in his diary on the 17th of November, "that starvation caused by a blockade is the most important weapon against Britain, and not smoking the British out." The very word blockade carried an emotional note of revenge in Germany, obsessed with memories of the First World War and the Royal Navy's blockade. This strategy would now be turned against the British Isles by submarine warfare.
From dawn till dusk, they never rest, crafting dreams, giving their best. signs of devotion always there in every task, a silent prayer guiding us through night and day. Her touch, the light that shows the way in every chore, in every task. Her hands are there, no need to ask. The men they build, they softly soothe.
Chapter 9. Reverberations. June 1940 to February 1941. The fall of France in the summer of 1940 created reverberations, both direct and indirect, all around the world. Stalin was deeply disturbed. His hopes that Hitler's power would be greatly weakened in a war of attrition against France and Britain had proved utterly wrong. Germany was now far more powerful, with a large part of the French army's vehicles and weaponry captured intact. Further east, it represented a doubly serious blow to Chiang Kai-shek and the Chinese nationalists. After the loss of Nanking, they had relocated their industrial base to the southwestern provinces of Yunnan and Guangxi, close to the frontier of French Indochina, believing that to be their most secure area with access to the outside world. But the new Vichy regime of Marshal Pétain began to bow to Japanese demands in July, and agreed to accept a Japanese military mission in Hanoi. The nationalist supply route through Indochina was cut. The advance of the Japanese 11th Army in that summer of 1940 up the Yangtze Valley split the nationalist armies and caused huge losses. On the 12th of June, the fall of the major river port of Yichang represented a terrible blow. It also isolated the nationalist capital of Chongqing and allowed Japanese naval aircraft to attack it with continual raids. There were no river mists at that time of year to impede visibility. As well as bombing towns and villages along the river, Japanese aircraft attacked steamers and junks overcrowded with wounded and refugees as they escaped upriver through the great Yangtze gorges. Agnes Smedley asked a Red Cross doctor about the situation. He admitted that of the 150 military hospitals on the Central Front, only 5 had survived. "What about the wounded?" Smedley asked. He said nothing, and I knew the answer. Death was all around. Each day, she added, we saw the bloated corpses of human beings slowly floating down the river, drifting against junks and being shoved away by boatmen with long spiked poles. When Smedley reached Chongqing on its cliffs high above the confluence of the Yangtze and Jiaoling rivers, she was startled by explosions, but these were not bombs. Chinese engineers were blasting tunnels in the cliffs to make air raid shelters. She found that during her absence, much had changed, both good and bad. A provincial city of 200,000 inhabitants was swelling towards a population of 1 million. The growth of industrial cooperatives was very encouraging, but increasingly powerful right-wing elements in the Kuomintang saw them as crypto-communist. Improvements had been made in the army medical services, with free clinics set up in nationalist areas, but again Kuomintang bosses wanted to control the health services, most likely for their own enrichment. Most sinister of all was the rise in power of the security chief, General Tai Li, who was said now to have a force of 300,000 men, both uniformed and plainclothes. His power was so great that some even suspected that he controlled Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek himself. General Tai was stamping down not just on dissent, but on free speech in any form. Chinese intellectuals began to flee to Hong Kong. Even the most innocuous organizations, such as the Young Women's Christian Association, were closed down in the atmosphere of crisis. Foreigners in Chongqing, according to Smedley, regarded the Chinese armies with contempt. China, they said, couldn't fight. Its generals were rotten, its soldiers illiterate coolies or mere boys, its people ignorant, the care of the wounded an abomination. Some charges were true, some untrue, but almost all were based on a lack of appreciation of the fearful burdens under which China staggered. Europeans and Americans failed completely to understand what was at stake and did little to help. The only substantial aid for medical services came from expatriate Chinese, whether in Malaya, Java, the United States, or elsewhere. Their generosity was considerable, and in 1941 the Japanese conquerors would make them suffer for it. Chiang Kai-shek had continued with meaningless peace negotiations in the hope of putting pressure on Stalin to bring his military support back to earlier levels. But in July 1940, a change of government in Tokyo brought General Tojo Hideki into the cabinet as Minister of War. These shadow negotiations were broken off. Tojo wanted to starve the nationalists of supplies by making a stronger agreement with the Soviet Union and cutting off their other supply routes. In Tokyo, military leaders were turning their gaze south to the Pacific and southwest to the British, French, and Dutch possessions around the South China Sea. This would give them rice and deprive the nationalist Chinese of imports, but above all, Japan wanted the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies. Any idea of compromise with the United States, which involved a retreat from China, was unthinkable to the regime in Tokyo, after the deaths so far of 62,000 Japanese soldiers in the China Incident. In the second half of 1940, the Chinese Communist Party, under instructions from Moscow, launched its 100 Regiments campaign in the north with almost 400,000 men. The intention was to undermine Chiang Kai-shek's negotiations with the Japanese. They did not know that these had been broken off and had never been serious in the first place. The Communists managed to push back the Japanese in many places, cut the Peking-Hankow Railway, destroy coal mines, and even carry out attacks into Manchuria. This major effort, using their forces in more conventional tactics, cost them 22,000 casualties, which they could ill afford. In Europe, Hitler demonstrated an astonishing degree of loyalty to Mussolini, often to the despair of his generals. But the Duce, his former mentor, tried every trick to avoid becoming his subordinate. The fascist leader wanted to conduct a parallel war, separate from that of Nazi Germany. He failed to tell Hitler in advance of his plan to occupy Albania in April 1939, and pretended it was a companion piece to the German takeover of Czechoslovakia. Nazi leaders, on the other hand, were reluctant to share secrets with the Italians. Yet the Germans had still wanted to sign the Pact of Steel just over a month later. Like imprudent lovers hoping to profit from a relationship, both men misled each other, and both felt misled. Hitler had never warned Mussolini of his intention to crush Poland, but still expected his backing against France and Britain, while the Italian leader believed that there would be no general conflict in Europe for at least another 2 years. Mussolini's subsequent refusal to enter the war in September 1939 at Germany's side disappointed Hitler greatly. The Duce knew that his country was simply not ready, and his excessive demands for military equipment as a condition for support constituted his only excuse. Mussolini was, however, determined to come into the war at some point to gain more colonies and to make Italy appear a great power. As a result, he did not want to miss the opportunity when the two great colonial powers, Britain and France, suffered a major defeat in the early summer of 1940. The astonishing rapidity of Germany's campaign against France and the widespread belief that Britain would have to come to terms sent him into a fever of uncertainty. Germany would dictate the shape of Europe, almost certainly becoming the dominant power in the Balkans, while Italy risked being sidelined. For that reason alone, Mussolini was desperate to obtain the right to involvement in peace negotiations. He calculated that a few thousand Italian casualties would buy him that seat at the table. The Nazi regime certainly did not oppose Italy's entry into the war, even beyond the 11th hour. Yet Hitler greatly overestimated Italy's fighting strength. Mussolini had famously boasted of 8 million bayonets, when he had fewer than 1.7 million soldiers, and many of them lacked the rifles on which to place a bayonet. The country was desperately short of money, raw materials, and motor transport. To increase the number of divisions, Mussolini reduced them from 3 regiments to 2. Out of 73 divisions, only 19 were fully equipped. In fact, Italy's forces were smaller and less well armed than they had been on entering the First World War in 1915. Hitler unwisely took Mussolini's estimates of Italian strength at face value. In his very limited military vision, conditioned by marked-up maps of Führer headquarters, a division of troops was a division, however under strength, ill-equipped or badly trained. Mussolini's fatal miscalculation was to believe, in the summer of 1940, that the war was as good as over when it had hardly started. He did not appreciate that Hitler's former rhetoric of Lebensraum in the East would become a concrete plan. On the 10th of June, the Duce had declared war on Britain and France. In his bombastic speech from the balcony of the Palazzo Venezia in Rome, he puffed out his chest and claimed that the young and fertile nations would crush the tired democracies. This was hailed by the crowd of loyal blackshirts, but most Italians were far from happy. The Germans were unimpressed by Mussolini's attempt to bask in the Wehrmacht's reflected glory. The State Secretary of the Wilhelmstrasse saw their Axis partner as a circus clown rolling up the carpet after the acrobat's performance and claiming the applause for himself. Many more compared the fascist leader's declaration of war on a defeated France as the action of a jackal trying to snatch part of the prey killed by a lion. The opportunism was indeed shameless, but it hid something worse. Mussolini had made his country the captive and the victim of his own ambitions. He realized that he could not avoid an alliance with the dominant Hitler, yet he persisted in his wishful thinking that Italy could pursue a separate policy of colonial expansion while the rest of Europe was involved in a far more deadly conflict. Italy's weakness was to prove an utter disaster for itself and a grave vulnerability for Germany. On the 27th of September 1940, Germany signed the Tripartite Pact with Italy and Japan. Part of the idea was to deter the United States from intervening in the war, which was in a state of limbo after the failure to bring Britain to its knees. When Hitler met Mussolini at the Brenner Pass on the 4th of October, he reassured him that neither Moscow nor Washington had reacted dangerously to the announcement of the pact. What he wanted was a continental alliance against Britain. Hitler had intended to leave the Mediterranean region as an Italian sphere of interest, but he soon found after the fall of France that the issues were far more complicated. He had to try to balance the conflicting expectations of Italy, Vichy France, and Franco's Spain. Franco wanted Gibraltar, yet he also sought French Morocco and other African territories. But Hitler did not want to provoke Pétain's French state and its loyal forces in the country's colonial possessions. It was far better, from his point of view, for Vichy France to police itself and the North African colonies in Germany's interest as long as the war lasted. Once it was won, then he could give away France's colonies either to Italy or to Spain. But Hitler, despite his apparently limitless power after the defeat of France in 1940, proved incapable that October of persuading his debtor Franco, his vassal Pétain, or his ally Mussolini to support his strategy of a continental bloc against Britain. On the 22nd of October, Hitler's armoured train, the Führersonderzug Amerika, with its pair of engines in tandem and 2 flak wagons, halted at the station of Montoire-sur-le-Loire. There he met Pétain's deputy, Pierre Laval, who tried to obtain guarantees on the status of the Vichy regime. Hitler avoided giving any, while trying to recruit Vichy to a coalition against Britain. The gleaming carriages of the Amerika carried on towards the Spanish frontier at Hendaye, where he met Franco the next day. The Caudillo's train had been delayed due to the dilapidated state of the Spanish railways, and the long wait had not put Hitler in a good mood. The two dictators inspected a guard of honor from his personal escort, the Führerbegleitkommando, drawn up on the platform. The black uniformed troopers towered over the pot-bellied Spanish dictator, whose smile, both complacent and ingratiating, seldom left his face. When Hitler and Franco began their discussions, the Caudillo's torrent of words prevented his visitor from speaking, a state of affairs to which the Führer was not accustomed. Franco spoke of their comradeship in arms during the Spanish Civil War and his gratitude for all that Hitler had done, and evoked the Alianza Espiritual which existed between their countries. He then expressed his deep regret for not being able to enter the war immediately on Germany's side as a result of Spain's impoverished condition. For much of the 3 hours, Franco rambled on about his life and experiences, prompting Hitler to say later that he would prefer to have 3 or 4 teeth pulled than go through another conversation with the Spanish dictator. Hitler finally intervened to say that Germany had won the war. Britain only hung on in the hope of being saved by the Soviet Union or the United States, and the Americans would need a year and a half or 2 years to prepare for war. The only threat from the British was that they might occupy islands in the Atlantic or, with the help of de Gaulle, stir up trouble in the French colonies. That was why he wanted a broad front against Britain. Hitler wanted Gibraltar, and so did Franco and his generals, but they were not happy with the idea of Germans commanding the operation. Franco also feared that the British would seize the Canary Isles as a reprisal. He had, however, been taken aback by the overbearing German demands to be given one of the Canary Islands as well as bases in Spanish Morocco. Hitler was also interested in the Portuguese Azores and Cape Verde Islands. The Azores did not just offer an Atlantic naval base for the Kriegsmarine. The OKW War Diary later noted, "The Führer sees the value of the Azores in 2 ways. He wants to have them in case of America's intervention and for after the war." Hitler was already dreaming of a new generation of bombers with a range of 6,000 kilometers to attack the eastern seaboard of the United States. Franco's expectation that French Morocco and Oran would be promised to him before even entering the war struck the Führer as presumptuous, to say the least. Hitler is also supposed to have expostulated on another occasion that Franco's attitude almost made him feel like a Jew who wants to bargain with the most sacred possessions. Then, in another outburst to his entourage, after his return to Germany, he described Franco as a Jesuit swine. Although ideologically closer to Germany, and with a new pro-Nazi foreign minister, Ramon Serrano Suñer, who wanted to enter the war, Franco's government was worried about provoking Britain. Spain's survival depended on imports, partly from Britain, but above all on grain and oil from the United States. Spain was in a terrible state after the ravages of its civil war. It was not uncommon to see people fainting in the streets from malnutrition. The British, and then the Americans, applied economic leverage most skillfully, knowing that Germany was in no position to make up the difference in imports. So when it became increasingly clear that Britain had no intention of coming to terms with Germany, Franco's government, by then critically short of foodstuffs and fuel, could do little more than profess its support for the Axis and promise to enter the war at a later, unspecified date. That still did not stop Franco from considering his own parallel war, which consisted of invading Britain's traditional ally, Portugal. Fortunately, it was a project which never came close to fruition. After the meeting in Hendaye, the Sonderzug turned round and headed back towards Montoire, where Pétain himself awaited Hitler. Pétain greeted Hitler as though they were equals, which did not endear him to the Führer. The old marshal expressed the hope that relations with Berlin would be marked by cooperation, but his demand that France's colonial possessions should be guaranteed was brusquely rejected. France had started the war against Germany, Hitler retorted, and now it would have to pay for it, territorially and materially. Hitler, far less exasperated with Pétain than he had been with Franco, left things open. He still wanted Vichy to join an anti-British alliance, but eventually came to realize that he could not count on the Latin countries when it came to forming a continental bloc. Hitler had mixed feelings about a peripheral strategy of continuing the war against Britain in the Mediterranean, now that an invasion of southern England was considered unlikely to succeed. His thoughts were mostly fixed on the invasion of the Soviet Union, although he vacillated and considered its postponement. In early November, The OKW nevertheless prepared contingency plans, codenamed Operation Felix, for the seizure of Gibraltar and the Atlantic Islands. In the autumn of 1940, Hitler had hoped to seal off Britain and drive the Royal Navy from the Mediterranean before embarking on his overriding scheme, the invasion of the Soviet Union. He then convinced himself that the easiest way to force Britain to terms was to defeat the Soviet Union. For the Kriegsmarine, this was frustrating, as armament priority passed to the Army and Luftwaffe. Hitler was certainly prepared to assist the Italians in their plan to launch an attack from their colony of Libya on British forces in Egypt and the Suez Canal, as that would tie down the British and threaten their communications with India and Australasia. The Italians, however, while happy to receive Luftwaffe support, were unwilling to have the Wehrmacht's ground forces in their area of operations. They knew that the Germans would want to run everything. Hitler was particularly interested in the Balkans, since they represented the base of his southern flank for the invasion of Russia. After the Soviet occupation of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina, Hitler, unwilling to disturb the Nazi-Soviet pact for the moment, had advised the Romanian government to accept everything for the time being. He decided to send a military mission and troops to Romania to secure the oil fields of Ploiești. The one thing Hitler did not want was Mussolini stirring up the Balkans with an attack on Yugoslavia or Greece from Italian-occupied Albania. Unwisely, he counted on Italian inertia. At first, it looked as if Mussolini would do little. The Italian navy, despite its earlier claims of aggressive action, had failed to put to sea, except to escort convoys to Libya. Not wanting to take on the Royal Navy, it left the Air Force to bomb Malta. And in Libya, the Governor-General, Marshal Italo Balbo, held back, insisting that he would advance against the British in Egypt only when the Germans invaded England. The British in Egypt wasted little time in getting the measure of their opponent. On the evening of the 11th of June, just after Mussolini's declaration of war, the 11th Hussars, in their elderly Rolls-Royce armoured cars, moved off towards the setting sun and crossed the Libyan frontier just after dark. They headed for Fort Maddalena and Fort Capuzzo, the two main Italian defensive positions on the border. Laying ambushes, they took 70 prisoners. The Italians were most upset. Nobody had bothered to tell them that their government had declared war. On the 13th of June, both forts were captured and destroyed. In another raid 2 days later, on the road between Bardia and Tobruk, the 11th Hussars captured another 100 soldiers. Their haul included a fat Italian general in a Lancia staff car, accompanied by a lady friend who was heavily pregnant and not his wife. This caused a scandal in Italy. More importantly for the British, the general had with him all the plans showing the defences of Bardia. Marshal Balbo's command in Libya was short-lived. On the 28th of June, over-enthusiastic Italian anti-aircraft batteries in Tobruk shot down his plane by mistake. Less than a week later, his replacement, Marshal Rodolfo Graziani, was horrified when he received Mussolini's order to advance into Egypt on the 15th of July. The Duce regarded the march on Alexandria as a foregone conclusion. Predictably, Graziani did everything he could to postpone operations, arguing first that he could not attack in high summer, and then that he lacked equipment. In August, the Duke of Aosta, the Viceroy of Italian East Africa, had achieved an easy victory by advancing from Abyssinia into British Somaliland, forcing its few defenders to withdraw across the Gulf to Aden. But Aosta knew that his situation was hopeless unless Marshal Graziani conquered Egypt. Hemmed in on the western side by the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan and British Kenya, and with the Royal Navy controlling the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, he could expect no supplies until Egypt was taken. Mussolini lost patience as Graziani continued to procrastinate. Finally, on the 13th of September, the Italians began to advance. They enjoyed a marked superiority, with 5 divisions against 3 under-strength British and Commonwealth divisions. The 7th Armoured Division, the Desert Rats, had just 70 serviceable tanks. The Italians managed to get lost even before reaching the Egyptian frontier. As planned, British troops conducted a fighting retreat and even gave up Sidi Barrani, where Graziani halted his advance. Mussolini insisted that he should push on along the coast road to Mersa Matruh, but with the imminent Italian attack on Greece, Graziani's forces did not receive the supplies they needed to continue. The Germans had warned Mussolini on several occasions against an attack on Greece. On the 19th of September, Mussolini had assured Ribbentrop that he would conquer Egypt before attacking Greece or Yugoslavia. The Italians appeared to agree that the British should be the first target. But then on the 8th of October, Mussolini felt slighted when he heard that the Germans were sending troops to Romania. His foreign secretary, Count Ciano, had forgotten to tell him that Ribbentrop had mentioned it earlier. "Hitler keeps confronting me with fait accompli," the Duce said to Ciano on the 12th of October. "This time I shall pay him back in his own coin." The next day, Mussolini ordered the Comando Supremo of the armed forces to plan for the immediate invasion of Greece from Italian-occupied Albania. None of his most senior officers, particularly the commander in Albania, General Sebastiano Visconti Prasca, had the courage to warn the Duce of the huge problems of transport and supply for a winter campaign in the mountains of Epirus. The preparations were chaotic. For mainly economic reasons, a large part of the Italian armed forces were being demobilized. Units short of men had to be reformed. The plan required 20 divisions, but 3 months would be needed to transport most of them across the Adriatic. Mussolini wanted to attack on the 26th of October, less than 2 weeks away. The Germans knew of the preparations, but they assumed that no attack on Greece would be mounted before the Italians had advanced into Egypt and captured Mersa Matruh. Hitler was in his armoured train on the way back from his meetings with Franco and Pétain when he heard that the invasion of Greece was going ahead. Instead of continuing on to Berlin, the Sonderzug was turned round. Hitler headed south to Florence, where the German Foreign Ministry had urgently requested that Mussolini should meet the Führer. Early on the morning of the 28th of October, shortly before the meeting with Mussolini, Hitler was told that the Italian invasion of Greece had already begun. He was furious. He guessed that Mussolini was jealous of German influence in the Balkans and foresaw that the Italians might have a nasty surprise. Above all, he feared that this move would draw British forces to Greece and provide them with a bombing base against the Ploiești oil fields in Romania. Mussolini's irresponsibility might even put Operation Barbarossa at risk. But Hitler had mastered his anger by the time the Sonderzug halted alongside the platform in Florence, where Mussolini awaited him. In the event, the two leaders' discussion in the Palazzo Vecchio barely touched on the invasion of Greece, except for Hitler's offer of an air landing division and a parachute division to secure the island of Crete against a British occupation. At 0300 hours that day, the Italian ambassador in Athens had presented an ultimatum to the Greek dictator, General Ioannis Metaxas, which was due to expire in 3 hours. Metaxas replied with a single no, but the fascist regime was not interested in his refusal or compliance. The invasion, with 140,000 men, began 2.5 hours later. Italian troops advanced in a heavy downpour. They did not get far. It had already rained solidly for 2 days. Torrential streams and rivers washed away bridges, and the Greeks, well aware of the attack, which had been an open secret in Rome, blew up others. Unpaved roads became virtually impassable in the thick mud. The Greeks, uncertain whether the Bulgarians would also attack in the northeast, had to leave 4 divisions in eastern Macedonia and Thrace. Against the Italian attack from Albania, their line of defence ran from Lake Prespa on the Yugoslav border via the Gramos Mountains and then along the fast-flowing river Thiamis to the coast opposite the southern tip of Corfu. The Greeks lacked tanks and anti-tank guns. They had few modern aircraft, but their greatest strength lay in the universal outrage of their soldiers, determined to repel this attack by the despised Makaronides, as they called them. Even the Greek community in Alexandria was caught up in the patriotic fervour. Some 14,000 sailed to Greece to fight, and the funds raised there for the war effort were greater than the whole of the Egyptian defense budget. The Italians relaunched their offensive on the 5th of November, but they broke through only on the coast and north of Konitsa, where the Giulia division of the Alpini advanced over 20 kilometers. But the Giulia, one of the finest Italian formations, was unsupported and soon found itself virtually surrounded. Only part of it escaped, and General Prasca ordered his troops onto the defensive along the 140-kilometer front. The Comando Supremo in Rome had to postpone the offensive in Egypt and divert troops to reinforce the army in Albania. Mussolini's boast that he would occupy Greece in 15 days was revealed as empty bombast, yet he still convinced himself that his forces would win. Hitler was unsurprised by this humiliation of his ally, having already predicted that the Greeks would prove better soldiers than the Italians. General Alexandros Papagos, the chief of the Greek General Staff, was already bringing up his own reserves in preparation for a counterattack. Another blow to Italian pride took place on the night of the 11th of November, when the Royal Navy attacked the naval base of Taranto with Fairey Swordfish aircraft from the carrier HMS Illustrious and a squadron of 4 cruisers and 4 destroyers. 3 Italian battleships, the Littorio, the Cavour, and the Duilio, were hit with torpedoes for the loss of 2 swordfish. The Cavour sank. Admiral Sir Andrew Cunningham, the commander-in-chief in the Mediterranean, could reassure himself that he had little to fear from the Italian Navy. On the 14th of November, General Papagos launched his counter-offensive, securing the knowledge that he had numerical superiority on the Albanian front until Italian reinforcements arrived. His men, with great bravery and stamina, began to advance. By the end of the year, the Greeks had forced their attackers back into Albania between 50 and 70 kilometers from the frontier. Italian reinforcements, which brought their army in Albania up to 490,000 strong, made little difference. By the time of Hitler's invasion of Greece the following April, the Italians had lost nearly 40,000 dead and 114,000 casualties from wounds, sickness, and frostbite. Italian claims to great power status had been utterly destroyed. Any idea of a parallel war was at an end. Mussolini was no longer Hitler's ally, but his subordinate. Italy's chronic military weakness was soon evident in Egypt, too. General Sir Archibald Wavell, the Commander-in-Chief Middle East, had a daunting array of responsibilities covering North Africa, East Africa, and the Middle East as a whole. He had begun with only 36,000 men in Egypt, facing 215,000 Italians in their Libyan army. To his south, the Duke of Aosta commanded 250,000 men, of whom many were locally raised troops. But British and Commonwealth forces soon began to arrive in Egypt to reinforce Wavell's command. Wavell, a taciturn and intelligent man who loved poetry, did not inspire Churchill's confidence. The pugnacious Prime Minister wanted fire-eaters, especially in the Middle East, where the Italians were vulnerable. Churchill was also impatient. He underestimated the quartermaster's nightmare of desert warfare. Wavell, who feared the Prime Minister's interference in his planning, did not tell him that he was preparing a counterattack codenamed Operation Compass. He told Anthony Eden, then on a visit to Egypt, only when asked to send badly needed weapons to help the Greeks. Churchill, when he heard of Wavell's plan on Eden's return to London, claimed to have purred like 6 cats. He immediately urged Wavell on to launch his attack as soon as possible, and certainly within the month. The field commander of the Western Desert Force was Lieutenant General Richard O'Connor. A wiry and decisive little man, O'Connor had the 7th Armoured Division and the 4th Indian Division, which he deployed some 40 kilometers south of the main Italian position at Sidi Barrani. A smaller detachment, Selby Force, took the coast road from Mirza Matruh to advance on Sidi Barrani from the west. Ships of the Royal Navy steamed along close to the coast, ready to provide gunnery support. O'Connor had already concealed forward supply dumps. Since the Italians were known to have many agents in Cairo, including in King Farouk's entourage, secrecy was hard to maintain. So, to give the impression of having nothing on his mind, General Wavell, accompanied by his wife and daughters, went to the races at Gazira just before the battle. That evening he gave a party at the Turf Club. When Operation Compass began, early on the 9th of December, the British found that they had achieved complete surprise. The Indian Division, spearheaded by the Matilda tanks of the 7th Royal Tank Regiment, took the main Italian positions right up to the edge of Sidi Barrani in less than 36 hours. A detachment from the 7th Armoured Division, striking northwest, cut the coast road between Sidi Barrani and Buk-Buk, while its main force attacked the Catanzaro Division in front of Buk-Buk. The 4th Indian Division took Sidi Barrani by the end of the 10th of December, and 4 divisions of Italians in the area surrendered the next day. Buk-Buk was also captured, and the Catanzaro Division destroyed. Only the Cirene Division, 40 kilometers to the south, managed to escape by pulling back rapidly towards the Halfaya Pass. O'Connor's troops had won a stunning victory. At a cost of 624 casualties, they had captured 38,300 prisoners, 237 guns, and 73 tanks. O'Connor wanted to push on with the next phase, but he had to wait. Most of the 4th Indian Division were transferred to the Sudan to face the Duke of Aosta's forces in Abyssinia. As a replacement, he received the 16th Australian Infantry Brigade, the advance formation of the 6th Australian Division. Bardia, a port just inside Libya, was the main objective. On Mussolini's orders, Marshal Graziani concentrated 6 divisions around it. O'Connor's infantry attacked on the 3rd of January 1941, supported by their remaining Matildas. After 3 days, the Italians surrendered to the Australian 6th Division, and 45,000 men, 462 field guns, and 129 tanks were captured. Their commander, General Annibale Bergonzoli, known as Electric Whiskers because of his startling facial hair, managed to escape westwards. The attackers had lost only 130 dead and 326 wounded. Meanwhile, the 7th Armoured Division had charged ahead to cut off Tobruk. 2 Australian brigades hurried on from Bardia to complete the siege. Tobruk also surrendered, offering up another 25,000 prisoners, 208 guns, 87 armoured vehicles, and 14 Italian army prostitutes, who were sent back to a convent in Alexandria, where they languished miserably for the rest of the war. O'Connor was horrified to hear that Churchill's offer to Greece of ground forces as well as aircraft put the rest of his offensive at risk. Fortunately, Metaxas refused. He felt that anything less than 9 divisions risked provoking the Germans without offering any hope of holding them off. The collapse of the Italian Empire meanwhile continued in East Africa. On the 19th of January, with the 4th Indian Division ready in the Sudan, Major General William Platt's force advanced against the isolated and unwieldy army of the Duke of Aosta in Abyssinia. 2 days later, the Emperor Haile Selassie returned to join in the liberation of his country, accompanied by Major Ord Wingate. And in the south, a force under Major General Alan Cunningham, the younger brother of the Admiral, attacked from Kenya. Aosta's army, crippled by a lack of supplies, could not resist for very long. In Libya, O'Connor decided to go all out to trap the bulk of the Italian armies in the coastal bulge of Cyrenaica by sending the 7th Armoured Division straight across it to the Gulf of Sirte, south of Benghazi. But many of its tanks were unserviceable, and the supply situation was desperate, with lines of communication stretching over 1,300 kilometers back to Cairo. O'Connor ordered the division to halt for the moment in front of a strong Italian position at Mekeli, south of the Jebel Akhdar Massif. But then armoured car patrols and RAF aircraft spotted signs of a major retreat. Marshal Graziani was starting to evacuate the whole of Cyrenaica. On the 4th of February, the race which cavalry regiments called the Benghazi Handicap began in earnest. Led by the 11th Hussars, the 7th Armoured Division pushed across the inhospitable terrain to cut off the remains of the Italian 10th Army before they could escape. The 6th Australian Division pursued the retreating forces round the coast and entered Benghazi on the 6th of February. On hearing that the Italians were evacuating Benghazi, Major General Michael Cray of the 7th Armoured Division sent a flying column on ahead to cut them off at Beda Fom. This force, the 11th Hussars, 2nd Battalion of the Rifle Brigade, and 3 batteries of the Royal Horse Artillery, reached the road just in time. Facing 20,000 Italians desperate to escape, they feared that they would be overwhelmed by weight of numbers. But just as it looked as if they would be engulfed on the landward side, the light tanks of the 7th Hussars appeared. They charged the left flank of the Italian mass in line abreast, causing alarm and confusion. Fighting died down only as the sun set. The battle recommenced after dawn as more Italian tanks arrived, but the British flying column also began to receive support as more squadrons caught up from the 7th Armoured Division. Over 80 Italian tanks were destroyed as they tried to break through. Meanwhile, the Australians advancing from Benghazi increased the pressure from behind. After a last attempt to escape had failed on the morning of the 7th of February, General Bergonzoli surrendered to Lieutenant Colonel John Coombe of the 11th Hussars. Electric Whiskers was the surviving senior officer of the 10th Army. Exhausted and miserable, Italian soldiers sat en masse, huddled under the rain as far as the eye could see. One of Coombe's subalterns, when asked over the radio how many prisoners the 11th Hussars had taken, is reputed to have answered with true cavalry insouciance, "Oh, several acres, I would think." 5 days later, General-Lieutenant Erwin Rommel landed in Tripoli, followed by the advance elements of what was to be known as the Afrika Korps. Chapter 10. Hitler's Balkan War. March to May 1941. Once Hitler saw that his attempts to defeat Britain had failed, he concentrated on the main objective of his lifetime. But before invading the Soviet Union, he was determined to secure both his flanks. He began negotiations with Finland, but the Balkans in the south were more important. The oil fields of Ploiești would provide the fuel for his panzer divisions, while the Romanian army of Marshal Ion Antonescu would be a source of manpower. Since the Soviet Union also regarded southeastern Europe as belonging to its sphere of influence, Hitler knew that he needed to act carefully to avoid provoking Stalin before he was ready. Mussolini's disastrous attack on Greece had achieved precisely what Hitler feared, a British military presence in southeastern Europe. In April 1939, Britain had given Greece a guarantee of support, and General Metaxas had called for help accordingly. The British offered fighters. The first squadrons of the Royal Air Force crossed to Greece in the second week of November 1940, and British troops landed on Crete to free the Greek troops there for service on the Albanian front. Hitler, increasingly afraid that the British would use Greek airfields to attack the Ploiești oil fields, asked the Bulgarian government to set up early warning observation posts along their border. But Metaxas insisted that the British should not attack the Ploiești oil wells, which would provoke Nazi Germany. His country could deal with the Italians, but not with the Wehrmacht. Hitler, however, had now begun to consider his own invasion of Greece, partly to end the Italian humiliation, which reflected badly on the Axis as a whole, but above all to protect Romania. On the 12th of November, he ordered the OKW to plan for an invasion through Bulgaria to secure the northern Aegean coastline. This was given the code name Operation Marita. The Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine soon persuaded him to include the whole of mainland Greece in the plan. Marita would follow the completion of Operation Felix, the attack on Gibraltar in the spring of 1941, and the occupation of northwest Africa with 2 divisions. Fearing that the French colonies might defect from Vichy, Hitler ordered contingency planning for Operation Attila, the seizure of French possessions and the French fleet. These actions were to be carried out with great ruthlessness if opposed. With Gibraltar as the key to the British presence in the Mediterranean, Hitler decided that he would send Admiral Canaris, the head of the Abwehr, to see Franco. He was to obtain agreement for the transit of German troops down Spain's Mediterranean coastal road in February. but Hitler's confidence that Franco would finally agree to enter the war on the Axis side proved over-optimistic. The caudillo made it clearly understood that he could enter the war only when Britain was facing immediate collapse. Hitler was determined not to give up on this project, but, temporarily thwarted in the western Mediterranean, he focused his attention on Barbarossa's southern flank. On the 5th of December 1940, Hitler asserted that he intended to send only 2 Luftwaffe-Gruppen to Sicily and southern Italy to attack British naval forces in the eastern Mediterranean. At that stage, he was against the idea of sending ground troops to support the Italians in Libya. But in the second week of January 1941, the devastating success of O'Connor's advance prompted second thoughts. He cared little for Libya, but if Mussolini were overthrown as a consequence, it would represent a major blow to the Axis and give heart to his enemies. The Luftwaffe's presence in Sicily was increased to include the whole of 10 Fliegerkorps, and the 5th Light Division was ordered to prepare for North Africa. But by the 3rd of February, it became clear with O'Connor's dramatic victory that Tripolitania was also at risk. Hitler ordered the dispatch of a corps to be commanded by General-Leutnant Rommel, whom he knew well from the Poland campaign and France. The force was to be called the Deutsches Afrika Korps, and the project given the code name Operation Sunflower. Mussolini had no choice but to agree to Rommel being given effective command over Italian forces. After meetings in Rome on the 10th of February, Rommel flew to Tripoli 2 days later. He wasted no time in tearing up Italian plans for the defense of the city. The front would be held much further forward at Sirte until his troops had unloaded, but that, he soon discovered, would take time. The 5th Light Division would not be ready for action until early April. In the meantime, 10 Fliegerkorps on Sicily pounded the island of Malta, especially airfields and the naval base of Valletta, and attacked British convoys running the Mediterranean gauntlet. The Kriegsmarine also tried to persuade the Italian Navy to attack the British Mediterranean fleet, but their arguments had little effect until the end of March. Preparations for Operation Marita, the invasion of Greece, continued through the first 3 months of 1941. Formations of the 12th Army under Generalfeldmarschall Wilhelm List moved through Hungary into Romania. Both countries had anti-communist regimes and had become Axis allies as a result of energetic diplomacy. Bulgaria also had to be won over, so that German forces could cross its territory. Stalin watched these developments with deep suspicion. He was not convinced by the Germans' assurances that their presence was aimed only against the British, but he could do little. The British, all too aware of the German military build-up on the lower Danube, decided to act. Churchill, for reasons of British credibility and in the hope of impressing the Americans, ordered Wavell to abandon any thoughts of advancing into Tripolitania and to send 3 divisions to Greece instead. Metaxas had just died, and the new Prime Minister, Alexandros Korizis, faced with the reality of the German threat, was now ready to accept any help, however small. Neither a lugubrious Wavell nor Admiral Cunningham felt that this expeditionary force could hope to hold off the Germans, but since Churchill believed that British honour was at stake, and Eden was utterly convinced that it was the right course, on the 8th of March they had to concede. In fact, over half the 58,000-strong force sent to fulfill the British guarantee to Greece consisted of Australians and New Zealanders. They were the formations most readily at hand, but this was to produce a good deal of Antipodean resentment later. The commander of the expeditionary force was General Sir Maitland Wilson, known as Jumbo because of his enormous height and girth. Wilson had no illusions about the battle ahead. After an over-optimistic briefing by the British minister in Athens, Sir Michael Palaret, he was heard to say, "Well, I don't know about that. I've already ordered my maps of the Peloponnese." This, the southernmost part of the Greek mainland, was where his troops would have to be taken off in the event of defeat. The Greek adventure was seen by senior officers as likely to be another Norway. More junior Australian and New Zealand officers, on the other hand, enthusiastically spread out maps of the Balkans to study invasion routes up through Yugoslavia towards Vienna. Wilson's W Force prepared to face a German invasion from Bulgaria. It took up positions along the Aleakmon line, which ran partly along the river of that name, and diagonally from the Yugoslav border down to the Aegean coast north of Mount Olympus. Major General Bernard Freyberg's 2nd New Zealand Division was on the right, and the 6th Australian Division on the left, with the British 1st Armoured Brigade out in front as a screen. The Allied troops remembered those days of waiting as idyllic. Although the nights were cold, the weather was glorious, wildflowers covered the mountains in profusion, and Greek villagers could not have been more generous and welcoming. While British and Dominion troops in Greece waited for the German attack, the Kriegsmarine put pressure on the Italian Navy to attack the British fleet to divert attention away from the transports carrying Rommel's troops to North Africa. The Italians would be supported by 10 Flieger Corps in southern Italy and were encouraged to take revenge for the Royal Navy's bombardment of Genoa. On the 26th of March, the Italian Navy put to sea with the battleship Vittorio Veneto, 6 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 13 destroyers. Cunningham, warned of this threat through an ultra-intercept of Luftwaffe traffic, deployed available warships accordingly. His own Force A, with the battleships HMS Warspite, Valiant, and Barham, the aircraft carrier HMS Formidable and 9 destroyers, and Force B, with 4 light cruisers and 4 destroyers. On the 28th of March, an Italian seaplane from the Vittorio Veneto sighted the cruisers of Force B. Admiral Angelo Iachino's squadron set off in pursuit. He had no idea of Cunningham's presence east of Crete and south of Cape Matapan. Torpedo aircraft from HMS Formidable hit the Vittorio Veneto, yet it managed to escape. A second wave damaged the heavy cruiser Pola, bringing it to a halt. Other Italian ships were ordered to help, and this gave the British their chance. Devastating gunnery sank 3 heavy cruisers, including the Pola and 2 destroyers. Although Cunningham was deeply frustrated by the escape of the Vittorio Veneto, the Battle of Cape Matapan represented a great psychological victory for the Royal Navy. The German attack on Greece was planned to begin early in April, but an unexpected crisis exploded in Yugoslavia. Hitler had been trying to win over the country, and especially its regent, Prince Paul, as part of his diplomatic offensive to secure the Balkans before Operation Barbarossa. Yet resentment had been growing among the Yugoslavs, largely due to heavy-handed German attempts to obtain all their raw materials. Hitler urged the Belgrade government to join the Tripartite Pact, and on the 4th of March he and Ribbentrop put heavy pressure on Prince Paul. The Yugoslav government delayed, well aware of growing opposition within the country, but the demands from Berlin became too insistent. Finally, Prince Paul and representatives of the government signed the pact on the 25th of March in Vienna. 2 days later, Serbian officers seized power in Belgrade. Prince Paul was removed as regent, and the young King Peter II placed on the throne. Anti-German demonstrations in Belgrade included an attack on the car of the German minister. Hitler, according to his interpreter, was left gasping for revenge. He became convinced that the British had a hand in the coup. Ribbentrop was immediately called out of a meeting with the Japanese foreign minister, to whom he had just suggested that Japanese forces should seize Singapore. Hitler then ordered the OKH to prepare an invasion. There would be no ultimatum or declaration of war. The Luftwaffe was to attack Belgrade as soon as possible. The operation would be called Strafgericht, retribution. Hitler came to see the coup in Belgrade of the 27th of March as final proof of the conspiracy of the Jewish Anglo-Saxon warmongers and the Jewish men in power in the Moscow Bolshevik headquarters. He even managed to convince himself that it was a vile betrayal of the German-Soviet Friendship Pact, which he had already planned to break. Although the Yugoslav government had declared Belgrade an open city, Strafgericht went ahead on Palm Sunday, the 6th of April. Over 2 days, The 4th Luftflotte destroyed most of the city. Civilian casualties are impossible to assess. Estimates vary between 1,500 dead and 30,000, with the probable figure roughly halfway between. The Yugoslav government hurriedly signed a pact with the Soviet Union, but Stalin did nothing because he was afraid of provoking Hitler. While the bombing of Belgrade went ahead that Sunday morning with 500 aircraft, the German minister in Athens informed the Greek Prime Minister that Wehrmacht forces would invade Greece because of the presence of British troops on its soil. Gorizis answered that Greece would defend itself. Just before dawn on the 6th of April, List's 12th Army began simultaneous offensives south into Greece and west into Yugoslavia. At 05:30 hours, the attack on Yugoslavia began, a Gefreiter in the 11th Panzer Division recorded in his diary. The panzer started up, light artillery opened fire, heavy artillery came into action. Reconnaissance aircraft appeared, then 40 Stukas bombed the positions. The barracks caught fire. A magnificent sight at daybreak. Early the same morning, the famously arrogant General der Flieger, Wolfram von Richthofen, the commander of 8 Flieger Corps, went to watch the attack of the 5th Mountain Division by the Rupel Pass near the Yugoslav border and see his Stukas in action. At the command post at 0400 hours, he wrote in his diary, as it became light, the artillery began. Powerful fireworks. Then the bombs. The thought arises whether we are not paying the Greeks too much of a compliment. But the 5th Mountain Division received a nasty surprise, and Richthofen's aircraft bombed their own troops by mistake. The Greeks proved much more tenacious than he had expected. The hastily mobilized Yugoslav army, lacking both anti-aircraft and anti-tank guns, did not stand a chance against the might of the Luftwaffe and German panzer divisions. The Germans noted that Serbian units resisted with rather more determination than Croats or Macedonians, who often surrendered at the first opportunity. One column of 1,500 prisoners was attacked in error by Stukas, killing a horrifying number of them. "That's war," was Richthofen's reaction. The invasion of Yugoslavia created an unexpected danger to the Aleakmon line. If the Germans came south through the Monastir Gap near Florina, as surely they would, then the Allied positions would be outflanked immediately. The troops on the Aleakmon line had to be pulled back to meet this threat. Hitler wanted to cut off the Allied expeditionary force in Greece and destroy it. He did not know that General Wilson had a secret advantage. For the first time, ultra-intercepts, decoded at Bletchley Park, were able to provide a commander in the field with warnings of Wehrmacht moves. But both the British and Greek commands were dismayed by the rapid collapse of the Yugoslav army, which killed only 151 Germans in the whole campaign. Greek forces defending the Metaxas line up near the Bulgarian border fought with great bravery, but eventually part of the German 18 Mountain Corps broke through via the southeastern extremity of Yugoslavia and opened the route to Salonika. On the morning of the 9th of April, Richthofen heard the astonishing news that the 2nd Panzer Division had entered its suburbs. Yet the Greeks continued to mount counterattacks near the Rupel Pass, which forced a now more respectful Richthofen to divert bombers to break them up. On the 11th of April, the British 1st Armoured Brigade, south of Vevi, found itself facing part of the SS Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. Major Jerry de Winton, the commander of the signal squadron, remembered the valley scene in the evening light as just like a picture by Lady Butler, with the sun going down on the left, the Germans attacking from the front, and on the right the gunners drawn up in position with their limbers. An ultra-intercept indicated that this stand was effective. Near Vevi, Schutzstaffel Adolf Hitler meeting violent resistance. But such actions were few. A withdrawal from mountain pass to mountain pass began, with the Allied units managing to stay just one jump ahead of the Germans. Greek units, lacking motor transport, could not keep up, so a great hole in the line opened between W Force and the Greek army of Epirus on the Albanian front. Tanks and vehicles unable to cope with the stony tracks had to be abandoned and destroyed, as withdrawing columns were harassed by relentless air attacks. The few Hurricane squadrons of the RAF, completely outnumbered by Richthoven's Messerschmitts, could do little to help. And during the retreat, pulling back from one improvised airfield to another, their men were uncomfortably reminded of the fall of France. Any German pilot shot down, however, faced rough handling from Greek villagers longing for revenge. On the 17th of April, the Yugoslavs surrendered. Invaded from Austrian territory in the north, from Hungary, from Romania, as well as from Bulgaria by List's army, their scattered forces had stood little chance. The 11th Panzer Division felt very satisfied with itself. In just under 5 days, 7 enemy divisions destroyed, a Gefreiter noted in his diary, a huge amount of war material taken, 30,000 prisoners captured, Belgrade forced to surrender. Own losses very small. A member of the 2nd SS Division, Das Reich, wondered, did the Serbs perhaps believe that with their incomplete, old-fashioned and badly trained army they could form up against the German Wehrmacht? That's just like an earthworm wanting to swallow a boa constrictor. Despite the easy victory, Hitler, the Austrian, was bent on vengeance against the Serbian population, whom he still regarded as the terrorists responsible for the First World War and all its ills. Yugoslavia was to be broken up, with morsels of territory given to his Hungarian, Bulgarian and Italian allies. Croatia, under a fascist government, became an Italian protectorate, while Germany occupied Serbia. The Nazis' harsh treatment of the Serbs was to prove dangerously counterproductive, since it led to the most savage guerrilla war and interfered with their exploitation of the country's raw materials. The retreat in Greece, with Yugoslavs mixed in among Allied forces and Greeks, produced hallucinatory images. In the middle of one military traffic jam, a Belgrade playboy wearing correspondent shoes was spotted in an open Buick two-seater accompanied by his mistress, and a British officer thought he was dreaming when he saw, by moonlight, a squadron of Serbian lancers in long cloaks pass like ghosts of the defeated in wars long past. With all contact lost between the Greek army on the left and W Force, General Wilson ordered a retreat to the Thermopylae line. This was made possible only by the brave defence of the Vale of Tempe, in which the 5th New Zealand Brigade managed to hold off the 2nd Panzer Division and the 6th Mountain Division for 3 days. But an ultra-intercept warned that the Germans were breaking through on the Adriatic coast towards the Gulf of Corinth. Allied troops in Greece felt deeply embarrassed to be destroying bridges and railways as they withdrew, yet the locals continued to treat them with the greatest friendship and forgiveness. Orthodox priests would bless their vehicles, and village women gave them flowers and bread as they departed, even though their own prospects under enemy occupation were extremely bleak. They did not know how terrible their fate would be. Within a few months, a loaf of bread would cost 2 million drachmas, and in the first year of occupation, over 40,000 Greeks starved to death. On the 19th of April, the day after the Greek Prime Minister had committed suicide, General Wavell flew into Athens for consultations. Because of the uncertain situation, his staff officers carried service revolvers. The decision to evacuate all of Wilson's troops was taken the following morning. Over Athens that day, the last 15 Hurricanes took on 120 German aircraft. The British legation and the military mission headquarters in the Hotel Grande Bretagne began to burn papers, of which the most important were the ultra-decrypts. When news of the evacuation order spread, the Allied troops were still cheered on their way. "Come back with good fortune," the Greeks called. "Return with victory." Many officers and soldiers were close to tears at the idea of leaving them to their fate. Only the need for speed amid the chaos of departure concentrated their minds. With a strong rearguard of Australians and New Zealanders to hold back the Germans, the remnants of W Force made their way to the embarkation points either south of Athens at Rafina and Porto Rafti, or on the southern coast of the Peloponnese. The Germans were determined not to allow another Dunkirchen Wunder, or Dunkirk miracle, to take place. Although General Papagos and King George II of Greece wanted to fight on while the Allied expeditionary force remained on the mainland, the commanders of the army of Epirus, facing the Italians, decided to surrender to the Germans. On the 20th of April, General Georgios Tsolokoglou began negotiations with Generalfeldmarschall List on condition that the Greek army should not have to deal with the Italians. List agreed. On hearing of this, an outraged Mussolini complained to Hitler, who once again did not want his ally to be humiliated. He sent Generalleutnant Alfred Jodl of the OKW to take the surrender ceremony with Italian officers present instead of a furious List. The thrill of easy victory was expressed by a German artillery officer in the 11th Panzer Division, who wrote to his wife on the 22nd of April, "If I saw the enemy, I would fire at them, and always experienced a wild, genuine pleasure in fighting. It was a joyous war. We are sun-tanned and certain of victory. It's a wonderful thing to belong to such a division." A Hauptmann with the 73rd Infantry Division reflected that peace would come even to the Balkans with a new European order, so that our children would experience no more war. Immediately after the first German units had driven into Athens on the 26th of April, a huge red swastika flag was raised over the Acropolis. That same day, at dawn, German paratroop units landed on the south side of the Corinth Canal in an attempt to cut off the Allied retreat. In chaotic fighting, they suffered heavy casualties at the hands of some New Zealanders manning Bofors guns and a few light tanks of the 4th Hussars. The paratroopers also failed in their main mission to seize the bridge. The two sapper officers who had prepared its demolition managed to creep back and blow it. While the Germans celebrated their victory in Attica, the evacuation of Wilson's forces continued at a desperate pace. Every means available was used. Blenheim light bombers and Sunderland flying boats just managed to take off with men uncomfortably crammed into bomb bays and gun turrets. Caiques, tramp steamers, and any other ship available steamed south towards Crete. The Royal Navy sent in 6 cruisers and 19 destroyers to take off a beaten army once again. The roads into the embarkation ports of the southern Peloponnese were blocked with hastily sabotaged military transport. In the end, only 14,000 men were made prisoner out of the 58,000 sent to Greece. Another 2,000 had been killed or wounded during the fighting. In terms of manpower, the defeat could have been much worse, but the loss of armoured vehicles, transport and weapons was disastrous at a time when Rommel was advancing on Egypt. Hitler was relieved to have secured his southern flank, but just before the end of the war, he attributed the delay in launching Barbarossa to this campaign. In more recent years, historians have argued over the effect Operation Marita had on the invasion of the Soviet Union. Most accept that it made little difference. The postponement of Barbarossa from May to June is usually attributed to other factors, such as the delay in distributing motor transport, principally vehicles captured from the French army in 1940, or problems of fuel distribution, or the difficulty of establishing forward airfields for the Luftwaffe due to the heavy rains late in the spring. But one consequence, of which there is little doubt, was the way that Operation Marita helped convince Stalin that the Germans' thrust south meant that they were focusing on the capture of the Suez Canal, not on an invasion of the Soviet Union. Crossing the Aegean, the overloaded vessels carrying the remnants of W Force tried with limited success to avoid Richthofen Stukas, Junkers 88s and Messerschmitts. 26 were sunk, including 2 hospital ships, and over 2,000 men were killed. Over a third of the casualties were inflicted when 2 Royal Navy destroyers, HMS Diamond and HMS Rheineck, tried to save the survivors from a sinking Dutch merchantman. Both were sunk in turn by succeeding waves of German aircraft. Most of the evacuated troops, some 27,000, were landed in the great natural harbour of Suda Bay on the north coast of Crete during the last days of April. Exhausted men trudged out to shelter in olive groves, where they received hardtack biscuits and tins of bully beef. Stragglers, fitters, base units without officers, and British civilians mingled in chaos, not knowing where to go. Freiberg's New Zealand division disembarked, in good order, along with several Australian battalions. They all expected to be taken back to Egypt to continue the battle against Rommel. An invasion of Malta had been studied by the OKW early in February. Both the German army and the Kriegsmarine supported the plan to secure the convoy route to Libya. But Hitler decided that it should wait until later in the year, after the defeat of the Soviet Union. The British on Malta would prove a nuisance to the resupply of Axis forces in Libya, but Allied bases on Crete posed a greater danger in his view, since the island could be used for bombing raids against the Ploiești oil fields. For similar reasons, Hitler urged the Italians to hold on to their islands in the Dodecanese at all costs. A German occupation of Crete would also have a positive advantage. The island could be used as a Luftwaffe base for bombing the port of Alexandria and the Suez Canal. Even before the fall of Athens, Luftwaffe officers began studying the possibility of an airborne assault on the island. General der Flieger Kurt Student, the founder of German airborne forces, was especially keen. The Luftwaffe felt that it would restore its prestige after the failure to defeat the Royal Air Force in the Battle of Britain. Goering gave the project his blessing and took Student to see Hitler on the 21st of April. Student outlined a plan to use his 11 Flieger Corps to take Crete, and then later make a drop in Egypt when Rommel's Afrika Corps approached. Hitler was slightly skeptical and predicted heavy casualties. He rejected the second part of Student's project outright, but gave his approval to the invasion of Crete on condition that it did not delay the start of Barbarossa. The operation was given the code name Mercure, Mercury. Crete, as both Wavell and Admiral Cunningham knew only too well, was a difficult island to defend. The harbours and existing airfields were almost all on the north coast. They were extremely vulnerable to attack from Axis airfields in the Dodecanese, as were ships resupplying the island. At the end of March, ultra-intercepts had identified the presence in Bulgaria of part of General Student's 11 Flieger Corps, which included the 7th Fallschirmjäger paratroop division. In mid-April, another signal revealed that 250 transport aircraft had been transferred there too. Evidently a major airborne operation was being planned, with Crete a likely target, especially if the Germans wanted to use it as a stepping stone to the Suez Canal. A flurry of ultra-intercepts in the first week of May confirmed that Crete was indeed the target. Ever since the British occupation of the island in November 1940, it had been clear to British planners that the Germans could capture Crete only by airborne assault. The strength of the Royal Navy in the eastern Mediterranean and the lack of Axis warships ruled out an amphibious attack. Brigadier O.H. Tidbury, the first commander on the island, made a careful reconnaissance and identified all the likely German drop zones. The airfields of Heraklion, Rethymno and Malemi, as well as a valley southwest of Chania. On the 6th of May, an ultra-intercept confirmed that Malemi and Heraklion would be used for the air landing of remainder 11 Flieger Corps, including headquarters and subordinated army units, as well as forward bases for dive bombers and fighters. British forces had been on Crete for nearly 6 months, but little had been done to turn the island into a fortress, as Churchill had demanded. This was partly due to inertia, confused thinking, and the island being low on Wavell's list of priorities. The road from the less exposed south coast had barely been started, and airfield construction had languished. Even Suda Bay, which Churchill had seen as a second Scapa Flow for the Navy, lacked facilities. Major General Bernard Freyberg, V.C., the commander of the New Zealand Division, reached Crete aboard HMS Ajax only on the 29th of April. Characteristically, he had waited until almost the last moment in Greece to make sure that his men got away. Freyberg, a great bear of a man, had long been a hero to Churchill for his bravery during the ill-fated Gallipoli campaign. Churchill called him the Great St. Bernard. The day after his arrival, Freyberg was summoned to a conference by Wavell, who flew into Crete that morning in a Blenheim bomber. They met in a seaside villa. To Freyberg's dismay, Wavell asked him to stay on in Crete with his New Zealanders and command the defence of the island. Wavell briefed him on their intelligence about the German attack, which was then estimated to consist of 5,000 to 6,000 airborne troops plus a possible sea attack. Freyberg was even more dejected when he discovered the lack of air cover available, and he feared that the Royal Navy would not be able to provide protection against a seaborne invasion. He appears to have seized the wrong end of the stick right from the start. He could not imagine Crete being taken in an airborne attack, so he put increasing emphasis on a seaborne threat. Wavell, however, was perfectly clear in his own mind, as his signals to London showed, that the Axis simply did not have the naval strength to come by sea. This fundamental misunderstanding on Freyberg's part influenced both the original disposition of his forces and his conduct of the battle at the critical moment. The Allied troops on the island under Freyberg's command became known as Kreforce. Heraklion Airfield to the east was defended by the British 14th Infantry Brigade and an Australian battalion. Rethymno Airfield was covered by 2 battalions of Australians and 2 Greek regiments. But Malemi Airfield in the west, the Germans' main objective, had only a single New Zealand battalion to defend it. This was because Freyberg believed that an amphibious assault would come on the coast just west of Chania. As a result, he concentrated the bulk of his division along that stretch, with the Welsh Regiment and another New Zealand battalion as reserve. No forces at all were positioned on the far side of Malemi. On the 6th of May, an ultra-decrypt showed that the Germans were planning to land 2 divisions by air, more than double the number of men that Wavell had first indicated. Further confirmation and details of the German plan arrived, making it absolutely clear that the main effort was an airborne assault. Unfortunately, the Directorate of Military Intelligence in London had mistakenly increased the number of reserves being transported by sea on the second day. Yet Freyberg went much further, imagining the possibility of a beach landing with tanks, which had never been mentioned. After the battle, he admitted, "We for our part were mostly preoccupied by seaborne landings, not by the threat of air landings." Churchill, on the other hand, was exultant at the detail offered in the ultra-decrypts about the airborne invasion. It was a rare chance in war to know the exact timing and the primary objectives of an enemy attack. "It ought to be a fine opportunity for killing the parachute troops," he had signalled to Wavell. While the Allied defenders had a huge advantage in their information, German military intelligence was extraordinarily inept, perhaps due to overconfidence after all Germany's easy victories. A summary on the 19th of May, the eve of the attack, estimated that there were only 5,000 Allied troops on the island, with just 400 at Heraklion. Photo reconnaissance flights by Dornier aircraft had failed to spot the well-camouflaged British and Dominion positions. Most astonishing of all, the briefing claimed that the Cretans would welcome the German invaders. Because of delays in the delivery of aviation fuel, the operation was postponed from the 17th of May until the 20th. And during the last days before the attack, the onslaught from Richthofen's Stukas and Messerschmitts increased dramatically. Their main target was anti-aircraft gun positions. The Bofors gunners had a terrible time, except at Heraklion Airfield, where they were told to abandon their guns and make them appear to have been destroyed. Very wisely, 14th Infantry Brigade wanted to hold them in readiness for when the transports arrived with the paratroopers. But in another example of confused thinking, Freyberg, although warned by ultra-intercepts that the Germans did not want to damage the airfields as they intended to use them immediately, failed to sabotage the runways with craters. At dawn stand-to on the 20th of May, the sky was clear. It was to be another beautiful and hot Mediterranean day. The usual air attacks began at 0600 hours and lasted an hour and a half. Once they were over, soldiers climbed out of their slit trenches and brewed up for breakfast. Many thought that the airborne invasion, which they had been warned would come on the 17th of May, might never come at all. Freiberg, even though he knew it was now scheduled for that morning, had decided not to pass on the information. Just before 0800 hours, the sound of a different sort of aero engine could be heard as Junkers' 52 transports approached the island. Men grabbed their rifles and ran back to their positions. At Maleme and on the Akrotiri Peninsula near Freiberg's headquarters, strangely shaped aircraft with long, tapering wings swished low overhead. The shout of "Gliders!" went up. Rifles, Bren guns, and machine guns opened fire. At Maleme, 40 gliders were seen to sweep over the airfield and land beyond the western perimeter in the dead ground of the Tavranitis riverbed and on the far side. A number of the gliders crashed, several were hit by ground fire. Freiberg's failure to position troops west of Maleme became immediately apparent. The gliders carried 1 battalion of the Fallschirmjäger Storm Regiment, commanded by Major Koch, who had led the assault on the Belgian fortress of Eben Imal the year before. Very soon afterwards, an even greater sound of aero engines heralded the arrival of the main force of paratroopers. To the surprise of more junior officers at Kreforce headquarters, General Freiberg, on hearing the sound, carried on with his breakfast. He glanced up, simply remarking, "They're dead on time." His imperturbable attitude was both impressive and worrying to some of those present. His staff watched through binoculars as the waves of Junkers' transports dropped paratroopers and the battle erupted up and down the coastal strip. Several of the younger officers joined the hunt for glider crews which had crashed just to the north of the quarry in which Kreforce headquarters was established. The New Zealanders set to killing the paratroopers with gusto as they descended. Officers told their men to aim at their boots as they came down to allow for the speed of descent. At Maleme, 2 more German battalions dropped beyond the Tavranitis. The New Zealand 22nd Battalion, responsible for the airfield, had positioned only a company around the airfield, with a single platoon on the vulnerable western side. Just south of the airfield was a rocky feature known as Hill 107, where Lieutenant Colonel L.W. Andrew, V.C., had sighted his command post. The company commander on the west side of the hill directed his men's fire to great effect, but when he suggested that the 2 coastal guns should also be brought into action, he received the reply that they were for use only against targets at sea. Freiberg's obsession with the sea-borne invasion made him refuse to use his artillery and deploy his reserves, a profound error, since the wisest tactical response was to launch an immediate counterattack before enemy paratroopers had a chance to organize. Many of the Germans dropping southwest of Chania into what was known as Prison Valley faced a massacre as they fell right onto well-camouflaged positions. One group dropped onto 23rd Battalion's headquarters. The commanding officer shot 5, and his adjutant shot 2 from where he was sitting. Cries of "Got the bastard!" could be heard in all directions. Very few prisoners were taken in the heat of the fighting. None were more merciless in their determination to defend the island than the Cretans themselves. Old men, women, and boys, using shotguns, old rifles, spades, and kitchen knives, went into action against German paratroopers in the open and those caught in olive trees by their shoots. Father Stylianus Franciscakis, hearing of the invasion, ran to the church and sounded the bell. Taking a rifle himself, he led his parishioners north from Paliacora to fight the enemy. The Germans, who had a Prussian hatred of franc-tireurs, ripped shirts or dresses from the shoulders of civilians. If any showed marks from the recoil of a gun, or were found with a knife, they were executed on the spot, whatever their age or sex. Kreforce was hampered by bad communications due to a shortage of wireless sets, since none had been shipped out from Egypt in the 3 weeks before the attack. As a result, the Australians at Rethymno and the British 14th Infantry Brigade at Heraklion had no idea until 14:30 hours that the invasion had begun in the west of the island. Fortunately for the British, problems in refuelling on the airfields in Greece had delayed the departure of Oberst Bruno Breuer's 1st Fallschirmjäger Regiment. This meant that the preliminary attack by Stukas and Messerschmitts was well over before the wave of Junkers 52 transports began to arrive. Buglers sounded the general alarm just before 17:30 hours. Soldiers threw themselves into their well-camouflaged positions. The Bofors gun crews, which had again avoided reacting during the air raid, now traversed their barrels, ready to take on the lumbering transport planes. They were able to shoot down 15 of them in the next 2 hours. Breuer, misled by the bad intelligence, had decided to spread his drops, with the 3 Battalion dropping southwest of Heraklion, the 2 Battalion landing on the airfield to the east of the city, and the 1 Battalion around the village of Gunes, even further to the east. Hauptmann Burkhardt's 2 Battalion faced a massacre. The Highlanders of the Black Watch opened a murderer's fire. The few survivors were then crushed in a counterattack, with a troop of the 3rd Hussars in Whippet tanks running over and gunning down any who tried to flee. Major Schulz's 3 Battalion, having dropped into maize fields and vineyards, fought its way into Heraklion, despite a fierce defence of the old Venetian city walls by Greek troops and Cretan irregulars. The mayor surrendered the city, but then the York and Lancaster Regiment and the Leicestershire Regiment counterattacked and forced the German paratroopers back out. By nightfall, Oberst Breuer realized that his operation had gone drastically wrong. At Rethymno, between Heraklion and Chania, part of Oberst Alfred Sturm's 2nd Fallschirmjäger Regiment also dropped into a trap. Lieutenant Colonel Ian Campbell had spread his 2 Australian battalions on the high ground overlooking the coast road and the airfield, with the ill-armed Greek troops in between. As the Junkers flew along parallel to the sea, the defenders opened a withering fire. 7 aircraft were shot down. Others, trying to escape, dropped their paratroopers into the sea, where a number drowned, smothered by their chutes. Some paratroopers dropped on rocky ground and were injured, and several suffered a terrible death by dropping into cane brakes, where they were impaled on the bamboo. Both Australian battalions launched counterattacks. The German survivors had to escape eastwards, where they took up position in an olive oil factory. And another group, which had dropped closer to Rethymno, withdrew into the village of Perivolia to defend itself when attacked by Cretan gendarmerie and irregulars from the town. As night fell rapidly on Crete, troops on both sides collapsed in exhaustion. Firing died away. German paratroopers suffered agonies of thirst. Their uniforms were designed for northern climes, and many experienced severe dehydration. Cretan irregulars laid ambushes for them near wells and continued to stalk them all night. A large number of German officers, including the commander of the 7th Fallschirmjäger Division, had been killed. In Athens, news of the disaster spread. Generalstudent stared at the giant map of the island on the wall of the ballroom in the Hotel Grande Bretagne. Although his headquarters lacked detailed figures, they knew that casualties had been very heavy and that none of the 3 airfields had been secured. Only Maleme still seemed possible, but the Storm Regiment in the Tavronitis Valley was almost out of ammunition. Generalfeldmarschall List, 12th Army Headquarters, and Richthoven's 8th Flieger Corps were convinced that Operation Mercury had to be aborted, even if that meant abandoning the paratroopers on the island. One captured officer had even acknowledged to an Australian battalion commander, "We do not reinforce failure." General Freyberg, meanwhile, signalled to Cairo at 2200 hours to say that as far as he knew, his troops still held the 3 airfields and the 2 harbours. He was woefully misinformed, however, about the situation at Maleme. Colonel Andrews' battered battalion had fought as well as it possibly could, but his requests for a counter-attack on the airfield were effectively ignored. Andrews' superior, Brigadier James Hargest, presumably influenced by Freyberg's emphasis on a threat from the sea, did not send help. When Andrew warned him that he would have to withdraw if he did not receive support, Harguest replied, "If you must, you must." Maleme and Hill 107 were thus abandoned during the night. General Student, determined not to give up, came to a decision without warning Generalfeldmarschall List. He sent for Hauptmann Kleyer, the most experienced pilot in his command, and asked him to make a test landing on the airfield at first light. Kleyer returned to report that he had not come under direct fire. Another Junkers was also dispatched to take ammunition to the Storm Regiment and evacuate some of its wounded. Student immediately ordered Generalmajor Julius Ringel's 5th Mountain Division to prepare to be flown out, but first he sent every available reserve from the 7th Fallschirmjäger Division under the command of Oberst Hermann Bernhard Ramke to be dropped near Maleme. With the airfield secured, the first troop carriers began landing at 1700 hours with part of the 100th Mountain Regiment. Freiberg, still expecting an invasion fleet, refused to allow any of his other reserves to be used in a counterattack apart from the 20th New Zealand Battalion. The Welsh Regiment, his largest and best-equipped unit, was to be held back because he still feared a seaborne attack in area Khania. Yet one of his own staff officers had told him from captured German plans that the light ships group, bringing reinforcements and supplies, was heading for a point west of Maleme, some 20 kilometers from Khania. Freiberg had also refused to listen to the assurance of the senior naval officer on the island that the Royal Navy was perfectly capable of dealing with the small boats coming by sea. At dusk, once the Luftwaffe had disappeared from the Aegean, 3 Royal Navy task forces returned at full steam round both ends of the island. Thanks to ultra-intercepts, they knew the course of their prey. Force D, with 3 cruisers and 4 destroyers, using radar, ambushed the flotilla of caiques, escorted by an Italian light destroyer. The searchlights flashed on, and the massacre began. Only 1 caique escaped their net and made it to shore. Watching this naval action on the northern horizon, Freiberg became carried away with excitement. One of his staff officers remembered him jumping up and down with schoolboy enthusiasm. When it was over, Freiberg's remarks indicated that he thought that the island was now safe. He went to bed relieved, having not even asked about progress on the counterattack against Maleme. The attack was due to start at 0100 hours on the 22nd of May, but Freiberg had insisted that the 20th Battalion should not move until it had been replaced by an Australian battalion from Georgiopolis. Lacking sufficient transport, the Australians were delayed, and as a result, the 20th Battalion was not ready to join the 28th Maori Battalion in the advance until 0330 hours. The precious hours of darkness had been wasted. Despite the great bravery of the attackers, Lieutenant Charles Upham won the first of his 2 VCs during the battle. They stood little chance against the reinforced paratroopers and mountain battalions, to say nothing of the constant strafing from Messerschmitts once the sun rose. The exhausted New Zealanders had to pull back in the afternoon. They could only watch in fury as the Junkers 52 troop carriers carried on landing at a terrifyingly impressive rhythm of 20 planes an hour. The island was now doomed. Disaster also extended to the war at sea that day. Cunningham, determined to hunt down the 2nd Light Ships Group, which had been delayed, sent Force C and Force A1 into the Aegean in daylight. Finally, they sighted the group and inflicted some damage, but the intensity of German air attack led to greater and greater losses. The Mediterranean fleet lost 2 cruisers and a destroyer sunk. 2 battleships, 2 cruisers and several destroyers suffered heavy damage. The Navy had not yet learned the lesson that the age of the battleship was over. Another 2 destroyers, Lord Louis Mountbatten's HMS Kelly and HMS Kashmir, were sunk the following day. On the evening of the 22nd of May, Freiberg decided not to risk a last all-out counterattack with his 3 uncommitted battalions. He clearly did not want to be remembered as the man who lost the New Zealand Division. The anger among the Australians at Rethymno and the British 14th Infantry Brigade at Heraklion can be imagined as they thought that they had won their battles. A terrible withdrawal began over the rocky paths of the White Mountains as the footsore, thirsty and exhausted members of Cree Force made their way to the port of Sfakia, where the Royal Navy was preparing yet again to take off a defeated army. Brigadier Robert Laycock's Commando Brigade, arriving as reinforcements, landed at Suda Bay, only to hear that the island was being abandoned. They watched in disbelief as stores were burned on the quayside. An unamused Laycock found that his men were to form the rear guard against Ringel's mountain troops. The Royal Navy never flinched, despite its heavy losses around Crete. The 14th Infantry Brigade was evacuated on 2 cruisers and 6 destroyers after a brilliantly concealed withdrawal to Heraklion harbour on the night of the 28th of May. Officers thought of the burial of Sir John Moore at Corunna, a poem about the most famous evacuation in the Napoleonic Wars, which they had almost all learned to recite at school. But everything had gone too well. Slowed by a damaged destroyer, the ships had not cleared the channel around the eastern end of the island as the sun began to rise. Stukas attacked after dawn. 2 of the destroyers were lost and 2 cruisers badly damaged. The squadron limped into Alexandria harbour, piled with dead. A 5th of 14th Brigade had been killed at sea, a far higher proportion than in the fight against the paratroopers. A Black Watch piper, lit by a searchlight, played a lament. Many of the soldiers wept unashamedly. The Germans saw the losses inflicted on the Royal Navy during the Crete campaign as revenge for the sinking of the Bismarck, to be dealt with in the next chapter. Richthofen and his guest, General Ferdinand Schöner, toasted the victory with champagne in Athens. The evacuation from the south coast also began on the night of the 28th of May, but the Australians at Rethymno never received the order to withdraw. Enemy still shooting, the German paratroopers reported back to Greece. In the end, just 50 of the Australians got away by crossing the mountains, and they were not taken off by submarine until some months later. At Sfakia, there was chaos and disorder, caused mainly by the mass of leaderless base troops who had swarmed ahead. The New Zealanders, Australians and Royal Marines, who had retreated in good order, set up a cordon to prevent the boats being rushed. The last ships left in the early hours of the 1st of June, as the German mountain troops closed in. The Royal Navy had managed to take off 18,000 men, including almost all the New Zealand division. Another 9,000 men had to be left behind and became prisoners. Their bitterness is easy to imagine. On the first day alone, Allied troops had killed 1,856 paratroopers. Altogether, Students' forces suffered some 6,000 casualties, with 146 aircraft destroyed and 165 badly damaged. These Junkers 52 transports would be sorely missed by the Wehrmacht later in the summer during the invasion of the Soviet Union. Richthofen's 8th Flieger Corps lost another 60 aircraft. The Battle of Crete represented the greatest blow which the Wehrmacht had suffered since the start of the war. But, despite the Allies' furious defence, the battle had then turned into a needless and poignant defeat. Bizarrely, both sides drew very different lessons from the outcome of the airborne operation. Hitler was determined never to attempt a major drop again, while the Allies were encouraged to develop their own paratroop formations, with very mixed results later in the war. Chapter 11. Africa and the Atlantic. February to June 1941. The diversion of Wavell's forces to Greece in the spring of 1941 could not have come at a worse time. It was another classic British example of stretching insufficient resources in too many different directions. The British, and above all Churchill, appeared to be incapable by character of matching the German army's talent for ruthless prioritization. The opportunity for the British to win the war in North Africa in 1941 was lost as soon as forces were withdrawn for Greece and Rommel landed in Tripoli with leading elements of the Africa Corps. Hitler's selection of Rommel was not welcomed by senior officers in the OKH. They would have far preferred Generalmajor Hans Freiherr von Funk, who had been sent out to report on the situation in Libya. But Hitler detested Funk, mainly because he had been close to Generaloberst Werner Freiherr von Fritsch, whom Hitler had dismissed as head of the army in 1938. Hitler liked the fact that Rommel was no aristocrat. He spoke with a marked Swabian accent and was something of an adventurer. His superiors in the army and many contemporaries considered him an arrogant publicity seeker. They also distrusted the way he exploited the admiration of Hitler and Goebbels to bypass the chain of command. The isolated campaign in Africa, as Rommel quickly sensed, presented the perfect opportunity to ignore instructions from the OKH. In addition, Rommel did not make himself popular by arguing that, instead of invading Greece, Germany should have diverted those forces to North Africa in order to seize the Middle East and its oil. Hitler, having changed his mind several times about the importance of Libya and the need to send troops to North Africa, now felt it essential to prevent the collapse of Mussolini's regime. He also feared that the British might link up with French North Africa and that the Vichy army, influenced by General Maxime Weygand, might rejoin the British. Even after the disastrous Dakar expedition the previous September, when the Free French and a British naval squadron were repulsed by Vichy loyalists, Hitler greatly overestimated the influence of General Charles de Gaulle at this stage. When Rommel landed in Tripoli on the 12th of February 1941, he was accompanied by Oberst Rudolf Schmundt, Hitler's chief military adjutant. This greatly increased his authority, both with the Italians and with senior German officers. The day before, the two men had been amazed when the commander of 10 Flieger Corps on Sicily told them that Italian generals had beseeched him not to bomb Benghazi, as many of them owned property there. Rommel asked Schmundt to telephone Hitler immediately. A few hours later, German bombers were on their way. Rommel was briefed on the situation in Tripolitania by a German liaison officer. Most of the retreating Italians had thrown away their weapons and seized trucks to escape. General Italo Garibaldi, Graziani's replacement, refused to hold a forward line against the British, by then at El Agheila. Rommel took matters in hand. 2 Italian divisions were sent forward, and on the 15th of February he ordered the first German detachments to land, a reconnaissance unit and a battalion of assault guns to follow. Kübelwagen cross-country vehicles were disguised as tanks in an attempt to deter the British from advancing further. By the end of the month, the arrival of more units from the 5th Light Division encouraged Rommel to start engaging the British in skirmishes. Only at the end of March, when Rommel had 25,000 German troops on African soil, did he feel ready to advance. Over the next 6 weeks, he would receive the rest of the 5th Light and also the 15th Panzer Division. But the front was 700 kilometers east of Tripoli. Rommel was faced with a huge logistical problem, which he tried to ignore. When things became difficult, he instinctively blamed jealousy within the Wehrmacht for depriving him of supplies. In fact, the crises usually came when transports were sunk in the Libyan Sea by the RAF and Royal Navy. Rommel also failed to realize that preparations for Barbarossa made the North African campaign even more of a sideshow. Other problems arose due to reliance on the Italians. The Italian army was chronically short of motor transport. Its fuel was of such low quality that it often proved unsuitable for German engines, and Italian army rations were notoriously bad. They usually consisted of tins of meat stamped AM for Amministrazione Militare. Italian soldiers said the initials stood for Arabo Morte, or Dead Arab, while their German counterparts nicknamed it Alter Mann, Old Man, or Mussolini's Ass. Rommel was lucky that the Allies' Western Desert Force was so weak at this point. The 7th Armoured Division had been withdrawn to Cairo for refitting and was replaced by a very reduced and unprepared 2nd Armoured Division, while the newly arrived 9th Australian Division had taken the place of the 6th Australian Division sent to Greece. Yet Rommel's demands for reinforcements to advance into Egypt were rejected. He was told that a Panzer Corps would be sent that winter as soon as the Soviet Union had been defeated. He should not attempt a full-scale offensive until then. Rommel soon ignored his orders. To the horror of General Garibaldi, he began to push the 5th Light Division into Cyrenaica, exploiting the weakness of the Allied forces. One of Wavell's greatest mistakes was to replace O'Connor with the inexperienced Lieutenant General Philip Neame. Wavell also underestimated Rommel's determination to advance straight away. He assumed he would not attack until the beginning of May. The midday temperature out in the desert had already reached 50 degrees centigrade. Soldiers in steel helmets suffered from splitting headaches, largely brought on through dehydration. On the 3rd of April, Rommel decided to push the Allied forces from the bulge of Cyrenaica. While the Italian Brescia division was sent on to take Benghazi, which Neame evacuated in a hurry, Rommel ordered the 5th Light Division to cut the coastal road short of Tobruk. Disaster rapidly overtook the Allied force, and Tobruk itself was cut off. The weak 2nd Armoured Division lost all its tanks in the withdrawal because of breakdowns and lack of fuel. On the 8th of April, its commander, Major General Gambier Parry, and his headquarters staff were taken prisoner at Mechili, along with most of the 3rd Indian Motorized Brigade. The same day, General Neame, accompanied by General O'Connor, who had come forward to advise him, were both captured when their driver took the wrong road. The Germans rejoiced in the quantity of stores they found at Mechili. Rommel selected a pair of British tank goggles, which he wore up on his cap as a sort of trademark. He decided to seize Tobruk, having convinced himself that the British were preparing to abandon it, but he soon discovered that the 9th Australian Division was not about to give up the fight. Tobruk was reinforced by sea, giving its commander, Major General Leslie Morshead, a total of 4 brigades with strong artillery and anti-tank gun units. Morshead, a forceful character known to his men as Ming the Merciless, hastily strengthened Tobruk's defences. The 9th Australian, although inexperienced and ill-disciplined to a point which left British officers almost speechless with rage, proved to be a collection of formidable fighters. On the night of the 13th of April, Rommel began his main assault on Tobruk. He had no idea quite how strongly it was defended. Despite heavy losses and a repulse, he tried again several times, to the dismay of his officers, who soon came to regard him as a brutal commander. This was the perfect moment for an Allied counterattack, but the British and Australians were persuaded by clever deception that Rommel's forces were far larger than they really were. Rommel's calls for reinforcements and increased air support exasperated General Halder and the OKH, especially since he had ignored their warnings not to overreach himself. Even now, Rommel sent ahead some of his exhausted units to the Egyptian frontier, which Wavell defended with the 22nd Guards Brigade until other units arrived from Cairo. Rommel sacked Generalmajor Johannes Streich, the commander of the 5th Light Division, for being too concerned with preserving the lives of his troops. Generalmajor Heinrich Kirchheim, who replaced him, was equally disenchanted with Rommel's style of command. He wrote to General Halder later in the month, "All day long he races about between his widely scattered forces, ordering raids and dissipating his troops." General Halder, having heard such conflicting reports on what was going on in North Africa, decided to send out Generalleutnant Friedrich Paulus, who had served in the same infantry regiment as Rommel in the First World War. Halder felt that Paulus was perhaps the only man with enough personal influence to head off this soldier gone stark mad. Paulus, a punctilious staff officer, could hardly have been more different from Rommel, the aggressive field commander. Their sole similarity lay in their comparatively humble birth. Paulus's task was to convince Rommel that he could not count on massive reinforcements and to find out what he intended to do. The answer was that Rommel refused to pull back his forward units on the Egyptian frontier, and with the newly arrived 15th Panzer Division, he intended to attack Tobruk again. This took place on the 30th of April, and was again repulsed with heavy losses, especially in tanks. Rommel's forces were also very low on ammunition. Paulus, using his authority from the OKH, gave Rommel a written order on the 2nd of May that the attacks could not be renewed unless the enemy was seen to withdraw. On his return, he reported to Halder that the crux of the problem in North Africa was not Tobruk, but resupplying the Afrika Korps and Rommel's character. Rommel simply refused to acknowledge the immense problem of transporting his supplies across the Mediterranean and unloading them in Tripoli. Wavell was concerned, after the losses in Greece and Cyrenaica, about his lack of tanks to face the 15th Panzer Division. Churchill mounted Operation Tiger, the transport in early May of nearly 300 Crusader tanks and over 50 Hurricanes by convoy through the Mediterranean. With part of 10 Flieger Corps still on Sicily, it represented a serious risk, but thanks to bad visibility, only one transport was sunk on the way. An impatient Churchill pushed Wavell into an offensive on the frontier even before the new tanks arrived. But although Operation Brevity, commanded by Brigadier Strafer Gott, began well on the 15th of May, it provoked a rapid flanking counterattack by Rommel. The Indian and British troops were forced back, and the Germans eventually recaptured the Halfaya Pass. Once the new Crusader tanks arrived, Churchill again demanded action, in this case another offensive, codenamed Operation Battle Axe. He did not want to hear that many of the unloaded tanks required work on them, nor that the 7th Armoured Division needed time for crews to familiarize themselves with the new equipment. Wavell again found himself weighed down by conflicting demands from London. At the beginning of April, a pro-German faction, encouraged by British weakness in the Middle East, had taken power in Iraq. The Chiefs of Staff in London recommended that Britain should intervene. Churchill immediately agreed, and troops from India landed at Basra. Rashid Ali al-Gailani, the leader of the new Iraqi government, sought help from Germany, but received no reply because of confusion in Berlin. On the 2nd of May, fighting broke out after the Iraqi army besieged the British air base at Habaniya near Fallujah. 4 days later, the OKW decided to send Messerschmitt 110s and Heinkel 111 bombers via Syria to Mosul and Kirkuk in northern Iraq, but they were soon unserviceable. Meanwhile, British Imperial troops from India and Jordan advanced on Baghdad. Gailani's government had no option but to accept the British demand on the 31st of May for the continued passage of troops across Iraqi territory. Although the Iraq crisis did not deplete Wavell's forces, he was ordered by Churchill to invade Lebanon and Syria, where the French Vichy forces had aided the Germans in the Luftwaffe's ill-fated deployment to Mosul and Kirkuk. Churchill wrongly feared that the Germans would use Syria as a base for attacks on Palestine and Egypt. Admiral Dallon, Pétain's deputy and Vichy's Minister of Defense, asked the Germans to desist from provocative operations in the region, while he sent French reinforcements to their colony to resist the British. On the 21st of May, the day after the invasion of Crete, a Vichy French fighter group landed in Greece on its way to Syria. "The war is becoming ever more bizarre," Richthofen noted in his diary. "We are supposed to supply them and entertain them." Operation Exporter, the Allied invasion of Vichy Lebanon and Syria, which included Free French troops, began on the 8th of June with an advance north from Palestine across the Litani River. The Vichy commander, General Henri Dantz, asked for Luftwaffe assistance as well as for reinforcements from other Vichy forces in North Africa and France. The Germans decided that they could not offer air cover, but allowed French troops with anti-tank guns to travel by train through the occupied Balkans to Salonika and then by ship to Syria. But the British naval presence was too strong, and Turkey, not wanting to get involved, refused transit rights. The French army of the Levant soon knew that it was doomed, but remained determined to put up a strong resistance. Fighting continued until the 12th of July. After an armistice was signed at Acre, Syria was declared to be under the control of the Free French. Wavell's lack of enthusiasm for the Syrian campaign and his pessimism over the prospects of Operation Battle Axe put him on a collision course with the Prime Minister. Churchill's impatience and his complete lack of appreciation of the problems in mounting two offensives at the same time brought Wavell close to despair. The Prime Minister, overconfident after the delivery of tanks in Operation Tiger, brushed aside Wavell's warning about the effectiveness of German anti-tank guns. They, rather than the German panzers, were destroying the bulk of his armoured vehicles. The British Army was unforgivably slow in developing a weapon comparable to the feared German 88mm gun. Its own 2-pounder pea-shooter was useless, and the conservatism of the British Army prevented the adaptation of the 3.7-inch anti-aircraft gun as an anti-tank weapon. On the 15th of June, battle acts began in a similar way to brevity. Although the British retook the Halfaya Pass and had some other local successes, they were soon pushed back when Rommel brought forward all his panzers from the Tobruk encirclement. In 3 days of heavy fighting, the British were outflanked once more and again had to withdraw to the coastal plain, just managing to avoid encirclement. The Africa Corps suffered higher casualties, but the British lost 91 tanks, mainly to anti-tank gunfire, while the Germans lost only a dozen. The RAF also lost many more aircraft than the Luftwaffe during the battle. German soldiers, with considerable exaggeration, claimed that they had destroyed 200 British tanks and won the greatest tank battle of all time. On the 21st of June, Churchill replaced Wavell with General Sir Claude Auchinleck, universally known as the Auk. Wavell took over Auchinleck's position of Commander-in-Chief India. Soon afterwards, Hitler promoted Rommel to General de Panzertruppe, and to Halder's dismay and disgust, ensured that he would have even greater independence. Churchill's irritation with Wavell and the dejected leadership of the British Army was fired by two imperatives. One was the need for aggressive action to keep up morale at home and prevent the country from slipping into a gloomy inertia. The other was to impress the United States and President Roosevelt. Above all, he needed to counter the partly justified impression that the British were waiting for the United States to enter the war and save the situation. Roosevelt, to Churchill's great relief, had been re-elected president in November 1940. The British Prime Minister was further encouraged when he heard of the strategic review prepared that month by the U.S. Navy's Chief of Operations. Plan Dog, as it was known, led to American-British staff talks at the end of January 1941. These discussions, which took place in Washington under the code word ABC-1, carried on until March. They formed the basis of Allied strategy when the United States entered the war. The policy of Germany first was agreed as the basic principle. This accepted that, even with a war in the Pacific against Japan, the United States would first concentrate on the defeat of Nazi Germany, because without a major commitment of American forces to the European theatre, the British were clearly incapable of winning on their own. If they lost, then the United States and its world trade would be in danger. Roosevelt had recognized the threat posed by Nazi Germany even before the Munich Agreement of 1938. Foreseeing the importance of air power in the coming war, he had rapidly inaugurated a program to build 15,000 aircraft a year for the United States Army Air Force. The Assistant Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army, General George C. Marshall, was present at the meeting to discuss this. Marshall, while agreeing with the plan, took the President to task for overlooking the need to increase their pitifully small ground forces. With little more than 200,000 men, the United States Army had only 9 under-strength divisions, a mere tenth of the German Army's order of battle. Roosevelt was impressed. Less than a year later, he backed Marshall's appointment as Chief of Staff, which took place on the day Germany invaded Poland. Marshall was a formal man of great integrity and a superb organizer. Under his direction, the U.S. Army was to grow from 200,000 men to 8 million in the course of the war. He always told Roosevelt exactly what he thought and remained impervious to the President's charm. His greatest problem was Roosevelt's frequent failure to keep him informed of discussions and decisions made with others, particularly those with Winston Churchill. For Churchill, His relationship with Roosevelt was by far the most important element in British foreign policy. He devoted enormous energy, imagination, and sometimes shameless flattery to win over Roosevelt and obtain what his virtually bankrupt country needed to survive. In a very long and detailed letter dated the 8th of December 1940, Churchill called for a decisive act of constructive non-belligerency to prolong British resistance. This would include the use of U.S. Navy warships to protect against the U-boat threat and 3 million tons of merchant shipping to maintain Britain's Atlantic lifeline after the devastating losses, over 2 million gross tons, suffered so far. He also asked for 2,000 aircraft a month. "Last of all, I come to the question of finance," Churchill wrote. Britain's dollar credits would soon be exhausted. In fact, the orders already placed or under negotiation many times exceed the total exchange resources remaining at the disposal of Great Britain. Never had such an important or dignified begging letter been written. It was almost exactly a year from the day when the United States would find itself at war. Roosevelt received the letter when aboard the USS Tuscaloosa in the Caribbean. He pondered over the contents, and the day after he returned, he called a press conference. On the 17th of December, he made his famous but simplistic parable of a man whose house is on fire asking his neighbor for the loan of his hose. This was Roosevelt's preparation of public opinion before the Lend-Lease Bill was presented to Congress. In the House of Commons, Churchill hailed it as the most unsordid act in the history of any nation. But privately, the British government was shaken by the harsh conditions attached to Lend-Lease. The Americans had demanded an audit of all British assets and insisted that there could be no subsidy until all foreign exchange and gold reserves had been used up. A U.S. Navy warship was sent to Cape Town to take the last British gold stockpiled there. British-owned companies in the United States, most notably Courtaulds, Shell, and Lever, had to be sold off at knockdown prices and were then resold at a large profit. Churchill magnanimously attributed all this to Roosevelt's need to wrong-foot the anti-British critics of Lend-Lease, many of whom harked back to the British and French default on debts from the First World War. The British as a whole underestimated how many Americans disliked them as imperialists, snobs, and experts in the art of getting others to fight their wars for them. But Britain was over a barrel and in no position to protest. Resentment at the terms would linger into the post-war years, if only because it had been the British cash payments of $4.5 billion for arms orders in 1940 which rescued the United States from the Depression era and primed its wartime boom economy. Unlike the high-quality material which came later, the equipment bought in the desperate days of 1940 had not been impressive, nor did it make a great deal of difference. The 50 First World War destroyers, provided in exchange for the British Virgin Islands in September 1940, had required a huge amount of work to make them seaworthy. On the 30th of December, Roosevelt addressed the American people on the radio in a fireside chat to defend the agreement. "We must be the great arsenal of democracy," he declared. And so it came to be. On the night of the 8th of March 1941, the Lend-Lease Bill was passed by the Senate. Roosevelt's assertive new policy included the declaration of a pan-American security zone in the Western Atlantic, the establishment of bases on Greenland, and the plan to replace British troops on Iceland, which finally took place in early July. British warships, beginning with the damaged aircraft carrier HMS Illustrious, could now be repaired in American ports, and RAF pilots started training at U.S. Army Air Force bases. One of the most important developments was that the U.S. Navy began to take on escort duties for British convoys as far as Iceland. The German Foreign Office reacted to these developments by expressing the hope that Britain would be defeated before American armaments began to play a significant role, which it estimated would be in 1942. But Hitler was too preoccupied with Barbarossa to pay much attention. His main concern at this stage was that America should not be provoked into entering the war before he defeated the Soviet Union. He refused Gross Admiral Raeder's request that his U-boats should operate in the Western Atlantic right up to the 3-mile zone of American coastal waters. Churchill later said that the U-boat threat was the only thing that ever really frightened him during the war. At one stage, he even considered seizing back the southern ports of neutral Ireland by force if necessary. The Royal Navy was desperately short of escort vessels for convoys. It had suffered heavy losses during the ill-fated intervention in Norway, and then destroyers had to be held back ready for a German invasion. During the East Coast Rampage, when U-boats attacked coastal shipping in the North Sea, Captain Ernst Kals in U-173 received the Knight's Cross for sinking 9 ships in 2 weeks. From the autumn of 1940, the German U-boat fleet had finally begun to inflict grave damage on Allied shipping. It possessed bases on France's Atlantic coast, and the torpedo detonator problem, which had bedeviled U-boat operations early in the war, had been sorted out. In a single week in September, U-boats sank 27 British ships, amounting to more than 160,000 tons. Such losses were even more striking, considering how few submarines the Germans had at sea. Gross Admiral Raeder still had no more than 22 ocean-going U-boats operational in February 1941. Despite all his pleas to Hitler, the submarine construction program became a lower priority with the preparations for the invasion of the Soviet Union. The German Navy had initially expected much from its pocket battleships and armed merchant raiders. The Graf Spee may have been scuttled, to British jubilation, off Montevideo, but the most successful sortie had been that of the pocket battleship Admiral Scheer. During a voyage lasting 161 days in the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, Scheer counted for 17 ships. It soon became clear, however, that U-boats were far more cost-effective than pocket battleships and other surface raiders, which sank only 57,000 tons of shipping. The most successful U-boat commander, Otto Kretschmer, sank 37 ships, totaling over twice the tonnage sunk by the Admiral Scheer. The Royal Navy's forces of escort vessels began to increase only after the 50 ancient American destroyers had been refitted, and corvettes began to be launched from British shipyards. Admiral Karl Dönitz, the head of the Kriegsmarine's U-boat command, saw his mission as a tonnage war. His submarines had to sink ships faster than the British could build them. In mid-October 1940, Dönitz began wolf pack tactics, in which up to a dozen U-boats would congregate once a convoy was sighted, and then start sinking them at night. The blaze of one ship would illuminate or silhouette the others. The first wolf pack struck against convoy SC-7 and sank 17 ships. Immediately afterwards, Günther Prien, the U-boat commander who had sunk HMS Royal Oak in Scapa Flow, led a wolf pack attack against convoy HX-79 from Halifax. With just 4 submarines, they sank 12 ships out of 49. In February 1941, Allied losses soared again. Only in March did the Royal Navy escort vessels achieve a measure of revenge through the sinking of 3 U-boats, including the U-47 commanded by Prien, and the capture of U-99 and its commander Otto Kretschmer. The introduction of the long-range Type 9 submarine soon caused losses to mount again until the summer, when ultra-intercepts made a difference and assistance came with the U.S. Navy in September escorting ships in the Western Atlantic. Bletchley Park's output of intercepted signals did not often lead directly to the sinking of U-boats at this stage, but it greatly helped convoy planners with evasive routing, which meant diverting them away from gathering wolf packs. It also provided naval intelligence and coastal command with a much clearer idea of the Kriegsmarine's resupply and operational procedures. The Battle of the Atlantic was a life of maritime monotony against a constant background of fear. The bravest of the brave were the crews of oil tankers, knowing they were sailing on a giant incendiary bomb. Everyone, from captain to deckhand, could not help wondering whether they were already being stalked by U-boats, and whether they would be hurled from their bunks by the juddering shock of a torpedo explosion. Only appalling weather and heavy seas appeared to reduce the danger. Theirs was a perpetually damp and cold existence, spent in duffel coats or sou'westers, with few chances to dry their clothes. The eyes of lookouts ached from scanning the grey seas in the hopeless search for a periscope. Mugs of hot cocoa and corned beef sandwiches offered their only break and comfort. On the escort vessels, mainly destroyers and corvettes, the sweep of radar screens and the ping of ASDIC or sonar echoes provided a hypnotizing yet fearful fascination. The psychological strain was even greater for merchant navy sailors because of their inability to hit back. Everyone knew that if the convoy was attacked by a wolf pack and they had to leap into the oily water after being torpedoed, their chances of being pulled out of the sea were very small. A ship stopping to rescue survivors provided an easy target for another U-boat. The relief of reaching the Mersey or the Clyde on the return journey transformed the atmosphere on board. German U-boat crews lived in even greater discomfort. The bulkheads streamed with condensation, and the air was foul with the stench of wet clothing and unwashed bodies. But morale was generally high at that stage of the war, when they were achieving such successes and British countermeasures were still evolving. Much of the time was spent on the surface, which improved speed and fuel consumption. The greatest danger came from Allied flying boats. As soon as one of these aircraft was sighted, the klaxon sounded a warning, and the U-boat went into a well-practiced crash dive. But until radar was mounted in the aircraft, the chances of the U-boats being found remained fairly remote. In April 1941, Allied shipping losses reached 688,000 tons, but there were encouraging developments. Air cover to convoys was extended, although the Greenland Gap, the large central area of the North Atlantic beyond the range of the Royal Canadian Air Force and RAF Coastal Command, still remained. A German armed trawler was seized off Norway with 2 Enigma coding machines on board with the settings for the previous month. And on the 9th of May, HMS Bulldog succeeded in forcing U-110 to the surface. An armed boarding party managed to seize her code books and Enigma cipher machine before they could be destroyed. Other captured vessels, a weather ship and a transport, also provided valuable pickings. But as Allied convoys began to escape the U-boat screens, and then when 3 submarines were ambushed off Cape Verde, Dönitz began to suspect that their codes might have been compromised. Enigma security was tightened. The year as a whole had been a very hard one for the Royal Navy. While losses mounted in the Mediterranean during the Battle of Crete, the great battle cruiser HMS Hood exploded when hit by a single shell from the Bismarck on the 23rd of May in the Denmark Strait between Greenland and Iceland. Admiral Günther Lütjens in the Bismarck had sailed from the Baltic, accompanied by the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen. The shock in London was considerable. So was the desire for revenge. More than 100 warships were involved in the hunt for the Bismarck, including the battleships HMS King George V and Rodney, and the aircraft carrier Ark Royal. Contact was lost by the shadowing cruiser HMS Suffolk, but on the 26th of May, when the British battle squadron was running short of fuel, a Catalina flying boat sighted the Bismarck. The next day, Swordfish torpedo bombers took off from the Ark Royal in bad weather. 2 torpedoes wrecked the Bismarck's steering gear as she headed for the safety of Brest. The great German warship could only go round and round in a circle. This gave the King George V and Rodney, escorted by the 4th Destroyer Flotilla, time to close in for the kill with massive broadsides from their main armament. Admiral Lütjens sent a final signal. "Ship incapable of maneuvering. We'll fight to the last shell. Long live the Führer." The cruiser HMS Dorsetshire was sent in to finish her off with torpedoes. Lütjens, who ordered the ship to be scuttled, died along with 2,200 of his sailors. Only 110 men were saved from the sea. Chapter 12. Barbarossa. April to September 1941. In the spring of 1941, while Hitler's invasion of Yugoslavia achieved a rapid success, Stalin decided on a policy of caution. On the 13th of April, the Soviet Union signed a 5-year neutrality agreement with Japan, recognizing its puppet regime of Manchu Kuo. This was the culmination of what Chiang Kai-shek had feared ever since the signing of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Chiang had been trying to play a double game in 1940 through offering peace feelers to Japan. He had hoped to force the Soviet Union to increase its greatly diminished level of support and thus sabotage its rapprochement with Tokyo. But Chiang also knew that an actual agreement with the Japanese would hand leadership of the Chinese masses to Mao and the Communists, because it would be seen as a terrible and cowardly betrayal. After Japan's signature of the Tripartite Pact in September 1940, Chiang, like Stalin, had seen that the chances of Japan fighting America were increased, and he was greatly encouraged by the prospect. China's survival now lay in the hands of the United States, even though Chiang sensed that the Soviet Union would also end up as part of an anti-fascist alliance. The world, he foresaw, was about to polarize in a more coherent way. The three-dimensional game of chess would finally become two-dimensional. Both the Soviet and Japanese regimes, which loathed each other, wanted to secure their own back door. In April 1941, after signing a Soviet-Japanese neutrality pact, Stalin turned up in person at the Yaroslavsky railway station in Moscow to bid farewell to the Japanese Foreign Minister Matsuoka Yosuke, who was still drunk from the Soviet leader's heavy-handed hospitality. Among the crowd on the platform, Stalin suddenly spied Oberst Hans Krebs, the German military attaché, who would become the last chief of the General Staff in 1945. To the German's astonishment, Stalin slapped him on the back and said, "We must always stay friends, whatever happens." The dictator's bonhomie was belied by his strained and sickly appearance. "I am convinced of it," Krebs had replied, recovering from his surprise. He clearly found it hard to believe that Stalin had not yet guessed that Germany was preparing to invade. Hitler was supremely confident. He had decided to ignore both Bismarck's warning against invading Russia and the recognized dangers of a war on two fronts. He justified his long-held ambition of smashing Jewish Bolshevism as the surest way to force Britain to come to terms. Once the Soviet Union was defeated, then Japan would be in a position to divert American attention to the Pacific and away from Europe. Yet the Nazi leadership's primary objective was to secure the Soviet Union's oil and food, which they believed would make them invincible. Under the hunger plan devised by Staatssekretär Herbert Bacher, the Wehrmacht's seizure of Soviet food production was intended to lead to the deaths of 30 million people, mainly in the cities. Hitler, Goering, and Himmler had seized on Bacher's radical plan with enthusiasm. It seemed to promise both a dramatic solution to Germany's growing food problem and a major weapon in its ideological war against Slavdom and Jewish Bolshevism. The Wehrmacht also approved. By feeding its 3 million men and 600,000 horses from local sources, the difficulties of supply over huge distances with insufficient rail transport would be greatly eased. Clearly, Soviet prisoners of war would also be systematically starved under the guidelines. Thus the Wehrmacht became an active participant even before the first shots had been fired in a genocidal war of annihilation. On the 4th of May 1941, flanked by his deputy Rudolf Hess and Reichsmarschall Goering, Hitler addressed the Reichstag. He proclaimed that the National Socialist state would last for 1,000 years. 6 nights later, Hess took off in a Messerschmitt 110 without warning anyone in Berlin. He flew to Scotland by the light of a full moon and bailed out, but broke his ankle on landing. Astrologers had convinced him that he could arrange peace with Britain. Although slightly deranged, Hess clearly sensed, like Ribbentrop, that the invasion of the Soviet Union might prove disastrous. But his self-appointed peace mission was doomed to ignominious failure. His arrival coincided with one of the heaviest raids of the Blitz. The Luftwaffe, also making use of the bomber's moon that night, attacked Hull and London, damaging Westminster Abbey, the House of Commons, the British Museum, numerous hospitals, the City, the Tower of London, and the docks. Incendiary bombs started 2,200 major fires. The raids brought the total of civilian casualties up to 40,000 killed and 46,000 badly injured. Hess's bizarre mission caused embarrassment in London, consternation in Germany, and deep distrust in Moscow. The British government mishandled the whole episode. It should have announced straight away that Hitler had tried to make a peace overture, and it had rejected it outright. Instead, Stalin was convinced that Hess's aircraft had been guided in by the British Secret Intelligence Service. He had long suspected Churchill of trying to provoke Hitler into attacking the Soviet Union. He now wondered whether that arch anti-Bolshevik Churchill was plotting with Germany. Stalin had already dismissed all warnings from Britain about German preparations to invade the Soviet Union as Angliskaya provokatsiya. Even detailed information from his own intelligence services was angrily rejected, often on the grounds that officers abroad had become corrupted by foreign influences. Stalin still accepted Hitler's assurance, given in a letter at the beginning of the year, that German troops were being moved eastwards purely to put them out of range of British bombing. Lieutenant General Philip Ivanovich Golikov, the inexperienced director of GRU military intelligence, was also convinced that Hitler would not attack the Soviet Union until he had conquered Britain. Golikov refused to pass on any of his department's intelligence on German intentions to Zhukov, the chief of the General Staff, or to Timoshenko, who had replaced Voroshilov as the Commissar of Defense. Yet they were well aware of the Wehrmacht build-up and had produced a contingency planning document dated the 15th of May, discussing a preemptive strike to upset German preparations. In addition, Stalin had agreed to a general build-up of forces as a precaution, with 800,000 reservists called up and almost 30 divisions deployed along the western borders of the Soviet Union. Some revisionist historians have tried to suggest that all this constituted a real plan to attack Germany, thus somehow attempting to justify Hitler's subsequent invasion. But the Red Army was simply not in a state to launch a major offensive in the summer of 1941, and in any case, Hitler's decision to invade had been made considerably earlier. On the other hand, it cannot be excluded that Stalin, alarmed by the rapid defeat of France, may have been considering a preventive attack in the winter of 1941, or, more probably, in 1942, when the Red Army would be better trained and equipped. More and more intelligence arrived, confirming the danger of a German invasion. Stalin rejected the reports from Richard Sorge in the German embassy in Tokyo, his most effective agent. In Berlin, the Soviet military attaché had discovered that 140 German divisions were now deployed along the USSR's frontier. The Soviet embassy in Berlin had even obtained the proofs of a Russian phrase book to be issued to troops so that they could say, "Hands up! Are you a communist? I'll shoot!" and "Where is the collective farm chairman?" The most astonishing warning of all came from the German ambassador in Moscow, Graf Friedrich von der Schulenburg, an anti-Nazi who was later executed for his part in the 20th of July 1944 plot to assassinate Hitler. Stalin, when told of the warning, exploded in disbelief. "Disinformation has now reached ambassadorial level," he exclaimed. In a state of denial, the Soviet leader convinced himself that the Germans were simply trying to put pressure on him to concede more in a new pact. Ironically, Schulenburg's frankness was the one exception in the skillful game of deception played by German diplomacy. Even the despised Ribbentrop played cleverly to Stalin's suspicions of Churchill, so that British warnings about Barbarossa produced a contrary reaction in the Soviet dictator. Stalin had also been told of the Allied plans to bomb the Baku oil fields during the war with Finland. And the Soviet occupation of Bessarabia in June 1940, which Ribbentrop had persuaded King Carol to accept, had in fact pushed Romania straight into Hitler's cynical embrace. Stalin's appeasement of Hitler had continued with a large increase in deliveries to Germany of grain, fuel, cotton, metals, and rubber purchased in Southeast Asia, circumventing the British blockade. During the period of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Soviet Union had provided 26,000 tons of chromium, 140,000 tons of manganese, and more than 2 million tons of oil to the Reich. Despite having received well over 80 clear indications of a German invasion, indeed probably more than 100, Stalin seemed more concerned with the security problem along our northwest frontier, which meant the Baltic states. On the night of the 14th of June, a week before the German invasion, 60,000 Estonians, 34,000 Latvians, and 38,000 Lithuanians were forced onto cattle trucks for deportation to camps in the distant interior of the Soviet Union. Stalin remained unconvinced even when, during the last week before the invasion, German ships rapidly left Soviet ports and embassy staff were evacuated. "This is a war of extermination," Hitler had told his generals on the 30th of March. "Commanders must be prepared to sacrifice their personal scruples." The only concern of senior officers was the effect on discipline. Their visceral instincts, anti-Slav, anti-communist, and anti-Semitic, were in line with Nazi ideology, even if many of them disliked the party and its functionaries. Famine, they were told, would be a weapon of war with an estimated 30 million Soviet citizens starving to death. This would clear out part of the population, leaving just enough to be slaves in a German-colonized Garden of Eden. Hitler's dream of Lebensraum at last seemed within his grasp. On the 6th of June, the Wehrmacht's notorious Kommissar order was issued, specifically rejecting any observance of international law. This, and other instructions, required that Soviet politruks, or political officers, card-carrying communists, saboteurs, and male Jews were to be shot as partisans. During the night of the 20th of June, the OKW issued the code word Dortmund. Its war diary noted, "Thus the start of the attack is once and for all ordered for the 22nd of June. The order is to be transmitted to the army groups." Hitler, keyed up for the great moment, prepared to leave for his new Führer headquarters near Rastenburg, codenamed the Wolfschanze, or Wolf's Lair. He remained convinced that the Red Army and the whole Soviet system would collapse. "We have only to kick in the door, and the whole rotten edifice will come crashing down," he had told his commanders. More thoughtful officers on the eastern borders had private doubts. Some had reread General Armand de Caulaincourt's account of Napoleon's march on Moscow and the dreadful retreat. Older officers and soldiers who had fought in Russia during the First World War also were uneasy. Yet the Wehrmacht's series of triumphant conquests in Poland, Scandinavia, the Low Countries, France, and the Balkans reassured most Germans that their forces were invincible. Officers told their men they were on the eve of the greatest offensive ever. There were almost 3 million German troops, soon to be supported by armies from Finland, Romania, Hungary, and eventually Italy, in the crusade against Bolshevism. In the forests of birch and fir, which concealed vehicle parks, tented headquarters, and signal regiments, as well as fighting units, officers briefed their men. Many reassured them that it would take only 3 or 4 weeks to crush the Red Army. "Early tomorrow morning," wrote a soldier in a mountain division, "we're off, thanks be to God, against our mortal enemy Bolshevism. For me, a real stone has fallen from my heart. Finally this uncertainty is over, and one knows where one is. I am very optimistic, and I believe that if we can take all the land and raw materials up to the Urals, then Europe will be able to feed itself, and the war at sea can last as long as it will." A signals NCO in the SS Division Das Reich was even more confident. "My conviction is that the destruction of Russia will take no longer than that of France, and then my assumption of getting leave in August will still be correct." Around midnight on this Midsummer's Eve, the first units moved forward to their attack positions, as the last goods train with Soviet deliveries continued past them on its way to Germany. The dark silhouettes of panzers in formation emitted clouds of exhaust as they started their engines. Artillery regiments removed the camouflage netting from their guns to tow them into position close to the concealed piles of shells at their firing positions. Along the west bank of the River Bug, heavy rubber assault boats were dragged to the marshy edge, men whispering in case their voices carried across the river to the NKVD border guards. Opposite the great fortress of Brest-Litovsk, sand had been spread on the roads so that their jackboots made no noise. It was a cool, clear morning, with dew on the meadows. Men's thoughts turned instinctively to their wives and children, or sweethearts and parents, all asleep at home in Germany, and blissfully unaware of this mighty undertaking. During the evening of the 21st of June, Stalin in the Kremlin became increasingly nervous. The deputy head of the NKVD had just reported that there had been no fewer than 39 aircraft incursions over the state border of the USSR the previous day. When told of a German deserter, a former communist, who had crossed the lines to warn of the attack, Stalin promptly ordered that he should be shot for disinformation. All he conceded to his increasingly desperate generals was to put the anti-aircraft batteries round Moscow on standby and issue a warning order to commanders along the frontier district to be prepared, but not to fire back. Stalin clung to the notion that any attack was not Hitler's doing. It would be a provokazia by German generals. Stalin retired to bed unusually early in his dacha just outside Moscow. Zhukov rang at 04:45 hours and insisted that he be woken. There had been reports of a German bombing raid on the Soviet naval base of Sebastopol and other attacks. Stalin was silent for a long time, just breathing heavily. Then he told Zhukov that the troops were not to reply with artillery. He was to summon a meeting of the Politburo. When they were assembled in the Kremlin at 05:45 hours, Stalin still refused to believe that Hitler knew anything about this attack. Molotov was told to summon Schulenburg, who informed him that a state of war existed between Germany and the Soviet Union. After his earlier warning, Schulenburg was amazed at the astonishment this announcement produced. A shaken Molotov returned to the meeting to tell Stalin. An oppressive silence followed. In the early hours of the 22nd of June, right down the belt of Eastern Europe, from the Baltic to the Black Sea, tens of thousands of German officers began glancing at their synchronized watches with the light of a shaded torch. Right on time, they heard aero engines to their rear. The waiting troops looked up into the night sky as massed squadrons of the Luftwaffe streamed overhead, flying towards the gleam of dawn along the vast eastern horizon. At 03:15 hours German time, 1 hour behind Moscow, a heavy artillery bombardment opened. On this, the very first day of the Soviet-German War, the Wehrmacht smashed through the frontier defense line with ease along an 1,800-kilometer front. Border guards were shot down still in their underwear, and their families were killed in their barracks by the artillery fire. In the course of the morning, the OKW War Diary noted, the impression is strengthening that surprise has been accomplished on all sectors. One army headquarters after another reported that all the bridges on its front had been seized intact. In a matter of hours, the leading panzer formations were overrunning Soviet supply dumps. The Red Army had been caught almost completely unprepared. In the months before the invasion, the Soviet leader had forced it to advance from the Stalin line inside the old frontier and establish a forward defense along the Molotov-Ribbentrop border. Not enough had been done to prepare the new positions, despite Zhukov's energetic attempts. Less than half of the strong points had any heavy weapons. Artillery regiments lacked their tractors, which had been sent to help with the harvest. And Soviet aviation was caught on the ground, its aircraft lined up in rows, presenting easy targets for the Luftwaffe's preemptive strikes on 66 airfields. Some 1,800 fighters and bombers were said to have been destroyed on the first day of the attack, the majority on the ground. The Luftwaffe had lost just 35 aircraft. Even after Hitler's lightning campaigns against Poland and France, the Soviets' plan of defense assumed that they would have 10 to 15 days before the main forces engaged. Stalin's refusal to react and the Wehrmacht's ruthlessness gave them no time at all. Brandenburger commandos from Regiment 800 had infiltrated before the attack or parachuted in to secure bridges and cut telephone lines. In the south, Ukrainian nationalists had also been sent in to cause chaos and urge an uprising against their Soviet masters. As a result, Soviet commanders had no idea what was happening and found themselves incapable of issuing orders or communicating with superiors. From the East Prussian border, Generalfeldmarschall Wilhelm Ritter von Leeb's Army Group North attacked into the Baltic states and headed for Leningrad. Its advance was greatly aided by Brandenburgers in brown Soviet uniforms seizing twin rail and road bridges over the river Dwina on the 26th of June. Generalleutnant von Manstein's 56th Panzer Corps, advancing nearly 80 kilometers a day, would be halfway to their objective in just 5 days. This impetuous dash, he wrote later, was the fulfillment of a tank commander's dream. North of the Pripyat marshes, Army Group Center, commanded by Generalfeldmarschall Fedor von Bock, advanced rapidly into Belorussia, soon fighting a great encirclement battle around Minsk with the panzer groups of Guderian and Generaloberst Hermann Huth. The only fierce resistance encountered was from the massive fortress of Brest-Litovsk on the border. The Austrian 45th Infantry Division suffered heavy casualties, far more than in the whole campaign for France, as its storm groups tried to winkle out the tenacious defenders with flamethrowers, tear gas and grenades. The survivors, suffering terribly from thirst and without medical supplies, fought on for 3 weeks, until wounded or out of ammunition. But on their return in 1945 from German imprisonment, their incredible courage did not save them from being sent to the Gulag. Stalin had ordered that surrender constituted treason to the motherland. Frontier guards from the NKVD forces also fought back desperately when not taken by surprise. But all too often, Red Army officers deserted their men, fleeing in panic. With their communications in chaos, commanders were paralyzed either by a lack of instructions or by orders to counterattack which bore no relation to the situation on the ground. The purge of the Red Army had left officers with no experience of command in charge of whole divisions and army corps, while fear of denunciation and arrest by the NKVD had destroyed any initiative. Even the bravest commander was likely to tremble and sweat with fear if officers with the green tabs and cap band of the NKVD suddenly appeared in his headquarters. The contrast with the German Army's system of Auftragstaktik, in which junior commanders were set a task and then relied on to carry it out as best they thought, could not have been greater. Army Group South, commanded by Generalfeldmarschall von Rundstedt, advanced into Ukraine. Rundstedt was soon supported by 2 Romanian armies, eager to take back Bessarabia from the Soviets. Their dictator and commander-in-chief, Marshal Ion Antonescu, had assured Hitler 10 days before, "Of course I'll be there from the start. When it's a question of action against the Slavs, you can always count on Romania." Stalin, having drafted a speech announcing the invasion, told Molotov to read it on Soviet radio at noon. It was broadcast over loudspeakers to the crowds in the streets. The foreign minister's wooden delivery ended with the declaration, "Our cause is just. The enemy will be smashed. Victory will be ours." Despite his uninspiring tone, the people as a whole were outraged by this violation of the motherland. Vast queues of volunteers immediately formed at recruiting centers. But other, less orderly queues also developed, with the panic buying of tinned or dried foods and the withdrawal of money from banks. There was also a strange sense of relief that the treacherous attack had released the Soviet Union from the unnatural alliance with Nazi Germany. The young physicist, Andrei Sakharov, was later greeted by an aunt in a bomb shelter during a Luftwaffe raid on Moscow. "For the first time in years," she said, "I feel like a Russian again." Similar emotions of relief were also expressed in Berlin, that at last they were fighting the real enemy. Fighter regiments of Red Army aviation, with inexperienced pilots in obsolete machines, stood little chance against the Luftwaffe. German fighter aces soon began to clock up huge scores and referred to their easy kills as infanticide. Their Soviet opponents felt psychologically defeated even before encountering their enemy. But, although many pilots avoided battle, a longing for vengeance began to grow. A handful of the bravest simply rammed a German aircraft if they got a chance, knowing that there was little hope of fastening onto its tail to shoot it down. The novelist and war correspondent Wassily Grossman described waiting for the aircraft of a fighter regiment to return to an airfield near Gomel in Belorussia. Finally, after a successful attack on a German column, the fighters returned and landed. The commander's aircraft had human flesh stuck in the radiator. That's because the supporting aircraft had hit a truck with ammunition that blew up at the very moment when the leader was flying over it. Popper, the commander, is picking the mess out with a file. They summon a doctor who examines the bloody mass attentively and pronounces it Aryan meat. Everyone laughs. Yes, a pitiless time. A time of iron has come. The Russian is a tough opponent, wrote a German soldier. We take hardly any prisoners and shoot them all instead. When marching forward, some took potshots for fun at crowds of Red Army prisoners being herded back to makeshift camps, where they were left to starve in the open. A number of German officers were appalled, but most were more concerned about the lack of discipline. On the Soviet side, Beria's NKVD massacred the inmates of its prisons near the front, so that they would not be saved by the German advance. Nearly 10,000 Polish prisoners were murdered. In the city of Lvov alone, the NKVD killed around 4,000 people. The stench of decomposing bodies in the heat of late June permeated the whole town. The NKVD slaughter prompted Ukrainian nationalists to begin a guerrilla war against the Soviet occupiers. In a frenzy of fear and hatred, the NKVD massacred another 10,000 prisoners in the areas of Bessarabia and the Baltic states seized the year before. Other prisoners were forced to march eastwards, with NKVD guards shooting any who collapsed. On the 23rd of June, Stalin set up a Supreme Command headquarters, giving it the old Tsarist name of the Stavka. A few days later, he entered the Commissariat of Defense, accompanied by Beria and Molotov. There they found Timoshenko and Zhukov attempting in vain to establish some sort of order along the enormous front. Minsk had just fallen. Stalin peered at the situation maps and read some of the reports. He was clearly shaken to find that the situation was even more disastrous than he had feared. He cursed Timoshenko and Zhukov, who did not hold back in their replies. "Lenin founded our state," he was heard to say, "and we fucked it up." The Soviet leader disappeared to his dacha at Kuntsevo, leaving the other members of the Politburo bewildered. There were mutterings that Molotov should take over, but they were far too frightened to move against the dictator. On the 30th of June, they decided that a state committee for defense with absolute power had to be set up. They drove out to Kuntsevo to see Stalin. He looked haggard and weary when they entered, clearly believing that they had come to arrest him. He asked why they had come. When they explained that he had to lead this emergency war cabinet, he betrayed his surprise, but agreed to take on the role. There have been suggestions that Stalin's departure from the Kremlin was a ploy in the tradition of Ivan the Terrible to encourage any opponents within the Politburo to reveal themselves, enabling them to be crushed, but this is pure speculation. Stalin returned to the Kremlin the next day, the 1st of July. 2 days later he made his own broadcast to the Soviet peoples. His instincts served him well. He surprised his listeners by addressing them as comrades, citizens, brothers and sisters. No master of the Kremlin had ever addressed his people in such familial terms. He called upon them to defend the motherland in a scorched-earth policy of total warfare, evoking the patriotic war against Napoleon. Stalin understood that the Soviet peoples were far more likely to lay down their lives for their country than for any communist ideology. Knowing that patriotism is shaped by war, Stalin perceived that this invasion would revive it. Nor did he conceal the gravity of the situation, even if he did nothing to acknowledge his part in the catastrophe. He also ordered a people's levy, Narodnoye Opolshenie, to be set up. These militia battalions of ill-armed cannon fodder were expected to slow the German panzer divisions with little more than their bodies. The terrible suffering of civilians caught up in the fighting did not enter Stalin's calculations. Refugees, driving the cattle from collective farms in front of them, tried in vain to stay ahead of the panzer divisions. On the 26th of June, the writer Alexander Twardowski saw an extraordinary sight from his carriage window when the train halted at a wayside stop in Ukraine. The whole field was covered with people who were lying, sitting, swarming, he wrote in his diary. They had bundles, knapsacks, suitcases, children, and handcarts. I had never seen such huge quantities of household things that people took with them when leaving home in haste. There were probably tens of thousands of people in this field. The field got up, started moving, advanced towards the railway, towards the train, started knocking on the walls and windows of carriages. It seemed capable of tipping the train off the rails. The train began to move. Hundreds, if not thousands, died in the bombing of the cities of Belorussia. Survivors fared little better in their attempts to escape eastwards. After Minsk began to burn, a journalist noted, blind men from the Home for Invalids walked along the highway in a long file, tied to one another with towels. Already there were large numbers of war orphans, children whose parents had been killed or lost in the confusion. Suspecting that some of them were used for spying by the Germans, the NKVD treated them with little compassion. Following their astonishing success in France, the panzer formations dashed ahead in the perfect summer conditions, leaving the infantry divisions to catch up as best they could. Sometimes, when the tank spearhead ran out of ammunition, Heinkel 111s had to be diverted to drop supplies by parachute. The lines of advance in the heat could be seen by burning villages, the dust clouds churned up by tracked vehicles, and the steady tramp of marching infantry and their horse-drawn artillery. Gunners riding on limbers were coated in a pale dust which made them look like terracotta figures, and their plodding draft animals coughed with a resigned regularity. More than 600,000 horses, assembled from all over Europe, just like for Napoleon's Grande Armée, formed the basis of transport for the bulk of the Wehrmacht in the campaign. Ration supplies, ammunition, and even field ambulances depended on horsepower. Had it not been for the vast quantities of motor transport which the French army had failed to destroy before the armistice, a subject which provoked Stalin's bitter anger, the German army's mechanization would have been limited almost entirely to the 4 panzer groups. Already the 2 large panzer formations of Army Group Center had achieved their first major encirclement, trapping 4 Soviet armies with 417,000 men in the Bialystok pocket west of Minsk. Hoth's 3rd Panzer Group on the north side of the Pincer and Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group on the south met on the 28th of June. The bombers and Stukas of the 2nd Luftflotte then pounded the trapped Red Army forces. This advance meant that Army Group Center was well on its way to the land bridge between the rivers Dwina, which flowed into the Baltic, and the Dnieper, which ran down to the Black Sea. General Dmitry Pavlov, the Soviet tank commander in the Spanish Civil War, and now the hapless chief of the Western Front, was replaced by Marshal Timoshenko. In the Red Army, a front was a military formation similar to an army group. Pavlov was soon arrested along with other senior officers from his command, then summarily tried and executed by the NKVD. Several desperate senior officers committed suicide, one of them blowing his brains out in the presence of Nikita Khrushchev, the commissar responsible for Ukraine. In the north, Leib's army group was widely welcomed in the Baltic states after the waves of Soviet oppression and the deportations of the week before. groups of nationalists attacked the retreating Soviets and seized towns. The NKVD 5th Motorized Rifle Regiment was sent into Riga to restore order, which meant immediate reprisals against the Latvian population. Before the corpses of our fallen comrades, the personnel of the regiment swore an oath to smash the fascist reptiles mercilessly, and on the same day the bourgeoisie of Riga felt our revenge on its hide. But they too were soon forced to pull back up the Baltic coast. North of Kaunas, in Lithuania, a Soviet mechanized corps surprised the advancing Germans with a counterattack using heavy KV tanks. Panzer shells just bounced off them, and they could be dealt with only when 88mm guns were brought up. The Soviet Northwestern Front withdrew into Estonia, harried by improvised nationalist forces, which neither the Red Army nor the Germans had expected. Almost before the Germans marched in, murderous pogroms began against the Jews, who were accused of siding with the Bolsheviks. Rundstedt's Army Group South was less fortunate. Colonel General Mikhail Kirponos, who commanded the Southwestern Front, had been forewarned by NKVD border guards of the attack. He also had stronger forces, for this is where Timoshenko and Zhukov had expected the main thrust to come. Kirponos was ordered to launch a massive counterattack with 5 mechanized corps. The most powerful, with heavy KV tanks and the new T-34s, was commanded by Major General Andrei Vlasov. Kirponos, however, was unable to deploy his forces effectively because the landlines had been cut and his formations were widely spread. On the 26th of June, General de Cavalerie von Kleist, 1st Panzer Group, advanced towards Rovno with Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, as his ultimate objective. Kirponos ordered in 5 of his mechanized corps, with very mixed results. The Germans were shaken to find that the T-34s and heavy KV tanks were superior to anything they had. But even the People's Commissar for Defense had found Soviet tank gunnery inadequate on the eve of war, and out of 14,000 Soviet tanks, only 3,800 were ready to fight on the 22nd of June. German army training, tactics, radio communications, and speed of reaction in their panzer crews generally proved far superior. In addition, they had strong support from Stuka squadrons. Their main danger was overconfidence. Major General Konstantin Rokossowski, a former cavalry officer of Polish origin, who later became one of the outstanding commanders of the war, managed to draw the 13th Panzer Division into an artillery ambush after his own obsolete tanks had been mauled the day before. Faced with continuing panic and mass desertions, Kirponos introduced blocking detachments to force men back to fight. Wild rumors caused chaos, as they had in France, but the Soviet counterattacks, though costly and unsuccessful, at least managed to delay the German advance. Nikita Khrushchev had already, on Stalin's order, begun a massive effort to evacuate the machinery from Ukrainian factories and workshops. Ruthlessly carried out, this process succeeded in transporting by train the bulk of the Republic's industry back towards the Urals and beyond. Similar operations were carried out on a smaller scale in Belorussia and elsewhere. In all, 2,593 industrial units were removed in the course of the year. This would eventually allow the Soviet Union to recommence armaments production well out of the range of German bombers. The Politburo had also decided to send Lenin's mummified body, as well as the gold reserves and Tsarist treasures, in great secrecy from Moscow to Tyumen in western Siberia. A special train, with the necessary chemicals and attendant scientists to maintain the corpse's preservation, departed in early July, guarded by NKVD troops. On the 3rd of July, General Halder noted in his diary that it was probably no overstatement to say that the Russian campaign has been won in the space of 2 weeks. He did, however, acknowledge that the sheer vastness of the country and continued resistance would keep the invasion forces occupied for many more weeks to come. Back in Germany, the SS Survey on Attitudes reported that people were betting on how quickly the war would be over. Some convinced themselves that their armies were already within 100 kilometers of Moscow, but Goebbels tried to damp down such speculation. He did not want their victory to be undermined by an impression that it had taken longer than expected.
After midnight, things feel right. After midnight, things feel right. Get so lonely, get so lonely. After midnight, keep it groovy. We keep it groovy. After midnight, looking so fly, baby, oh my. After midnight, it gets so cold, girl, hold me close. After midnight, keep it slow-mo, we keep it slow-mo. After midnight, keep it groovy, we keep it groovy. After midnight, looking so fly, baby, oh my. After midnight, it gets so cold, girl, hold me close. After midnight, keep it slow-mo, we keep it slow-mo. After midnight.
The overwhelming immensity of the land mass which the Wehrmacht had invaded, with its endless horizons, began to have its effect on the German Lancer, as the ordinary infantryman was known. Those from Alpine regiments were the most depressed by the flatness of what seemed like an infinite ocean of land. Front formations soon found that, unlike in France, pockets of Soviet soldiers fought on, even after they had been bypassed. They would suddenly open fire from hiding places in the enormous cornfields and attack reinforcements or headquarters moving up. Any of them taken alive were shot out of hand as partisans. Many Soviet citizens also suffered from over-optimism. Some told themselves that the German proletariat would rise up against their Nazi masters now that they were attacking the motherland of the oppressed. And those who pinned up maps to mark the successes of the Red Army soon had to take them down as it became clear how deeply the Wehrmacht had advanced into Soviet territory. The triumphalism of the German armies, however, soon began to wane. The great encirclement battles, especially Smolensk, became increasingly arduous. The panzer formations achieved their sweeping maneuvers with little difficulty, but they had insufficient panzer grenadiers with them to hold the immense circle against attacks, both from within and without. Many Soviet troops slipped through before the hard-driven German infantry caught up, stiff and footsore from the forced marches of up to 50 kilometers a day in full kit. And those Red Army soldiers who were trapped did not surrender. They fought on with a desperate courage, even if it was often enforced by commissars and officers at the point of a gun. Out of ammunition, great waves of men surged forward, bellowing, in an attempt to break the cordon. Some charged with linked arms, as the German machine gunners scythed them down, their weapons overheating from constant use. The screams of the wounded continued for hours afterwards, grating on the nerves of the exhausted German soldiers. On the 9th of July, Vitebsk fell. Like Minsk, Smolensk, and later Gomel and Chernigov, it was an inferno of blazing wooden houses from Luftwaffe raids with incendiaries. The fires were so intense that many German troops in their vehicles felt obliged to turn back. It took a total of 32 German divisions to reduce the Smolensk Kessel, or cauldron, as they called an encirclement. The Kesselschlacht, or cauldron battle, did not cease until the 11th of August. The Soviet forces suffered 300,000 irrecoverable losses of men killed or taken prisoner, along with 3,200 tanks and 3,100 guns. But Soviet counterattacks from the east helped more than 100,000 men escape, and the delay to the German advance proved critical. Vasily Grossman visited a field hospital. There were about 900 wounded men in a little clearing among young aspens. There were blood-stained rags, scraps of flesh, moans, subdued howling, hundreds of dismal, suffering eyes. The young red-haired doctoress had lost her voice. She had been operating all night. Her face was white, as if she might faint at any minute. She told him with a smile how she had operated on his friend, the poet Josef Utkin. While I was making incisions, he recited poetry for me. One could barely hear her voice. She was helping herself speak with gestures. Wounded men kept arriving. They were all wet with blood and rain. Despite their formidable advances and the erection of signposts pointing to Moscow, the German army on the Ostfront had suddenly begun to fear that victory might not be achieved that year after all. The three army groups had suffered 213,000 casualties. The figure may have represented only a tenth of Soviet losses, but if the battle of attrition continued much longer, the Wehrmacht would find it hard to defend its overextended supply lines and defeat the remaining Soviet forces. The prospect of fighting on through a Russian winter was deeply troubling. The Germans had not managed to destroy the Red Army in the Western Soviet Union, and now the Eurasian landmass broadened out ahead of them. A front of 1,500 kilometers was increasing to 2,500 kilometers. Estimates of Soviet strength by the Army Intelligence Department soon appeared to be woefully short. At the outset of the war, General Halder wrote on the 11th of August, we reckoned on about 200 enemy divisions. Now we have already counted 360. The fact that a Soviet division might be manifestly inferior in fighting power to a German one was insufficiently reassuring. If we smash a dozen of them, the Russians simply put up another dozen. For Russians, the idea that the Germans were on Napoleon's route to Moscow was traumatic. Yet Stalin's order to mount massive counterattacks west towards Smolensk had an effect, even though the cost in men and equipment was terrifying. It contributed to Hitler's decision to direct Army Group Center to go onto the defensive, while Army Group North advanced on Leningrad and Army Group South on Kiev. 3rd Panzer Group was diverted towards Leningrad. Hitler, according to Generalleutnant Alfred Jodl of the OKW staff, wanted to avoid Napoleon's mistakes. Generalfeldmarschall von Bock was horrified by this change of emphasis, as were other senior commanders who had assumed that Moscow, the center of Soviet communications, would remain the principal objective. But a number of generals believed that, before advancing on Moscow, the huge Soviet forces defending Kiev should be eliminated in case they attacked their southern flank. On the 29th of July, Zhukov warned Stalin that Kiev could be encircled and urged that the Ukrainian capital should be abandoned. The Vozhd, or boss as he was known, told Zhukov he was talking rubbish. Zhukov demanded to be relieved of his position as chief of staff. Stalin put him in command of the reserve front, but kept him on as a member of the Stavka. Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group was given the task of making a surprise right turn from the Roslavl salient and advancing 400 kilometers south to Lukvica. There, 200 kilometers east of Kiev, he was to meet up with Kleist's 1st Panzer Group, which had begun to encircle the Ukrainian capital from below. Guderian's dash caused chaos on the Soviet side. Gomel, the last major city in Belorussia, had to be abandoned hurriedly. But Kirponos's southwestern front, reinforced on Stalin's orders, was still not permitted to abandon Kiev. Vasily Grossman, escaping into Ukraine, only just managed to avoid being caught by Guderian's panzer divisions during their drive south. In the confusion of the invasion, some Russians at first thought that Guderian must be on their side because his name sounded Armenian. Grossman, unlike most Soviet war correspondents, was deeply moved by the suffering of civilians. Whether they are riding somewhere or standing by their fences, they begin to cry as soon as they begin to speak, and one feels an involuntary desire to cry too. There's so much grief. He was scornful of the propaganda clichés of fellow journalists who never went nearer the front than an army headquarters, and resorted to dishonest formulae such as, "The much-battered enemy continued his cowardly advance." Rundstedt's Army Group South had already captured 107,000 prisoners near Uman in Ukraine on the 10th of August. Stalin issued an order condemning to death the Red Army generals who had surrendered there. Underestimating the threat of Guderian's strike south, Stalin still refused to allow Kirponos to withdraw from the line of the Dnieper. The vast dam and hydroelectric plant at Zaporozhye, the great symbol of Soviet progress, was blown up as part of the scorched earth strategy. Evacuation of civilians, livestock and equipment continued with an even greater urgency, as Grossman described. At night, the sky became red from dozens of distant fires, and a grey screen of smoke hung all along the horizon during the day. Women with children in their arms, old men, herds of sheep, cows, and collective farm horses sinking in the dust, were moving east on the country roads, by cart and on foot. Tractor drivers drove their machines, which rattled deafeningly. Trains with factory equipment, engines and boilers went east every day and night. On the 16th of September, Guderian's and Kleist's panzer groups met at Lukvica, trapping more than 700,000 men in the encirclement. Kirponos, along with many staff officers and some 2,000 men, were wiped out by the 3rd Panzer Division nearby. Generalfeldmarschall von Reichenau's 6th Army advanced into the heavily bombed ruins of Kiev. The civilian population left behind was condemned to starvation. The Jews faced a quicker death by firing squad. Further to the south, the 11th Army and the 4th Romanian Army moved on Odessa. Army Group South's next objectives would be the Crimea, with the great naval base of Sebastopol, and Rostov-on-Don, the gateway to the Caucasus. The Kiev Kesselschlacht was the largest in military history. German morale soared again. The conquest of Moscow again seemed possible. To Halder's relief, Hitler had already come round to the idea. On the 6th of September, he issued Führer Directive No. 35, authorizing the advance on Moscow. And on the 16th of September, the day that the two panzer groups had met at Lukvica, Generalfeldmarschall von Bock issued preliminary orders for Operation Typhoon. Leib's army group, after its rapid advance through the Baltic states, had found resistance increasing the closer it came to Leningrad. In mid-July, a counterattack by Lieutenant General Nikolai Vatutin caught the Germans by surprise near Lake Ilmen. Even with the support of Hoth's 3rd Panzer Group, Leib's advance had slowed in the difficult terrain of birchwoods, lakes, and mosquito-ridden marshes. 500,000 men and women from the threatened city were mobilized to dig 1,000 kilometers of earthworks and 645 kilometers of anti-tank ditches. On the 8th of August, Hitler ordered Leib to encircle Leningrad, while the Finns retook their lost territory either side of Lake Ladoga. The untrained and scarcely armed People's Levy, the Narodnue Opolchenyi, was thrown into futile and murderous attacks, literally acting in the Russian phrase as meat for the cannon. Altogether, over 135,000 Leningraders, factory workers as well as professors, had volunteered or been forced to volunteer. They had no training, no medical assistance, no uniforms, no transport, and no supply system. More than half lacked rifles, and yet they were still ordered into counterattacks against panzer divisions. Most fled in terror of the tanks, against which they had no defense at all. This massive loss of life, perhaps some 70,000, was tragically futile, and it is far from certain that their sacrifice even delayed the Germans at all on the line of the river Luga. The Soviet 34th Army was shattered. As men fled, 4,000 were arrested as deserters, and nearly half of the wounded were suspected of self-inflicted wounds. In one hospital alone, 460 men out of 1,000 had gunshot injuries in the left hand or left forearm. The Estonian capital of Tallinn had been cut off by the German advance, but Stalin refused to allow its Soviet defenders to evacuate by sea up the Gulf of Finland to Kronstadt. By the time he had changed his mind, it was too late for an orderly withdrawal. On the 28th of August, the ships of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet in Tallinn embarked 23,000 Soviet citizens as German troops fought their way into the city. Lacking air cover, the improvised fleet set sail. Altogether, German mines, Finnish motor torpedo boats, and the Luftwaffe sank 65 ships, with up to 14,000 killed. It was the greatest Russian naval disaster in history, even worse than the defeat in 1905 at Tsushima. To the south of Leningrad, the Germans pushed across the main railway line to Moscow. On the 1st of September, their heavy artillery was within range and began bombarding. Soviet army trucks full of wounded and a last rush of refugees pulled back into Leningrad, with peasants driving overloaded carts, others carrying bundles, and a boy dragging a reluctant goat on a piece of rope as their villages burned behind them. Stalin raged against Andrei Zhdanov, the Communist Party boss in Leningrad, and Voroshilov, the local defense supremo, when he heard of one town after another falling to the Germans as they encircled the city from the south. He insinuated that traitors must be at work. "Doesn't it seem to you that someone is deliberately opening the road to the Germans?" he signaled to Molotov, who was on a fact-finding visit to the city. "The uselessness of the Leningrad command is so absolutely incomprehensible." But instead of Voroshilov or Zhdanov being put in front of a tribunal, a small wave of terror swept the city as the NKVD rounded up the usual suspects, often because they had a foreign-sounding family name. On the 7th of September, the German 20th Motorized Division advanced north from Ungar to take the Signavino Heights. And the next day, reinforced with part of the 12th Panzer Division, it reached the town of Schlisselburg, with its Tsarist fortress at the southwestern point of Lake Ladoga, where the Neva flowed into it. Leningrad was now entirely cut off by land. The only route left was across the huge lake. Voroshilov and Zhdanov took a whole day before they summoned up the courage to tell Stalin that the Germans had seized Schlisselburg. The siege of Leningrad, the longest and most pitiless in modern history, had begun. As well as 500,000 troops, the civilian population of Leningrad stood at more than 2.5 million people, including 400,000 children. Führer headquarters decided that it did not want to occupy the city. Instead, the Germans would bombard it and seal it off to let the population starve and die of disease. Once reduced, the city itself would be demolished and the area handed over to Finland. Stalin had already decided that he needed a change of command in Leningrad. He ordered Zhukov to take over, trusting in his ruthlessness. Zhukov flew from Moscow as soon as he had received his orders. On arrival, he drove straight to the military council in the Smolny Institute, where he claimed to have encountered defeatism and drunkenness. He soon went even further than Stalin in his readiness to threaten the families of soldiers who surrendered. He ordered commanders of the Leningrad front, "Make it clear to all troops that all the families of those who surrender to the enemy will be shot, and they themselves will be shot upon return from prison." Clearly, Zhukov did not realize that his order, if carried out to the letter, would have meant the execution of Stalin himself. The Soviet dictator's own son, Lieutenant Yakov Jugashvili, had been captured in an encirclement. Stalin declared in private that it would be better if he had never been born. Nazi propaganda services soon made use of their trophy prisoner. A German aircraft appeared, a soldier called Vasily Churkin wrote in his diary. It was a sunny day, and we saw a large heap of leaflets fall out of the aircraft. On them was a photograph of Stalin's son, supported on two sides by smiling German officers. But it was cooked up by Goebbels and had no success. Stalin's pitilessness towards his son only eased in 1945, when it appeared that Yakov had thrown himself at the barbed wire in his camp, forcing the guards to shoot him. Stalin had no feelings for civilians. On hearing that the Germans had forced old men and women, mothers and children, forward as human shields, or as emissaries to demand surrender, he sent orders that they were to be shot down. "My answer is,